This child, Shiwei, just won't listen. She insists on marrying Fu Xinghan, even if it ruins her life. I really don't like that young man at all. Her grandfather, Lin Weixin, spoke from outside the door. His old voice carried both worry and anger. To Lin Shiwei, the sound felt distant, like something from another lifetime. Another elderly voice agreed. I don't like him either. That boy only knows how to take advantage of others. You and I have seen enough of the world to recognize a selfish heart when we see one. Lin Shiwei's long eyelashes trembled as she slowly opened her eyes. She recognized the voice. It was Uncle Zhang, the old family steward. Uncle Zhang had been her grandfather's study companion since childhood and had stayed loyal to the Lin family all his life. No matter how times changed, the family never abandoned him and had promised to care for him in his old age. Grandfather Lin sighed. Shiwei hasn't eaten for a whole day and night. If this continues... Oh, dear. Lin Shiwei blinked in confusion as she woke up on her carved golden Nanmu bed. Her mind froze for a moment before she suddenly realized. Wait. Wasn't I hurt by Fu Xinghan and left disabled? I suffered for 30 years and died at 84. How am I back in my family home? This doesn't feel like a dream. Her hungry eyes darted around the room. It was a vintage European-style bedroom, filled with ornate carvings and gold details. The curtains and bedding were soft and romantic, and even the glass near the fireplace shimmered with colorful mosaic patterns, like the stained glass of Notre Dame in Paris. But everything looked old and worn, as if it hadn't been repaired for years. Yes, this was her own bedroom in the Lin family mansion. The Lins had once been one of the most respected old families in Shanghai, but even great houses could not escape the storms of time. Struggling to sit up, Lin Shiwei weakly called out, Grandpa.
I'm hungry.
I want to eat. Her voice was so faint that the old man outside didn't hear her. Just then, Fu Xinghan climbed in from the balcony, carrying a worn but elegant food box. His face lit up as he called out, Shiwei, I brought your favorite dishes. White-cut chicken, steamed base, crystal shrimp, and your beloved bird's nest porridge. Lin Shiwei turned toward the voice. The 22-year-old Fu Xinghan looked gentle and refined, his delicate features still visible even under his thick winter coat. He carried the food box like a precious treasure, hurried to the bedside, knelt on one knee, and looked at her with deep affection. I heard from Yulan that you haven't eaten for a whole day and night because you want to marry me. Shimei, I'm really touched. Lin Shimei stared coldly at the young man talking nonstop beside her bed, feeling as if she were hearing things. At that moment, she was sure she had been reborn. But inside her heart, coldness and anger clashed fiercely. On this very day in her previous life, Fu Xinghan had also climbed through the window to bring her food, showing care and affection. She never knew that he had secretly added something harmful to the porridge. Without any suspicion, Lin Shimei drank it. Soon after, Fu Xinghan's aunt, Fu Tsuilian, who was also Lin Shimei's stepmother, brought her grandfather, Lin Weixin, and others to break down the door, claiming they had caught her in an improper situation. They said it was to expose her, but in truth, it was to make her grandfather see with his own eyes that the granddaughter he had raised so carefully had supposedly lost her dignity with a man he despised. Lin Weixin, aren't you always so proud of your noble family? Didn't you look down on us country folk? Your precious granddaughter, the one you thought was pure and refined. Look at her now. Still so noble? In her past life, when her grandfather saw Fu Xinghan in her room, he was so furious that he suffered and passed away despite being rushed to the hospital. The only person who had ever protected Lin Shimei was gone. After that, her weak father and scheming stepmother constantly blamed her, saying her grandfather's death was all her fault. Lin Shimei carried that guilt for half her life. Years later, Fu Xinghan accidentally revealed the truth. She had been framed by all of them. Overcome with rage, Lin Shimei confronted him, but he turned violent and injured her so badly that she was left paralyzed for 30 years. Her late mother's overseas trust fund was tied to her life. If she died, all the money would be donated. Her greedy father, stepmother, and husband, like a swarm of leeches, kept her alive just to keep using her money, tormenting her until she was 84. Only after draining every last cent from her foundation did they finally let her die. Fu Xinghan had always secretly supported his first love, Zhao Manxue. Later, he stopped pretending and lived openly with her. They spent their lives together in front of Lin Ximei, even raising a son and a daughter. Later, before Lin Xue's body had even turned cold, Fu Xinghan held a grand wedding with Zhao Manxue, complete with drums and gongs. They should have been holding a funeral for Lin Xue, but instead, they celebrated a lavish marriage. The funeral couplet was ironically poetic, half a lifetime apart, love messages lost in flight, now in eternity, a perfect pair united in truth. In front of Lin Xue, Fu Xinghan held a bowl of bird's nest porridge with medicine, looking like the picture of a kind and gentle husband, without a trace of deceit. It's too cold. Drink it while it's hot. This porridge will make you feel strong again, he said warmly. Lin Xue's eyes flickered. She glanced at the balcony, then at the bedside table on the other side of the bed, and asked, "How did you get in from the balcony by yourself?" The Lin residence was an old French-style villa built at the end of the last century. The first floor was at least 10 meters high. There was no way Fu Xinghan could have climbed to the second floor alone. Yulan, Zhuiying, and Haojie helped me. They set up a ladder, so I could come up to take care of you, he replied, his clear eyes full of false concern. But when he lowered his gaze to stir the porridge, a hint of calculation flashed in his eyes. Lin Yulan, Lin Zhuiying, and Lin Haojie, her half-sisters and brother, children of her father and stepmother. Lin Xue sneered inwardly. Fu Xinghan, you're the worst of them all. Even the most famous scoundrels would lose to you. In her past life, Fu Xinghan had used his flawless acting to turn Lin Xue's life into a tragedy titled The Woman Who Spent 30 Years in a Wheelchair. He had deceived her into marriage, mistreated her, betrayed her, gambled away their money, and drained her of everything she had. There was nothing too low for him to do. Han, why don't you try it first? See if it's too hot, Lin Xue said sweetly, playing her part well. For a brief moment, Fu Xinghan's fake smile cracked, but only for an instant. It's fine. I already tested the temperature in the kitchen, he said smoothly. He knew exactly what was in that porridge. There was no way he would drink it. Lin Xue turned, got out of bed from the other side, opened the bedside drawer, and took out a small pistol. Her movements were graceful and calm, as if she were simply picking up an ordinary object, not a weapon that could decide life and death. Turning around, Lin Xue raised her hand, pointing the dark muzzle of the gun at Fu Xinghan, who stood across from the bed. Everything happened too fast.
Fu Xinghan froze in shock.
His smile cracked, and the bowl of bird's nest porridge in his hands almost slipped. Xue, what are you doing? I came to bring you food. The self-proclaimed artist never failed to put on a show. Fu Xinghan began his usual emotional manipulation. I spent hours carefully cooking this sweet porridge for you. I even added extra honey because I know you like it. Are you really going to reject my kindness? Emotional blackmail. Lin Xue knew that trick all too well. Oh, really? Then you drink it. Every drop. Don't leave a single bit. As she spoke, Lin Xue clicked off the safety on her small pistol. The sound of the gun being loaded filled the room. Fu Xinghan's face changed instantly. The small gun in her hand wasn't a toy, it was real. The small pistol had once belonged to Lin Xue's mother for self-defense. It was delicate and palm-sized, easy to carry in a handbag when going out or attending events. Though it looked like a toy, its power at close range was deadly. The Lin family had faced break-ins and robberies over the years, so Lin Xue had learned to protect herself. Fu Xinghan forced a smile, his tone turning threatening. Lin Xue, I'm a college student. If you hurt me, your whole family will be in trouble. I know, Lin Xue replied with a smirk. Our family background isn't as good as yours, right? But you broke into my home. That's a crime, isn't it? Fu Xinghan stumbled back, his face pale, his fake smile gone. So young, Lin Xue thought.
He's easy to deal with like this.
Drink the porridge in your hand, she ordered. Fu Xinghan hesitated, glancing between the bowl and the gun pointed at him. Finally, he gave in. Fine, I'll drink it. But you have to promise to let me go afterward. Stepmother Fu Suelian's sharp and sarcastic voice came through the door. Dad, Qingyu and I have been taking turns trying to talk some sense into her at every meal, but Shiwei won't listen. She even threw us out and smashed the dishes again and again. We've tried everything, but she just won't listen. We're so worried we can't eat or sleep, and Qingyu's work at the studio has been delayed. Nonsense. Isn't this all nonsense? Old Master Lin Weixin's voice was full of anger and disappointment. This girl is going to drive me to my grave one day. In just 1 second, Lin Shiwei understood 3 key points. First, Fu Suelian and Fu Xinghan had set a trap for her, planning to ruin her reputation. Second, her selfish father and stepmother, along with their greedy relatives, wanted to anger the old master to death and take all the family property. Third, she had to escape first. She couldn't fall into their trap, and she definitely couldn't let her grandfather be hurt. Drink it, and I'll let you go, Lin Shiwei said coldly, holding a small weapon as a threat. If you make a sound, I'll make sure you regret it.
Don't test me.
Her words frightened Fu Xinghan. He stopped glancing toward the door and hid the scheming look in his eyes.
Drink.
Lin Shiwei ordered in a low voice, repeating his earlier words mockingly. It's cold, drink it while it's hot. A bowl of bird's nest porridge will make you feel full of energy. Even though Fu Xinghan was unwilling, he had no choice but to protect himself first. After all, it was only special porridge, not poison. As long as he stayed alive, there would always be another chance. Thinking this through, Fu Xinghan picked up the bowl and quickly drank it all. When he put the bowl down, he looked at Lin Shiwei with eyes full of hatred, as if he wanted to tear her apart. Can't keep pretending anymore? Lin Shiwei slowly walked around the end of the bed, smiling with a hint of mockery. Didn't you want a city household registration? Didn't you plan with your aunt to take my family's property? Didn't you say you loved me forever? She held the gun and stepped forward, forcing Fu Xinghan to back away toward the balcony. You promised to let me go, Lin Shiwei. Please, I'm begging you, don't hurt me. Lin Shiwei saw through his little scheme. Well then, let's take a look, shall we? See if your cousins who were keeping watch downstairs are still there. If Lin Yulan was still waiting below, that would be perfect. Fu Xinghan had just finished a bowl of porridge with a strong dose of something extra. If he went down and met the charming Lin Yulan again, well, that would be quite a scene. Lin Shiwei raised the gun and forced him to the edge of the balcony.
Get down.
Fu Xinghan, relieved, quickly turned and climbed down the long ladder he had used to come up. Lin Shiwei went back inside, picked up the food box, and leaned over the balcony to look down. Lin Yulan, with her younger siblings, was still holding the ladder and asked anxiously, Cousin, did it work? Fu Xinghan hurried down, but soon felt dizzy and overheated. The drug they had prepared for Lin Shiwei was far too strong. Now it was taking effect on him instead. Lin Shiwei lifted the food box, aimed it at Fu Xinghan's head, and let go lightly.
Ah!
Fu Xinghan cried out as the wooden box hit his head hard, making him lose balance and fall. Though he tried to hold on, the first floor of the Lin residence was nearly 10 meters high. He fell from about 7 meters up. Unfortunately, the 130-pound man landed right on top of Lin Yulan and Lin Jueying, who were much lighter. What a chaotic scene. Lin Shiwei leaned over to look down. Oh my, that's quite a sight, she muttered, half amused, half disgusted. Just then, the bedroom door behind her was kicked open. Her stepmother, Fu Suelian, shouted sharply, Is there a man in here? I heard something. Lin Shiwei, still in a playful mood, replied, Yes, there is, a bold and shameless one. I knew it, Fu Suelian said, storming around the room, searching everywhere, closets, under the bed, even the bathroom. Then, the old Master Lin Weixin entered, leaning on his cane, his face dark with displeasure. Humph.
Top, top, top.
The golden Namma dragon-headed cane struck the walnut floor, each sound carrying the old man's restrained anger. Butler Uncle Zhang tugged gently at his sleeve and whispered, Please don't be angry yet. Something feels strange. Ask clearly before you decide. Lin Weixin took a deep breath, his mouth still tight, his eyes calm but full of authority. Uncle Zhang clicked his tongue at Fu Zuelian. Be careful with your hands. Everything in the young lady's room is valuable. You're just a servant. Who asked for your opinion? Fu Zuelian snapped, showing her arrogance. Humph. Lin Weixin struck the floor hard with his cane and said sternly, Old Zhang is not a servant. Those old ways are long gone. Lin Shiwei walked over sweetly, holding her grandfather's arm. That's right. Uncle Zhang is Grandpa's childhood friend and a brother who once saved his life. No outsider should speak to him like that. The old man's anger softened, but when he turned to her again, he couldn't help scolding, You stubborn girl. You'll be the end of me. Grandpa, I just overslept, Lin Shiwei said playfully, hoping to get away with it. Nonsense.
Fu Quilian shouted.
Who sleeps for a whole day and night? She searched the room in a hurry, but her nephew Fu Xinghan was nowhere to be found. Now that things had gone this far, Fu Zuelian and her husband had no choice but to continue with their plan. They had set a trap, waiting for this very moment. But Lin Shiwei knew exactly what they were up to. Who are you looking for, Aunt Fu? She asked with a teasing smile. Don't tell me you're looking for some secret guest? Oh, what a coincidence. I just heard some noise outside the balcony. Maybe we should go take a look together? Fu Zuelian's face turned pale, her heart pounding. Where is that boy Xinghan? Why can't I find him anywhere? That's strange. I saw him climb up just before I came upstairs. Everything was supposed to go perfectly.
Could it be?
I brought the old man in too soon? Lin Shiwei noticed her stepmother's sneaky expression but stayed calm as she guided her grandfather toward the balcony. Grandpa, I was just enjoying the fun earlier when I thought I heard someone knocking, but I wasn't sure, so I didn't open the door. Her grandfather looked surprised and blinked. His granddaughter's sudden change of topic left him confused. Lin Shiwei pouted playfully. Oh, come on, I already said I wasn't refusing to eat or ignoring you on purpose. Her grandfather stopped walking, turned to look at her, and said, So now you're the one feeling wronged? I carried food up and down the stairs 18 times with these old arms and legs, so I deserve it, is that it? Now it was the grandfather who felt upset. The butler, Uncle Zhang, quickly understood what Lin Shiwei was trying to hide and stepped in to help. Old friend, Shiwei is explaining that she wasn't refusing to eat because of that young man. She just overslept and missed the meal. Then she got distracted watching the commotion and didn't hear the knock, that's all. He gave the old man a meaningful look, hinting at the gun in Shiwei's hand. The grandfather's eyes followed, and he saw his beloved granddaughter holding a small toy gun. The safety was off, but it was already loaded. A wave of anger rose in his chest. He knew something was wrong, but he decided to play along.
Oh.
I see. My old brain must be getting rusty. His expression changed as quickly as summer weather. I knew it. My well-raised granddaughter is always so clever. Shiwei had been raised by her grandfather since she was 1 year old, after her parents were sent away. She was his dearest treasure. He spoiled her endlessly, and she knew it. Of course. Shiwei lifted her chin proudly, silently promising herself she would never let her grandfather down. She would make him proud, become a diplomat like her aunt, and a successful businesswoman like her mother. Then she turned to glance at her stepmother, whose eyes were darting nervously, and said with a mocking smile, I wonder which shameless gossip dared to speak badly about me in front of my grandfather.
How bold.
Everyone knew exactly who she meant. Fu Zuelian was so angry she could hardly breathe. But she didn't dare to act out at all. She could only hold back her anger and force a smile. In an instant, the atmosphere in the bedroom became tense and cold. Lin Shiwei deliberately waited for the right moment. When she guessed that Fu Xinghan and Lin Yulan downstairs had finished their secret meeting, she said, Grandpa, come on, let's go. There's something lively to see under the balcony. It's really something. I've never seen anything like it before. She spoke innocently, but to Fu Zuelian, it sounded like a thunderclap. What? Fu Zuelian screamed sharply, rushed to the balcony, looked down, and almost popped her eyes out. "Oh no! What are you doing? Stop it, stop right now." She pounded her chest and stomped her feet, spinning in circles in panic. Her words became a mess, and she accidentally blurted out the truth. "Fu Xinghan, you fool. I told you to sneak in through the window to ruin Lin Shiwei's reputation, and what are you doing now?" The old man heard this and became furious. His eyes blazed as he shouted, "What did you just say? Say that again, if you dare." But Fu Zuelian couldn't care about anything else. She climbed down the ladder outside the balcony, yelling, "Stop. Fu Xinghan, stop right now. Haojia, go get some stones, throw them at your cousin. Don't let him ruin your sister's good name." Since moving into the Lin family, Fu Zuelian had changed her clothes from head to toe, but her sense of style was still terrible. She wore a red and green silk cheongsam with a high slit, colorful flowers pinned in her hair, and shiny Mary Jane heels. Underneath, she had on a pair of purple leggings. From a distance, she looked like a bright paper lantern that had come to life, quickly climbing down the long ladder. The old man of the family could never understand why Lin Qingyu had married Fu Zuelian, but Lin Shiwei knew very well. Her unreliable father had been sent away for re-education, but he couldn't stand being lonely and secretly met with Fu Zuelian in the cornfield. Fu Zuelian was known in the nearby villages for her bad reputation. She was lazy and only cared about getting money from men instead of working hard. Lin Qingyu, himself, was no better. He wasted his youth on drinking, gambling, and other vices. Lin Shiwei's mother had been dragged down by him and forced to go through hardship as well. Back then, Fu Zuelian got pregnant but didn't know who the father was, so she pushed the responsibility onto Lin Qingyu. In truth, Lin Yulan was not Lin Qingyu's child at all. Even the other two children, Lin Juiying and Lin Haojia, were not Lin Qingyu's biological children. Fu Zuelian threatened to report Lin Qingyu for improper behavior and used that to drive away Lin Shiwei's mother, taking her place. After Lin Shiwei's mother disappeared, even after being reborn, Lin Shiwei still had no clue about her mother's whereabouts. The old master, furious, chased to the balcony with his cane, his beard trembling as he shouted, "What was Qingyu thinking? How could he marry such a woman with such poor character? I truly can't understand it." The butler, Uncle Zhang, opened his mouth but said nothing. Lin Qingyu's choice of a new wife was truly beyond words. Even someone as experienced and tactful as Uncle Zhang was speechless at Fu Zuelian's behavior. Everyone knew Lin Shiwei was the old master's beloved granddaughter, yet Fu Zuelian kept encouraging Lin Qingyu to mistreat the child left by his first wife. Uncle Zhang had investigated Fu Zuelian and knew some of the truth, but he didn't dare tell Lin Weixin, afraid the old man would be too angry to bear it. Lin Shiwei glanced downstairs and said casually, "Grandpa, I saw clearly. That man looks like Fu Xinghan and the girl. Lin Juiying?" Fu Xinghan was behaving inappropriately with Lin Juiying, which surprised Lin Shiwei a little. Well, at least Lin Yulan escaped trouble this time. This situation turned out to be a triple, and Lin Shiwei preferred to see Fu Xinghan and Lin Yulan turn against each other. Since they had all schemed against her, it was only fair that their own plans backfired. Fu Zuelian, in her panic, slipped from the ladder and fell right in front of Fu Xinghan and Lin Juiying. What she saw was shocking, and Lin Juiying's cries filled the air. Fu Zuelian twisted her ankle, but still crawled over angrily, pulled Fu Xinghan away, and slapped him hard. "You fool. I told you to deal with Lin Shiwei, and look what you've done." Fu Xinghan, still under the influence of the drug, lost control and suddenly lunged toward Fu Zuelian. Lin Haojia grabbed a large stone and struck Fu Xinghan on the head.
Ah!
Lin Shiwei pretended to be startled by the chaotic scene below and acted innocent in front of her grandfather. "That scared me. They're all acting so strange." The old master's heart ached. His precious granddaughter, raised so carefully, should never have to witness such disgraceful things. "Don't look at them anymore, just a bunch of worthless troublemakers." The old man pushed Lin Shiwei into the house and said, "Nanchen will come later. Shiwei, go change into something proper and nice. then come downstairs to have dinner with your grandfather. Qin Nancheng, captain of the bomber squadron in the 9th Independent Regiment of the Naval Air Force, was 6 years older than Lin Shiwei. When she was a baby, during her first birthday celebration, she ignored all the other items and grabbed Qin Nancheng's hand, refusing to let go, even drooling all over his face. From then on, Lin Shiwei had a childhood engagement, her brother Nancheng. Later, Lin Shiwei's parents were sent away for work, and Qin Nancheng's parents were also separated and reassigned. He had to move north to live with his grandfather. After that, they never saw each other again. Lin Shiwei was surprised. Brother Nancheng is coming? Why is he coming here? In her memory, Qin Nancheng's visit had never happened. Had he come in her previous life too? A sudden thought crossed her mind. The old man clicked his tongue and asked, "Why do you think he's coming?" "Nancheng is your fiance. When will you finally grow up and understand?" He secretly blamed his granddaughter for not appreciating what she had, such a good fiancé, and instead getting involved with someone like Fu Xinghan. "Grandpa, you've misunderstood. Someone like Fu Xinghan isn't worth my time. How could I ever like him? It's all just rumors spread by people with bad intentions." Lin Shiwei quickly distanced herself from Fu Xinghan and complained with a hurt tone, "I finally understand now. Some people are working together against me. They even set up a ladder outside my balcony, just when Brother Nancheng was about to visit. If their plan had worked, I don't know who in this family could take my place and marry Brother Nancheng." In other words, her selfish father and stepmother had joined forces with Fu Xinghan to trap her, first, to make Fu Xinghan succeed in his scheme, forcing Lin Shiwei to marry him. That way, he could gain city residency and take over the Lin family's property. Second, to drive a wedge between her and her grandfather, making her lose her only support. Third, to make Qin Nancheng lose faith in his fiancée and turn to marry Lin Yulan instead. 3 goals in one plan, truly vicious. Lin Shiwei could clearly see the motives behind it all, and the 2 elders understood it just as well. "You foolish child." The old man angrily tapped his cane on the floor and declared firmly, "No matter what they do, I will always stand by your side. As long as I'm here, no one can bully you." Suddenly, the butler, Uncle Zhang, added, "Chiyu personally went to invite Mr. Nancheng. He said he wanted to arrange a position for Hao Jie in the army and also come over for a meal to discuss the marriage between the 2 families." Lin Shiwei let out a bitter laugh. "Grandpa, look at what's happening downstairs. Do you think Lin Haojie can still join the army? And Fu Xinghan seems to be dead." The old man gave Uncle Zhang a look. The butler nodded and went downstairs to handle the situation. "Grandpa, with what's going on today, it doesn't seem right for Brother Nancheng to come over," Lin Shiwei reminded him. The old man sighed. "You don't need to worry about those messy matters. Old Zhang and I will take care of them. None of those people are registered under our household, so whatever happens has nothing to do with us." Last year, at the end of the year, Lin Qingyu returned to the city, and through connections, the old man managed to get him a spot. As for Fu Zuelian and the others who came back with him, they still had rural household registrations and needed an introduction letter to visit the Lin family. Someone from the Lin family also had to receive them. If the family refused, they would have to leave immediately. An introduction letter within the province was valid for up to 3 months, and for those from another province, up to 6 months. Coincidentally, the 6-month visiting period for these guests was about to expire. After going downstairs, Uncle Zhang called the police. Soon, officers on patrol arrived on a Changjiang 750 motorcycle with a sidecar, its engine rumbling loudly. Uncle Zhang led them quickly to the scene. "Comrades, the incident happened here. Lin Haojie had already escaped with a ladder, and Lin Yulan had run away earlier, leaving her younger sister Lin Juiying behind. Even though Lin Juiying was crying in fear, Fu Zuelian handed her a food box and told her to hide quickly. At the scene, only Fu Zuelian remained. Her clothes were torn, her hair was messy, and her face was smeared with blood. "What happened here?" the 2 officers asked as they stepped forward. As soon as Fu Zuelian saw them, she rushed over, grabbed their legs, and cried loudly, "Help me." Please, comrades, you came just in time. That terrible man suddenly went mad and attacked me.
Please save me.
Fu Zuelian was truly skilled at twisting the truth. Oh, poor me, a decent woman, treated so unfairly by him.
She cried.
The two officers looked at the young, refined man's body, then at the older, worn-looking Fu Zuelian. Their expressions were quite something. All right, come with us to make a statement. The truth will come out in the end. From their first impression, the young man had likely died accidentally during a struggle with the older woman. The butler, Uncle Zhang, said nothing, quietly watching the scene. Fu Zuelian took all the blame herself, only to protect her children. After all, they carried the Lin family name, and old Zhang didn't want to expose anything. He glanced upward without meaning to, and the old master, Lin Weixin, gave a silent nod. Half an hour later, Lin Shiwei changed into a handmade Jinling brocade qipao. Her hair and makeup were carefully done, simple yet elegant. She walked gracefully onto the balcony. No matter how I look, my Shiwei is still the most beautiful, the old man said proudly. Grandpa, you're teasing me again, Lin Shiwei said playfully, like a child. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that the troublemakers downstairs were gone. Well, that was quick. Everything had been cleaned up already. A distant horn suddenly sounded. Lin Shiwei and her grandfather looked toward the sound together. Under the golden sunset, an olive-green 212 jeep slowly approached, carrying a strong, commanding presence that stirred the fallen autumn leaves into the air. The golden ginkgo leaves rustled in the autumn wind, as if lining up to welcome them. The once glorious Lin family had long since declined. The servants had all left, leaving only a few elderly people with nowhere else to go. For example, the butler Uncle Zhang, the cook Aunt Wang, and the aging master Lin Weixin, with his only young family member Lin Shiwei. Lin Shiwei followed her grandfather downstairs. Just as they stepped out of the hall, the jeep pulled up and stopped neatly after a sharp turn. What caught the eye most were the two soldiers standing on either side of the jeep, each carrying a submachine gun. Lin Shiwei was surprised. Had Qin Nancheng become so important that he now needed armed guards wherever he went? Lin Yulan ran out first, wearing a white shirt with a plaid suspender skirt, white stockings, and small leather shoes. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail, making her look like a lively, cheerful butterfly. A clear and pleasant voice called out, "Brother Nancheng, I've finally been waiting for you." The door of the jeep opened. The security officer in the passenger seat got out first and shouted loudly, "Comrade, please step aside." Lin Yulan was startled and quickly took a few steps back. The guard ran to the back door, stood straight, placed his hand on the handle, and said, "Report. The surroundings are being checked. Please wait a moment, Commander." Lin Shiwei was amazed. What kind of high-ranking officer is Qin Nancheng? Such a grand entrance. She watched as two soldiers who had been standing outside the car began to inspect the area carefully, making sure there was no danger. Then the guard opened the door and said, "Report. All clear. Commander, please get out of the car." The first thing Lin Shiwei saw was a pair of polished leather shoes stepping out, followed by long legs. So impressive. Qin Nancheng, dressed in a white military uniform, looked tall and confident. When he casually put on his cap, he was so handsome that it was hard to look away. The jeep was about 1.87 meters tall, yet Qin Nancheng was slightly taller. Lin Shiwei couldn't take her eyes off him and thought, how could I have been so blind before? This man is truly remarkable. The old man was very pleased with Qin Nancheng. He couldn't take his eyes off him and whispered to his granddaughter, "What a fine young man, right? You didn't want to meet him before, but now, are you satisfied?" Lin Shiwei's cheeks turned red, and she whispered shyly, "Grandpa." The old man laughed happily. "Nancheng is the captain of a bomber crew, the commander of our nation's most powerful aircraft. If there's ever a mission to deliver a major strike, he'll be the one leading it. Now you see what a true hero looks like?" Lin Shiwei nodded repeatedly. There's a saying, it's not about how many bombers you have, but about having one that truly matters. The sixth master, the H-6 bomber, can carry both regular and special weapons. The country's first successful atomic test was carried out by the H-6A model. At home, the H-6 is a symbol of national strength. Abroad, it's a symbol of deterrence. The old man led Lin Shiwei toward Qin Nancheng, who was walking toward them with a warm smile. Lin Yulan suddenly stepped forward. "Brother Nancheng, it's me, Yulan. We've always written letters to each other." Qin Nancheng said nothing. As a soldier, he couldn't be rude to civilians. So, he simply moved aside and walked straight toward the old man and Lin Shiwei. This small action caught everyone's attention, and their expressions changed subtly. Lin Yulan, embarrassed by Qin Nancheng's indifference, stood frozen, unsure what to do. Her eyes turned toward Lin Qingyu, who had just stepped out of the jeep, silently asking for help. But 60-year-old Lin Qingyu, slick and eager to please, was too busy trying to build connections for his son Lin Haojie and flatter Qin Nancheng to notice her. Qin Nancheng strode up to the old man, Lin Weixin. His heels clicked together as he stood tall and saluted. The strong, disciplined aura of a soldier surrounded him, making Lin Shiwei's heart beat faster. The old man beamed. "Good boy, good boy." Lin Weixin, a respected public figure, held a higher administrative rank than Qin Nancheng. "Not long ago, I was invited to the capital to watch the grand military parade," the old man said proudly. Nancheng led the bomber crew. "When our own bombers flew overhead, that feeling of national pride. Nothing can compare." He praised Qin Nancheng enthusiastically, clearly trying to make his granddaughter like him. Qin Nancheng looked down at Lin Shiwei with a faint, unreadable smile, waiting for her response. Lin Shiwei, wearing small heels, stood over 1.7 meters tall, yet still had to tilt her head up to meet his eyes. "Brother Nancheng, I'm Shiwei," she said playfully. "We've never written letters to each other." Her teasing made the corner of Qin Nancheng's mouth twitch slightly. The old man clicked his tongue. "Shiwei." Lin Shiwei smiled mischievously, her eyes curved like a crescent moon. Though she looked up at Qin Nancheng, her confidence didn't waver. "There's no need for secrets, Brother Nancheng," she said lightly. "You can still write letters to others, can't you?" Her tone was teasing, and her bright eyes drifted toward Lin Yulan. Qin Nancheng, quick-witted as ever, immediately understood her meaning. Except for official duties, he never wrote letters to anyone. If he did, it was only before going to the battlefield, to leave a farewell note. So Lin Yulan's claim of exchanging letters with him was clearly false. Between clever people, a single glance was enough to understand everything. Qin Nancheng's sharp phoenix eyes were half-lidded as he stared at her without blinking. His deep voice was smooth and rich. "Shiwei, you've been quick-witted since you were a baby." His words carried a double meaning, teasing Lin Shiwei for her clever tongue, while also hinting at how, as a child, she once grabbed him during a family event. Lin Shiwei's ears turned red. Her eyes flickered nervously as she looked away. "Humph." Qin Nancheng's gaze softened with amusement. He found her lively and charming, quite interesting indeed. The old man smiled kindly, clearly pleased by their playful exchange. Turning slightly, he invited them in. "Don't just stand in the yard. Come inside. Nancheng is our honored guest, our special guest." Lin Qingyu, standing nearby with a forced smile, quickly corrected him. Calling him a special guest doesn't show enough respect. We should say distinguished guest." The old man's smile faded a little. Why did this fool always have to make things awkward? Useless. Then, catching sight of Lin Shiwei's calm and confident expression, his mood brightened again. "My granddaughter really makes me proud." The old man led Lin Shiwei and Qin Nancheng into the house. Lin Qingyu and his daughter, who had just been embarrassed, deliberately lagged behind. "Yulan, come here," Lin Qingyu said, his face changing instantly. The flattering smile from before was gone. "The guest is already here. Where are your mother, sister, and brother?" And why did Lin Shiwei come downstairs? According to his plan, Lin Shiwei was supposed to be trapped upstairs, and later, someone would accidentally discover the scene and call Qin Nancheng to witness it. Lin Yulon forced a careful smile and replied softly, Dad, Grandpa treasures Lin Shiwei so much that he took her inside right away. We didn't get a chance to do anything.
And
Cousin is already gone. Every word she said was chosen to protect herself.
what?
Lin Qingyo's vision darkened. He instinctively raised his hand to hit her, but stopped himself. Too many people were around. Lowering his voice, he asked, He's dead? Fu Xinghan is dead? The most crucial part of their plan had completely fallen apart. How did he die? Who did it? Lin Yulon was playing a kind of edited story game with her father. I don't really know how he died. I just saw him fall from a tall ladder. I didn't see him die at that moment. Later, my mother was there and told me to hurry back to my room, change clothes, and make myself look nice so I could leave a good impression on Brother Nancheng. Lin Qingyu was reminded by his daughter's words. Winning over Qin Nancheng is the most important thing. I still need to help Haojia get into the army. I'll ask your mother about the rest later. By the way, where is she? Lin Yulon instinctively took 2 steps back, keeping a safe distance from her father, and answered timidly. She was taken away by the police. Lin Qingyu raised his hand out of habit, but his arm was too short to reach her, so he gave up angrily. Always causing trouble. A countrywoman can never behave properly. At dinner, you must perform well. Make Lin Shiwei look bad, but also win Qin Nancheng's favor. Understand? Yes. I understand, Lin Yulon nodded quickly. Lin Qingyu wanted her to please Qin Nancheng only to help Lin Haojia join the army. To him, Haojia was everything. Yulon didn't actually dislike the idea of pleasing Qin Nancheng. In fact, she liked him very much. She had fallen for him at first sight. As for what she said about exchanging letters with him, that was true. For the past 2 years, someone claiming to be Qin Nancheng had been writing to her affectionately. In Yulon's mind, if she could connect herself to a powerful man like Qin Nancheng, she could finally escape her father's control. Leaving this miserable family was her most important goal. Even if she had to scheme against Lin Shiwei, she would do it. They were both granddaughters of the Lin family, so why should Lin Shiwei enjoy wealth and love from someone like Qin Nancheng, while she, Lin Yulon, couldn't have the same? Why couldn't she live the life a Lin family daughter deserved? Dinner was served. The old master sat at the head of the table, with Qin Nancheng and Lin Shiwei seated on either side. On Qin Nancheng's side, his people sat upright and disciplined. The meal hadn't even started yet, but their straight postures stood out sharply against the European-style luxury of the dining room. At the end of the dining table sat the gifts Qin Nancheng had brought on his visit: 2 cartons of Panda cigarettes, 2 cartons of Huazi cigarettes, 2 bottles of Maotai original liquor, a jar of 50-year-aged Finjio, 2 boxes of Daoxiang village pastries, and a roast duck from Quanjude. All of them were rare treasures of that time. Everyone knew Panda cigarettes were special supplies. Money alone couldn't buy them. You needed the right connections. Maotai might be possible to get, but the original brew was much harder. The 50-year-aged Finjio might also be found, but that plain black jar meant it came straight from the distillery, top quality. As for the Quanjude roast duck, since transportation wasn't well developed back then, the fact that Qin Nancheng brought it still warm meant he must have flown directly from the capital to Shanghai himself. On Lin Shiwei's side, the Lin family members took their seats one by one. Lin Yulon, Lin Qingyu, Lin Haojia, and the butler, Uncle Zhang. The last seat was for the cook, Aunt Wang. The Lin family was now determined to change completely, leaving behind all the old social rules. The roast duck had to be eaten right away. Aunt Wang busied herself in the kitchen, sliced the duck, and served it before the old master. Another plate held the duck bones, neck, and wings, mostly scraps left after carving. That plate was placed in front of Lin Qingyu and the others. The 3 of them looked at the plate of leftovers, their faces stiffening as anger rose inside. When Aunt Wang finally sat down, the old master raised his glass with a smile. Welcome, Nancheng. Welcome, Nancheng. Welcome, Brother Nancheng. Welcome, Brother Nancheng. Welcome, Qin Nancheng. The last voice came from Lin Shiwei. Qin Nancheng looked at her with a faint, teasing smile. Lin Shiwei met his gaze calmly, without the slightest sign of fear. Under the table, Lin Qingyu nudged Lin Yulan and said, "Sister, calling brother Nanqing by his full name is rather rude, isn't it?" Lin Shiwei replied sharply, not even bothering to look at her.
He's your brother-in-law.
Calling him brother all the time? How polite is that? And besides, being your brother isn't exactly a blessing. It takes a tough fate to handle that. She was hinting at the recent death of Lin Yulan's cousin, Fu Xinghan, warning her not to stir up trouble again. Otherwise, if family scandals came to light, no one would be spared. Lin Yulan's face stiffened, her lips trembling as if she were about to cry. With teary eyes, she looked toward Qin Nanqing. But he didn't even glance at her. Qin Nanqing secretly enjoyed hearing the word brother-in-law. Though his heart leapt with joy, his face remained calm and unreadable. He pushed a plate of freshly sliced roast duck toward Lin Shiwei and dropped a surprising remark. "I queued up this morning to buy this roast duck from Quanjude. When you turned 1, your first taste of meat was also the roast duck I brought."
Cough.
Lin Shiwei choked on her orange soda, her face turning red like an apple. When a child is about a year old, they are gradually introduced to meat to help their stomach adjust. Most families start with pigeon soup, but at her first birthday, Lin Shiwei had gnawed on the roast duck Qin Nanqing had brought all the way from the capital. Lin Shiwei looked up at him, noticing the teasing glint in his eyes. She couldn't help but suspect he was doing it on purpose. Humph. Carrot. She pulled the plate of roast duck closer and began eating confidently. Since there was roast duck, she might as well enjoy it. The subtle tension between the two didn't escape Lin Yulan's eyes, making her feel even more upset. She glanced at Lin Shiwei, who looked elegant and radiant in her fine clothes, and jealousy began to grow in her heart. Why did she have to live in the countryside eating plain food, while Lin Shiwei could enjoy a life of comfort and luxury in the city's Lin residence? Even the brocade qipao Lin Shiwei wore was made of Nanjing cloud pattern silk, a fabric as valuable as gold, crafted with techniques passed down for over 1,600 years. Its golden threads shimmered like clouds, truly priceless. But in truth, Lin Shiwei's clothes were all hand-me-downs from her mother or made from leftover fabric at home. This qipao was simply a redesigned version of her mother's old dress. In those years, the Lin family's social standing was poor, and it was hard for them to get ration coupons. Life was actually quite difficult, and everyone in the family wore old-fashioned clothes, some even in the style of the Republic era. The Lin family had once been extremely wealthy, so even their old clothes and leftover fabrics were of excellent quality, rare materials for that time. Pretending to be innocent and straightforward, Lin Yulan said with a sweet smile, "Brother Nanqing, you're so outstanding. I bet there are many young women in the army who admire you, right? Their family background must be quite good too." Suddenly remembering something, she quickly raised her hand to cover her mouth, pretending she had spoken carelessly.
"Oh.
I forgot sister wasn't sent away before, so about that background." Her words implied that Lin Shiwei's family background might affect Qin Nanqing's future. Lin Shiwei's slender fingers paused as she was wrapping a piece of roast duck. She slowly lifted her eyes to look over. Across from her, Qin Nanqing leaned lazily against the chair, his brows tightly furrowed, showing clear impatience. The corners of his mouth turned down as he replied in a deep voice, "It's none of your business." Lin Yulan was once again left speechless. Tears slipped down her cheeks as she stammered, "Brother Nanqing, enough." The old man reacted sharply, his voice stern. "I think Yulan has had too much to drink. Wang Ma, take her downstairs to sober up." "Yes, sir." Wang Ma stood up and walked over. "Second miss, please come with me." Seeing she was about to be taken away, Lin Yulan looked anxiously at her father for help. Lin Qingyu seemed to be weighing something in his mind and pretended not to see her. While Lin Yulan stood there in disappointment, Wang Ma grabbed her firmly and lifted her up like a child. Panicking, Lin Yulan raised her voice. "Let go of me. Don't use those fancy titles from your wealthy world on me. Our family background is clean and honorable, and we can stand up to any scrutiny." Her words were clearly meant to promote herself, implying she was more suitable to marry Qin Nanqing than Lin Shiwei. Even as she was being pulled away, Lin Yulan hurriedly added, "Brother Nancheng, please open your eyes and see clearly who truly deserves you. Don't let the wrong person ruin your bright future." Wang Ma practically escorted Lin Yulan out, furious enough to want to silence her on the spot. Wang Ma had been deeply involved in Lin Shiwei's upbringing. Since the old man was a man, many matters of a young girl's growth had been handled by Wang Ma. To her, Lin Shiwei was even dearer than her own daughter or granddaughter. Once outside, Wang Ma glared at Lin Yulan and scolded angrily, "Shameless girl. You can't even behave properly at the dinner table. How dare you try to interfere with my young lady's good match? Shame on you." Rubbing her sore arm, Lin Yulan snapped back sharply, "You'll never change your servant's nature. Always calling her young lady. No wonder you'll be a servant for life."
Mama Wang sneered coldly.
The young lady grew up without her mother. I raised her myself. The bond between us is something an outsider, like you, could never understand. So stop trying to stir up trouble. Lin Yulan still looked down on Mama Wang, thinking she was born to serve. Don't try to make yourself sound important. A servant is still a servant. Mama Wang grabbed her arm and dragged her into a corner, giving her a hard slap. Who are you calling names? You think I'm easy to bully? I'm not like my young lady. I know how to deal with people like you. Lin Yulan, thin and weak, couldn't fight back against the strong Mama Wang, who worked hard every day. When she tried to shout, Mama Wang quickly covered her mouth with a rag. Still want to yell? Keep quiet. You're the one who should be ashamed. After Lin Yulan's embarrassing scene, Lin Weixin couldn't hide his discomfort. He forced a smile and raised his glass. Sorry, everyone.
I didn't teach her well.
Lin Qingyu, their father, immediately lowered his head, pretending not to notice, while Lin Haojie just smiled awkwardly. Fortunately, Qin Nancheng didn't mind. He helped ease the tension by sitting up straight and raising his soda. As soon as he moved, the soldiers behind him followed in perfect unison, raising their drinks with a bold and powerful gesture. Their loud voices echoed through the spacious first floor of the villa. The soldiers Qin Nancheng brought were exceptionally disciplined. No matter how chaotic things got, they remained calm and steady. While Lin Yulan made a fool of herself, they all kept their eyes forward, pretending not to see anything. Lin Shiwei was even calmer than they were. From start to finish, she didn't even glance at Lin Yulan, as if she didn't consider her a rival. Qin Nancheng quietly observed Lin Shiwei and couldn't help but think more highly of her. As for the position in the southern region, Lin Shiwei, have you made up your mind? He suddenly asked, leaving her puzzled. She placed a piece of roast duck wrapped in a pancake into her grandfather's bowl and looked up in confusion. The southern position? Oh, right, her grandfather said kindly. It's about the post at your aunt's Department for Foreign Affairs. I mentioned it to you some time ago. He looked at his granddaughter with pride, pleased by her thoughtfulness and respect. Lin Shiwei paused as she reached for a spring pancake, her eyes unconsciously turning toward Qin Nancheng. Her aunt, Lin Qinghua, was almost a forbidden topic for him. Years ago, Lin Qinghua had served as an ambassador at a South Asian embassy. Unfortunately, a violent uprising broke out in the area. Lin Qinghua lost her life in the line of duty. At that time, Qin Nancheng was leading a transport crew to evacuate citizens. Lin Qinghua had already boarded the plane, but then something unexpected happened. A local Chinese family, being hunted down, came to the runway begging for help. Lin Qinghua and her colleagues, along with the Marines, got off the plane to let the family's children board instead. She stayed behind with others to protect the remaining adults, but tragedy still struck. Leaning forward, Lin Shiwei handed the wrapped roast duck to Qin Nancheng. To her surprise, he moved faster, holding the bowl firmly and reaching out to pass it to her. Startled, Lin Shiwei looked up. The deep emotion in Qin Nancheng's eyes made her heart tremble. Her aunt's sacrifice had left a knot in his heart that never truly loosened. Trying to comfort him, Lin Shiwei said, I'm proud of my aunt. I'm willing to work in the Foreign Affairs Department in the South. I'll follow her example, fulfilling my duty, protecting our people, and defending our country's honor. Her words were firm and powerful. Qin Nanqing looked at her differently now. He finally understood how deeply she grasped his years of guilt and pain. He knew Lin Qinghua's decision to leave the plane had been her duty. Anyone in her position would have made the same choice. But the Qin and Lin families had been close for generations. No one was wrong in their duties, yet emotionally, it was hard for anyone to bear. The old man, seeing his granddaughter so mature, was filled with pride. Well done. Our Lin family has never raised anyone without courage. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Qingyu added, Dad, Shiwei is still a young woman. The Foreign Affairs Department often sends people abroad. It's not easy for a woman to live overseas. Think about my sister. She lost her life because of that. Let Haojie take the post instead. Silence. The old man roared, slamming the table, his beard trembling with anger. Our Lin family has always stood strong. How did we end up with someone so spineless? The dining room fell into a heavy, uneasy silence. Qin Nanqing stood up and ordered everyone stand up, go outside and have a smoke. A group of men immediately stood straight. Even the way their legs pushed against the chairs was perfectly in sync. The endless family drama at the Lin family's dining table had completely confused this group of tough men. They could only awkwardly escape the scene, giving the family some space to deal with their issues. Otherwise, no one would be able to enjoy this meal. They went outside to smoke and get some fresh air. The old man slammed the table loudly, almost ready to grab his cane and hit someone. Can't we just eat in peace?
Huh?
I'm asking you, can't we have one proper meal? Aren't you embarrassed enough already? Lin Shiwei quickly stood up to calm her grandfather, speaking softly. Please don't get angry, Grandpa. Your heart isn't strong, and your blood pressure is high. You need to be careful. She was truly scared. If the tragedy from her past life happened again, the consequences would be unbearable. The old man finally managed to control his temper a little, though his tone was still harsh. I'll decide about Shiwei's job. You and Haojie don't need to worry about it. Lin Qingyu's eyes flickered, and he added sharply, Dad, Haojie is the only grandson of our Lin family. Shiwei will get married one day. That good position at the Foreign Affairs Office should, of course, go to our own family first. The old man was so angry he couldn't speak, clutching his chest and struggling to breathe. Grandpa, the medicine. Lin Shiwei hurried to find his heart pills. The butler, Uncle Zhang, was already prepared. He quickly stepped forward, took out a pill, and placed it under Lin Weixin's tongue. Lin Qingyu, as if on purpose, gave a cold, cruel look and added another. When Shiwei has children, they'll take the Qin family name. Only Haojie's son will carry the Lin name. Dad, you're not so old that you can't tell who's family and who's not, right? The old man's face turned red, his lips purple, his hand trembling as he pointed at the ungrateful son, unable to say a word. It looked like one more word from them might send him straight to collapse. Lin Qingyu and his son exchanged strange, smug smiles. Lin Shiwei couldn't hold back anymore. She turned and shouted angrily, You heartless people. Before the new year, my grandfather went everywhere begging old friends just to help you return to the city. And this is how you repay him? You foolish girl. Who said you could speak here? Lin Qingyu never had any real fatherly feelings for Lin Shiwei, and when he scolded her, his words were even more vicious. Family benefits have always gone to the sons. What do you think you are? A good job should go to your brother. That's the family's gift to its only heir. You're worthless. After being sent away for 20 years, Lin Qingyu had indeed changed, but only to become more crude, rude, and short-tempered. Lin Shiwei stood in front of her grandfather, doing her best to protect him. The only heir? He's a murderer. Don't you know that? Her sharp words struck directly at the heart of the matter, and she turned her piercing gaze toward Lin Haojie. To her surprise, Lin Haojie wasn't afraid at all. He smiled lazily, leaning back in his chair. Dad, don't listen to her nonsense. Me, a murderer? Who did I kill? Do you have proof?
Ha!
A chill ran through Lin Shiwei's heart. Why was he acting so calm?
Could it be?
He had done this before? Not only she, but even the old man was shocked. He and the butler, Uncle Zhang, had both seen Lin Haojie crush Fu Xinghan with a stone. Yet now, this man was openly denying everything. Lin Shiwei and her grandfather exchanged a look, their shared shock impossible to hide. If things were truly like this, then Lin Haojie couldn't be allowed to stay. He had to be brought to justice as soon as possible. He was like a ticking time bomb. What if one night he broke in and hurt someone? Lin Haojie, pretending not to understand. You've really learned how to play this game, Lin Shiwei said coldly. But Lin Haojie, sly as ever, replied, Aren't you the one who wants to marry Qin Nanchen? Because of that, you'll have to pretend too.
He was hinting at the background check.
Qin Nancheng's identity was special. The woman he married had to come from a spotless family. Lin Shiwei's background as a wealthy heiress was already a challenge. If a relative was involved in a murder, it would be even worse. The old man was the first to respond. You ungrateful brat. You're not even listed in our family records. How could you affect Shiwei? What a joke. When it came to his granddaughter's marriage, the old man's attitude was firm. And Lin Qingyu, listen carefully, neither of your daughters should even think about Qin Nancheng. Humph. Since everything was out in the open, Lin Qingyu stopped pretending as well. He slumped into the chair, glancing sideways at his father. You were the one who gave up on me back then. You let them send me to the countryside. Do you have any idea how much I suffered there, how unfairly I was treated all those years? The more Lin Qingyu spoke, the more agitated he became, his voice rising in anger. You don't know. You lived comfortably in the family mansion, enjoying fine food and wine, untouched by hardship. How could you ever understand what I went through? The old man was left speechless, his eyes shifting uneasily. Lin Shiwei, who knew the truth better than his grandfather, immediately exposed his father's past misdeeds. Enough. You were sent away because you were caught doing something disgraceful. Grandfather begged for help everywhere just to save you from serious punishment.
How?
How do you know that? Lin Qingyu stammered. You were only a year old at the time. I have ears. I've heard the stories, Lin Shiwei replied calmly, hinting that he had overheard people talking. I was still a baby then, and my mother was punished because of you. You were the one who caused all the trouble. Since his father wanted to accuse his own father, Lin Shiwei wasn't going to hold back either. You shout at your father, but have you ever looked in the mirror? Have you treated my mother right? Have you treated me right? Lin Qingyu fell silent, his head hanging low. But Lin Shiwei didn't stop there. His voice turned sharp. Where is my mother? Was she harmed by those people you were involved with? Answer me. Lin Qingyu's reply was weak, and he didn't dare meet his son's eyes. That's not true. The more he avoided eye contact, the more certain Lin Shiwei became that something was wrong. You're hiding something, aren't you? Look me in the eye and tell me. Where did my mother go? Lin Qingyu kept his head down, mumbling. How would I know? She left on her own. I couldn't stop her. Lin Shiwei clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, his anger burning inside. Lin Haojie, who had been quietly observing everything, suddenly spoke. The villagers can all testify that your mother was the only one in the cowshed that night. After the fire started, the cow broke free, the post snapped, and the shed collapsed. It burned all night. The next day, no body was found. Nothing at all. In the police report, the only thing they could write was missing. Back then, Lin Qingyu and his wife had been sent down to the countryside. Because they were the son and daughter-in-law of a wealthy capitalist family, and because of the shameful reason for their punishment, the production team arranged for them to live in a cowshed, telling them to reform and start anew. Tears welled up in Lin Shiwei's eyes, but she stubbornly lifted her chin, refusing to let them fall. So, the cowshed caught fire, and only my mother was inside. Then tell me, Lin Qingyu, my dear father, where were you that night? Knowing he was in the wrong, Lin Qingyu lowered his head even further. After being sent down, the pampered Lin Qingyu often sneaked away to meet Fu Zuilian. He couldn't stand the poor living conditions in the cowshed and would slip into Fu Zuilian's house every night. Qin Nancheng stood under the ginkgo tree with his men, smoking to relax. Now that he didn't need to act tough in front of Lin Shiwei, his team showed their true colors. They lounged around, lighting cigarettes for each other, no longer bothering to call Qin Nanchun commander as they had earlier. One had to admit, men were naturally gifted at helping each other when it came to winning a girl's heart. AH-6 bomber wasn't flown by one person but by a crew of 4 to 6. Pilot, co-pilot, first navigator, second navigator, radio operator, and gunner. Depending on the mission, sometimes the second navigator or gunner wasn't needed. The gunner, Badu, was a tall, strong man of Mongolian heritage with a booming voice. I'm telling you, Captain Qin, your lady friend's family situation is really complicated. The co-pilot, Zhang Long, took a drag on his cigarette and squinted teasingly. Miss Lin is quite delicate, like a proud white peacock. She looks young, too.
Badu, she might even be younger than you.
Badu looked older than his age, only 20, but with the face of a 40-year-old, especially with that thick beard that made him stand out. He had once been an excellent fighter pilot, but because of his large build, he couldn't fit into a fighter jet cockpit, so he was assigned to the bomber crew instead. Baturu was now capable of leading the transport crew on missions. When he heard that Captain Qin was going on a blind date, he quickly disguised himself as the crew's gunner to come and watch the fun. The other team members were in the same situation, all officers. Everyone chatted noisily. The young lady is really beautiful, and she has such a special charm, even prettier than a movie star. Come on, after training on Phoenix Island for so many years, we hardly see any women. Even the sea turtles crawling ashore to lay eggs look graceful to me now. You rascal! How dare you say that about a turtle?
I'll shoot you.
Nonsense. You're the rascal. Your whole team is full of rascals. A group of rough men laughed and joked, teasing each other without restraint. Qin Nanchun hadn't lit his cigarette yet. He just held it under his nose, quietly smelling it, eyes lowered, lost in thought. Zhang Long walked over, lit the cigarette for him, and asked, "Boss, are you worried about Miss Lin's background?" Qin Nanchun frowned tightly, shook his head, took the cigarette, and lit it with Zhang Long's metal Zippo lighter, taking a few slow puffs. Zhang Long continued, "Then why the long face? Are you afraid Miss Lin will think you're too old for her?
Get lost."
Qin Nanchun kicked at him. Zhang Long had already expected it, laughed, and jumped aside.
What?
Can't even joke about it? The young lady looks barely an adult, and you're almost 30. Calling you uncle wouldn't be wrong, haha. The others immediately joined in, teasing loudly. Barely an adult? Then the boss has to wait 2 more years before he can marry her. Work hard for 2 more years, and the boss might have a baby then. Oh wow. By then, the boss will be almost 40. TSK, test. Not just an older man with a younger woman. You'll be a fashionable late father, boss.
Haha.
Qin Nanchun pulled the belt from his waist, scaring the group into laughing and running away. But Qin Nanchun couldn't laugh at all. He had joined the army at 16 and was now 28, a veteran with 12 years of service. Years of intense flight training had taken a toll on his body, and his health in certain aspects was no longer what it used to be. In other words, Qin Nanchun could no longer have children. This painful secret was something he didn't know how to tell Lin Shiwei. Qin Nanchun led his team outside for a smoke, while the old Master Lin quickly dealt with his troublesome grandson. You useless brats. None of you ever bring me peace. Go kneel in the ancestral hall and reflect on your mistakes. Lin Qingyu, foolish as always, wanted to argue with his father, but Lin Haojie stayed unusually calm, showing rare restraint. Grandfather is right. Father, let's go to the ancestral hall and accept our punishment. Lin Shiwei's eyelids twitched. Something about Lin Haojie didn't seem right. Thinking back to her previous life, Lin Haojie had always been like this. His personality and behavior never changed, not even a little. Normally, a person grows and matures over a lifetime, learning from experience. But Lin Haojie didn't. He had always been the same, his way of doing things never changing. Could it be that he had an old soul? If this were the Lin Shiwei of her past life, she would never have thought that way. But now, since she herself had been reborn, could he be someone who had also come from another time? Before she could think further, Qin Nancheng returned with his men, and dinner continued. The old man was still upset and worried his blood pressure might rise again, so he replaced his wine with a soft drink. After a few polite toasts with Qin Nancheng, he got to the main point.
Shiwei's job is settled then.
She'll go south to join the Department of Foreign Affairs. I'm very pleased, and I believe Ah Hua's spirit in heaven would be too.
All right.
Qin Nancheng looked straight at her. Lin Shiwei met his gaze calmly and raised her glass. Thank you, Brother Nancheng, for bringing me this job opportunity from 2,000 miles away. Her playful tone lightened the mood at the table. Qin Nancheng smiled faintly, his sharp features softening. Since you've agreed to go south, I'll let Aunt Qin know. She's missed you terribly all these years. Aunt Qin, Qin Nancheng's mother, was also Lin Shiwei's late mother's best friend. General Qin Wangshu, a remarkable and legendary woman of China.
Of course Aunt Qin misses me.
Lin Shiwei had admired General Qin since childhood. Having such a strong woman nearby had always inspired her. She always complains about you, and says she wants to steal me away as her own daughter.
Lin
Shiwei smiled proudly. As a child, she had indeed been soft and adorable, always calling her Aunt Qin, which completely melted the general's heart. Qin Wangshu had 3 sons and hoped for a daughter, but fate did not grant her wish. After her 3rd child was born, Qin Wangshu often thought about introducing Lin Shiwei to her family. Qin Nancheng took out a velvet gift box in olive green and pushed it toward Lin Shiwei. This is a meeting gift from Sister Qin to her future daughter-in-law. As he spoke, his dark eyes locked onto Lin Shiwei's misty peach blossom eyes, like a hunter waiting for a little rabbit to step into his trap. Lin Shiwei sensed it immediately and exposed him on the spot. Did Aunt Qin also say, if Shiwei doesn't like you, then let her be my daughter instead. Don't force her? She knew Qin Wangshu too well. Sons were many, and not as precious. Qin Nancheng pressed his lips together, sounding a little anxious. You grabbed my hand during the baby's first-year ceremony, remember? What, are you planning to go back on it now? Lin Shiwei was stunned. Qin Nancheng suddenly added, I'm 28 this year. If I keep waiting, I'll be too old to find someone.
Puffed.
His teammates couldn't hold it in and sprayed their drinks everywhere. Not just one of them, 3. The strict and serious King Qin from the training field was actually acting cute in front of a girl? Unbelievable. Qin Nancheng slowly turned his head, his sharp gaze sweeping over them like a wolf's. The men quickly stood up and scattered. He turned back to Lin Shiwei and smiled. Open a box. See if you like the token of affection. Even a sly old fox couldn't smile like that. Lin Shiwei looked at him in disbelief and muttered softly, Do you even know how to date? Still, she opened the gift box. Inside was a pink pearl, shining like candy, set in a rose gold phoenix spreading its wings in flight. It looked elegant and full of life. This is a conch pearl? Lin Shiwei looked closer and realized the pigeon egg-sized pink gem was a rare treasure. A rare conch pearl from the queen phoenix shell. Each one is unique. Wow, look at that flame pattern, it's stunning. Just as she finished speaking, a soft ding sounded in her mind. Before her eyes appeared a peaceful countryside scene, with green fields and curling smoke from chimneys. What was happening? Then a mechanical voice said, Congratulations, Master. Activate the Spirit Spring space. It can be used for planting, breeding, livestock, fishing, storage, and exchange. Lin Shiwei was thrilled inside. But she didn't dare show any emotion on her face, because Qin Nancheng had no idea that this pearl contained a hidden world. He was happily chatting with the old master and didn't even glance at Lin Shiwei.
Perfect.
This secret space now belonged to her alone. Her selfish father and stepmother could just wait and see. She would take back every bit of property they had taken from her. The antiques in the Lin family's basement. She was coming for them. Lin Qingyu sat sprawled on the black marble floor, looking careless and undignified. Fu Xinghan is dead, and Lin Shiwei is getting close to Qin Nancheng. Yulan failed. Haojia, what should we do next? He was a fool. The real decision-maker behind him was Lin Haojia. What's the rush? Lin Haojie looked young, but his mind was cold and calculating. He said calmly, as long as Qin Nancheng hasn't married Lin Shiwei, my sister still has a chance. We just need to use the right methods. What kind of methods? Lin Qingyu jumped up. You mean, let Yulan get close to Qin Nancheng? Why do you always think that way? Lin Haojie looked at him with disgust. I told you before, we should have just poisoned Lin Shiwei and ended it. Then we could send my sister to marry him. But no, you had to make it complicated, setting up that scene with Fu Xinghan to make Qin Nancheng give up on her. And now look what happened. Lin Qingyu's face changed and he muttered, Shiwei is still my daughter. No matter what, she's your sister. Lin Haojie closed his eyes, hiding the disdain in them. Sister? Ha, what a joke. They kicked us out of the dining room. They're definitely talking about Qin Nancheng and Lin Shiwei's marriage. We still need to find a way to get rid of her. Do we really have to? Lin Qingyu couldn't understand why his son was so cruel. Do you hate your sister that much? She's not my sister. Lin Haojie quickly corrected himself. I mean, she thinks she's better than us. She never treated us like family. She even looks down on you. If Lin Shiwei marries Qin Nancheng, she won't bring us any benefit. She doesn't even see us as her family. Only sister Yulan marrying Qin Nancheng will truly help our family. Just think about General Wei Qing. If his sister hadn't married Emperor Wu of Han, would he have had a chance? Me, your only child, if you want to succeed in the future, your two sisters need to marry well. Lin Qingyu strongly agreed and praised his son. You, my boy, are truly my seed. You're clever, good at scheming, and understanding the world. Whether I can enjoy a peaceful life later depends on you. Haha. Lin Haojie laughed along with him, but didn't show his true feelings. He thought to himself, who said you're my seed? And that I'll enjoy a peaceful life? Dream on. After dinner, everyone was happy. Zaiwei, go upstairs and prepare the official review documents to be taken back by Nancheng for approval. Military marriages are a necessary step. Lin Shiwei stood up lightly. Yes, Grandpa. She went upstairs to prepare the materials. In truth, the old man had already prepared everything, hoping his granddaughter would marry Qin Nancheng soon, so she could find a reliable husband. In a time without IDs, the household registration book was used as proof. Lin Shiwei's criminal record clearance had already been obtained from the local police. Because Lin Haojie was not registered in the household book by the old man, he was not considered a close relative of Lin Shiwei. After this, the old man would definitely not let Lin Haojie acknowledge his family for Lin Shiwei's future. Moreover, Lin Haojie was not truly part of the Lin family. If the old man found out, he would break Lin Qingyu's influence. The old man had also prepared other necessary documents in advance. Lin Shiwei only needed to go upstairs and pick them up from the study. The only thing she had to do before marriage was to go with Qin Nancheng to the designated military hospital for a health check. While avoiding others, Lin Shiwei touched the pendant hanging around her neck and activated her personal space. Ugh, so desolate. There's nothing in this space. There was a large fertile land, but unfortunately, nothing was planted. There were rivers and fish ponds, but no aquatic life or boats. Near the bank was a rustic wooden house, empty inside, not even a simple bed. Lin Shiwei thought to herself, it's okay. I will fill and nurture all of you. She looked at the water well in the small courtyard and wondered, could this be a spiritual spring? The water level is so high. It seems I don't need to use a water bucket. I can just dip water with a ladle. Thinking this, Lin Shiwei squatted down, picked up a gourd-shaped ladle nearby, and bent over to scoop water. She sniffed close to the spout. Wow, such a fresh, nice smell. I can't quite describe it, but it smells wonderful. After a moment, she took a small sip and the water was very sweet. Tastes great. I want more. Lin Shiwei took a few sips, feeling refreshed and alert afterward. Huh? Did this cure my nearsightedness? She had mild nearsightedness, less than 200 degrees, which she usually didn't wear glasses for. After drinking the spring water, her eyesight was actually improved.
Wow.
Amazing. This is such a good thing. Must be really special. Happy, Lin Shiwei left the space, planning to come back in the evening when she had enough time to move some of her favorite books from the study. Qin Nancheng was still downstairs waiting for some documents. Not wanting to delay, Lin Shiwei quickly grabbed a brown paper bag and walked out of the study and downstairs. Just as she reached the Y-shaped staircase corner, she heard Lin Yulan crying and complaining downstairs. "Grandpa, you have to stand up for me. Mama Wang hit me." "Boo-hoo," Lin Shiwei was surprised. "Mama Wang hit Lin Yulan?"
Why?
No matter the reason, Lin Yulan, the little green tea, got hit, and Lin Shiwei was quite pleased to hear that. Her curiosity was piqued, and she quickened her steps. "Grandpa, look at my face. Mama Wang hit me until it's swollen, and my eyes look like panda eyes. She's so mean." Lin Yulan was crying sadly, sneaking glances at Qin Nancheng, looking pitiful and delicate like a flower in rain. Whether Qin Nancheng was moved or not, the other brothers looked distressed. How pitiful the girl was. What kind of grudge or hatred could justify such harsh treatment? Lin Shiwei quietly approached, sat down, and watched with a look of amusement in her eyes. TSK, Mama Wang's hitting was indeed harsh. Lin Yulan was almost turned into a pig's head. Poor her, still pretending to be a green tea and acting innocent. Sitting across from Qin Nancheng on the sofa, he glanced over and saw Lin Shiwei's excited little expression. He couldn't help but smile slightly. The old man, feeling embarrassed, had to step in and say, "Madam Wang, come here for a moment." Madam Wang had already expected this and was wiping her hands on her apron as she walked over, loudly saying, "Listening to only one side can be misleading. You shouldn't believe only her words." The old man wanted to smooth things over, especially since there were guests present. So, Madam Wang decided to take a strong stance. "This girl lacks manners. Her parents didn't teach her, so I have to do it." Lin Yulan immediately retorted, "Grandpa, look at her. She looks down on me because I came from the countryside, but we working people are actually very honorable." Madam Wang was so angry she couldn't speak clearly. She looked at the old man, then at the guest Qin Nancheng, then at a few young soldiers, and found herself at a loss for words. I
didn't mean that.
I said she lacks manners, but I didn't mean to look down on rural folks." Just as Lin Yulan thought she had won, a cool voice sounded. "Yulan, don't change the meaning. Why are you bringing the working people into this? Creating class conflicts isn't good." Lin Shiwei watched the scene with interest and said, "Even Madam Wang can't stand it anymore and is trying to correct you. That means you must have done something wrong. She doesn't look down on your background." Lin Yulan had planned to stir trouble but was instead caught by Lin Shiwei, who explained everything clearly. You're bullying me too. Boo-hoo, you all look down on me because I came from the countryside." Lin Yulan felt wronged and started to ramble. "Sister, we are clearly sisters. You have the surname Lin, I have the surname Lin. Just because I came from the countryside, you and the servants are isolating and bullying me." "Stop right there," Lin Shiwei said firmly, thinking logically. "First, we are not sisters. My mother never had a daughter. Second, I have the surname Lin. As for you, who can be sure you also have the surname Lin? Third, our Lin family doesn't have servants or masters anymore. After liberation, that old class system is gone. Finally, I don't like you. Madam Wang doesn't like you. Uncle Zhang doesn't like you either. Reflect on your character." Qin Nancheng's lips twitched, unable to hide his amusement, silently praising, "Wow, quick-witted and sharp-tongued, with smooth and flawless logic. You're a great diplomat in the making." Lin Yulan stomped in anger and hurriedly retorted, "I am definitely surnamed Lin. You can't doubt my mother's chastity." Chastity? Does she have it?" Lin Shimei seemed to hear the funniest joke of the century. "What kind of work does your mother do?" Everyone in Fujiyaka knows. Fu Chuelian was a former kiln girl in the old society. After liberation, she was given freedom and arranged to work at a breeding farm. Fu Chuelian disliked the hard work, dirt, fatigue, and not being able to wear pretty clothes. Thinking only of getting benefits without effort, Fu Chuelian secretly returned to her old profession as a secret. From the factory director to the small section chief, Fu Chuelian visited each man. Anyone could be her source of income. Later, Lin Qingyu was transferred away, and he quickly got involved with Fu Chuilian. Despite their later relationship, Fu Chuilian repeatedly engaged in secret affairs behind his back to exchange things. None of the three children are Lin Qingyu's. Throughout Lin Yulan's growth, she faced gossip and suspicion from the villagers, who wondered if she was really Lin Qingyu's child. Lin Yulan hated hearing this the most. Today, Lin Shimei openly insulted her face-to-face, making Lin Yulan tremble with anger. You are spreading lies," Lin Shimei sneered. The city's top hospital has advanced technology, which can do paternity tests between father and daughter, or between sisters or grandfather and grandson. She paused deliberately, watching Lin Yulan's face change from furious to frightened, her cheeks losing color. Then, she looked at Grandpa and deliberately said loud enough for him to hear, "Since you keep saying you are my biological sister and that you are my real sister, Lin Yulan, let's do a paternity test." Even Lin Yulan, a college student, had never heard of a paternity test. Lin Shimei was deliberately tricking her. At this time in the country, paternity testing was not common. Shanghai was a first-tier city, and Lin Shimei falsely claimed to have DNA testing technology. Naturally, Lin Yulan dared not act rashly. She tearfully looked at her grandfather, knelt down with a thud. "Grandpa, look, my sister doesn't believe me. She's humiliating me in front of so many people, ruining my mother's reputation and damaging my father's image. You must stand up for me." After speaking, Lin Yulan kowtowed loudly to the old man. These low-level tricks only made the old man feel ashamed and embarrassed. He ignored Lin Yulan and forced a smile at Qin Nancheng. "There are some family matters to handle." "Nancheng, sorry to make you see such a joke." Today's series of embarrassing incidents made the old man feel like he had lost all his face. Qin Nancheng smiled, but didn't reply. He stood up and walked toward Lin Shui, reaching out for the folder. Lin Shui handed over the folder and also gave a gift box, a Patek Philippe watch. "It's an old piece, but it's a genuine imported item, so it suits you. This mechanical watch isn't very valuable in this era, but in later times, it would be a collectible classic, an antique, priceless, and rare." Qin Nancheng's eyes lit up with excitement, and he reached out. "Please help me put it on." His straightforward and honest preference was simple and direct. "Okay." Lin Shui took the watch from the box, gently put it on Qin Nancheng's wrist, and fastened it. The watch face was very intricate, with not only the basic time indicators, but also a compass and a perpetual calendar. For Qin Nancheng, this mechanical watch was especially practical. As a pilot, he naturally valued functionality. Plus, the cockpit of this era was mostly instrument panel style. Qin Nancheng felt a strange familiarity with mechanical interfaces. The gift from the young girl touched his heart deeply. Looking at the black obsidian-like mechanical dial on his wrist, Qin Nancheng couldn't help but speak more. "I have a mission. The details are secret. Wait a few days for me. When I return, you come with me." Lin Shui was a bit slow to understand. "Come with you? Am I going to follow his bomber south? Riding along as a passenger. First time in 2 lifetimes, riding a bomber. No way. No way. In my lifetime, I might even get to ride a national treasure aircraft?" The two were very close, so close that their breathing seemed to intertwine, full of intimacy. "Yeah, you come with me south," Qin Nancheng said, as if it was a double meaning. Lin Shui understood. His invitation to join the army was not to be refused. "Okay, I'll quickly get ready then." Lin Shui also made a double entendre, but only for herself to hear. The scumbag Fu Xinghan is dead, and the remaining family members, scumbag father and stepmother, must quickly clean up their act. Most importantly, everything in the family treasure vault must be taken away. Qin Nancheng reluctantly parted from Lin Shui, his eyes seeming to want to embrace her. Lin Shui blushed shyly under his gaze, lowering her eyes and feeling a little shy. The old man looked at them with love in his eyes, thinking that only Shui is his sweet little one. Others, well, never mind, just thinking about it makes him feel upset. He didn't want to think about it, so he moved forward himself. Lin Yulan was so jealous she lost control. "Brother Nancheng, You already wrote me a letter confessing you. You don't count with her. Qin Nancheng couldn't help but frown, turning his face to reply seriously. About the communication you mentioned, you've mistaken someone. I never wrote you any letters. This is my last response to you. Everyone could see that Qin Nancheng was already very impatient. His position and status are special, and external communication must go through organizational review. Love letters wouldn't be exchanged frequently over 2 years. Over the years, Qin Nancheng simply didn't bother to write to anyone. Lin Yulan kept insisting on this, so Qin Nancheng's dislike for her was understandable. Grandpa Lin, sorry to bother you. Next time I visit, I'll call you first. The old man was too embarrassed to continue, quickly sending Lin Shiwei out with him. Shiwei, send Nancheng off for Grandpa.
Hurry.
He couldn't help but say hurry out loud. Lin Shiwei hurried out with Qin Nancheng, afraid that Lin Yulan might lose control and cause trouble again. Brother Nancheng, Qin Nancheng, you can't treat me like this. You can't be so cold and heartless. Ma Wang quickly stepped forward, holding Lin Yulan back so she wouldn't chase after them. The old man frowned and covered his face, looking like he couldn't bear to watch. Oh dear. Still not enough to embarrass us? Nancheng already denied it himself. How dare you jump around? That's your brother-in-law. Does he understand? Have some human morals. Lin Weixin, in his lifetime, was honest and upright, with only one flaw, his son Lin Qingyu. Now that he's old, Lin Qingyu has led a corrupt army back to the city, pressing his father's face to the ground 3 times a day. Lin Shiwei sent Qin Nancheng to the jeep at 212, stepping back politely. See you next time, safe travels. To support Qin Nancheng, the accompanying officers stood straight and focused. Badalu pretended to be a guard, opening the car door for the leader. Please get in, sir. Qin Nancheng put on his military hat, but did not get into the car. It's cold tonight. You should go back first. Lin Shiwei was momentarily stunned, then added, I'll watch you go back, Shiwei. The night breeze was chilly, and Qin Nancheng's deep voice spread in the wind, unexpectedly sounding tender. A straightforward man like him doesn't speak sweet words, but his sincere words showed his strong yet gentle nature. All right, see you later. Lin Shiwei nodded with a gentle smile, turned, and walked away gracefully. A group of brothers watched silently, trying not to laugh. Their smiles were harder to hide than a heavy rifle. It's over. Nancheng is going to fall for a young girl. Yes, he's the only one among us who has a wife. All soldiers want wives. If you and I don't, that's fine. Oh no, a flower planted in cow dung. Ouch! Qin Nancheng kicked Badalu and gritted his teeth, saying sharply, Get lost. Lin Shiwei returned to the living room, where Lin Yulan was kneeling on the ground, crying loudly. Yulan, what's wrong? My poor girl. Fu Suelian suddenly ran inside from outside. Lin Juing followed closely, looking exhausted and limping as she moved. Lin Shiwei squinted, thinking, did Lin Juing go to bail out Fu Suelian? These mother and daughter are clever, managing to come out unscathed from the authorities. Of course, the blame definitely falls on Fu Xinghan, who portrayed herself as the victim. Fu Xinghan and the tiger plotted together, but in the end, she lost her life in the tiger's mouth. Fu Suelian and her daughter hugged tightly, crying loudly throughout the living room. Oh heavens, why is my life so bitter? I feel sorry for myself, but why does my daughter have to cry with me? We are all from the Lin family. Why can some people wear gold and silver and live in villas, while my children have to live in leaky, broken huts? Why is this happening? Lin Shiwei sat calmly on the sofa, watching her act wildly. This family is full of scheming, each one with hidden motives, and none of their words are true. They plotted against Lin Shiwei and the old man, but they also secretly schemed against each other. For example, Lin Yulan was persistent in claiming that she and Qin Nancheng exchanged love letters. Lin Shiwei reasonably suspected that Lin Yulan was set up by Lin Haojia, but she chose not to warn her. Being kind to enemies is cruel to oneself. The lessons from her past life made Lin Shiwei deeply understand this. The old man's home had been peaceful for many years, but ever since his rebellious son returned with a corrupt army, he could never rest easy. Stop crying. Some things are just what they are. Whoever owns something, owns it. Let me be clear. Lin Xue's belongings and people, no one is allowed to take them. The grandfather's obvious favoritism toward his granddaughter naturally angered her mother and daughter. Fu Zuelian reacted most strongly. She stood up, wiped her tears harshly, and sharply accused, "This isn't fair. She's your granddaughter too. Why do all the good things, good opportunities, and good men only belong to Lin Xue? Yulan and Juing are your granddaughters as well." The old man got angry when he heard this. He sharply stomped his cane on the ground. "Humph. You still dare to bring this up? Are your 3 children truly ours from the Lin family? Go get a DNA test at the First People's Hospital someday, and you'll see the truth." Just thinking about Yulan and Juing's petty behavior and how Jie's ruthless attitude made his heart fill with resistance. He even felt a bit relieved. Thank goodness they weren't part of his bloodline. That's for the best. Fu Zuelian froze in place, her confidence waning. She looked at Lin Yulan for help, only to see her daughter's face turn pale. She whispered, "Mom, their technology in the big city is more advanced. They say there's a kind of imported test that can verify our biological relationship with Dad, or with Lin Xue, or Grandpa." This time, Fu Zuelian's face also turned pale. She was terrified, completely frightened. Lin Xue watched their reactions closely. It was obvious they were all feeling guilty. "Aunt Fu, if my dad finds out that the 3 children aren't his biological kids, do you think you'll be in trouble?" Fu Zuelian visibly trembled, her eyes filled with fear as she glanced at Lin Xue. In that moment, their eyes met, but she quickly looked away, lowered her head, and stubbornly said, "I won't go. This is an insult to my family honor. For 20 years, I have faithfully followed Chengyu, taking care of his needs and giving birth to children for him, continuing the Lin family's lineage. Why am I being treated like this?" Fu Zuelian is good at turning the tables. Even when she's being unreasonable, she can make a fuss. Oh, heavens! Why is my life so hard? The only son of the Lin family was born from my belly. Why are they treating me like this? I can't go on, I really can't. She screams, throws a tantrum, and acts hysterical, almost like she's calling for help. Lin Xue remains calm, sitting steadily on the sofa, watching coldly. "You keep saying the children are from the Lin family. Why not do a DNA test? If they are, I'll apologize." Fu Zuelian is shocked at the suggestion. "I won't go." She quickly stands up, points at Lin Xue, and yells, "What kind of lady are you? Your heart is so dark. You're trying to smear us to protect your only daughter in the family. You just want to keep all the money for yourself." The Lin family was once very successful, but many of their businesses were taken over by the government. Only a few small, struggling industries remain under the family's name. There are also many assets controlled by the state, in which the Lin family has shares. The Overseas Foundation is linked to Lin Xue, a safety net her mother left her long ago. In this life, Lin Xue refuses to let the foundation be controlled by others again. She also won't let them grow stronger and take over the family's other businesses one by one. "Grandpa, look, she's feeling guilty." Lin Xue deliberately stirs the pot. "If they really are from the Lin family, a DNA test wouldn't hurt. I never said all the family assets should go to me." Grandpa Lin is very disappointed with Fu Zuelian and her son. Enough, the old man is exhausted and has made up his mind. It's very likely none of these children are from the Lin family. But he can't afford to lose face, so he won't let them do any paternity tests. "Your mother and son's visit will end soon. Pack up and go back to the countryside." The old man pulls out his trump card. He drives them away. Fu Zuelian quickly becomes timid, stops arguing, and no longer complains. She suddenly knelt down with a thud, crying and begging, "Dad, please don't drive us away. This unfamiliar big city, leaving home. How can we, mother and daughters, survive?" Boo-hoo! She secretly pinched Lin Yulan to signal her daughter to join her in crying. Lin Yulan, who was attending university here, didn't care whether her grandfather drove them away or not. She had no intention of returning to the countryside. She was able to get into university thanks to the special recommendation system of that time. During this period, there was no entrance exam. Students with good backgrounds were recommended by production teams to attend university. The university admissions focused less on test scores and more on background, behavior, and parent status. No matter how much Fu Suelian cried or begged, the old man made his decision and got up to go back inside. Everyone, go back to your rooms. Pack your things and prepare to return home. Lin Shiwai's goal was to make them lose the grandfather's trust, not to let them escape. In her past life, these people had caused her so much pain. She wouldn't let them go easily this time. Only Fu Xinghan had died. Why should the others all escape unscathed? Don't want to go back to the countryside. Lin Shiwai stood lightly, walking gracefully to Fu Suelian. Aunt Fu, are you interested in making a deal? Fu Suelian and her daughters huddled together, rolling their eyes at Lin Shiwai, feeling that behind her sweet smile, there was a hidden devilish heart. You. What do you want to do? Fu Suelian involuntarily showed fear. After several confrontations, they hadn't gained any advantage. No wonder she was cautious. Don't be so timid, Aunt Fu. I still like to see that fake concern in your face. Lin Shiwai's words were full of sarcasm. Fu Suelian didn't dare to speak up, realizing her little tricks had been seen through. I need to go into the gallery to get a portrait of my mother. Help me persuade my father. Then give me the key. Fu Suelian looked suspiciously. Are you trying to trick me? What's the point of lying? Lin Shiwai crossed her arms, looking down at them. If you help me, I can also ask my grandfather to delay driving you away. You're not that kind-hearted, Ba. Lin Juing suddenly spoke up, spitting harshly at Lin Shiwai, her eyes full of hatred, as if she wanted to devour her. Believe it or not, if you don't help, I will go to Grandpa myself to get the key, Lin Shiwei said. However, even if Grandpa intervened, he might not be able to get the key. The gallery owned by the scoundrel father is not ordinary. It hides a shocking secret. Now that she has fallen out with Grandpa, he is unlikely to give her the key easily. Lin Shiwei can only start with Fu Suelian and her daughter, hoping to find a way in. Fu Suelian exchanged a glance with her daughter and nodded, agreeing. Deal. They arrived outside the ancestral hall. Lin Shiwei waited a moment, and Lin Yulan came out holding the key. You can't go alone. Mom and Dad told me to go with you. Let's go. They didn't trust her, so they asked Lin Yulan to watch over Lin Shiwei. Coincidentally, I don't want to go alone either. Wang Ma, let's go. Lin Shiwei deliberately brought Wang Ma along to keep Lin Yulan in check. Their old-fashioned, GI's, small car carried them, heading toward the gallery. The Lin family's GI's car is famous as a top imported vehicle called Great Red Flag Little Huasha, GI's Jima Volga. Back then, China imported fewer than 20 GI's cars in total. The Lin family's GI's was often borrowed by high-ranking officials for official receptions at the airport. Lin Shiwei held the steering wheel, feeling very excited. Her Conkazu necklace storage was finally going to be useful. The three arrived outside the gallery. Lin Shiwei signaled Lin Yulan to unlock the door with a key. Unexpectedly, Lin Yulan refused to cooperate, crossing her arms, lifting her chin and looking down her nose. Don't think that having Grandpa's support means you can marry brother Nanqing easily. I'm telling you, I am the one who truly loves him and has been his girlfriend for 2 years. Lin Shiwei couldn't help but admire how naive Lin Yulan was in the early days. Her mind was clearly not fully developed, a stark contrast to the cunning green tea schemer she became later. If I'm not mistaken, the person who always helps you in trust is probably your good brother, right? Exactly, it's Haojia, Lin Yulan boasted proudly, determined to outdo Lin Shiwei. Brother Nanqing only pretends to be nice to you because of elders. Next time he visits, I'll show him those love letters as proof. Let's see how you compared me then. Lin Shiwei understood in her heart that Lin Yulan had been tricked and manipulated by Lin Haojia. This convinced Lin Shiwei once again that Lin Haojia must be a time traveler. Otherwise, he wouldn't know so much information or plan ahead to manipulate Lin Yulan so easily. Seeing Lin Yulan looking so silly, Lin Shiwei didn't bother arguing with her and urged, "Open the door." Lin Yulan snorted but had to open the door. Dad said I have to watch you so you don't take away the gallery's valuable treasures. Lin Shui couldn't help but purse her lips and glanced at Aunt Wang. Coincidentally, I'm afraid you'll lock me inside and run off. Aunt Wang, stay at the door and watch Lin Yulan. Yes, Miss Shui. Aunt Wang nodded understandingly. Lin Yulan stomped in anger, but Aunt Wang suppressed her and didn't dare to be rude. Forget it, I won't go in. I'll just stand at the door. Anyway, when you come out, I will search you. Lin Shui was too lazy to bother with her and turned to enter the gallery. This gallery was the least noticed part of the Lin family's assets, long neglected and usually closed. At the end of last year, Lin Qingyu returned to the city with his family. One evening at dinner, he suddenly said he wanted the gallery. Old Master Lin Weixin didn't oppose him and just agreed casually. In the past 6 months, Lin Qingyu and Lin Haojia had been coming to the gallery every day to work, but no one knew what they were busy with. Lin Shui turned on the lights and entered. The walls were hung with many Western oil paintings and watercolors, mostly modern works that weren't worth much, and the artists were unknown. Most of the truly valuable antiques and cultural relics of the Lin family had already been taken away by others in large groups. Unmovable sculptures were smashed and burned on the spot. Whatever made them feel better, they caused trouble. Lin Shui walked all the way to the end of the gallery, making sure Lin Yulan was nowhere in sight, before she started her work. The paintings leaning casually against the wall were all ancient Chinese paintings, including ink wash landscapes, detailed flower and bird paintings, expressive works, and various calligraphy pieces. These were the real treasures worth money. Just one of these paintings, if sold at an auction in the future, could be worth millions. Lin Shui activated her portable space and carefully stored each valuable artwork inside, pointing soldiers and generals. Whoever I point to is who they are. If I poke you, you have to follow me. She carefully observed the corridor, afraid that Lin Yulan might suddenly come in. The gallery's basement is a storage room. Lin Shui walked to the entrance and found it was actually locked, with 2 large black locks crossing over a chain hanging there. There must be treasures inside, Lin Shui thought, analyzing carefully. My lousy father and Lin Haojia are definitely plotting something. They put 2 locks, probably 1 key each. Only when both are present can the basement be opened. Lin Shui tried to include the locks and chain into her space, and surprisingly, it worked. She was a bit excited and quickly opened the basement door, sneaking inside quietly. Walking down a staircase in the dark, she found a pull cord on the wall. She pulled it, and the dim yellow light bulb flickered, then stabilized. Oh my goodness! Lin Shui couldn't help whispering in surprise. Wow! All these are cultural relics and antiques. Looking around, she saw bottles and jars scattered on the floor, and shelves filled with porcelain, jade, lacquerware, and small figurines. There were also 7 or 8 large boxes on the ground, filled with countless pearls, emeralds, agates, beeswax, Hatian jade, Montian jade, turquoise, lapis lazuli, sapphires, rubies, and gold and silver jewelry. Lin Shui examined each item carefully and stored them all in her personal space. At the Lin family estate, in the ancestral hall, Lin Qingyu sat uncomfortably in front of the ancestral tablets, asking, Haojia, that place. She probably can't get in, right? The father and son exchanged secretive glances, not wanting Fu Suelian and Lin Juing to know about the basement. Fu Suelian brought Lin Juing to kneel in the ancestral hall, trying to leave a good impression of being repentant, worried they might be sent back to the countryside. Lin Haojia looked cautiously at his mother and sister, making sure they were fine, then whispered to his father. Yulan took the key. Wherever she opens, that's where it is. This implied that the key could open the locks on the basement, so there was no need to worry. Lin Qingyu scratched his head and laid down a large character on the ground. Yeah, that's true. After all, that place. Only you and I can be there together. This meant that the basement's locks required both father and son to be present, each using their own key to unlock and open the door. Compared to Lin Haojia, who is very confident, Lin Qingyu always seems worried. Well, I say that, but I feel something's not right. My gut feels strange. Lin Haojia ignored him. Lying on the ground, turned to the side, peacefully sleeping. Over at the gallery in the basement, Lin Shiwei hurriedly packed up the treasures, getting more excited with each item, eyes shining brightly. I knew it! In the past 6 months, Lin Haojia and his shady father have been so busy, leaving early and returning late, obsessed with the gallery business. Turns out, there's a secret here. Based on Lin Shiwei's judgment, this time traveler Lin Haojia is probably using the information gap of the era, price differences, and the era's opportunities to pull his shady father along, searching for cultural relics and antiques. All the collected items are stored in the gallery's basement. The two of them still don't trust each other, even locking the doors with 2 locks, guarding against thieves and each other. There is no trust between father and son. No wonder there's an unspoken rule in Southern-style tomb raiding. Father and son go into the tomb together, but the father must go out first, and the son follows closely behind. Oh, wait. Lin Haojia isn't even Lin Qingyo's biological son. So where's the trust? Lin Shiwei's actions are swift and fierce, with a record of at least 2 trillion 5.
Done.
This time, I've avenged my deep hatred. These treasures are clearly the capital for Lin Haojia's future wealth. With these priceless treasures, it's no surprise he would rise to prominence. But now, Lin Shiwei has stolen his family's belongings. Oh, Lin Shiwei walks up the stairs, and suddenly Lin Yulan's shouting is heard outside. Move aside. Let me in. It's been so long, and she still hasn't come out. Who knows what she's up to inside? What if she's causing trouble or setting a fire? Move aside. Nanny Wang tugged at Lin Yulan a few times but couldn't stop her. Lin Shiwei, come out. Come out now. What are you doing in there for so long? Lin Yulan hurriedly ran inside, searching the gallery in circles, like a headless fly. Lin Shiwei also quickened her pace up the stairs, rushing out of the basement. No matter how fast she ran, she was still a step too late. Lin Yulan blocked her at the door, questioning, What are you doing here? Lin Shiwei's heart was pounding like drums, caused by her quick steps up the stairs and her nervousness and fear. Of course. I'm looking for a painting. Lin Yulan frowned suspiciously, stretching her neck to look into the basement with the lights off, and said disdainfully, It's so dark down there. Do you think your mom's portrait is in the basement? Lin Shiwei calmed her heart a little and shook her head. No, the basement is empty. There's nothing there. All her treasures were stored in her space, so of course, there was nothing there. Lin Yulan waved her hand in front of her nose, annoyed. It smells musty, full of spider webs, covered in dust and dirt. You actually want to go in? Haha, you really love your mom deeply. Lin Shiwei sneered, pushed her aside, and stepped over the basement door into the gallery. Since her space was supported, Lin Yulan noticed it, but said nothing. Even if she went back to tell her scoundrel brother, they had no proof that the items in the basement were taken by Lin Shiwei. She came to the gallery mainly to move some valuable paintings. Discovering the basement was just a lucky surprise. If there's a treasure, she won't leave it behind. Lin Yulan quickly followed and asked, Are you still looking for your mom's portrait? No, I didn't find it, Lin Shiwei lied. Her mother's portrait had already been stored in her space. Forget it, I won't look anymore. It was all painted by my dad for her. If I can't find it, maybe it's fate. After all, things change, people change. Lin Qingyu had been obsessed with his wife for a while, seeing her as a muse, and painted many portraits of her. But that didn't stop him from chasing other women and having many flings. He was a scoundrel, far beyond just being a bad man. After leaving the gallery, Lin Shiwei deliberately raised her arms and called out to Lin Yulan. Hey, come here. You said you wanted to search me, right? Come on. Lin Yulan looked unconvinced, knowing it was unnecessary, but still came over to criticize. Fine, search me. Even if it's just a pen from the gallery, you won't take it out. Madame Wang rolled her eyes and said, Are you crazy? My young lady doesn't need to sneak out with her paintbrushes. Lin Shiwei. Honestly, she had packed a whole set of paints, canvases, brushes, and easels into her space, just in case she got bored during her military life and wanted to paint to pass the time. Lin Yulan indeed touched Lin Ziwei all over, which made Wang Ma grit her teeth and push her away. My young lady only has this one qipao, and you can see everything just by looking at it. What's so special about touching it? Oh! With Wang Ma's exclamation, Lin Yulan casually tore apart Lin Ziwei's brocade qipao. You little brat. Why did you tear my young lady's qipao? Wang Ma's hands trembled with anger as she pointed at the smug Lin Yulan and scolded her loudly. Jealousy makes people crazy. Shameless little troublemaker. You deliberately tore her qipao during the search. Were you planning this from the start? Lin Ziwei also realized the truth. No wonder Lin Yulan had said before that she must be searched when she came out. So, she had malicious plans all along. Wang Ma revealed the truth. Lin Yulan raised an eyebrow noncommittally, looking proud. No, I have good manners. How could I deliberately tear your lady's qipao? Looking at her torn qipao, Lin Yulan felt very proud inside. Let you show off in front of me. Things I can't get, you also won't have completely. She was furious with jealousy. Everyone in the family was named Lin, all daughters of capitalists. Why could Lin Ziwei have luxurious clothes and fine silk from childhood? Compared to her, Lin Yulan, who often went hungry or was beaten, who took care of her younger siblings or was bullied by village children, was very different. Lin Yulan hated Lin Qingyu, resented Fu Zuilian, and envied Lin Ziwei. Especially because her only salvation in life, Qin Nancheng, was also taken away by Lin Ziwei. Lin Ziwei probably guessed Lin Yulan's feelings. This person was very jealous, especially of her. Could Lin Ziwei tolerate her? This is a precious Jinling brocade qipao, designed and sewn by me myself, for my coming-of-age ceremony. Do you know how hard it is to repair it? Restoring brocade is even harder than repairing woven silk. Brocade isn't embroidered on. It's woven with extremely fine gold threads into silk, which is why it's called inch brocade, inch gold. The emperor's dragon robes and the empress's phoenix robes mostly used brocade. Even in later times, a brocade garment costs at least 1 million yuan. Lin Ziwei's qipao had a low slit, but Lin Yulan's malicious mind targeted her by tearing at the slit. A beautiful, elegant cloud brocade cheongsam was torn into a very high slit, provocative style by her. Lin Shuwei gave Wang Ma a look, and she understood immediately. Shameless girl, just wait. I won't let you get away with this. Wang Ma rushed forward and grabbed Lin Yulan, hitting her fiercely. At the Lin family hall, Lin Yulan, with a face so swollen it was unrecognizable even to her own mother, hobbled inside. Huh? What happened? It wasn't this bad before you left. Fu Chuilian hurried to meet her, holding out her hands, unsure of where to touch her daughter. Did they hit you? It makes me so angry, so mad. She just kept talking without doing anything practical. Lin Yulan, annoyed, pushed her mother's hands away, feeling deep resentment. Since she was young, her mother never truly supported her. Every time, she only showed fake concern. You won't die, Lin Yulan said gloomily as she approached her father to report. Shuwei couldn't find her mother's portrait. Lin Qingyu quickly interrupted. Did she go to the basement? What? Lin Qingyu suddenly jumped up and slapped Lin Yulan. Aren't you supposed to watch her? How did she get to the basement? You good for nothing, I won't spare you. The basement has nothing. What's the big deal if she went there? Lin Yulan, feeling dizzy from the slap, finally snapped, crying out loud. You didn't tell her she couldn't go to the basement. How was I supposed to know? Besides hitting me, what else can you do? Fu Chuilian hurried forward, poking her daughter's temple, full of frustration. How are you talking to your father? You're such a rebellious girl. Lin Yulan pushed her mother away, her eyes full of hatred. You're not a good person either. Helping the bad guys, abusing me, using me, draining me. What else can you do? It's okay if he hits me, but you hit me too. How dare you, bold girl? Yelling at your mother. Oh, Fu Chuilian was pushed to the ground harshly by her eldest daughter. I want to cut all ties with you. Lin Yulan, now in college, even if it's a third-rate school, knew she could support herself in the future. In this era, college students still received living allowances. Lin Yulan's 5 yuan monthly allowance was enough. She wanted to escape from these blood-sucking leeches. Lin Yulan got up and left quickly, thinking to herself that she needed to go to Qin Nancheng and bring those love letters to prove she wasn't lying. The people who ran faster than her were Lin Qingyu and Lin Haojia. They each rode their bikes quickly toward the gallery. Outside the gallery, They threw down their bikes and hurriedly opened the door, then rushed down to the basement. When they saw inside, they were both stunned. Where were the treasures? A large pile of priceless antiques was gone. Hey? Where are the things? Lin Qingyu stomped his feet in place, frantically pulling at his hair. Where did they go? She was alone, no. She and Madame Wang. How could they have emptied the whole basement so quickly? The pile of treasures they had collected over the past 6 months, working early and late, was now gone. Lin Qingyu almost had a from anger. He was so furious that he staggered to the wall, reached out to steady himself, and took deep breaths, sweat pouring down his forehead. How could this happen? How could this happen? I don't believe it. All our hard work for half a year, just gone like that. Lin Haojie also looked incredulous, looking around blankly, feeling empty inside. This was his original capital for future success. Even though he was a traveler from another world, he couldn't figure out what had happened no matter how hard he thought. Miss Yulan said that when Lin Ziwei came in, the basement was already empty. Could there have been a thief? He remained calm and analyzed the situation. Lin Ziwei and Madame Wang couldn't have emptied the whole basement in a short time. They don't have big trucks, and Madame Yulan was watching over everything. Lin Qingyu, being a fool, was already panicked. So, what should we do now? He saw stars in front of his eyes, his ears ringing, feeling weak and sweating all over, leaning against the wall and struggling to stand. Lin Haojie ignored him and went back outside. He looked around and saw that the lock and chain on the door were gone. This is too strange. He checked the other items in the gallery and saw that the valuable, dirty-looking antique paintings were also missing. Someone broke in, no doubt about it. Hastily, Lin Haojie left and headed straight to the nearby police station. Lin Qingyu was not very rational. Instead, he relied on his instincts to lock onto Lin Shiwei. He couldn't explain why, but he just felt it was Lin Shiwei. On the long, narrow, dim basement stairs, Lin Qingyu leaned against the wall and slowly climbed up. The more he walked, the worse he felt. The more he moved, the more stars appeared before his eyes. Even the yellowish hanging lamp above his head seemed to flicker with overlapping illusions. I can't go on. Huff, huff.
Hero?
Hero, come in for a moment. Help me up.
Hero.
Lin Qingyu suddenly lost control and fell straight back. On the long basement stairs, Lin Qingyu tumbled down like a small, uncontrollable vegetable, rolling and bouncing. 1 hour later, Lin Haojie arrived at the scene with 2 police officers.
Comrade, this is the place.
My father and I manage this gallery for the public. We just found out the storage room in the basement was robbed. Please help us, ordinary folks. Since the economic reforms began in 1978, now it's halfway through 1979. The gallery has never been taken over by the state and has always been under the Lin family's name, but it hasn't been opened for years. Lin Qingyu took his family back to the city and took over the gallery's management rights. Lin Haojie told the police this mainly to avoid trouble. The 3 hurried to the basement of the gallery and first found Lin Qingyu unconscious. Hey, what's wrong with this old comrade? Oh, that's my father. I left him here to guard the scene. Lin Haojie suddenly stopped speaking. Lin Qingyu
was dead.
He had an hour ago, then rolled down the long stairs and was trapped in the thin, oxygen-deprived basement. Oh no, Lin Qingyu was gone. Lin Haojie hurried to check his pulse and confirmed he was dead. He was unwilling to accept it and listen to his father's heartbeat again. Definitely gone.
Dad.
Lin Haojie dramatically played his part, crying loudly to show filial piety, whether or not he had tears. Wake up, Dad. Why are you so hot-tempered? If things are lost, we can find them again. I brought the police officers. Why are you so stubborn, Dad? The 2 police officers didn't know what to say. They looked at each other and sighed. It was dawn, just before sunrise. Lin Shiwei was still asleep when the door was knocked. Madame Wang's urgent voice drifted in. Miss, wake up. Oh, just a moment. Lin Shiwei, still sleepy, lifted the quilt, got out of bed, and quickly slipped on her shoes. She opened the door. Madam Wang, is there something so early in the morning? Madam Wang was wiping away tears, her voice trembling with emotion. Miss, young Master Qingyu, has passed away. Lin Shui shivered and woke up a bit more, hardly believing. What do you mean? Passed away? Where did he go? Madam Wang was an orphan girl displaced by war, who had come to serve in the Lin family at a young age to make a living. Lin Qingyu was only a few years younger than Madam Wang. Although he was a servant back then, they grew up together like childhood friends. Even if Lin Qingyu was reckless, now that he was gone, Madam Wang couldn't help but feel sad and cry. Lin Haojia, along with some police officers, carried him back. They said he suddenly had a brain hemorrhage and died instantly. Outside, a thunderclap roared, jolting Lin Shui awake again. Her heart sank as she realized her emotionless biological father would die of a brain hemorrhage in this life. In her previous life, her grandfather was so angered by Lin Qingyu's corrupt gang that he had and died before he could be saved. In this life, this fate had fallen on Lin Qingyu himself. Lin Shui's heart was conflicted. Happy?
Sad?
She couldn't quite tell. Honestly, even after Rebirth, she never wanted her terrible father dead. After all, he was her father. A tiger doesn't eat its own cubs, and Lin Qingyu couldn't do that. A daughter's poison doesn't kill her father. Lin Shui was of that kind. She was compassionate, considering draining her father's wealth, driving him back to the countryside, or cutting off his so-called proud lineage. But she never thought of killing her father. On the balcony behind her, a streak of white lightning flashed across the sky, fierce and terrifying. In the next second, thunder roared again. Lin Qingyu was dead. Everyone in the Lin family was summoned to the living room. The old master was heartbroken, kneeling over his son's body. Even though the son was useless, he never wanted him dead. The old master's temper was bad, but his cruelty was not directed at his son. Fu Zuelian and Lin Juiying knelt on the other side of Lin Qingyu, crying desperately. Her husband had suddenly died, and her dreams of wealth and luxury had shattered quietly. Lin Haojia knelt sadly in front of his cheap father, crying and accusing. My dad. When he saw the basement's goods were all gone, he got so upset that he suddenly couldn't hold on. He passed away, sob. Lin Shui listened to the sobs coming from the living room, but her tears were completely dry, not a single drop. She understood now. She had cleared out the treasures from the basement, and her reckless father was so distressed that he had and died. Although she didn't kill him herself, Lin Qingyu died because of her. Does Lin Shui regret it? Not at all. It's like a boomerang, it's come back to her now. Lin Haojia had been secretly watching Lin Shui all along. His gut told him that the missing treasures from the basement must be related to her. Comrade, before the items went missing, Lin Shui went into the basement. You both saw her footprints there. This matter is definitely connected to her. Before the two comrades could speak, Lin Shui retorted sharply. Nonsense. I'm just a weak woman. Can't carry or lift things. How could I have taken everything? Besides, you sent Lin Yulan to follow me. She even searched me and tore my cheongsam in the process. Stop spreading lies. Faced with Lin Shui's rebuttal, Lin Haojia's eyelids drooped and his eyes shifted as he hatched a plan. Last night, you and Madam Wang drove to the gallery. Moving those goods was easy for you. Lin Shui couldn't help but frown, thinking to herself, there are so many treasures, a small car definitely can't carry them all, unless it's a big truck. Does this guy not know how much stuff I have? Thinking of this, Lin Shui slightly curled her lips. Yes, we did drive there, and I did go down to the basement. She turned to face the kneeling Lin Haojia, looking down at him from above. I went to the gallery to find my mother's portrait. I didn't find it, so I naturally went down to the basement. But when I got there, it was empty. Nothing at all. Hearing this, Lin Haojia's distrustful eyes flickered unconsciously, thinking, could it be that the basement was already robbed before she went in? Mrs. Wang quickly added, my young lady is right. At that time, only she went into the gallery. I was outside with Lin Yulan, guarding the door. Later, Lin Yulan saw she was inside for a long time and went in specially to check. Lin Haojia suddenly caught a clue. Why were you two guarding the door? Weren't you just watching for trouble? Mrs. Wang was anxious. The young lady was afraid Lin Yulan would lock us inside the gallery, so she specifically told me to stay at the door. Lin Shiwei, worried that Mrs. Wang might be tricked, quickly added, if I really took the items, Lin Yulan would definitely report to you when she returns. Why not call her over to confront her? That's right, Mrs. Wang agreed. We should call Lin Yulan to confront her. She even tore my young lady's qipao. When she left, she was searched, so there's no way she could have taken anything from the gallery. The butler Zhang, who had been listening for a long time, added, I was present when the young lady returned. Besides the three of them getting out of the car, no goods were moved. The car is in the back garage. You two can check now. Hearing this, the police officers exchanged glances and nodded. Then, Zhang took them to the garage for inspection. Lin Haojia observed for a long time, but couldn't tell if Lin Shiwei was truly innocent or just good at pretending. He even wondered if Lin Shiwei was some kind of magical creature with a special talisman that could instantly take all the treasures from the basement. In a moment of bad thoughts, Lin Haojia considered spreading rumors that Lin Shiwei was a monster. Since he himself had traveled from another world, it was possible that Lin Shiwei also had some strange magical artifact. Unfortunately, in this era, people were against all superstitions and old beliefs. Lin Haojia's idea flashed through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it, knowing it was impractical and could get him into trouble. If he dared to do that, he would be the first to be caught and punished. Thinking of this, Lin Haojia had to turn to his mother and ask, Mom, where is Sister Yulan? The eldest daughter had a falling out with Fu Zuelian and had already left the Lin residence. Fu Zuelian's crying was less sincere now, and she said dejectedly, that brat is like she's taken the wrong medicine. She suddenly turned against us and said she wanted to cut ties. From now on, we go our separate ways. She probably went back to school. This statement seemed to remind Lin Haojia, causing his thoughts to go completely off track. Who knows if they conspired together, moved the goods from the basement, and are just denying it? Lin Shiwei was amused and annoyed by his words. Clearly, he's a time traveler with a different way of thinking. Lin Haojia, without proof, stopped spreading rumors. The old man's mood eased a bit. Hearing this, he immediately defended his granddaughter. Our Lin family was once very prosperous. Even if we've fallen on hard times, my granddaughter has seen valuable things. We look down on those trash in the basement. Humph. Lin Shiwei. Grandpa, I do see the good things there. You just don't know how many treasures are really inside. Soon, butler Zhang Bo and two colleagues returned. They said they found nothing unusual in the car and no signs of loading goods. Lin Haojia lost a small amount of treasure. His only lead now is Lin Shiwei. In his desperation, he stood up and stopped the two colleagues, blurted out, I suspect they conspired to move the basement treasures and will share the loot after the news blows over. Before Lin Shiwei could say anything, the old man sharply tapped his cane on the ground. Nonsense. Once again, I say, my granddaughter, raised by Lin Weixing himself, is polite and respectful. She wouldn't be so naive as to do something like that. Lin Shiwei didn't feel guilty at all. She supported her grandfather's arm and pretended to be weak. Grandpa, I'm innocent. I can't carry or lift anything. So how could I have taken the treasures he mentioned? Madame Wang also hurried to defend her. You'd better call Lin Yulan out so we can face her directly and clear this up. Butler Zhang Bo looked at the two colleagues, trying to keep his temper. Comrades, you're usually fair. We've dealt with you before. We already searched the car carefully and found nothing. The two colleagues nodded. One even yawned, clearly tired from night shift work and annoyed by unnecessary troublemakers. It's dawn now and they're about to change shifts. Lin Haojia's antics were like dancing on their nerves. Butler Zhang Bo deliberately suggested action. Since the owner insists that our young lady moved the goods, I kindly ask you two to help us search the Lin mansion. The officer who was searching immediately got angry and said, What? Search your place. The Lin residence is very big, and it would take a whole day to search it all. No matter the era, who doesn't go a little crazy at work? especially when the night shift is about to end and someone suddenly asks you to work overtime. We're not searching. We haven't received a search warrant from the authorities. That officer yawned again, tears almost coming out. He wiped his eyes, sniffed, and said, "This is your family matter. Handle it yourselves at home with the head of the household. There's no need to use police resources. Our job is done. We're leaving." Without giving Lin Haojia a chance to argue, they turned around and left. Lin Haojia was so angry, he almost exploded. He knew that no matter how he used logic, it was impossible for Lin Ziwei to have moved the treasure. But based on his knowledge as a time traveler, he believed Lin Ziwei was the one who did it. However, he had no proof. The old master was very protective of his granddaughter and wouldn't let him speak further. Everyone in the Lin family saw Lin Ziwei as their precious treasure, watching her closely all the time. Lin Haojia could only give up for now and quietly plan. He had to find a way to kidnap Lin Ziwei and ask her where the treasure had gone. Thinking of this, he bowed deeply to Lin Weixin and said, "Grandpa, the deceased is very important. Please allow us to handle my father's funeral first. After that, we will return home naturally." Earlier, the old master had driven them away to go back home. Lin Haojia used his father's death as an excuse to delay. Lin Weixin was exhausted and sighed helplessly. "All right. You are father and son after all. You should stay here to mourn and see off your brother. Once his affairs are settled, you can go back." After speaking, Lin Haojia, Fu Zuelian, and Lin Juiying hurriedly bowed, their faces full of joy. They finally got a chance to breathe. Lin Ziwei knew they would cause trouble, so she decided to let them. She wasn't afraid they'd leave and never come back. If that happened, how could she get revenge? Staying behind gave her the chance to strike back. After bowing, Lin Haojia got up, rolled his eyes, and glared fiercely at Lin Ziwei. Helping the elderly man leave, Lin Shiwei suddenly turned around with a subtle smile, seemingly teasing, as if to say, "I just like your dog-like look. You can't stand the young lady, but you can't beat her either." Lin Shiwei went upstairs to change into morning clothes. She took the opportunity to remove the phoenix-shaped bead necklace she always wore. She opened the wardrobe, pushed aside the hanging clothes, then opened a hidden compartment embedded in the wall, and turned the combination lock on the mechanical safe inside. The safe door opened. Lin Shiwei gently placed the bead necklace inside and closed the safe. Inside, there were many gold bars and jewelry, all stored there years ago to hide from looters. Last night, she had already stored everything into her space. However, today, seeing Lin Haojia's gaze, she suspected he might act desperately. Lin Shiwei was prepared for him to kidnap her and demand the whereabouts of the treasure. Killing her was impossible. Lin Haojia wanted the treasure, not her life. As a time traveler, Lin Haojia should have sensed her abnormality, but there was no proof. For safety, Lin Shiwei first secured her personal space. Just as she closed the wardrobe door, Wang Ma came into the bedroom holding morning clothes, tears in her eyes. She just came back half a year ago, and now she's gone suddenly. Lin Shiwei walked over, comforted her with a hug, causing Wang Ma's tears to shimmer. "Since they're not my siblings, the chance that they might attack me or Grandpa in chaos is much higher." Wang Ma quickly wiped away her tears, her eyes turning fierce. "Try to lay a finger on you and see if I, Wang Yijuan, am just famous for nothing in the underworld." Wang Ma seemed ordinary, but in her youth, she was one of the top assassins, known as Double Gun Yijuan. Lin Shiwei's mother was once a famous, red merchant lady in Shanghai, surrounded by many capable people. Wang Ma survived turbulent times and managed to enjoy her later years, showing how skilled she was back then. Wang Ma, now is a peaceful time, no need for killing. While dressing, Lin Shiwei planned and said, "Just watch over us. As long as you prevent kidnapping, using weapons or violence isn't suitable. If we get taken to the police station, it wouldn't be worth it." Mother Wang hesitated for a moment and then agreed, saying, "All right," but she was still worried. During the funeral, Mother Wang kept 2 guns hidden at her waist. One was a Mauser, commonly called a box gun, or revolver. The other was an American M1911, a large caliber pistol with 11.43 mm bullets, very powerful, enough to cause serious injury at close range. A honest person who gets angry can be deadly. Mother Wang has few people she cares about in her life. Lin Shiwei is like a daughter and granddaughter to her. Anyone who harms Lin Shiwei is as serious as threatening her own life. During Lin Qingyo's funeral, people came and went at the Lin residence. As the eldest daughter, Lin Shiwei was arranged to be at the mourning hall, bowing repeatedly to see off visitors. Fu Suelian, with her children, dressed in mourning clothes, knelt at the hall burning paper offerings. Though they looked respectful, they whispered among themselves, Lin Juing, why is she standing there? If anyone should stand there, it should be our hero. Fu Suelian, lower your voice, Lin Yulan. Haha, Lin Haojia, I don't care about this small thing. We're aiming for something bigger. They were secretly planning to take the Lin family's huge wealth. For example, the grand and luxurious Lin residence in front of them, or the industries still managed by the state-controlled Lin family, or even the hidden assets like overseas trusts and foundations that the Lin family might be secretly operating. As a time traveler, Lin Haojia had big plans. But Fu Suelian felt guilty. All 3 children weren't Lin Qingyo's biological kids. If they really did a paternity test, everything would be exposed. But she didn't dare say anything to her son Lin Haojia. Since her husband's death, she depended on her son for the rest of her life. So, she dared not offend him. Lin Haojia didn't notice his mother's unease and turned his attention to his sister. Yulan, tell me again about the situation in the underground room. Yulan also had questions. I want to ask you first, where did you get those love letters Qin Nanqing wrote to me? Lin Haojia's heart tightened, but he kept his face calm and continued adding paper and gold to the fire basin. Of course, I got them from the local post office. Lying, Lin Yulan's condition was a bit wild. Why is it that every time I ask at the post office, they say they haven't received any letters from Qin Nanqing? Just bad luck. Lin Haojia dared not look her in the eyes. He lowered his head and fiddled with the fire basin. Brother Nanqing's letters come at unpredictable times. If I'm lucky, I can get one. That's not unusual. Lin Yulan was starting to break down, tears in her eyes, and asked again, then why does he deny it? Several times he said he wasn't the one writing the letters. Be honest with me, what's really going on? She had a faint idea of the truth but refused to accept it. Lin Haojia tried to make excuses. He only exchanges letters with you. He hasn't met you in person. Now that he has, he finds you SOSO. Comparing you to Lin Ziwei, you're not as pretty. Of course, he would choose Lin Ziwei. What else could it be? Men are like that. Even at this point, Lin Haojia was still manipulating Lin Yulan, even trying to pit her against Lin Ziwei, stirring up trouble between them, hoping Lin Yulan would continue to be jealous of Lin Ziwei. Besides, these people care most about family background. Lin Ziwei is the proud daughter of the Lin family, and she's so beautiful. And you? You're just someone who looks okay, not affecting the town's appearance. Plus, you can't even get on the family tree now. In other words, Lin Yulan's failure to be chosen by Qin Nanqing was because Lin Ziwei was too dazzling, standing in the way. Long under Lin Haojia's manipulation, Lin Yulan's eyes filled with tears as she looked at Lin Ziwei, her jealousy and hatred clear. Lin Haojia took the opportunity to ask, did Lin Ziwei and Wang Ma take the things from the basement that day? Lin Yulan mechanically turned her head, tears in her eyes, suppressing her overwhelming hatred, and gritted her teeth as she replied, yes, Lin Ziwei and Wang Ma took everything. They even threatened me not to tell anyone, or else it wouldn't just be a beating, it would be killing me. The Lin family held another internal tribunal. Lin Yulan stepped forward to testify, firmly claiming that all the treasures in the basement had been taken by Lin Ziwei and Wang Ma. Grandpa, look at my face, it's all beaten up.
Boo-hoo.
Wang Ma threatened me and beat me up badly. I feel so sad. Wang Ma rolled her eyes in anger. Nonsense. Do you even know why I hit you? Even though she was older, Wang Ma still had a rough, street-smart attitude and a fiery temper. Lin Shiwei had already expected such a scene and gave Wang Ma a reassuring look. Then, she calmly explained, Wang Ma hit you to teach you a lesson for talking nonsense, and you damaged my Yun Jin embroidered dress. It's not a threat to stop you from speaking, nor an attempt to harm you. They had used false accusations many times before, and they never got tired. Lin Shui patiently played along. You said and Wang Ma moved things out. May I ask, what exactly did we move? How much was it? How many hours did it take? Lin Yulan was stunned, not expecting such a question, and instinctively looked at Lin Haojia. Lin Shui mocked. You wouldn't be unaware, right? What is he doing? Could it be that you're working together to slander me? This provoked Lin Yulan and she got angry. Who said that? I saw clearly. You moved for 2 hours and filled that small car with countless gold, silver, and jewelry. Lin Haojia's expression was very strange. Lin Shui snorted softly. But the police have already searched the car, and the conclusion is, there's no sign of loading or unloading. You're clearly lying. Lin Yulan's face looked like she had spilled a box of paint. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. The truth was obvious at a glance. The old man, protective of his family, said firmly, Stop causing trouble in our Lin family. Chengyu has already been laid to rest. Since you're not on our household register, I won't acknowledge you. Go back now. He was annoyed just seeing these people.
Wait.
Lin Haojia finally couldn't hold back, showing his sharp teeth. We promised Grandpa that we would return home after our father was laid to rest. But now things have changed. Lin Shui slightly curved her lips, thinking, finally, the fox tail is showing. I knew this dog wasn't so easy to deal with. Now he's about to cause real trouble. The old man, who had already turned around, slowly faced them with sharp eyes, scolding, You little brat, what are you trying to scheme against my Lin family? Lin Haojia frowned and asked back, Our Lin family? Grandpa, my siblings, and I also have the surname Lin. He knew very well where he came from and understood that neither of his 2 younger sisters was Lin Qingyu's child, but he still lied confidently without feeling guilty or nervous. Lin Shui was the first to retort. Some people, even though they are not surnamed Lin, still dare to claim the Lin family heritage. Haha, shameless. Truly outstanding. Previously, Fu Zuelian and her daughters were frightened by Lin Shui and dared not speak back, fearing they would be forced to undergo a DNA test. Lin Haojia was unaware of the information gap between them and did not know about the DNA testing. If Lin Haojia knew this, he wouldn't be worried. He understood that such advanced technology didn't exist domestically in this era. Mom, what's going on? Are you hiding something from me? Lin Haojia sensed that something was wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Their family was full of selfish and scheming people, each hiding many important secrets from the others. Lin Haojia was a time traveler who had secretly collected antique artifacts with Lin Qingyu for half a year, and had written letters to Lin Yulan pretending to be Qin Nanqing, deceiving her for 2 years. He then used her to create jealousy and manipulate Lin Shui. He kept these secrets tightly sealed, only daring to reveal them to the already dead Lin Qingyu. On the other hand, Fu Zuelian and her daughters had long kept the fact that none of the children were Lin Qingyu's a secret, not daring to admit it. Even when Lin Shui sharply exposed the truth and threatened to have the 3 children undergo DNA testing, Fu Zuelian refused to admit anything. She was madly in love with the Lin family's wealth. Having children for the Lin family was her best way to gain their fortune. After so many years, Fu Zuelian finally entered the Lin family. She couldn't leave empty-handed. Fu Zuelian, along with her 2 daughters, kept the secret of threatening Lin Shui to undergo DNA testing tightly hidden, not daring for Lin Haojia to find out. Haojia, you're the only son I have. I rely on you to succeed in the future. I would never hide anything from you. Fu Zuelian insisted she was not hiding anything, but ultimately, it was all for herself. Hearing this, Lin Haojia finally felt a little relieved. He shifted his gaze and looked at Lin Shui with a teasing smile, curling his lips. Even though she's surnamed Lin, she's going to get married someday. Even if she has a son, he'll be an outsider, not surnamed Lin. Everyone else hadn't said anything yet, but Fu Zuelian quickly stepped forward to defend. Yes. Haojia is right. A girl is just someone else's daughter-in-law. Only sons can carry on the family line. This statement clearly meant that Lin Haojia was the future of the Lin family. Whether old Master Lin believed it or not, Fu Suelian and her children firmly believed it, and they straightened their backs confidently. Even though they knew deep down that their 3 children were not truly part of the Lin family bloodline. Lin Ziwi was suddenly amused by their words. She looked back at her grandfather, who slowly winked at her. I tell you, you really don't understand the family traditions, rules, and morals of the Lin family at all. Lin Ziwi stepped forward gracefully, tilted her head with a slight smile, and sharply rebutted. Our family motto is, both men and women should have the ambition to serve the country, and talent should be recognized regardless of background. This means that, in the Lin family, it doesn't matter if you're male or female, young or old. If you have the desire to serve the country, the family will support you. To give a specific example, look at my aunt Lin Qinghua. She worked in the Foreign Affairs Department, which was her grandfather's decision. She was outstanding and talented enough to handle important responsibilities. In contrast, my father also wanted that job, but he couldn't even pass basic English tests, so my grandfather naturally disagreed. The Lin family has always valued capable people in leadership roles. Mediocre, unqualified, or dishonest individuals, regardless of gender, are not supported by the family. Lin Ziwi looked at Haojia and the others with a serious gaze, as if trying to see through their dirty souls. Every word sounded like a loud bell, warning them to recognize their proper place. Although Fu Suelian felt guilty, she was also proud and pushed her eldest daughter, holding her head high. My daughter Yulan is a college student. Since you say the Lin family supports both men and women, then support my Yulan too. Lin Yulan was holding back her anger. She wanted to marry Qin Nancheng and thought that Lin Ziwi was the one causing trouble. Now that she saw her chance, she immediately asked her grandfather for resources. Yes, Grandpa, I should also be supported. Why can Lin Ziwi marry Brother Nancheng, but I can't? Why can she take her aunt's position in the Foreign Affairs Department, but I can't? I'm also a college student. Lin Ziwi looked back at her grandfather. Lin Weixin sat steadily in the middle of the sofa, hands resting on a dragon-headed cane, looking commanding. Why should I?
Ha!
Because Shiwei is my own granddaughter, I raised myself. He sharply looked at Lin Yulan and asked, how is her English? What score did she get? Can she do simultaneous translation? How many foreign classics has she translated? His questions overwhelmed Lin Yulan, leaving her speechless and flustered, her face turning almost purple as she couldn't say a word. The old man sneered coldly, then turned to look at Shiwei with admiration. From the moment she started talking, Shiwei has been educated in 3 languages, Chinese, English, and Russian, and switches between them easily. When she was 7, I added French, German, and Portuguese to her studies. Due to special reasons, Shiwei couldn't attend regular school, so I personally taught her. Although she hasn't attended formal classes much, she never missed a day of study and worked 10 times harder than other students. Today, she is fluent in 8 foreign languages, capable of simultaneous translation and easily translating famous literary works in various languages. With this alone, why do you have to compare yourselves to my granddaughter Shiwei? Do you still want to take her job? Huh, what a joke. The old man's praise for his granddaughter was generous, and his imposing presence made Lin Yulan and others unable to lift their heads. They never expected that the seemingly delicate young lady, Lin Shiwei, was so hard-working in her studies. Lin Yulan had struggled with her own studies, especially English, which was difficult for her. Hearing that Lin Shiwei could master 8 languages, she felt a huge gap in her heart. But she was jealous. At this moment, she wasn't admiring Shiwei, but envying her madly. She even secretly thought, if I had grown up in the Lin family and received the old man's personal guidance, I would definitely be more outstanding than Shiwei. As for Lin Haojia, he also clenched his fists tightly, secretly thinking, Shiwei is so talented. A daughter of a century-old noble family carefully cultivated, she's truly extraordinary. Even in turbulent times, she remains confident and ambitious. Lin Haojia knew well that Shiwei's strength was not to be underestimated, and he didn't expect to win easily. He sharpened his tools, eager to seize the Lin family's assets. He wouldn't give up halfway. You arranged for Lin Shiwei to work in the Foreign Affairs Department. We won't compete with her, but since we are all members of the Lin family, grandfather can't favor one over the others, right? Our siblings also need support from the family. The old man suddenly sneered coldly, sharply stamping his cane on the ground. His face darkened as he scolded. Lin family members?
Ha!
What a joke. He placed both hands on his ornate cane, slowly stood up, and looked at Fu Tsuelian with another cold smile. You swear on your son's life. These 3 people are all members of the Lin family. Fu Tsuelian was struck like lightning. Her vision went black, and she staggered back, nearly falling. If it weren't for Lin Juiying catching her in time, she would have fallen on the spot. Just her reaction was enough to show the truth. Everyone knew in their hearts that Lin Yulan, Lin Juiying, and Lin Haojia were not the children of Lin Qingyu.
Humph.
Not brave enough now. The old man suppressed his anger and drove them away. Since none of your children are from my Lin family, why should I support them? Fu Tsuelian's heart pounded with panic, tears streaming down her face, not crocodile tears, but genuine fear of losing the huge wealth of the Lin family. These tears were very sincere. Lin Haojia, being a bit more composed, managed to stand firm and retort, Grandpa, your words are wrong. My mother was hurt by false accusations that damaged her pride, but that doesn't mean she admits her children are not from the Lin family. Lin Weixin, who was nearly a lifetime old, had never seen such a shameless person before. The situation had escalated to this point. Everyone knew the truth, and yet Lin Haojia still dared to lie. Grandpa Lin was furious.
You.
Lin Shiwei saw that Grandpa was about to bring up the paternity test, so she quickly interrupted. Grandpa, what you mean is whoever claims and proves it, Lin Haojia, if you want to prove that these 3 are all from the Lin family, then produce strong evidence. Otherwise, Grandpa won't agree to include you in the household register or allow you into the Lin family tree. This move was clever and decisive. Lin Qingyu was already laid to rest. Even if paternity tests existed in this era, they couldn't prove their innocence. Moreover, in this era, there is no domestic DNA testing. Even if there were paternity tests, as long as Lin Ziwei and the grandfather refused to provide DNA samples, it would be useless. Lin Haojia felt like he had been hit hard with a surprise by Lin Ziwei, leaving him stunned. He was so shaken that he didn't know how to respond or what to say next. Proving that we are the children of the late father. This move is more clever than a bank. The key point is, none of the 3 of them are actually Lin Qingyu's children. The old man saw him at a loss for words and probably wouldn't cause much trouble. So, tired, the old man turned to leave and said, Ziwei, see them out. Lin Ziwei, with Madame Wang, told the visitors. Everyone, please leave. Lin Haojia, feeling extremely unwilling, looked at Fu Tsuelian and suddenly had an idea. My mother is the widow of the Lin family. No. Lin Ziwei gently raised her finger and shook her head, denying. Madame Fu Tsuelian was the widow of the late Mr. Lin Qingyu, but she never had a marriage certificate. She is not part of our Lin family. I knew he would cause trouble again. Lin Ziwei even predicted that, even if these people were driven out, they would come back to cause trouble. It's not about being afraid of their return, but about fearing they might not come back. Fu Tsuelian and Lin Qingyu had a common-law marriage, but no marriage certificate, because after her mother went missing years ago, her death was never reported, and her marriage to Lin Qingyu was still considered ongoing. Lin Ziwei deliberately provoked Lin Haojia's fragile nerves and mocked him. Mr. Lin Haojia, even if your mother wants to inherit some estate, it would only be from her late husband's assets. No matter how big or brilliant our Lin family's business is, it has nothing to do with you. What does Lin Qingyu own? Currently just a gallery. All the valuable items in the gallery have been stored in Lin Ziwei's space. Lin Haojia was so angry, he wished he could tear Lin Ziwei apart, skin her alive. He had worked hard for over half a year, collecting antique artifacts from streets and alleys, and now they were all gone. Losing assets worth trillions for no reason. Who wouldn't go crazy? He knew it was definitely related to Lin Ziwei, but he had no proof. Lin Ziwei smiled sweetly at him, still showing that infuriating attitude of you dislike me, but can't do anything to me. Behind her, Granny Wang, the old woman with twin guns, slowly appeared. She held a shotgun in her left hand and an M1911 in her right, aiming both dark barrels at the mother and son. Lin Shiwei quickly ordered, "Hurry back to your room and pack your things. Do it before it gets dark. And get out." Half an hour later, Lin Yulan, Lin Haojia, Fu Tsuelian, and Lin Juing stood in a line, carrying bags of various sizes, some on their shoulders, some in their hands, some linked by arms. Lin Shiwei admired this scene like a famous painting from the past, smiling to herself as she thought, a family should leave together, neatly and orderly. The four people opposite her hated her with all their hearts, eager to rush forward and tear her smile apart. But they dared not, because Granny Wang was watching over them. Lin Shiwei planned to use a trick to create doubt, and she beckoned to Lin Yulan. "Come over first. It's still necessary for you to see the real handwriting of Qin Nancheng with your own eyes." Lin Haojia panicked instantly. "You can't go. She's just bluffing you." Lin Shiwei deliberately spoke ambiguously. "I didn't have time to tell you the full truth before. Now I think girls should help each other so you don't get used by someone with bad intentions without knowing. It was just talk." Lin Shiwei wasn't that kind-hearted. In her previous life, Lin Yulan also hurt her. Why should she forgive her just because she was reborn? Was Lin Yulan a pitiful girl? Was she, Lin Shiwei, not pitiful in her past life? Had she ever let her go? If she gave Lin Yulan a chance, she would only turn around and ruthlessly kill her. In a fierce battle for huge benefits, there was no distinction between enemies and friends based on gender. Lin Yulan really came over. Lin Shiwei deliberately took her aside to talk, making sure Lin Haojia could see them but not hear what was said. Lin Yulan couldn't wait and asked eagerly, "Is the letter here?" Lin Shiwei took out an envelope, pointing at the postage stamp. "Look carefully. Nanhai Province, Fenghuang Island." The rest of the details wouldn't be on the envelope. That's the special feature of Qin Nancheng's organization. Lin Yulan's face suddenly drained of color. The love letter she received was in a plain envelope, with an address not on Fenghuang Island, but from Beijing. Lin Shiwei pointed to the various red and blue stamps on the envelope and explained, "This is the approval stamp from the higher authorities. This is the review department's approval stamp. This is the confidentiality stamp for special letters, and this is the urgent stamp for special channels." Every word felt heavy, like a weight pressing down on Lin Yulan's heart, making her hard to breathe. Qin Nancheng personally said that, except for official matters, he doesn't write letters unless necessary because his identity is too special. "Then, why do you have his letter?" Lin Yulan asked, her voice hoarse and dry, her heart aching beyond words. Lin Shiwei smiled mysteriously. "It's a secret. Just 2 words, but they created distance." It was easy to see who was closer to Qin Nancheng. That day, Lin Yulan saw Qin Nancheng's handsome appearance with her own eyes and had liked him so much she couldn't let go. "You're lying to me." Lin Yulan snatched the envelope, trembling as she looked at the writing over and over. The strong, bold handwriting of the pen was completely different from the handwriting on the love letter she received. Her gaze moved down, and she saw the sender's signature, Qin Nancheng. Lin Yulan's worldview shattered completely. No, that's not right. Everything you said is wrong. Qin Nancheng is the one who wrote me the letter. He's been the one writing me love letters." She cried and shouted, her eyes red and wild. "Heroic figures don't lie to me. He's my own brother." Unfortunately, this Lin Haojia was not the same as that Lin Haojia. As someone from this era, Lin Yulan knew that her reaction to the truth was normal. Lin Shiwei certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to tell her the truth. First, Lin Haojia was a time traveler, which was too absurd for Lin Yulan to believe even if she heard it. Second, why would she tell Lin Yulan for no reason? It would expose her as a reborn person. Third, their family's karma was intertwined. Dog-eat-dog fights and internal struggles were Lin Shiwei's ultimate goal. Lin Yulan, not every girl of the Lin family at the right age has the chance to marry Qin Nancheng. I've told you that before. Lin Shuwei didn't mind adding salt to Lin Yulan's wounded heart. My relationship with Qin Nansheng and our mother was sworn brotherhood. The childhood marriage between the two children started because of our mother's good relationship. My lousy father and Lin Haojie played tricks on you, but they kept this crucial information hidden. Lin Yulan painfully pulled at her hair, feeling angry and unsure of where to start blaming Lin Shuwei. Lin Shuwei only felt a sense of relief inside. In her past life, she was paralyzed in bed for 30 years. Lin Yulan came many times to show off, often scolding and insulting her. Those words like paralyzed woman, ugly monster, bedsores old lady, and mummy's girl who can't live or die cut deep into Lin Shuwei's soul like nails. That painful memory made Lin Shuwei refuse to show any mercy to Lin Yulan. Want to get revenge on Lin Haojie? I'll tell you the best way, report him. Lin Yulan, overwhelmed with pain and confusion, suddenly looked up at her and asked, "How do I report him?" Lin Shuwei's heart jumped with joy for a moment. She pointed to the envelope in her hand. "See this red stamp? Go to this government office in the city. Use your real name and report that Lin Haojie forged official military documents, pretending to be a special officer for 2 years. This has hurt your feelings and damaged his reputation, causing irreparable harm." After hearing this, Lin Yulan, full of worries, returned to her group. Lin Shuwei watched her leave calmly, thinking, "You're just a paper tiger. Expecting you to really stand up to Lin Haojie is probably hopeless." As expected, Lin Yulan didn't make any trouble for Lin Haojie even after leaving the mansion. Instead, Lin Haojie, very concerned, asked what had happened. "Did Lin Shuwei gossip about you in front of everyone?" Fu Suelian, loyal to her son, rolled her eyes and joined the group attacking Lin Yulan. Yulan, don't be so lifeless. Mom tells you Lin Shuwei isn't a good person. Don't believe anything she says. We are a family that depends on each other. Lin Yulan heard only muffled sounds and couldn't understand what they were saying. Her mind was a mess, weighing whether to confront Lin Haojie. She was jealous of Lin Shuwei, and she hated Lin Haojie for hiding the truth from her, playing her for years. But she had no courage to report Lin Haojie, nor did she want to. Her younger brother was raised by Lin Yulan herself. Although Fu Suelian was very biased against boys, Lin Yulan still felt a bond with her brother. However, this Lin Haojie was no longer her little brother raised on rice porridge and milk powder. The family of 4 had nowhere to go and could only hide in the gallery for the night. Fu Suelian and Lin Juying were tidying up the basement, preparing to set up a temporary bedroom for the 3 of them to stay in. Lin Haojie, being a man, was sleeping in the corner of the gallery for now. Lin Yulan, unwilling to accept this, came over and kicked him gently while he lay on a cardboard box. "I asked you about those letters." "They were Dad's idea," Lin Haojie said cunningly. Since Lin Qingyu was already dead, blaming the easygoing father was the best choice, especially since there was no proof. He wanted to go back to the city. He's been preparing for this for many years, you know that. To make sure Lin Yulan believed him, Lin Haojie added, "The person writing those letters is actually Dad's old friend in Kyoto. I don't have the ability to know Kyoto's cultural people. Big sister, don't hate Dad. Every father wants to plan for his children. He hopes you marry Qin Nansheng, and after climbing higher, you can help bring us along. If you marry well, and second sister does too, then we can all enjoy a better life." At this moment, Lin Haojie seemed to return to his innocent, obedient brother image from Lin Yulan's memory. The more he acted like this, the more Lin Yulan felt pain and frustration, with no outlet for her anger. Inside Lin Haojie's disguise was a wise old soul. With a quick blink, a bad idea flashed through his mind. Did Lin Ziwi say I was talking badly about her? Lin Yulan's emotions were fragile. She cried and complained, "Why are you so annoying? You're in cahoots with Dad, and you've hurt me so badly."
Boo-hoo.
Lin Haojie forced a shy smile, comforting his sister on the surface, but secretly calculating how much he could still use her. Qin Nansheng is completely out of the picture now. The Lin family doesn't recognize her as a granddaughter. It's going to be difficult to control her marriage to a useful man. The worst part is, she's very unstable emotionally right now. He lowered his voice to coax Lin Yulon, secretly planning how to use her. Lin Yulon, after sobbing and calming down, stood up and brushed off her clothes. "I'm leaving. You all better take care of yourselves from now on." A sudden alarm struck Lin Haojia's heart. He quickly stood up and asked, "Are you going back to school?" Lin Yulon sniffed and spoke with a hoarse voice. "Lin Shiwei is so talented. No matter how jealous I am, it won't change the fact that her grades are better than mine. To catch up or surpass her, I need to study harder." Lin Haojia's face darkened, a fierce look flashing across his eyes. It seemed that Lin Yulon was starting to slip out of his control. Lin Yulon, who was admitted to normal university, received a 5 yuan allowance each month and could support herself at school. After graduation, she would be assigned a job. For Lin Haojia, this was a heavy. Such a good blood bag like Lin Yulon. If he couldn't use her, he might as well destroy her. Since Yulon is striving to improve, I'll do my best to help. Lin Haojia suddenly came up with a bad idea. "I want to visit the Lin mansion and borrow some books, those related to your major, to help you improve quickly." Lin Yulon frowned suspiciously. "We're not really part of the Lin family. Do you think they'll lend you books?" "Who said we're not?" Lin Haojia stubbornly refused to change his statement. "We definitely are part of the Lin family." He led Lin Yulon out of the gallery and brainwashed his lucky sister. "If we're not really from the Lin family, then how come Dad didn't notice all these years? It's all just Lin Shiwei spreading rumors. Grandpa was just deceived by her." Lin Yulon, still naive, agreed. "Yes. Grandpa was too sad. Once he calms down, he'll carefully review everything. Hopefully, he'll bring us back home." But the more she spoke, the less confident she felt. The attitude of Pai Tzuelian made their sister-brother identities seem very fake. Lin Haojia pretended to be a caring younger brother, leading Lin Yulon back along the way. When they reached the Lin mansion, he suddenly acted mischievous. "Sigh, sister, my stomach hurts a bit. Wait here for a moment, I need to go to the bathroom." Lin Yulon chuckled and scolded. "Lazy donkey. Always causing trouble. Hurry back." She leaned against a ginkgo tree, waiting for Lin Haojia to return. A few minutes later, she heard footsteps approaching behind her, crunching on the thick ginkgo leaves. "Back already? Let's go." Before she finished speaking, someone hit her from behind with a blunt object. Lin Yulon collapsed to the ground, revealing Lin Haojia behind her, holding a club with a sinister smile. Trying to fight me? You're still too inexperienced." Unbeknownst to him, on a hidden balcony nearby, a pair of delicate hands held an imported camera. The long lens zoomed in, clicking rapidly as it captured the scene. In the ginkgo forest, Lin Haojia was completely unaware. He threw down his wooden stick, squatted, spat, and cursed. "I knew you wouldn't be reliable. Kindness to women, what does that count? Since ancient times, who dares to be soft when fighting for interests? I was counting on you to take down Qin Nancheng, to help me get rich later. But no, you're useless." He looked at Lin Yulon carefully, then touched his chin with a lecherous smile. "Her looks are decent. Sell her to traffickers, and you'll get a good price. I've lost many antiques, and I'm almost broke." Before, Lin Qingyu had taken money from home, taking him around to collect antiques and find hidden treasures. Lin Qingyu had been kicked out of the family, and now Lin Haojia had no money. But there was hope. "My dear sister, once I sell you for some cash, you'll be like a dandelion, blowing wherever the wind takes you." Click, click, click. On the nearby balcony, the camera kept shooting. He took off Lin Yulon's socks, stuffed them into her mouth, then took out prepared rope and tied her up tightly. "Tomorrow, I'll report you missing to the police, using that as an excuse to search the Lin family for you." He was lost in his own delusion of being a genius, muttering, "Lin Ziwei has serious conflicts with you. I'll add another reason. Say you and her split the loot unevenly. When that happens, Lin Ziwei won't be able to defend herself. Whether she moved the treasures from my basement or not, she'll have to compensate me." Lin Haojia felt that the missing treasures definitely involved Lin Ziwei, but he had no proof. To recover his losses, even if it meant framing her, he was willing to drag Lin Ziwei down. It didn't matter if he couldn't get the treasures back. Lin family would pay. Aren't you Lin family rich enough? Then just bleed a little for me. Lin Ziwei wanted to marry Qin Nancheng, but she must not have any criminal record. Lin Haojie had already planned everything. Just this point was enough to control Old Master Lin and Lin Ziwei. The mantis catches the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Lin Haojie had just tied Lin Yulan up tightly when he heard faint footsteps crunching on fallen leaves behind him. He turned around and saw Lin Juing walking over with a stern face and cold, dead eyes. Feeling awkward, Lin Haojie quickly explained. Big sister Yulan wouldn't listen and insisted on rushing in to find Lin Shiwei, angry that she stole her fiance. I couldn't stop her, so I had to do this to bring her back. Since the last incident, Lin Juing had been very gloomy, her eyes like they wouldn't blink. She used to love dressing up and often argued with Lin Yulan over pretty clothes. They used to bicker a lot. Recently, she hadn't smiled or fussed, and she looked disheveled in her small dress, her hair messy, like a chicken coop. She still wore 2 simple braids that Fu Chui Lian had braided for her the day before. Her shoes, stylish Mary Jane flats, were covered in mud, making it a shame to see such nice white leather shoes so dirty. She moved stiffly like a wooden doll, her eyes mechanically rolling as she looked down at Lin Yulan on the ground. Lin Haojie wasn't sure what she was thinking and tentatively asked, "Second sister, do you want to help me?" Suddenly, Lin Juing reached behind her and pulled out a stone. "Hey, don't hit me." Lin Haojie scrambled backward, eyes wide with shock. Big sister is confused and reckless. "I only knocked her out, not trying to hurt her."
Don't hit me, you.
Before he finished, the stone was dropped. Lin Juing fiercely threw the stone at Lin Yulan's temple. Lin Haojie was stunned.
Bang, bang, bang.
Lin Juing kept hitting Lin Yulan's face with the stone, her eyes unblinking. In no time, Lin Yulan's face was bloody and unrecognizable. You, Lin Haojie stammered, unsure what to say. They were sisters. From the balcony, someone holding a camera took pictures and couldn't help but gasp. Just as Lin Haojie was confused, Lin Juing suddenly cackled loudly. Kill you, little brat. You pushed me to Fu Xinghan, let you run alone, didn't take me along, and used me as a shield." Lin Haojie listened to her endless complaints and finally understood what was going on. There are no grudges in this world without reason. Lin Juing's hatred for Lin Yulan was because of a past incident. Fu Xinghan took the medicated bird's nest porridge and, after having a reaction, originally wanted to deal with Lin Yulan. But she pushed Lin Juing out instead. Fu Xinghan mistreated Lin Juing, which made her very angry and resentful. They were all in the same boat, originally planning to scheme against Lin Shiwei. But like a boomerang, their plans kept coming back to hurt them. Lin Haojie was very clever. When he saw things were getting bad, he ran away quickly. Lin Juing, furious, smashed things and kept muttering, "Let you run now. See where you can go. Haha. You can't escape now, right?" Hearing Lin Juing's angry curses behind him, Lin Haojie was so scared he ran as fast as he could. Since coming to this world, he wanted to take advantage of the era's opportunities to collect cultural relics and antiques, building up his initial capital. He never thought about killing anyone. They say the 1970s and 80s were the best times to find rare antiques and collectibles. Many people, afraid of trouble, either sold family heirlooms secretly or handed them over to the authorities. Some families with bad backgrounds would marry their children into better families, but unfortunately, the partners often didn't recognize the value and sold the heirlooms cheaply. Some even threw away old items as trash. While running, Lin Haojie was frustrated. It wasn't easy to cross into this world. He had finally gathered a lot of cultural relics, but now they were all gone. He wanted to use Lin Yulan's last value, sell her off. Lin Juing went crazy. It doesn't matter. Even dead Lin Yulan is the most valuable teacher. I can use her to frame Lin Shiwei. Haha, I've got everything under control. Not far away, on the balcony, Lin Shiwei finished her work smoothly, took the film out of her camera as she walked, then headed downstairs. She was going to the darkroom in the basement to develop the photos quickly. During the years she was stuck at home and couldn't go to school, Lin Shui learned many skills to pass the time. Gardening birds, caring for cats, nurturing health, planting vegetables, flowers, and dreams, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, shooting, martial arts, dancing, and photography. Suddenly, the living room phone rings. Lin Shui happens to pass by and casually answers. Hello? Who's there? This is the Lin residence. I'm your delivery girl, Lin Shui. In a cheerful mood, her voice is especially sweet and lively. On the other end, there are two breaths, very clear to Lin Shui, making her feel a little ticklish. Then, a deep voice like a cello singing softly, with a hint of affection, says, Shui, it's me, Nancheng. Lin Shui's face flushes red. Oh, Qin Nancheng. Lin Shui can't help but purse her lips, turn around, and shout loudly. Grandpa, Phoenix Island is calling. When Qin Nancheng had questions to ask, he would either shake the phone, write a letter, or send a telegram. No matter who answered the phone at the Lin residence, they would report to the old master that Phoenix Island is calling. That's why Lin Shui has an envelope signed by Qin Nancheng. These are old letters. But they are mostly questions about consulting. For example, a new fighter jet just imported and related documents need translation. Or, a precise machine tool just imported from Germany and installation guidance documents need translation. Or, some large confidential equipment is about to be put into production and related materials still need accurate translation. And so on and so forth. Qin Nancheng secretly hires Lin Weixin as a consultant because of her high accuracy. The translation of such materials is very sensitive. Any mistake, even a small part misaligned, could cause the entire production line to restart. Without solid professional knowledge, it's impossible to handle translations in niche fields. Since childhood, Lin Shui has been learning alongside her grandfather, practicing translating these kinds of materials. In recent years, although Qin Nancheng's translated materials are signed by Lin Weixin, in fact, all of them are handled by Lin Shui. Today, she just happened to pass by the phone and answered it. By coincidence, it was Qin Nancheng. Shui, I'm not looking for Grandpa. I'm looking for you. Qin Nancheng's voice was unusually deep, coming through the receiver and lingering in Lin Ziwi's ears with unexpected tenderness. I'm participating in special training here, but I heard from Uncle Second that your father unexpectedly passed away. Sorry I couldn't be there with you. Lin Ziwi was stunned. Uncle Second? Which one? She had no memory of him at all. On the day of the funeral, there were too many guests. As the eldest daughter, Lin Ziwi wore mourning clothes and bowed all day, unable to tell who is who. Qin Nancheng specifically called just to say this? Oh, there's no need for that. It's okay. Your work is important, Lin Ziwi said gently and thoughtfully. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds before he spoke again. It might become normal in the future. My schedule is all kept secret. In short, Qin Nancheng would leave suddenly and wouldn't tell his wife about his missions. I understand, I completely understand. Don't worry, I have a broad mind and am prepared for this, Lin Ziwi replied. She thought to herself, I will have my own work in the future and won't focus all my attention on you. Qin Nancheng chuckled softly, surprisingly pleasant to hear. Yes, you have a broad mind. Suddenly, a hurried report came through. Report. Crashed again, crashed another one. H6. Qin Nancheng hung up. Lin Ziwi didn't blame him. In this era, such things were top secret. The H6 was constantly being upgraded. Since the day General Sixth was introduced, the upgrades never stopped. In the early 1980s, various improved models of the Sixth were repeatedly test-flown and crashed on the runway. Some even failed to reach the runway and crashed directly. During this period, many brave pilots sacrificed their lives, with rows of tombstones. Lin Ziwi went to the basement darkroom to develop the photos she had taken. Her mind kept replaying the phrase, crashed again, another one crashed. Did Qin Nancheng lead the test flight team? She asked nervously, biting her lip. Could there be an accident? She worried. In her past life, he had sacrificed himself for the country at a young age. In her previous life, she endured until she was 84 before dying. She couldn't remember exactly when Qin Nancheng died. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. Lin Ziwi muttered, "You absolutely must not have any accidents. Since we're married, I don't want to be a widow." Qin Nancheng, the man she often mentioned, was at a secret base in the northwest desert, leading a team to test fly the new H-6 modified. At 9 in the evening, the place was still as bright as day. Around the runway, engineers stood ready with notebooks in hand, waiting anxiously. A clearance vehicle went first, making sure the runway was clear. The bright lemon-yellow test plane slowly taxied forward, then lifted its nose and smoothly soared into the sunset. The engineers around the runway held their breath, eyes fixed on the aircraft, afraid it might crash again. Minute by minute passed. After completing the test maneuvers, Qin Nancheng slowly brought the plane back, preparing to land. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. The last plane hadn't even made it back to the runway. The rescue team still hadn't returned. Now, Qin Nancheng's team faced the hardest part again, landing. As the saying goes, taking off is easy, landing is hard. Especially for a test aircraft. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the lemon-yellow plane descended steadily, 5,000, 3,000, 1,000 meters. The rear landing gear deployed smoothly, but the front gear suddenly jammed. With no choice, Qin Nancheng gave quick instructions to his crew. In the observation area, an engineer grabbed his hair in frustration. "Why won't the landing gear come out? It's just the landing gear, not some complicated system. Why won't it work?" Someone beside him quickly comforted him. "It's a test plane. It's normal. Any problem is normal." But the engineer still stomped his foot. "This problem isn't even advanced. Not technical at all." Humph. After another attempt, Qin Nancheng successfully landed the plane. The crowd around the runway erupted in cheers, waving their Red Star caps and shouting with joy. It worked. Finally, it worked. Ground crew members ran over carrying equipment boxes. The cabin door opened, and Qin Nancheng led his team out. In the soft evening light, Qin Nancheng and his 6 crew members became the first heroes in nearly 3 months to land safely and successfully. Everyone who had worked the modified H-6 rushed forward to celebrate. An excited engineer called out, "Where's the banner? Hurry, hang it up. And get some flowers for Captain Qin." After countless days and nights of effort, they had finally completed a successful test flight. The remaining parameters on this aircraft are a huge milestone for their scientists. Every test flight provides important data for the next one. Today, Qin Nancheng led the team and almost obtained all the key parameters, which is a great contribution to the research. The senior leader was very excited and stepped forward to pat Qin Nancheng's strong chest. "Good. A hero at a young age. We must report this collective first-class achievement." Next to him, Bada Lu couldn't resist joking. "Still young? You're almost 30. Qin Nancheng kicked him. "Get lost." "No de." A group of rough men laughed and played around. The tense atmosphere disappeared. The military reporter was also very excited and called out, "Get the banner ready. Let's take a group photo." Qin Nancheng and the others immediately took out large sunglasses, put them on, and also wore cloth masks for privacy. Even with his handsome face covered tightly, he still stood out among the crowd with a special aura. Lin Shui stayed up until midnight and finally finished developing a large batch of photos. She took a nap until the afternoon. Finally, the moment arrived. Lin Haojia, along with Fu Suelian and Lin Juying, swaggered into the Lin family. Behind them, 2 police officers followed, familiar faces. "Where is Lin Shiwei? Tell her to come out." Fu Suelian's voice was sharp. Seeing Lin Shiwei come down the stairs, tears suddenly streamed down her face. "My daughter Yulan's face was beaten up. Was it you?" Lin Shiwei yawned, slowly walking downstairs, still a bit sleepy. "Yulan is dead." "What does that have to do with me?" "Humph. It must be you who hurt my Yulan," Fu Suelian accused sharply, pointing at Lin Shiwei. "Don't think you can hide it from me. The treasure in Haojia's basement was moved out by you and Wang Ma. My Yulan was a witness. Did you silence her?" She turned her head and cried, made a scene, and threatened. Take Lin Shiwei away. I want her to be sentenced to death. Otherwise, I'll run headfirst into a pillar and die. You really are unlucky. Dying against a pillar in my house. What does that count for? Lin Shiwei rolled her eyes. Fu Zuelian pointed at Lin Shiwei's nose, stomping and glaring, spitting. You killed my daughter. It's you and that Aunt Wang who are in this together. My sister Yulan has been played around by you all, and she'll be blamed even after she's gone. Boo-hoo, Lin Shiwei calmly reviewed her words. Wait a minute. You're accusing me of killing Yulan? Where's the proof? Fu Zuelian's crying suddenly stopped, and a look of confusion appeared in her eyes. She instinctively looked at Lin Haojia. He hesitated and said nothing. But then Lin Shiwei asked again. Since you have no proof, why are you here spreading lies? Fu Zuelian suddenly seemed to remember something and added. Oh. Yulan died on your land, so isn't it you who did it? Lin Shiwei shot back sharply. She died outside my house. Does that mean I killed her? Last time, Fu Xinghan also died on my land. Wasn't that you who killed him? Fu Zuelian choked, her not-so-bright mind tangled even more by Lin Shiwei's words. Lin Haojia cursed silently in his mind, then had to step in to steer the conversation back on track. Last time, when the items went missing from the gallery's basement, Yulan later told us the truth. It was you and Aunt Wang who moved the goods and threatened her to keep quiet. At this point, Lin Haojia gave a quick look to the woman who was taking advantage of the situation. She understood immediately, and her muddled brain finally connected the dots. Yes. Yulan told us herself that you and Aunt Wang threatened her, saying if she didn't cooperate, she'd be harmed, and promised her some benefits if she stayed loyal. If she didn't, she'd be killed. Lin Juing also added support. You have guns threatening my sister. She can't sleep well at night, always having nightmares. Fu Zuelian was led along by her son and daughter, sticking to the story they made up and lying carefully. My poor Yulan. If she hadn't talked in her sleep and we overheard, we wouldn't even know how serious things had become. She and her daughter hugged each other and cried loudly. The first floor of the Lin mansion was already large, and their crying echoed layer after layer, never ending. Lin Shiwei surprisingly still had time to enjoy some tea, handing each of the two companions a cup. Please sit down and have some tea to quench your thirst. This made them a little embarrassed. The leading officer cleared his throat awkwardly and took the cup. Miss Lin, we are here to discuss the matter, not the person. Our visit is without ill intent. They are the local law enforcement officers, and everyone knows the reputation and integrity of the Lin family. The tea aroma is light and fragrant, and it is the finest Westlake Longjing tea. In this material-scarce era, drinking good tea is considered a luxury. The two officers saw Lin Ziwei's sincerity and became more polite. Everything is for the people's benefit. We hope you can understand. Lin Ziwei confidently invited them to sit down. I understand. You have official duties, which is normal. She gave the officers enough respect, regardless of others' opinions. The officers secretly admired Lin Ziwei and spoke more gently. Miss Lin, regarding what they said, do you have anything to say? Lin Ziwei didn't pretend to be superior or claim innocence. Instead, she asked a series of questions. First, they say I, along with Wang Ma, killed Lin Yulan. That's completely false and without proof. Second, they claim Lin Yulan died within the Lin family's territory and blame us for violence. But that doesn't make sense, considering Fu Xinghan's death. Third, they say I and Wang Ma moved the gallery's basement goods, but there's no evidence. Now they suddenly say Lin Yulan was a witness, but the witness is dead. Too much of a coincidence. Fourth, Lin Yulan is dead, and everything she said is just her family's words. We can't fully trust it. Listening to Lin Ziwei's detailed analysis, the officers nodded repeatedly. That makes sense. There are many logical flaws here. We need to investigate carefully. Evidence is what matters, not just words. They are professionals, though not detectives, but they have handled many different cases. Fu Zuelian's mind wasn't sharp, and she loved to argue and be stubborn. Lin Ziwei, what are you babbling about? Murder is punishable by law. If Yulan died in your house, it's obvious who's responsible, your family and Wang Ma. Lin Juing was calmer and understood what was happening. Lin Haojie also understood. They both knew they were trying to frame someone. As the murderer, Lin Juing couldn't stay quiet and questioned Lin Ziwei. Aren't you just guessing? Do you have any strong evidence to prove my sister didn't kill her? Lin Shiwei remained calm and composed, glancing at her with a subtle smile. I have the evidence. I will surely bring the real culprit to justice and restore fairness. Fu Zuelian couldn't cause any more trouble, and Lin Haojie lost a smile. Lin Juing was even more anxious, clutching her clothes tightly, her face losing all color. Two colleagues leisurely sipped their tea, exchanging glances. There was definitely some secret involved. These people had caused trouble at the Lin family several times before, clearly a group of troublemakers. This time, the two colleagues were especially cautious, afraid of offending the wrong person. Lin Shiwei held a blue-purple enamel porcelain teacup with a lotus flower design, gently blowing on the tea foam, her beautiful eyes lifting and lowering, taking in their expressions. Waiting for the right moment. Time passed second by second, and Fu Zuelian, Lin Haojie, and Lin Juing grew more anxious and restless. Especially Lin Juing, who could no longer control herself, her voice hoarse and trembling. What are you doing?
Huh.
Lin Shiwei, I ask you, what exactly are you doing? If you have evidence, hurry up and show it. Lin Shiwei's lips, a delicate rose color, parted slightly, her smile subtle. Why are you in such a hurry? You're not the real culprit. Suddenly, Lin Juing snapped angrily, her eyes nearly bulging out. Who said I'm the culprit? You're just spouting nonsense. Her outburst was sudden and intense. She jumped onto the sofa like a mad dog. You have no evidence. Lin Shiwei, who are you trying to scare? No evidence. You definitely have no evidence. The real culprit is you. It can only be you. Haha, haha. Lin Haojie was shocked, thinking, it's over, it's over. This crazy woman is more trouble than she's worth. Lin Shiwei, I underestimated you. I thought since Lin Weixin wasn't home, I could scare you off and things would be settled. But you're so difficult to deal with. Lin Shiwei guessed it was about time, stood up and called out loudly towards the staircase behind her. Mom Wang, have you finished washing everything? Everyone looked confused. The key evidence has been washed out. I'll come upstairs now. Mom Wang responded confidently. Ding, ding, ding. As Mom Wang's footsteps grew closer, Lin Haojie's face turned pale with fear, and Lin Juing quickly ran away. Where do you think you're going? Two comrades were already prepared and grabbed Lin Juing's arm. Haha, you're not the murderer, so why are you running? The boomerang repeatedly flew toward them, scaring Lin Haojie into turning around and trying to run. Another comrade blocked his way, sneering. And you? Running? Are you the real culprit? No, I'm not. Lin Haojie calmed down, since he was an old man. I swear on my mother's life, I am definitely not the murderer. Fu Zuelian was confused by her son's oath. What's going on? Didn't you tell me that the killers are Lin Ziwei and Wang Ma? Who said it was me or the young lady? Wang Ma strode over, holding a freshly washed photo, and with a flick, it landed on the large white marble coffee table. Take a look. This is the crime scene. The real culprit isn't us, but your daughter Lin Juing. Lin Ziwei added sharply, without hesitation. Haha, the second daughter used a stone to kill the eldest daughter, Fu Zuelian. Isn't that a complete life? Fu Zuelian's old eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. On the coffee table, a large number of shocking photos were scattered. In some consecutive photos, Lin Yulan was unconscious on the ground, with Lin Haojie stuffing a sock into her mouth and tying her up tightly with a rope. In one photo, Lin Juing was squatting beside Lin Yulan, swinging a stone with a fierce expression. Other scattered photos showed a strong sequence. Lin Yulan's head was smashed by a stone, her face bloodied and battered. Especially the photo of Lin Yulan's beautiful face, which was smashed so badly it was covered in blood. No, this can't be. It's impossible. Fu Zuelian's head was buzzing, and every photo seemed to dance in her mind. She couldn't understand why her second daughter would kill her eldest daughter. Meanwhile, Lin Juing remained surprisingly calm and even cold when faced with these solid proofs. Lin Haojia was the loudest. Look, you all saw it. Lin Juiying is the one who killed Lin Yulan, not me. It's not my fault. He desperately tried to clear his name, spitting explanations at the comrade on the left and muttering to the one on the right. Comrades, she wiped the spit off her face and glared at him fiercely. Right and wrong will be decided in time. Your fussing now is useless. Be quiet, Lin Shiwei, even when holding a bomb, calmly picked up a nuclear device and threw it, destroying the three of them, mother and children, completely, causing chaos and collapse. Fu Tsuelian cried, shouted, and acted crazy. Lin Juiying laughed loudly, yelled, and made a fuss, like a maggot crawling out of a cesspit, burned by the cement ground. In the midst of the chaos, Lin Shiwei relaxed, pouring herself more tea, watching the dogs bite each other, full of fur. Lin Haojia saw her so calm and quickly settled down, trying to hide his presence. The noisy scene was mostly caused by Fu Tsuelian and Lin Juiying still acting wild. Tell me, why did you smash your sister to death? Faced with Fu Tsuelian's frantic questioning, Lin Juiying became even more hysterical. Don't mention her. She doesn't deserve to be my sister. Lin Yulan, that scheming, rotten woman, is not really my sister. You. Fu Tsuelian's emotions broke down further, slapping her daughter hard. Lin Juiying's eyes spun, her face swollen and red, with blood at the corner of her mouth. The chaos finally quieted down because of that slap. In the large Lin mansion's first floor, the sound of slaps continued endlessly. The old master, along with butler Zhang, returned and stopped at the door, watching this scene from afar. In the living room, by the sofa, Lin Juiying looked wild, her hair messy, baring her teeth at her mother. Since I was little, besides hitting me, what else can you do? She glared angrily at Lin Haojia and sharply accused, you only care about your dog son, Lin Haojia, and you treat him like gold. No matter how obedient, well-behaved, or filial I try to be, you pretend not to see. Fu Tsuelian looked at her daughter in shock, her face covered with red lipstick, lips moving a few times, only managing a tired cliché. Haojia is a boy. He will take care of me in old age. He's also your family's support. Shouldn't we all treat him well? Lin Juiying became even more overwhelmed, her voice cracking as she cursed. Go to with your support. To with your family backing. Why should I treat him unconditionally? After shouting, Lin Juiying burst into tears. Aren't I just some meat you dropped from yourself? Just because I am a girl, you trample on my needs. When will you finally be fair to me? Even though her voice was hoarse from shouting, Fu Tsuelian stubbornly ignored her needs. Being fair to you? Why should I be fair to you? If anyone's to blame, it's because you're just a girl without a backbone. Fu Tsuelian was also reminded of her sad past, and her emotions burst out like a raging river. I was hoping that this second child of yours would be a boy, so I could hold my head up in front of Lin Qingyu. He wants a son to carry on the family name, so I'll give him one. Who would have thought you're just a useless girl? You blame me for favoring Haojia? So what if I do? Having Haojia makes Lin Qingyu see me as a real person. Without Haojia, this only child, me, and you all wouldn't be able to follow that deadbeat Lin Qingyu back to the family. This society is like this. Men get more benefits, better benefits, and bigger benefits than women. In the collective farm, a man's work earns 10 points a day. Women? At most, 8 points. Go argue with the farm team. Go demand those missing 2 points. Stop yelling at me. If you could bring me greater benefits, I might be fair to you. Lin Juiying, do you have any?
Huh?
Say something. Fu Tsuelian ranted in a hysterical outburst, and Lin Juiying finally quieted down. Lin Shiwei watched this pair of vicious mother and daughter fight, and then sipped her tea. But it's none of her business. She didn't cause the tragedy, so why should she bear the consequences of Fu Tsuelian's vengeful schemes? People live in this world, each with their own life lessons and family karma. The unfulfilled life lessons of Fu Tsuelian are passed down to her children. This family karma involves at least 3 generations, and the 3rd generation might never escape it. Lin Shiwei has no obligation to enlighten Fu Tsuelian, nor to sacrifice her own interests to support this family of bloodsuckers. In her past life, she was careless and let the wolf into the house, paying the harshest price. In this life, Lin Shiwei has finally started over. How could she let them go? Layer after layer, Lin Shiwei has set a trap, waiting to catch her prey. Ms. Fu, everyone has their own flesh and blood. I still suggest you love Lin Juing just once, just like you favored Lin Haojia last time. This time, since Lin Juing killed Lin Yulan, you can take the blame and serve time in her place. Fu Zuelian immediately jumped and pointed at Lin Shiwei, shouting, "Get lost with your nonsense. Why should I go to jail for her?" Lin Juing's fragile nerves finally broke completely. Then why should you take all the blame for Lin Haojia? It was clearly Fu Xinghan who caused his death. Just because he's a boy? Am I not part of your flesh and blood? Seeing the situation turning against him, Lin Haojia hurriedly tried to stop. Mom, don't fall for Lin Shiwei's tricks. But it was too late. Fu Zuelian and Lin Juing kept arguing, saying everything they could and couldn't say. You ungrateful girl. Good for nothing. Why can you compare yourself to a boy? Haojia only killed a Han to save you. Lin Shiwei seized the moment and quickly spoke. Police officers, listen. It wasn't Ms. Fu Zuelian who caused Fu Xinghan's death, it was Lin Haojia. Lin Shiwei was waiting for them here. Lin Haojia was shocked and denied repeatedly. No, that's not right. That's not how it happened. The case of Fu Xinghan has already been closed. Officers, don't listen to their nonsense. I have nothing to do with it. Lin Shiwei had planned for a long time. Today, even if she had to fight to the death, she would secure both wins. Lin Juing and Lin Haojia must be taken down.
I'm lying.
Lin Haojia, in front of the officers, how dare I lie? Lin Shiwei deliberately looked at the two police officers and challenged them. At this point, don't underestimate the professionalism of law enforcement. Who is right or wrong? They know in their hearts. Lin Haojia was completely stunned, feeling something was wrong but unable to say what. Lin Shiwei was too clever. Lin Haojia's mind was in chaos, unable to make sense of anything. The leading officer solemnly declared, Miss Lin is right. We police have our own professional standards. We judge what is right and wrong. We have ears and a sense of fairness. Their implied meaning was that they truly believed Lin Juing's words. That day, Fu Xinghan was killed by A, and the officers who took Fu Zuelian for questioning were the same two people. Today, they are once again present to overturn the case. They must succeed. Lin Juing, suspected of murdering Lin Yulan, you are now under arrest. The officer escorting Lin Juing quickly showed her handcuffs and securely cuffed her hands behind her back. Now, please come with us and cooperate with the criminal investigation team. Lin Juing was very stubborn and suddenly shouted, Why are you only arresting me? Lin Haojia also killed someone. You crazy woman. Lin Haojia almost died from A. His so-called friends are terrible. Are you crazy? You killed Lin Yulan yourself, and now you want to drag me down just because you're about to be executed. He said this to the officers, but looked at Fu Zuelian with a clear plea for help. Mom, didn't you already tell the officers everything that happened that day? Mom, say it again so they know the truth. This was a hint, urging Fu Zuelian to come forward and take the blame.
Yes.
That's right, exactly. Fu Zuelian was determined to take all the blame herself and rushed forward to stop them. Comrades, listen to me. That day, Fu Xinghan tried to do something to me, so I hit him with a stone and killed him. It has nothing to do with Haojia, nothing at all. It was Lin Haojia who killed Fu Xinghan, Lin Juing hysterically added, refusing to back down, trying to ruin her brother. Fu Zuelian's world collapsed. Lin Juing, you wicked girl, Haojia is your own brother, your only brother. How can you push him into the fire? Seeing Fu Zuelian in so much pain, Lin Juing felt strangely happy and laughed wildly. I like it. Do you have any say in this? Lin Haojia, your only son, your only son is about to die now. Ha. In their countryside, no matter how many children a family has, only the son counts as a person. As for daughters, once they marry, they become part of another family. Fu Zuelian had 2 daughters and 1 son, and subconsciously believed she only had 1 child, Lin Haojia. They define the only child not as having just one son physically, but as having many daughters and only one son. This one son is also called the only child. Lin Haojia, I hate you. Lin Juing gritted her teeth and spat at her brother, feeling very satisfied and laughing. Today is your turn too. Haha, you actually have today. She then turned to look at her mother with a happy smile. Mom, your son is about to get into trouble. Fu Zuelian was so angry she was furious and rushed forward to fight Lin Juing. Why did Haojia smash Fu Xinghan? You little brat, do you understand? It's all to save you. You ungrateful little thing, I knew it. You're just a burden. You caused your sister's death, and now you want to harm your brother. Lin Shuwei found this tragic scene quite satisfying. In her past life, Lin Juing was even harsher to her. Whenever Lin Juing was upset with her sister, brother, or mother, she would run to Lin Shui's room to cause trouble. At that time, Lin Shui was paralyzed in bed, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Lin Juing was 100 times more vicious than Lin Yulan. Lin Yulan, out of jealousy, at most verbally attacked her and occasionally hit her. But Lin Juing was like a demon with a wicked nature and twisted mind, using all kinds of dirty tricks to abuse Lin Shui. Once, during her period, Lin Juing even carried her out into the snow. Lin Shui desperately crawled back, but Lin Juing was waiting at the door, and then she was thrown back into the snow. The cold, piercing sensation, Lin Shui still remembers clearly. I just went out for a while, and the house is so lively. The old man, tired of listening to the opera, came in leaning on his cane. Humph. A bunch of rabble, taking advantage of my absence to bully my granddaughter, despicable and vile. Lin Shui turned to look, and her grandfather had returned with Steward Zhang. Grandpa, you're back. Lin Shui smiled sweetly, acting like a cute and obedient girl. It seemed that today's scene was not something she had carefully planned, but rather that Lin Haojia and others had schemed and come to frame her. Seeing Lin Haojia's innocent act, he looked like a completely different person from before. In a flash, he suddenly realized the photos weren't just a coincidence. Lin Shui had been waiting and preparing for a long time. On the day they were expelled from Lord Lin's residence, Lin Shui deliberately called Lin Yulan over to play a trick to sow discord. Lin Shui had carefully planned this scene, intentionally. What does it matter if she understood? It was all too late. Everything that should or shouldn't have been said, everything that was supposed to happen or not, was now clearly revealed. Fu Zuelian suddenly knelt down with a thud, quickly crawling to Lin Weixin, banging her head against the ground repeatedly, leaving marks on her forehead. Old master, please, I beg you, save our hero. He's the only descendant of the Lin family. Shut up, the old man was most annoyed by this phrase. You wicked woman, deceiving Qingyu all these years, and now you still have the nerve to say that. Even if Lin Qingyu was unworthy, he was still Lin Weixin's son. Moreover, when a person dies, it's like a light going out. The old man, with white hair, was mourning a black-haired son. His feelings for Lin Qingyu were complicated and hard to express. Old Zhang, show her the evidence. At the old man's command, Butler Zhang took out a set of documents from a dark brown briefcase, unfolded them, and showed her. This is a paternity test arranged by our master through someone in Hong Kong. Look carefully. Lin Qingyu and Lin Haojia are not related by blood. Lin Qingyu and Lin Yulan are not related by blood. Lin Qingyu and Lin Juing are not related by blood. Ms. Fu Zuelian, with such irrefutable evidence, do you have anything to say? Once again, Fu Zuelian was struck by a thunderbolt. Even Lin Haojia was completely stunned. Lin Weixin had gone to such lengths. Lin Shui understood in her heart that Grandpa had checked, and there was no DNA testing agency in the city. They could only send the samples to Hong Kong. That place was much more developed, and at this time, DNA testing was indeed possible with high accuracy. This group of people had lived in Lord Lin's residence before, and it was easy to get their hair samples. Now, furious, Lin Weixin snorted and glared. Fu Zuelian, you wicked woman. Deceiving Qingyu all these years, where's your conscience? At this point, Fu Zuelian surprisingly caused a scene and made a big fuss. Old master, I bow to you. Haojie may not be a direct descendant of Qingyu, but he has grown up by Qingyu's side all these years. Qingyu always considered Haojie as his only heir. The bond of family is stronger than blood. Please, for Qingyu's sake, help Haojie. Everyone, including Lin Zihui, was stunned. Can she really do this? TSK. Even Aunt Shui would kneel and call the boss if she were here. So impressive. Get out of our Lin family. The old man looked completely indifferent, as if he didn't see or care, and his patience had reached its limit. Our family's only heir is my granddaughter, whom I personally raised. You shameless troublemakers have no shame.
Leave now.
No duh. After scolding them, the old man looked at the elegant, noble, and adorable Lin Zihui, and his anger instantly disappeared. He took a deep breath, feeling relieved and smiling happily, his voice soft. Good granddaughter, don't be afraid. Grandpa will protect you. It seemed the old man didn't know anything about Lin Zihui's abilities. Lin Zihui didn't correct him, acting obediently. The butler, Zhang Bo, glanced with a subtle expression, and Wang Ma almost laughed out loud, thinking, who's protecting whom? Without Miss, this family will fall apart sooner or later. The old man looked at the two police officers, smiled politely, and said, Comrades, thank you for your hard work. Recently, I've been unable to see clearly who's trustworthy, and these thieves took advantage of that. Sorry to trouble you to come again. No problem. The leading officer straightened his back naturally. Usually, the old man spoke politely to their director, so he responded courteously. Rest assured, we will thoroughly investigate this matter and not tolerate any criminals. Good.
Good.
Old Zhang, see the officers out. The old man was very courteous. Butler Zhang Bo turned and said, Comrades, please. Just as Lin Haojie and Lin Juing were about to be taken away, Fu Tsuelian lost her temper again. Hey, you can't take my Haojie away, comrades. The murderer is Lin Juing. You can take her away, but you can't take my son. Fu Tsuelian was biased, and Lin Juing snapped. She must take Lin Haojie. Fu Xinghan was killed by him. If anyone deserves the death penalty, it's him. Even in death, I want someone to share the blame. On the road to the afterlife, we can keep each other company, ha. Lin Juing was clearly unwell, her mental state visibly abnormal. Fu Tsuelian was furious, turning around and grabbing Lin Juing, slapping her repeatedly. I knew you were just a useless burden. A troublemaker. You troublemaker. Fu Tsuelian saw Lin Haojie as her lifeline. Anyone who hurt him was as good as hurting her. I should have strangled you long ago.
No.
I should have thrown you into the cesspit and drowned you. Talking about her tough life, Fu Tsuelian was full of resentment. In 1959, I had to give in to the two lazy troublemakers over a few corn cobs. Later, you, a bad omen, came knocking on my door. I drank abortive medicine and worked day and night in the collective, but I just couldn't get rid of you. Back then, we had nothing to eat, and I was pregnant with you. You bad omen, from the moment I was pregnant with you, I never had a smooth life. I thought since you were so hard to carry, you'd be a boy with a good future. But you turned out to be a useless burden. After you were born, I never planned to raise you, but you just wouldn't die of hunger. You are my curse, Lin Juing. You are the biggest curse of my life. Fu Tsuelian shouted loudly, venting all her dissatisfaction with Lin Juing. In the year of the rat, everyone was having a very hard time. Lin Qingyu, who couldn't bear responsibility, still needed Fu Tsuelian to find ways to support him. With 2 daughters and a lazy, greedy eldest son-in-law, Fu Tsuelian had also lived in, often exchanging her body for food. Since birth, Lin Juing had borne the worst malice from Fu Tsuelian's unhappy life. This caused Lin Juing to develop a naturally cruel and cunning personality. In her past life, Fu Tsuelian mistreated Lin Juing, then turned around and mistreated Lin Shui. Hearing about the grudges between mother and daughter, Lin Shui couldn't help but sigh. She felt no sympathy for them. Forgiving these people was like stabbing herself in the back, reliving the suffering of her past life. The bad father and stepmother, along with 3 bloodless vampire-like siblings, sisters, and a brother. What did Lin Shui do wrong? Why should she be oppressed by them? Fu Tsuelian watched as Lin Haojie was taken away by the police. Desperate and reckless, She once again tried to bother the old man, begging him to help her. Lin Weixin looked at her with disgust and went upstairs, leaning on his cane, leaving the scene to Madame Wang. Madame Wang, the fierce woman with twin guns, pointed her guns at Fu Zuelian. "Get out of here now." Lin Shiwei stood calmly behind Madame Wang, silently calculating her revenge progress. 70%. The remaining 30% was split evenly between Fu Zuelian and Zhao Manxue. Fu Xinghan, the third son, and Zhao Manxue, in their past lives, had bullied Lin Shiwei many times. They secretly had children together, 2 in total. But Lin Shiwei wasn't most concerned about this kind of sneaky affair. What she cared about was that Zhao Manxue was one of the main instigators encouraging Fu Xinghan to seize her property. Her bad father, Lin Qingyou, was a useless coward. Relying on him to carefully plan and reclaim the property was hopeless. He lacked the brains. Fu Zuelian and her daughter, obsessed with vanity and eager to live a life of luxury, were not smart enough to carry out their plan. Fu Xinghan was a superficial fool, showy but empty inside, not very bright either. Only Lin Haojie, the time traveler, and the hidden Zhao Manxue behind the scenes were truly capable strategists in this plan. Lin Shiwei deliberately approached Fu Zuelian and mocked, "Building castles in the air? Huh? Who are you talking about?" She strolled slowly, with a look of contempt, pretending to be a victorious winner. "Oh, it's you, Miss Fu Zuelian. You wanted to live a wealthy life relying on your husband's noble background, but your useless husband died. Haha." Lin Shiwei gradually stirred up Fu Zuelian's resentment. "You wanted your daughter to marry into a better family, to take my good marriage away. But what happened? Your scheme failed. Your cousin Fu Xinghan also died, and your eldest daughter, Lin Yulan, was killed by your second daughter, Lin Zhuiying. Haha, even heaven can't stand it. Karma is real." Fu Zuelian's face twisted with growing hatred, and when she looked at Lin Shiwei, her eyes were filled with deep malice. Lin Shiwei still enjoyed hurting her feelings, deliberately adding salt and chili to her wounds. "You look down on your second sister, Lin Zhuiying, but she is actually the mastermind behind everything, even dragging your precious Lin Haojie into it." "Oh, what a big gift. Double the trouble." Lin Shiwei intentionally circled around Fu Zuelian, speaking with a tone full of glee, her expression mischievous and teasing. Fu Zuelian wished she could catch Lin Shiwei and give her a good bite. But, with the powerful mother of the twin guns, Fu Zuelian dared not act rashly, even with her eyes glaring fiercely. Lin Shiwei clearly heard Fu Zuelian grinding her teeth, eager to attack and threaten her. Does Lin Shiwei fear her? Haha, Miss Fu Zuelian, think carefully. Who can you rely on in this big city? Fu Zuelian's expression relaxed slightly, as if she was pondering Lin Shiwei's words. This was exactly the effect Lin Shiwei wanted. She continued to mock. "No one. Here, you have no relatives or friends. Tonight, you might have to sleep under a bridge, let alone find someone to support you." Ha ha ha. After mocking her, Lin Shiwei straightened her back and turned to leave, secretly signaling to Wang Ma. Wang Ma understood and blinked, pushing her gun forward and demanding, "Fu Zuelian, get out of here now." Fu Zuelian, with her eyes lowered and lost in thought, was surprisingly easy to chase away, slipping out of Lin's residence in a dejected manner.
Ha!
"Just wait, Lin Shiwei. You think I don't know anyone here? Just wait and see." Standing under the ginkgo tree outside Lin's mansion, Fu Zuelian stepped on the thick, golden fallen leaves, glaring fiercely. "Zhao Manxue is actually Fu Xinghan's real girlfriend. You all caused Fu Xinghan's death. Just wait." After leaving Lin's mansion, Fu Zuelian hurried straight to Zhao Manxue's place. In this special era, Zhao Manxue's father was a leader in a certain important department. Zhao Manxue worked under her father in the clearance committee. Basically, they were clearing out people like the Lin family and confiscating their property. Fu Zuelian knocked on Zhao Manxue's office door. "Come in," Zhao Manxue's voice came through the door. Fu Zuelian pushed open the chipped, dark red wooden door and shrank her shoulders as she entered, bowing politely. "Chief Zhao, hello, hello. Are you busy?" Zhao Manxue was sitting by a crimson-painted desk reading a newspaper. Hearing this, She slowly lowered the paper, revealing a stern face. "It's you. What do you want?" She casually placed the newspaper on the desk, leaning back arrogantly, and reached for a porcelain teacup on the table. The white porcelain cup had bold red characters that read, "Sweep away all demons and ghosts," and inside was fine Westlake Longjing tea. This was the Longjing tea confiscated by Zhao Manchua's team from Lin's mansion, often called the luxury of capitalists, and it should be shared among the people. Fu Zuelian was only acting tough toward Lin Shimei and her grandson. When faced with someone even more tough, Zhao Manchua, she was trembling with fear. "Chief Zhao, I came to report something to you. Speak," Zhao Manchua said, lifting her teacup, opening the lid, and flicking away the tea leaves. Fu Zuelian carefully watched her expression, choosing her words carefully to benefit herself. My daughter was killed by Lin Shimei," sob. Zhao Manchua, holding the teacup lid and flicking away the tea leaves, paused, then opened her eyes and asked, "Your daughter? Lin Yulan? Ah, interesting. Isn't Lin Yulan the sister of Lin Shimei?" Fu Zuelian sniffed and sighed. "This matter is complicated." It took her half an hour to carefully explain the full story. She concealed all information unfavorable to herself, only mentioning Lin Shimei's faults. "Chief Zhao, tell me, is Lin Shimei reckless and lawless?" "So ruthless." Zhao Manchua was not only intelligent but also knew the full details. The newspaper on her desk reported on Fu Xinghan's case. However, that was from some time ago, and Fu Xinghan's death was blamed on being forced into a fight with Fu Zuelian, resulting in self-defense killing. Zhao Manchua remained calm, knowing there was something suspicious. Today, after hearing Fu Zuelian's story, she understood. Let's be honest, Fu Han was betrayed and killed by Lin Shimei's scheme, right? Fu Zuelian hurriedly looked away, nodding slightly. Yes, it was indeed a revenge killing. Zhao Manchua carefully unraveled the situation and said, "Your husband, your daughter, and your son all fell into Lin Ziwi's trap, right?" "Yes. Yes. Fu Zuelian nodded eagerly. "It's all Lin Ziwi's scheme. It's her fault." Seeing that she had successfully guided the conversation, Zhao Manchua calmly responded with a hum and took out a registration book from her drawer. "Come over and register. Tell me what you want to accuse Lin Ziwi of, so I can lead a team to investigate." Over the years, Zhao Manchua had led teams to find trouble for various reasons, each more ridiculous than the last. No matter what reason Lin Ziwi had, Zhao Manchua had to go and take her share. In the past, she often took people to Lin's mansion to seize supplies, jewelry, delicious food and drinks, fashionable clothes, and useful items, and so on. Anything that could be moved, Zhao Manchua always managed to take a batch each time she went. But that wasn't the worst. Zhao Manchua's father always went to Lin's mansion, and that was a real disaster. Many of Lin's family businesses were taken back by the state by Zhao Manchua's father. Factories for rice, flour, and oil, dyeing, chemical and textile factories, shops, department stores, and banks, and so on. Over the years, many of Lin's family assets were gradually taken away. Fortunately, these were either returned to state ownership or underwent state-controlled reforms. Lin's family had no choice but to suffer financial loss and disaster. Lin Ziwi, with Wang Ma, arrived at a busy commercial street. Looking around, the street was full of lively activity. In Lin Ziwi's memory, the entire street was part of Lin's family business empire, one of her mother's hard-won commercial territories. 50 years ago, this was her mother's family business. The famous Luo family of Shanghai, who fought fiercely with foreigners over business territory, originated from this street. Later, when Lin Ziwi's mother got married, this street became her dowry. Now, everything has changed. Wang Ma whispered, "Miss, it's getting late. We should go home. Look, those shops are closing, and there's nowhere left to browse. It's good that they are closing."
Lin Ziwi was waiting for that.
Many shops here were sold cheaply to relatives and connections. During the trial phase of privatization in Shanghai, all state-owned businesses on this street were being converted into private contracts. Many connections actively seek contracts or buy shops. They purchase these shops at prices much lower than the market value. This causes the original state-owned assets to be lost for nothing. In the past, Zhao Manchua's father took people to seize these properties from the Lin family. Now, he is again leading efforts to buy low-price shops. Lin Shui silently sneers inwardly, thinking, "I won't let you get away with this easily." She slightly tilts her head and lowers her voice, saying, "I really want to clear out this entire street." Madame Wang chuckles softly, "You're so mischievous. Do you have a magic lamp?" Lin Shui just smiles without replying, and Madame Wang doesn't take it to heart. On this street, there are places to eat, drink, play, and shop, everything needed for daily life. The lights dim, shops close for the night. Lin Shui waits and waits, until finally, only she and Madame Wang remain on the street. Reluctantly, she withdraws her gaze and silently plans. Move everything. The whole street must be cleared out. She admits she is delicate and fears being sent to Phoenix Island with the army. If there's nothing there, how can she survive? For Lin Shui, emptying her father's treasure trove is just about some useless trinkets, nothing edible or drinkable. But this street is different. Shops line the street, offering a wide variety of goods. Anything you want. She even thoughtfully considers sharing some of Shanghai's best items with her fellow soldiers if they treat her well. She has plenty of things, and she will share with those who provide emotional support and favor her. Lin Shui strolls slowly along the street, mentally activating her portable space, trying quietly. Silk and satin, 1 bolt each. Bright red, peony-patterned fabric, romantic pink with pearl-like water motifs, elegant green bamboo for peace, noble yellow with dragons and phoenixes. These all smoothly enter her space. The silk and satin are 4 bolts of fabric, essential for making clothes, quilts, and embroidered shoes in this era. Everyone has a few family heirloom quilts at home. It's embarrassing not to have them for celebrations. Lin Shui is about to marry Qin Nanqing, so these fabrics will come in handy. She successfully acquires the fabric with a small effort. Next, she begins a frantic collection mode with her mind. Inside the clothes shop, there are pots, bowls, utensils, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, clothing, food, housing, transportation, eating, drinking, and sleeping supplies. Everything. All related items are stored in Lin Shui's space through her mind. Even imported radios, televisions, washing machines, refrigerators, fans, bicycles, motorcycles, and more are included in her space. Lin Shui moves through the entire street like a mighty guardian, sweeping everything without hesitation. The entire commercial street has been quietly emptied by Lin Shui. All the goods are stored in her space, with a wide variety of items. This street originally belonged to Lin Shui's mother. Later, due to unavoidable circumstances, it was taken over by Zhao Manchua's father, Zhao Yanxin, and became state-owned. The Lin family had to give up the entire street to protect themselves. Now, all the shops on this street are either privately leased or directly bought by individuals. The people who lease or buy these shops are all connected to Zhao Yanxin. Some are relatives, some are his subordinates or their relatives, and some are his secret businesses, just registered under relatives' names. Since Zhao Yanxin holds a government position, he is not allowed to do business officially. Even when leasing, they pay very low prices, far below market value. Those who buy shops through these connections are even more disgusting. For example, if Zhao Yanxin's brother-in-law wants to buy a shop with goods, it might cost around 100,000 yuan. But through Zhao Yanxin's secret manipulation, his brother-in-law only needs to pay 10,000 yuan to acquire a shop worth 100,000. In 1979, 10,000 yuan was a huge amount for ordinary people. For the country, money was also very valuable at that time. In the end, it's just a group of Zhao Yanxin's relatives and cronies draining public resources for personal gain. During such a special era, state assets were maliciously exploited like this. Lin Shui emptied the entire street without feeling guilty. She only felt relieved and extremely satisfied. This street originally belonged to her, Lin Shui. Ma Wang watched her slowly walk back and forth along the street 3 or 4 times. "Oh, little ancestor, hurry back with me. If you're late, your grandpa will be angry." Mama Wang couldn't hold back anymore and pushed Lin Ziwi away. An old and a young person just reached the end of the street when another pair of an old and a young person suddenly appeared. Zhao Manxue, wearing a red armband, walked ahead with a stern face, followed by her loyal follower, Fu Suelian, who looked very servile. Let's meet tomorrow at 9 in the morning outside the Lin residence. Sure. Zhao Manxue suddenly signaled her to be quiet, stopping her steps abruptly. Fu Suelian couldn't break in time and bumped into Zhao Manxue, earning a scolding full of disdain. Watch where you're walking. Fu Suelian hurriedly nodded and bowed, apologizing. Sorry. She seemed to catch sight of someone from the corner of her eye. She turned her head and saw Lin Ziwei and Mama Wang. Coincidentally, Lin Ziwei and Mama Wang had also seen them earlier. They paused and looked over together. Fu Suelian's flattering smile froze bit by bit. Oh, I wonder who it is. Turns out it's the young lady from the Lin residence, who has a dark past involving several lives. Now, Fu Suelian, not to mention bumping into Lin Ziwei on the street, even if she didn't see her, she would secretly wish her harm in her heart 100 or 1,000 times. Ha! Worthless young lady from a wealthy family. Zhao Manxue not only despised Lin Ziwei but also hated all rich people, just a pampered little foreign dog raised in a capitalist greenhouse. All she can do is flirt with men. What else? Embroidery pillow. A useless fool. Bah. Zhao Manxue hated Lin Ziwei intensely, and she hated the capitalists of Shanghai even more. Over the years, she had been scheming daily to rob the property of the rich. Why could these capitalists own so much wealth? Why couldn't she share some of it? Every day, Zhao Manxue led her people to investigate and confiscate. After collecting the goods, she only handed over part of them to the government warehouse, keeping the valuable and useful items for herself. In the past years, she had robbed every so-called capitalist within 50 kilometers. Now, she was so rampant that she labeled anyone she disliked and then led her people to loot their homes. Her hostility towards Lin Ziwei was also partly due to Fu Xinghan. Fu Xinghan, with his handsome appearance, matched Zhao Manxue's aesthetic standards. She genuinely liked Fu Xinghan. To take over the Lin family's overseas foundation, Zhao Manxue planned to temporarily give up her rights to Fu Xinghan, even though it hurt her. She hoped to gain the family's huge overseas wealth first, then reunite with Fu Xinghan later. Unfortunately, Fu Xinghan passed away. Zhao Manxue's hatred for Lin Shiwei was endless, like a never-ending river. When Wang Ma heard her insulting Lin Shiwei, she got angry and almost went to fight. Lin Shiwei stopped her gently and advised softly, "Don't go. Impulsiveness is dangerous and will only cause us trouble." Wang Ma silently swallowed her anger and gave up, muttering, "When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head." In this special time, the Lin family, who still hadn't removed their official titles, was vulnerable. Especially the Clear-Up Committee, led by Zhao Manxue and her daughter, who liked to cause trouble. Lin Shiwei lowered her head and slowly walked past Zhao Manxue, looking like a gentle, timid little sheep. Zhao Manxue was very proud, rolling her eyes and snorting. Humph. As they passed each other, Lin Shiwei slowly raised her head, a mocking smile on her lips, thinking to herself, "Tomorrow, you two will come to the Lin mansion to cause trouble. I heard everything. Haha, I look forward to it. I wonder if you'll dare to come." The next day at 9:30 a.m., Zhao Manxue really brought people to the Lin mansion, shouting arrogantly, "Lin Weixin, come out. Someone has reported your family's misconduct. Gather your whole family and come out for an explanation." Lin Shiwei and Wang Ma were in the backyard tending the vegetable garden, afraid they would be caught off guard. In this special era, even growing a few vegetables at home was considered improper. Recently, ordinary people could farm small plots for emergency vegetables or grains, but the Lin family still had a tiny plot, barely enough for survival. Zhao Manxue, showing some mercy, had allowed them to farm 3 acres in the backyard. Lin Shiwei and Wang Ma quickly ran to the front yard and saw Zhao Manxue holding a stick in her right hand, casually tapping her left hand. She said, "Lin Weixin, we respect you as an elder, so please try to teach your family some manners." The old man hated Zhao Manxue deeply. But under the circumstances, he could only smile politely and say, "Miss Zhao, you are mistaken. Our family has always been well-mannered." Zhao Manxue rolled her eyes and sneered. "Last night it was already past 10, and your granddaughter Lin Shiwei." She waved her stick arrogantly, pointing at Lin Shiwei as if it were a gun, ready to shoot her down. He dressed so fancy and wandering around Renmin Road. "Lin Weixin, ask your well-behaved granddaughter who she's trying to flirt with." The old man was speechless and deafened by his own thoughts. Shameless little person. Compared to your father Zhao Yenxin, you, Zhao Manxue, are even more talented and more shameless. For the past 30 years, the first 25 years were marked by Zhao Yenxin frequently coming to the Lin family to loot, and the last 5 years by Zhao Manxue coming over to cause trouble. Captain Zhao might have misunderstood something. Shiwei already has a marriage agreement with a young man from the Qin family, and the wedding will be held soon. She definitely won't do anything inappropriate. The old man deliberately reminded Zhao Manxue that the Qin family outside Nanqing is all military personnel, with many talented people and a very powerful influence. Hearing this, Zhao Manxue felt like Lin Weixin was dancing on her emotional minefield. I hate those so-called elites who rely on nepotism. The new world is here, and the class system must be completely abolished. Lin Weixin, your morals are crooked from top to bottom. No wonder your granddaughter behaves improperly. Today, I must give you all a good lesson. Hold on, Lin Shiwei stepped forward to explain. Last night, I was with Wang Ma on Renmin Road. We originally wanted to buy fabric and prepare bedding for the wedding, but the supply and marketing cooperative was closed, so we had to go home. Although Wang Ma didn't quite understand what Lin Shiwei was up to, she knew they had to stand together. Yes. My girl is telling the truth. That's exactly what happened. Hearing her mention the wedding, Zhao Manxue got even angrier. Marrying whom? Lin Shiwei, I heard your fiance has passed away. When Zhao Manxue mentioned Fu Xinghan, her hatred for Lin Shiwei deepened. Lin Shiwei understood her meaning and deliberately smiled and misinterpreted. Captain Zhao, you must have misunderstood. My fiancé is doing well. A couple of days ago, he called me and said he'd be back soon, bringing me south to join the army. Zhao Manxue also knew she was talking about Qin Nanqing, not Fu Xinghan. Behind the crowd, the sneaky-eyed Fu Zuelian watched for a long time before suddenly jumping up. She's lying. Fu Xinghan is clearly her boyfriend. She even went on a hunger strike over Fu Xinghan. I'm her stepmother, I testify. Lin Shiwei sneered coldly, glancing past the crowd and staring at her. Madam, what kind of stepmother are you? My father has already been laid to rest. Your child is either dead or in prison. With such a strange family, do you really think you're part of the Lin family? You? Fu Zuelian almost spat blood from anger. This time, it was Lin Shiwei's turn to push her buttons. Furthermore, Captain Zhao led a team to our house. That's official business. Madam Fu, what are you here for? Did you join Captain Zhao's team? Fu Zuelian was speechless, her mouth opening and closing like a steaming train, fumes coming from her ears. Zhao Manxue stepped forward, looked directly at Lin Shiwei, and snorted. Sweet-talking, Madam Fu. Whether she comes or not has nothing to do with you. Now you're talking about her conduct. Stop dragging others into it. Today, Zhao Manxue was determined to humiliate Lin Shiwei, even if her excuses were weak and ridiculous. She could do it. Since your boyfriend isn't here, you appeared on Renmin Road last night dressed to impress. Were you trying to secretly meet someone behind his back? Lin Shiwei was utterly speechless. Zhao Manxue's words were not only absurd but also openly insulting. But that was Zhao Manxue's style. She never missed a chance to humiliate Lin Shiwei. In other words, within 50 miles, every family member of the local wealthy families had been insulted by Zhao Manxue's ridiculous excuses. Zhao Manxue took out a red-covered book from her pocket and casually waved it at Lin Shiwei. Open it, read aloud. I say stop, then you stop. Otherwise, it's a sign of disrespect. Lin Shiwei instinctively caught the red book, afraid it would fall. Sigh. The book was probably good, but unfortunately, the little people holding it as a command were all rotten inside. Zhao Manshue then took a few more red books from someone behind her and handed one to each of the following: Old Master Lin Weixin, Butler Zhang Bo, Cook Wang Ma, Handyman Scar, and Gardener AMO. She ordered them like elementary students doing morning reading, standing in line and reading aloud loudly. Scar was the handyman at Lin's estate, and Zhang Bo was a discarded baby found years ago, now in his early 40s. The flower gardener, AMO, fought on the Korean War battlefield. He was an artillery soldier, and out of 7 in his unit, he was the only survivor. Despite that, he could guard a high ground alone, fighting off enemy attacks for 3 days and nights, buying precious time for the backup troops. Unfortunately, AMO's ears were damaged by the blast, and he cannot hear what others say. Over the years, he has communicated with others using sign language. Uncle Lin Qingzhua, who is also from the battlefield, was in the same artillery unit as AMO. He was responsible for loading shells. Lin Qingzhua was killed in action and never returned. After AMO returned alive, he couldn't get over his guilt. So, he came to the Lin family to work as a gardener, honoring his fallen comrades by caring for their families. People call him a gardener, but in this era, who would allow you to grow flowers? This is considered a bourgeois hobby and must be eliminated. In the Lin family, AMO mainly does chores, quietly protecting the old master and Lin Shimei. Zhao Manshue threw a red-covered book into AMO's arms and ordered him to read it. AMO couldn't hear her and remained indifferent. Zhao Manshue struck AMO with a stick. "Read it. Are you deaf?" In that moment, a cold, bloodthirsty light flashed in AMO's eyes. He grabbed the stick with his hand, his voice hoarse. "Is this how your teacher's book is meant to be used? Using a feather as a command, shameless little person, having fought on the battlefield, tasted blood, and received a top honor." AMO's mere gaze was enough to intimidate Zhao Manshue. Some people, when you push them, they weaken. When you tolerate them, they become more arrogant. Zhao Manshue was such a person. "Lin Shimei, what are you looking at? Hurry up," and read. Unable to chew the tough meat, Zhao Manshue turned and vented her anger on Lin Shimei. "Did you hear that? I'm talking to you." She took a step forward and pushed Lin Shimei harshly. Madame Wang clenched her teeth and pushed back fiercely. "AMO is right. Using a feather as a command? People like you are the real monsters." "Pa!" Behind Zhao Manshue, her followers shouted and rushed forward to beat Madame Wang. Madame Wang, experienced and fierce, fought back fiercely, kicking and blocking, killing with her fists and fists, like a deity or a Buddha. In no time, she knocked down 7 or 8 followers by herself. Lin Shimei and the old master stood calmly, with AMO and the scarred man ready to act but not yet involved. Butler Zhang made a call for help. "Pillow, help me connect to Mayor Qian." This is the Lin residence. In the early days, phones couldn't call directly. Calls had to go through an intermediary operator. Zhang Bo nervously held the receiver, anxiously looking outside, his heart pounding. The people Zhao Manshue brought were all beaten down by Madame Wang, and Fu Zuelian was so scared she ran away. Zhao Manshue was both angry and anxious. It was the first time she saw people from Lin's residence act so aggressively. "Hey,
How dare you?
do you know who we are? We are government officials." In 1979, the organization Zhao Manshue worked for began to be shut down one after another. She could still act tough now because the official notice hadn't been issued yet. The old man had many old friends above him who knew that the official document would be issued soon. The Lin family had been robbed many times over the years, but they always managed to get through it by calling for help instead of fighting back. Zhao Manshue, times change, policies change. Have you ever thought about it? What if one day your organization gets shut down? Impossible. Zhao Manshue refused to believe or listen to such words. "Lin Shimei, stop scaring me." "I'm not afraid at all." She waved to the people behind her and ordered. "Old rules apply. Everyone, rush in and move everything." Every time they caused trouble, it was to steal valuable things from Lin's residence. Losing some possessions to avoid disaster was normal for the old man and Lin Shimei. A group of pests rushed in with a loud roar, rummaging through the house. Some took down a crystal wall lamp from the wall, others grabbed a bunch of meat and vegetables from the kitchen, and some stole high-quality clothes from the old man's bedroom to take home for their fathers. As for Zhao Manxue, she only came out last, carrying big and small bags of stolen items. Panda cigarettes, Huazi cigarettes, premium Finjio, top-quality mitai, and the rice-flavored snacks only available in Kyoto. Still saying the Lin family has good manners? Still claiming you're not capitalists? How luxurious. She took all the gifts brought by Qin Nancheng from the Lin family. The old man was anxious. That was a gift from Qin's family a few days ago. You can't take it, Zhao Manxue immediately snapped. Stop using Qin's family to pressure me. Who's the one acting like a fool? Tsh, bah. Everyone helplessly stepped back, watching as they continued to loot more items. Lin Shui squinted as she looked at Zhao Manxue holding a box from Daoxiang village. She thought, fools. I knew you would come like locusts to steal things. These gifts from Qin Nancheng are placed where I can see them. Inside, I prepared a little surprise for you. Just wait and see. Zhao Manxue and others carried and dragged a large number of items from Lin's mansion, showing off as they headed back home. Fu Chuilian, who had run away earlier out of fear, was hiding behind a big ginkgo tree. She peeked out cautiously. Seeing this, her eyes lit up. She shrank her shoulders happily and ran over. Zhao Section Chief. Zhao Section Chief. Fu Chuilian, like a little dog, jumped out with her legs in a circle. She was wearing a bright green floral qipao that looked like a lantern, and her movements were not elegant at all. Zhao Manxue, holding many gift boxes, glanced sideways and said, "Oh, it's you, the runaway." Fu Chuilian hurried over, smiling flatteringly. No. I was just worried about delaying your work, Zhao Section Chief. I'm not one of your soldiers, so I might get into trouble. Enough. Zhao Manxue frowned impatiently, rolling her eyes fiercely. Help me carry these drinks. They're heavy. Okay. Fu Chuilian, acting very obedient, quickly took the gift boxes from Zhao Manxue and struggled to carry them. Oh, they're indeed a bit heavy. Thank you, Zhao Section Chief. When she looked closely, she was shocked. Oh my. These are the gifts Qin Nancheng brought for the old master.
These.
Zhao Section Chief, others can be moved, but these? Mind your own business. Zhao Manxue, who had robbed capitalists within 50 miles for many years, was bold and fearless. Just carry them for me. Be a good mule, very harsh words. Fu Chuilian, though angry, dared not speak out. She forced a smile and said, Zhao Section Chief, I think there's a misunderstanding. I'm doing this for your good. Qin Nancheng is the most promising young man in the Qin family. He's only in his early 20s and already a group leader. So what? I, Zhao Manxue, am not bad either. I'm still at the section level. He's just a small team leader in a corner. Can he control me? Zhao Manxue's eyes showed no sign of Qin Nancheng. She had been using petty tricks for years to bully others. No matter how powerful a family or official position they had, as soon as she labeled them with her own colors, they had to submit to her. Zhao Manxue secretly thought, if she angered them enough, she would go to the Qin family and loot them. Who would dare to stop her? I'm not afraid. I know you're not afraid of him. I mean, brave men don't suffer losses in the short term. The Qin family is very powerful, so we should stay out of their way. You're just a little chicken-hearted, Zhao Manxue spat and sneered. She turned around and strode away confidently. Don't scare people with the Qin family. I, Zhao Manxue, am not easily frightened. I hate these high and mighty family clans. One day, I will eliminate them all. Fu Zuelian thought Zhao Manxue had gone mad. People like Zhao Manxue, who act so extremely, are everywhere these days. They pick fights with anyone who displeases them, spread false accusations, and bully others by labeling them unfairly. Fu Zuelian had seen many Zhao Mingshus who were either secretly killed at night or had their reputations ruined after being cleared of accusations. In any case, those who act so extremely usually don't have a good ending. Fu Zuelian could sense what Zhao Manxue's future might hold, but she had no way out. Her only option was to rely on Zhao Manxue's influence to deal with Lin Shui. She had no other choice. Lin Shui helped the old man sit down on the sofa. Lin Weixin was so angry, he puffed out his cheeks and glared, fallen from greatness and bullied by dogs. These petty villains, pretending to be mighty, calling black white. Their arrogant days are about to end. Lin Shui comforted his grandfather and silently estimated the time. The unit where Zhao Manshue worked would soon be shut down. A top-level document from above announced the disbanding of the Clearance Committee, a strange relic of this era. Next, there would be a nationwide campaign to reassess, remove labels, and restore order. When their organizations were gone, everyone would scatter. The backlash would come back to bite them. In her previous life, Zhao Manshue's father, Zhao Yenshin, was sent to prison by his enemies. The cause of his death was never clear. Over the years, the father and daughter had offended many people. In her past life, Fu Xinghan had married into the Lin family. At first, he used tricks to persuade Lin Shui to give him benefits, and even secretly sent Zhao Manshue to Hong Kong through the Lin family's network. Because Zhao Manshue was pregnant, Fu Xinghan secretly sent her money to support her and the puppy. In this life, Lin Shui planned to act early and get rid of Zhao Manshue and her daughter. She put an envelope signed by Qin Nancheng into a rice-flavored cake box. Zhao Manshue was so reckless that she took the gift box without looking carefully. Lin Shui sneered silently. Zhao Manshue, people who are reckless will face trouble. If heaven doesn't punish you, I, Lin Shui, will find someone to deal with you. The phone rang. Old Zhang answered nearby. Hello, who is this? A strong male voice came from the other end. Old Zhang, it's me, Qin Bingchuan. The call was a bit faint, and Lin Shui heard it. Qin Bingchuan, the great-uncle of Qin Nancheng, is now the mayor of the city. Lin Weishi moved to the sofa and took the phone. Hello? Bingchuan, sorry to bother you again. Yes, Zhao Manshue brought people to cause trouble again. It's okay, just moved some things to send them away. The old man spoke casually, but inside, he was very angry and humiliated. Those villains. All of them are villains. On the other end, Qin Bingchuan scolded angrily. This father and daughter are corrupt from the top down, working together to harm many loyal people over the years. Back in the day, you were a diplomat serving the country, spending your own money to travel around, calling for national salvation. When foreign powers threatened to divide China, you and your predecessors risked everything to shout out for help. Enough of the heroic stories from the past. Lin Weixin silently swallowed his bitterness and forced a smile. Times have changed. Let's not talk about those things anymore. No other issues, just wanted to let you know you had a false alarm. I'll hang up now. As he spoke, the old man was about to end the call. Wait a moment. Nancheng is back and wants to talk to Shui. Lin Shui almost dropped her teacup in surprise and looked back in shock. The old man smiled and raised the phone, signaling his granddaughter to come and answer. He had been in a bad mood all morning, but now that Qin Nancheng was back, he felt much more at ease. The old man, nearing the end of his life, only worried about his granddaughter. As long as Lin Shui could find a reliable person to entrust her life to, he would be at peace. If money gets stolen, so be it. It's just material things. As long as his granddaughter is safe. Lin Shui took the vintage, luxurious blue and white porcelain receiver, looked worriedly at her grandfather, and thought, Grandpa, who has been a powerful diplomat for most of his life, must feel very upset hearing Mayor Qin's words. The old man didn't look into his granddaughter's eyes. He forced back tears, turned his face away, and stood up with his cane. He slowly walked to the small garden to calm his emotions. Lin Weixin believed he had worked hard for the people all his life. Now, in old age, he was suffering such humiliation and hardship. If it weren't for his granddaughter needing protection, with his young temper, he would have confronted them directly long ago. Even if he had been hurt by Zhao Manshue's actions, he would never have tolerated such treatment until now. Lin Shui watched her grandfather's hunched figure, feeling a sharp pain in her heart. On the phone, Qin Nancheng's deep voice sounded. Shui, it's me, Nancheng. Tears in Lin Shui's eyes slowly disappeared. Her face was cold as frost. She softly replied, Yes, I know. She deliberately softened her voice, sounding weak and tearful. Nanchung, they came again to threaten us old, weak, and lonely people. On the other end, Qin Nanchung clenched the phone receiver, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. Lin Shiwei, with her emotions welling up, sniffled and said, "The gift you brought last time was all taken by them." "That was your gift." Qin Nanchung's hand holding the phone tightened, his veins bulging. His tone was extremely restrained, trying to sound gentle. "Are you okay?" In fact, his tone didn't sound gentle at all, but rather harsh. Lin Shiwei sniffled softly, pretending to be innocent. "They hurt us, and even punished us. In the end, we had to give up some things to avoid trouble, and they took whatever they wanted." Qin Nanchung was so angry he couldn't speak. Lin Shiwei continued, pretending to be fragile. "It's okay, Nanchung. Grandpa and I are used to it. Over the years, they often come to cause trouble when they're unhappy. We just endure it. This wasn't just her talking nonsense." If Qin Nanchung had asked his uncle Qin Bingchuan, he would know how unreasonable Zhao Yenshin and Zhao Manchua's family really were. Lin Shiwei took a deep breath, pretending to be strong, cheerful, and optimistic. "If they want to make things difficult, so be it. We're used to it. Maybe if we move out more things today, we can avoid trouble tomorrow." "Tomorrow? She dares to come again tomorrow." Qin Nanchung unconsciously raised his voice, his angry aura very intimidating. Others might shout out of frustration, but that's often just anger from feeling helpless. Qin Nanchung, a tough soldier, especially one who has fought in battles and dealt with bombs, doesn't need to shout. His words are firm and strong like iron. "I don't know, I hope they won't come again." "There's nothing left to move at home," Lin Shiwei said, provoking a bit, not caring about the consequences.
Ha!
"Let her try," Qin Nanchung said just as someone on the other side announced that the celebration banquet was about to start. Then, Qin Nanchung deliberately softened his voice to comfort her. "Don't be afraid. I'll take people early tomorrow. I'll see which troublemakers dare to come." Lin Shiwei was so obedient, gentle like a cat. Qin Nanchung felt a strong itch in his heart. The girl was so soft and delicate. He hesitated, waiting for Lin Shiwei to hang up, then put down his phone, feeling as if her soft, fragrant breath could pass through the receiver. After hanging up, Lin Shiwei's expression changed, and she smiled proudly. He. Mrs. Wang, who was sweeping dust with a feather duster nearby, was stunned. Lin Shiwei looked back, a little embarrassed. Mrs. Wang immediately gave her a thumbs up, proud as can be. "Where is this going?" Lin Shiwei planned to thoroughly loot the Lin mansion, taking all valuable items into her storage space. The emptier and more desolate it looked, the better, creating a more dramatic effect. All afternoon, Lin Shiwei was sneaking around the Lin mansion with everyone. Mrs. Wang went to pick vegetables in the garden, while Lin Shiwei moved furniture in other rooms. She took a sofa, a dressing table, a bedside cabinet, a European-style large bathtub, a vintage walnut-carved bed, a rosewood wardrobe, a marble coffee table, and more. In each room, she took one or two items, spreading the loot evenly so it wouldn't be obvious. The signs of moving weren't too noticeable. Zhao Manxue and others had already raided the mansion many times, and everyone had forgotten what was missing. When Mrs. Wang returned from the garden to the kitchen to prepare dinner, Lin Shiwei wandered back to the vegetable garden. Seeing the thriving vegetables, she once again started assigning tasks. Some green onions and garlic were transplanted. Coriander, celery, and romaine lettuce were also moved. Cucumbers, pumpkins, and tomatoes were divided and transplanted. Additionally, some Chinese cabbage, bok choy, and sweet potato seedlings need to be transplanted. Sweet potatoes, watermelons, and hami melons should also be planted. Especially the hami melon, which Grandpa Lin Shiwei specially brought back from the western frontier. It is a rare old variety, not very big, very sweet, but tends to become sandy in texture. In the fertile fields of the space, Lin Shiwei plans to clear 1 acre of land with a single click and plant crops first. Later, when they produce seeds, she will replant and expand the area. Vegetables nowadays are different from those in later generations and can be saved for seed. Many seeds in later times are bought, and they are all sterilized varieties only suitable for one-time planting. Seeds saved from these often produce misshapen or poor-quality fruits, and the plants don't grow well. Cucumbers are especially strange, with odd shapes and sizes. After harvesting various vegetables from the garden, Lin Shiwei walks over to the backyard, where there are secretly free-range local chickens. They are the white-feathered kind, not the yellow-feathered meat chickens of later times. Using her mind, Lin Shiwei stores each clucking chicken into her space, keeping an eye out for any trouble, afraid that Uncle Scar might find out. She catches a few hens and 2 roosters before stopping. Hens need to lay eggs and hatch chicks, and roosters are necessary for fertilization. Without them, eggs won't hatch into chicks. She then walks over to the pig pen, where a sow has just given birth. The piglets, 50 days old, are ready to be sold. There are 11 piglets in total. Lin Shiwei takes 3 into her space, 2 sows and 1 boar, following her usual pattern. If Uncle Scar notices the missing piglets, he might think wolves have come from the nearby mountains. In the next few days, Uncle Scar will probably stay awake all night guarding, holding a hunting rifle. Speaking of guns, Lin Shiwei thinks of Uncle Amo. Amo is not only an excellent artilleryman but also an even more impressive, with extraordinary reflexes. During the Korean War, he used cold guns and cold cannons, carrying a Mosin Nagant without a scope, relying on his natural instincts to shoot and kill many enemy commanders. Even though Uncle Amo is deaf in one ear, he can sense when someone is nearby. Lin Shiwei once asked him how he knew, and he replied, "When someone approaches, I can feel the wind, ground tremors, and different smells." Hearing this, young Lin Shiwei was completely stunned. So amazing. Lin Shiwei, a young girl who is not very diligent with her physical training and doesn't understand much about grains, surprisingly managed to develop exceptional shooting skills through joint training with Aunt Wong and Uncle Amo. Amo, who is very talented, also taught Lin Shiwei how to manually craft a rifle. Amo is very dedicated to teaching Lin Shiwei, passing down his best skills, as if he were a master passing on secret techniques to his disciple. In the early days, even in factories, our military workers relied on handcrafting weapons because we lacked the advanced equipment and large machines available abroad, making mass production impossible. When it comes to guns, Lin Shiwei also wants to make some in the basement for self-defense. There, she has many homemade weapons she learned to craft with Uncle Amo, including small pistols, which are easy for her. More difficult are semi-automatic rifles, powerful double-barrel shotguns, and improved submachine guns. The most challenging is the rifle. The hardest to make is the rocket launcher. Lin Shiwei learned to craft a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher from Uncle Amo. It's hard for others to believe that a delicate young lady from a wealthy family can make such a weapon by hand, an anti-aircraft rocket launcher capable of hitting tanks, helicopters, or destroying buildings. Even with a 107mm rocket launcher, she is confident. Our country's 107mm rocket launcher is based on the Soviet Katyusha rocket launcher. It's a powerful battlefield weapon that can wipe out enemy positions with a single salvo, making the ground seem to live and die together. Everyone knows that the 107mm rocket launcher can be fired without a stand. Just place it on a high spot, light the fuse with a lighter, and it shoots out quickly. If you understand simple guidance devices, you can install one to aim precisely. In her past life, Lin Shiwei didn't know how to make guidance devices, but after Rebirth and experiencing the new era, she understood. While wandering around the basement, she coincidentally met Uncle Amo. She gestured with her delicate fingers and signed, "Uncle Amo, it's time to eat." Okay. Amo locked the basement door, and they went upstairs together. Climbing the spiral staircase around the pillar, Lin Shiwei took one step at a time ahead of Amo. However, she used her mind to control the weapons inside the door behind her, carefully moving each weapon one by one into her space. This type of equipment has everything you need. It's more than enough to arm a special forces team. Zhao Manhwa, who is completely framed by Lin Shiwei, still doesn't know anything about all this. Lin Shiwei has thought clearly. Why is it always her group who finds trouble and has to deal with it? Why can't they be the ones to start trouble for once? Framing and scheming, you can do it, but I can too. Moreover, I'm not even entirely framing you. Over the years, your family has taken all the good things from the Lin estate. Why not take a little blame this time? It's not unfair at all. When Zhao Manxue gets home, she finds the house cold and quiet. Dad? Mom? Brother? Is anyone home?
There's no sound, not even a mouse.
Strange. Where did everyone go? Zhao Manxue is still puzzled when her neighbor, an old lady from next door, speaks up. Xiaoxue, you finished work? Your dad had a high blood pressure attack and was taken to the hospital by your brother and mom on their bikes. Really? Zhao Manxue hurriedly puts down the gift boxes she took from the Lin estate and jumps on her bike to rush out. Neighbors in the clearance committee courtyard peek out and point at Zhao Manxue's back, their faces showing strange expressions. Zhao Manxue rushes to the nearby People's Hospital, thinking, Dad, must be okay. It's a critical time, and the higher-ups are about to issue an important document. Our unit's survival depends on this. The thought of what might happen to her if her father has an accident makes Zhao Manxue feel short of breath. Over the years, her family has made many enemies, and Zhao Manxue can't even remember all of them. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Once Zhao Yanxin gets into trouble, Zhao Manxue doesn't know how she will die. When she finally arrives at the hospital in a hurry and finds her father's ward, she sees her mother sitting by the bed, crying, and her brother pacing anxiously, holding an unlit cigarette.
Dad.
Zhao Manxue sweats on her forehead, both from worry and rushing too fast. What's going on? Why is he in the hospital all of a sudden? Go outside and talk. Zhao Tianlei gives her a look and walks out briskly. Brother, what's happening? Zhao Manxue is very anxious, her short hair sticking to her face. Zhao Tianlei looks around the corridor, then lowers his voice and briefly explains. All the shops on People's Road's commercial street disappeared overnight. They're all run by our people, and suddenly there's no stock left.
It's crazy,
Zhao Tianlei tilted his head and lit a cigarette with a high-quality filter tip, using an imported old-brand lighter, SD DuPont, an expensive luxury brand. In this era, only the rich or the powerful can afford such a lighter. This lighter didn't belong to Zhao Tianlei himself. He stole it from Lin Mansion years ago. Its original owner was Lin Shiwei's father, Lin Qingyu. Now it belongs to Zhao Tianlei, and he always shows it off to impress others. When Zhao Manxue heard her brother say this, she suddenly remembered something and her eyes turned cold. I know who it is. Haha, Lin Shiwei. Just wait and see. Lin Shiwei's family was having breakfast. Suddenly, a group of people burst in loudly. Zhao Manxue led the team, with Fu Zuelian swaggering behind her, along with a bunch of thugs wielding iron sticks, cursing loudly as they entered. Zhao Manxue was the loudest and cursed the worst. Lin Shiwei, you stinky brat, come out and accept your punishment. While peeling eggs for her grandfather, Lin Shiwei paused her delicate fingers and thought, the ones who are coming are finally here. Seeing her furious expression, Lin Shiwei was sure she had discovered that all the shops on the commercial street had problems. Everything was missing. Old Master turned around and saw that the group was about 20 people, looking ready to destroy Lin Mansion. What are you doing? What do you want? Old Master was fed up and stood up with his cane. Speak nicely. You come in here and insult my granddaughter. Is that the upbringing Zhao Yanxin gave you? Upbringing? You're not even worthy. Zhao Manxue rushed forward and slammed her stick on the dining table. The porcelain dishes, bowls, and cups shattered into pieces instantly. Lin Shiwei knew well that Qin Mancheng was coming. To provoke hatred, she deliberately pulled her grandfather away from the table. Grandpa, I'm scared. Let's stay back. The broken porcelain might fly everywhere, and I'm worried about hurting my face. The old master had to protect his only weakness and could only swallow his anger, backing away to shield his granddaughter. Come on, then. Break everything. Zhao Manxue shouted orders, leading the attack while cursing. Eat. I'll make you eat. Old capitalist dogs and little foreign dogs, on the people's resources every day. Eat yourselves to death, or better yet die. A nice breakfast was suddenly destroyed by Zhao Manxue and her group. The 6 members of the Lin family, filled with anger and sadness, could only hide in the corner, accepting their punishment. What are you doing? A man, full of rage, shouted from the door as he rushed over. Where do you all come from? A pack of crazy dogs, causing trouble early in the morning. Everyone was so frightened they shrank back and trembled, turning to look. General Qin Nancheng, with his brothers, strode forward confidently. Each carried a powerful rifle, ready to defend. Who dares to cause trouble? Qin Nancheng's loud, commanding voice made Zhao Manxue and her followers shrink in fear. From a quick glance, Lin Shiwei saw Qin Nancheng dressed in a white military uniform, with a stern look and a cold face. His chest was covered with many medals, making him look very fierce. Usually, at his age, a military uniform would have 2 or 3 medals. But Qin Nancheng had many more, showing he had risked his life many times for the country and earned great honors. Zhao Manxue and her group saw Qin Nancheng's impressive achievements and knew they couldn't fight him. They instinctively stepped back, their eyes filled with fear. In this special time when everyone admired the military, especially pilots, Qin Nancheng was a hero and highly respected. The old man smiled awkwardly. Nancheng, you all came. Sorry about the chaos at home. I hope you're not embarrassed. Last time Qin Nancheng visited the Lin residence, there was a lot of trouble, and the old man felt embarrassed for a long time. Now, Zhao Manxue and her group came again, causing more trouble, and coincidentally, Qin Nancheng showed up. The old man felt his face was being trampled on. Qin Nancheng hadn't spoken yet. Zhao Manxue sneered coldly. Haha, your family's jokes aren't new. Today's trouble is no different from before. Whether it's more or less, it's all the same. Seeing Qin Nancheng in person, Zhao Manxue suddenly had the idea of trying to take Lin Shiwei's fiance away. Since Fu Xinghan's wife, Lin Shiwei, has passed away, it is only fair that your fiancé, Qin Nancheng, compensates me. Isn't it? Zhao Manxue surprisingly softened her tone and even smiled slightly at Qin Nancheng while subtly insulting Lin Shiwei. Captain Qin probably doesn't know that when you're not around, Lin Shiwei, this flirtatious woman, was out the other day dressed up to attract men. Haha, some people are just so cheap. You're talking nonsense. The old man was furious, puffing out his cheeks and glaring, firmly defending his granddaughter's reputation. My girl Shiwei is pure and noble, a proper young lady. How can you slander her with such lies? Madame Wang also stepped in firmly to defend Lin Shiwei, explaining, that day my girl went to the supply and marketing cooperative on Renmin Road. She was planning to buy fabric because she was going to marry Captain Qin. Was she preparing a wedding quilt? She went a bit late, and the shop had already closed. How can you twist that into something so filthy? Lin Shiwei sharply added. In the eyes of Buddha, everyone can become a Buddha. In the eyes of a dog, how dare you call me a dog? Zhao Manxue suddenly exploded in anger, swinging a stick to hit Lin Shiwei. Before she could strike, Qin Nancheng quickly grabbed the stick and struck her hard. How dare you act so presumptuously? You woman, openly trespassing into someone's home and swinging a stick to hit people. Do you want to go to jail? Zhao Manxue initially lunged forward, but Qin Nancheng's force caused her to lose her balance, and she fell heavily onto the dining table. It was a terrible sight. While Lin Shiwei and others were halfway through breakfast, Zhao Manxue stormed in with her people, smashing the dining table. Plates, bowls, porridge pots, porcelain spoons, chopsticks, all shattered. Soup and water spilled all over the table, covering everything in sticky porridge, and the pickles from breakfast flowed freely. At this moment, Zhao Manxue was lying on the table. Soup and water soaked her completely. Broken porcelain not only cut her arms, but also left a deep bloody on her face. Seeing her face covered in blood, Lin Shiwei couldn't help but gasp. Ugh. She gasped loudly, echoing clearly through the large villa. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Shiwei. Cough. Well, I think she looks a bit miserable. Haha, haha. Lin Shui cast a subtle sideways glance at Zhao Manshue, watching the scene unfold. Zhao Manshue was about to explode with anger. She didn't dare to do anything to Qin Nancheng, so she directed her fury at Lin Shui. "You brat!
How dare you mock me?"
Just wait. You'll see." Zhao Manshue got up and stormed toward Lin Shui, looking ready to tear her face apart. Qin Nancheng quickly stepped forward, blocking Lin Shui's way. He grabbed a sturdy wooden chair and held it up to block Zhao Manshue.
Ah!
Zhao Manshue fell onto the chair with a loud thud, hurting herself badly. Lin Shui couldn't help but laugh out loud. She really couldn't hold it in. "Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. It's just, you're so funny," she said, smiling playfully from behind Qin Nancheng. Qin Nancheng turned to look at her, lowering his eyes. Lin Shui sensed she might have been caught, so she quickly looked away, pretending to be innocent. I didn't mean to do that," she said, though she secretly enjoyed teasing him. Qin Nancheng looked at her seriously. The girl was mischievous, cute, and clever like a playful cat. He nodded in agreement, saying softly, "I know. You're not wrong." Lin Shui almost burst out laughing. Well, Qin Nancheng. He's quite reserved but secretly playful." Their interaction made many supporters smile warmly. But others, who didn't support them, looked on with disdain, mockery, and contempt. Especially Zhao Manshue, who felt humiliated and wanted to get back at her. "Captain Qin, Lin Shui is just a spoiled little girl who looks pretty on the outside but is really dirty inside." Hearing this, Qin Nancheng's expression softened with what looked like affection, but he quickly reined it in and turned to scold her. "Watch your words. Lin Shui is my fiance. If you openly slander her, do you think I won't care?" Zhao Manshue was so frightened she quickly stood up from her chair, denying loudly, "No. I didn't mean any disrespect. It's just that women like Lin Shui, with bad character, shouldn't marry into a good family. It would only bring trouble to your career." Qin Nancheng tilted his head slightly to look at her, his beautiful phoenix eyes narrowing unconsciously. "I'm telling the truth," Zhao Manshue said confidently, quickly fixing her clothes, trying to improve her messy image. "If I marry, it should be a girl with a good background, someone with a decent rank. You are now a team leader, similar to a local official at the department level. I am currently a section-level officer, a little lower than you." Her words implied that she was of a lower rank than Qin Nancheng, which matched the standard for marriage within the system. Haha, Lin Shui couldn't hold back her laughter again. "What are you laughing at?" "Lin Shui, you shameless person." Zhao Manshue reacted nervously. She knew Lin Shui's smile usually meant trouble. Lin Shui peeked out from behind Qin Nancheng, her eyes still showing a strange expression. "Zhao Manshue, are you crazy? So eager to marry Qin Nancheng. Are you pregnant? Trying to find someone to take responsibility and be a dad?" If Lin Shui remembered correctly, Zhao Manshue should be pregnant at this time. In her previous life, Zhao Manshue had an affair with Fu Xinghan and didn't realize she was pregnant until over 4 months later. Fu Xinghan secretly sent her to Hong Kong Island, then tricked her into giving him gold bars and antiques, which he exchanged in the underground black market for money, then sent remittances to Zhao Manshue and her child in Hong Kong. Lin Shui roughly calculated the time and thought Zhao Manshue was about 3 months pregnant now. When Qin Nancheng heard Lin Shui say this, he looked at Zhao Manshue with disgust, as if seeing something dirty, then quickly took 2 steps back. This small movement made Zhao Manshue react instantly. "You're talking nonsense," she shouted desperately, denying everything and almost rushing to hit Lin Shui again. Whether she was pregnant or not, Zhao Manshue didn't know. Lin Shui clearly knew what was going on and deliberately provoked her. Oh, you're so emotional. As soon as I say something, you react. Is it high hormone levels? Who acts like this without even speaking first?" Her teasing made Zhao Manshue surprisingly calm down. She had indeed been acting strangely lately, her emotions more extreme, often angry and cursing.
"Could it be?"
"No way. You're lying," Zhao Manshue instinctively denied, her eyes full of hostility. On her lips, She desperately denied everything, but Zhao Manxue felt very guilty deep inside. She had been involved with Fu Xinghan and she knew it well. Not only with Fu Xinghan, but among her group, she had tasted the charms of those who looked decent enough. If she was really pregnant, she didn't know who the father was. Power makes people arrogant. In recent years, Zhao Manxue led her people to loot everywhere. After experiencing the power of recklessly stealing others' property, she felt very proud. She thought of herself as a queen, with many secret lovers. Zhao Manxue's sense of power ran wild, acting like a rebellious child who says, "Who I like is who I like." Of course, she didn't dare do these openly. Everything was done secretly. Zhao Manxue instinctively looked back. Her subordinates all looked nervous and avoided eye contact. No one dared to take responsibility. This was a time of change. Society had been abstinent for 30 years, just opening up again. Many young men and women were rebellious, like wild horses or fierce wolves. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many crimes unique to this era. Because of frequent violent incidents, society was restless and unstable, leading to strict laws. Otherwise, why impose harsh punishments? People in later generations looked back and thought that the strict laws at that time scared everyone into obeying, making them afraid to act recklessly. That era was very wild, which is why strict laws were introduced. When Zhao Manxue saw that no one believed her, she turned and angrily scolded Lin Zihui. "You woman! How dare you slander me?" Lin Zihui retorted sharply. "You're learning from me, huh? If you can spread rumors about me, then a boomerang will hit you back. Do you feel the pain?" Moreover, Lin Zihui hadn't spread rumors about her. Everything was the truth.
You,
Zhao Manxue was so angry her eyes nearly popped out. She stammered for a long time but couldn't say a word, almost fainting on the spot. Everyone knew that pregnancy easily caused high blood pressure. When anger surged, it rose quickly, like a shot. Her blood pressure soared to 180. Seeing her humiliated and unable to fight back, Lin Zihui felt very happy. Seeing the situation turn against her, Fu Zuelian quickly stepped into her mind. Chief Zhao, we are here to catch the thief Lin Zihui. Don't forget that." Zhao Manxue suddenly grabbed the lifeline like a drowning person catching a straw, glaring fiercely. "Yes. Lin Zihui, you're a thief." She spat angrily at Lin Zihui, proud and showing off her cleverness. "Captain Qin, you probably don't know yet, Lin Zihui and her people cleared out the shops on Renmin Road. Haha. This Lin mansion is basically a den of thieves. She wanted to ruin Lin Zihui's reputation so that Qin Nancheng would avoid her as a future wife. This was a military marriage. If Lin Zihui committed a crime, Qin Nancheng definitely wouldn't marry her." Qin Nancheng frowned, feeling more annoyed with Zhao Manxue. He secretly signaled to his men, who nodded silently and quietly left. Lin Zihui's little inner voice laughed happily inside. Finally, the moment she waited for had come. Zhao Manxue really thought she could succeed?
ha.
On her face, Lin Zihui showed a delicate, hurt look. "Brother Nancheng, she's slandering me." Qin Nancheng hadn't spoken yet. Zhao Manxue shouted, "I didn't slander you." Fu Zuelian, worried she might mess up again if she got too excited, quickly added, "Last time, my family's hero said that the treasures in the gallery's basement were all taken away by Lin Zihui and her people. Mother Wang firmly defended her daughter. You're talking nonsense. The case has already been closed by the police, and it's all false accusations. Stop ruining my daughter's good name." Qin Nancheng and others were present, so Mother Wang had to protect Lin Zihui's reputation. Fu Zuelian's lips were as red as ever. She hesitated, then changed her tone. "How could such coincidences happen? You went to the gallery, and the basement treasures disappeared. A few days ago, you also went to the commercial street on Renmin Road, and things went missing again. Who else could it be but you?" Suddenly, the atmosphere became very quiet. Logically, most people would think the same. Lin Zihui remained calm and composed, taking the opportunity to cut to the chase and ask, "According to Ms. Fu, you have evidence, right?" Fu Zuelian was once again speechless. She looked around, her voice raised. Well, what I said is evidence. Whoever was at the scene and whose things went missing must be the culprit. Lin Shui took the opportunity to ask back. That night, you and Zhao Manxue also went to Renmin Road. According to your logic of evidence, then you two are also suspects. They kept circling around, and not to mention Fu Suilian. Even Zhao Manxue was confused. Lin Shui managed to lead them into the trap without her realizing it. Qin Nanqing finally understood. These people were deliberately looking for trouble. His subordinates took out a military satellite phone and dialed. Hello? Please connect me to the city government. Zhao Manxue's people sensed something was wrong and secretly tried to slip away. Qin Nanqing shouted, Where do you think you're going? Swish.
Swish. Swish.
The others with him quickly surrounded them, guns pointed at everyone's path. Baturu Legong roared loudly, Back off. The empty villa shook 3 times, and the echoes spread out loudly, buzzing. The group Zhao Manxue brought, despite holding sticks, dared not confront the armed guards directly. They shrank back into the villa. Qin Nanqing's cold voice came through. Until the police arrive, no one is allowed to leave. You reckless bandits, don't think you can break into a private home, cause chaos, and then walk out proudly. Zhao Manxue sneered. Haha, the police here don't care about us. Qin Nanqing protected Lin Shui and her grandson behind him, glaring fiercely. Oh, is that so? If I say I can control it, then I definitely can. Zhao Manxue now prioritized self-protection and no longer foolishly pursued Qin Nanqing. Haha, Qin Nanqing, who do you think you are? She puffed up, brushing off some half-dried rice grains on her clothes, and habitually rolled her eyes. Do you know what our clearance committee does? Raiding homes. Raiding those big families who oppress the people. Qin Nanqing's lips curled up, his eyes sharp as knives. Are you misinterpreting what raiding homes means? Do you call plundering the people's resources raiding homes? He looked back at Lin Shui, unconsciously softening his tone, asking, Shui, how much have they looted from the Lin mansion over the years? If she wanted to complain, Lin Shui considered herself very professional. Oh, a lot, way too much. Lin Mansion has quite a few rooms, a total of 24 upstairs and downstairs. Inside, various pieces of furniture have been bought continuously since ancient times. Let me think. It's been 170 years so far. Since Zhao Manxue and her daughter started visiting us, many pieces of furniture in the rooms have been moved out, not less than 800 or 1,000 items. You're talking nonsense. Zhao Manxue's eyes nearly bulged out of her head. Lin Shui glanced at her slightly and casually counted on her fingers. 3-seater sofa, single sofa, imported large bed, ancestral carved golden Nanma bed, tables, chairs, stools, cabinets, dressing table, jewelry box, desk lamp, wall lamp, chandelier, bedside lamp, nightstand. Oh, so many. I can't list them all at once. Anyway, everything in the house has been moved out. Zhao Manxue grew more anxious the more she listened, and the group behind her trembled with fear because Qin Nanqing's gaze was almost threatening. But then Lin Shui added, there are 24 rooms, each has been looted once. That doesn't include the living room, reception hall, flower hall, music room, study, pavilion, backyard garden, and other places where furniture was taken. Not only Qin Nanqing, even Bachelor couldn't stand it anymore and loudly cursed. Bandits. Shameless. Too shameless. The government gave you power, but you use it to oppress the people. This was exactly what Qin Nanqing wanted to say. He cared more about Lin Shui. Unconsciously, he placed his hands on the young girl's shoulders, suppressing his anger, and deliberately softened his voice to ask, did they hurt anyone before? Qin Nanqing was about to explode. No matter what, Lin Shui was his fiance. Whether he loved her or not, she was legally someone he couldn't hurt. Qin Nanqing's possessiveness was quite frightening. Deep down, he was proud and cared about his reputation. Even if Lin Shui was just a girl from a marriage arrangement, he wouldn't allow anyone or anything to bully her casually. For many years, Qin Nanqing was not in Shanghai, but he entrusted uncles from his maternal family to take care of the Lin family and kept in touch with the old master through letters. Lin Weixin valued face and thought it was inappropriate to tell Qin Nanqing about family troubles, so the letters and calls always reported good news, not bad. This made Qin Nanching believe that Lin Shiwei was well taken care of, like a little princess living in a fairy tale castle. And now this is all? Lin Shiwei shook her head sadly and continued to complain. They haven't hurt anyone, but they often humiliate us. Every time they come, they insult us with bad words. Robbing things is normal. We can only endure it to avoid worse trouble. Qin Nancheng felt a fire burning inside him, ready to explode. He forced himself to stay calm, closed his eyes briefly, then turned to Zhao Manxue and asked Lin Shiwei, "How did she humiliate you before? Now repeat what she said. I want to hear it." Lin Shiwei was overjoyed. "Oh, this is a chance to speak openly. Ahem, ahem." Lin Shiwei coughed twice on purpose, crossed her hands behind her back, and spoke loudly and roughly, imitating Zhao Manxue. "Ha. Women like you, so careless, might drop dead on the street someday and we wouldn't even know which lover stabbed you. Your family's manners are so sloppy. How could they raise someone as shameless as you? Just because you have a little beauty you go around flirting with men. Why are you dressed so flashy? Like a streetwalker. Without a man all day, are you feeling itchy?" Qin Nancheng quickly covered Lin Shiwei's mouth with his hand. His eyes changed. "Enough, enough. Such foul language. It's unbearable to hear. Zhao Manxue. This is how she's been treating his girl all these years." Qin Nancheng's chest rose and fell with anger. Lin Shiwei hadn't finished her insults, and she pulled down his large, rough hand, holding a small megaphone, and continued, "And also, you shameless little..." Boo, boo, boo. Luckily, Qin Nancheng quickly covered her mouth again. Lin Shiwei blinked her big, peach blossom eyes, looking regretful, but still wanting more. The entire hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. These words, directed at any girl, would be like stabbing her with a knife. Qin Nancheng's mood gradually calmed, but his eyes were deep and frightening, like the calm before a storm. Time passed second by second. Outside, the sound of motorcycles reached their ears. Everyone turned to look. In less than 2 minutes, the district police chief arrived with a large group of officers. Rushing in, received a call from the military hotline. "There are hooligans and troublemakers here, again causing trouble, breaking into homes, fighting, damaging property, and robbing. Don't move. Nobody move." Qin Nancheng stepped forward confidently and greeted the other person. "Director Liu, long time no see." Director Liu from the Sub-Bureau looked closely and quickly approached, shaking Qin Nancheng's hand firmly. "Captain Qin, oh yes, it's been a while." According to rank, Qin Nancheng is a division-level officer, one rank higher than the district director. In other words, Qin Nancheng is Liu Director's superior. Of course, leaders from the military and government usually don't mix roles. But within the system, everyone is very polite. Qin Nancheng also showed respect and said politely, "It was I who filed the case. My fiance's family was harmed by those criminals, and I hope Director Liu will bring the troublemakers to justice and hand them over to the prosecutors soon." Director Liu looked closely at Zhao Manxue. His face's smile faded a little. Captain Qin, may I speak with you privately?" Zhao Manxue, proud and confident, crossed her arms, pulled out a chair, sat down, and shook her leg. Hee, what's there to talk about privately, Qin Nancheng? Let me tell you, our clearance committee is a separate department from theirs. You bringing reinforcements doesn't affect us at all. Zhao Manxue and her daughter had been bold for many years, and they had good reason. No one dared to control them. Lin Shiwei gently pursed her lips, thinking that Qin Nancheng never fights without confidence. Since he dares to make a big show and call for help, it definitely involves more than just Director Liu and his team. Sure enough, in the next second, another group of people entered the room. They all wore white shirts tucked into trousers, with neat hairstyles, and many wore glasses with silver rims. The leader took out a red-headed document from his briefcase and held it up for everyone to see. Starting today, the city's clearance committee will be merged into the police system under the unified command and appointment of the police leadership. It is required to thoroughly investigate the past actions of the clearance committee. If they have changed, correct mistakes, or are guilty, they will be punished accordingly. If not, they will be encouraged. Just after Zhao Manxue finished saying that Director Lu couldn't control her, the city officials arrived with a red-headed document that directly decided her fate. Zhao Manxue was completely upset. She suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "Impossible! This is absolutely impossible." Director Lu took the lead, holding up the official document with a bright smile, almost glaring at Zhao Manxue. "Look carefully. You're merging into our department. Haha, I need to check thoroughly and see what crimes you've committed in the past." A little voice inside Lin Shui's mind was celebrating wildly, cheering happily, just as expected. Qin Nanqing's knife is incredibly sharp. Zhao Manxue was shocked and scared, mostly unable to believe it. "No. This can't be true. You're all working together to trick me." Finally, Lin Shui stepped out from behind Qin Nanqing, smiling slightly. "At this point, the facts are clear. Zhao Manxue, I advise you not to deceive yourself anymore. Cover your ears and think you can steal the bell at the door without anyone noticing? Do you think you won't be caught?" Zhao Manxue was speechless after being hit hard. She was so scared she didn't know what to do. Tears like those of a crocodile fell uncontrollably from her eyes. Her mind was ringing loudly, like the howling northwest wind or the crashing waves hitting the shore. So intense it felt deadly. It seemed something was wrong, but Zhao Manxue's mind was too chaotic to focus. Until she looked at Lin Shui, whose eyes held a victorious look, and some impossible guesses started to surface. Could it be that this was all a trap set by Lin Shui? She predicted I would cause trouble, so she deliberately let Qin Nanqing come to support her, catching me off guard with all the evidence in hand. Her mind gradually cleared. From the moment Lin Shui appeared on Renmin Road Commercial Street, something felt off. In this era where everything needs tickets, the Lin family was so poor they barely made ends meet. Over the years, the Lin family relied on borrowing and stealing to get food and clothes, growing vegetables and raising animals secretly just to survive. Even so, Zhao Manxue and her daughter often came to check, destroying their vegetable patches or confiscating their chickens, ducks, and pigs. The Lin family, full of old, young women and children, had to repeatedly cross red lines, secretly farming and raising animals, fighting a guerrilla war for years. Now Lin Shui, without tickets, suddenly appeared in the commercial street and wanted to buy fabric? That was strange. Zhao Manxue finally realized what was going on and couldn't help but shout angrily, "Lin Shui, you wicked woman! How dare you set this trap and deceive me?"
Wow.
Qin Nanqing angrily scolded, "I think you're about to die." Director Lu looked serious and ordered, "Take them away. All these criminals must be taken." Zhao Manxue fought hard, swinging her arms like fans to block the officers. "I won't go." "Why are you arresting me? Go away. All of you, go away." Zhao Manxue, who usually bullied others and enjoyed power, was now being captured herself. The feeling of being caught was a huge shock for her. Lin Ziwi's lips curved into a faint smile, looking at her with a half-smile, as if teasing, "You dislike the lady, but you can't beat her." Zhao Manxue and others were dragged out of Lin's mansion, shouting loudly, louder than pigs being slaughtered. Lin Ziwi's long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings. She thought to herself, "Brother Nanqing, over the years, they've taken many things from our home. Since the clearance committee has been disbanded, those things." "Okay." Qin Nanqing agreed immediately without hesitation, then turned to Director Lu. Director Lu, an experienced man, understood instantly. Yes, Miss Lin is right. It's time to return the things from Lin's mansion." Lin Ziwi felt happy inside but kept a serious face, pretending not to smile. She thought, I shouldn't seem too pleased. She glanced at Zhao Manxue being taken away in the distance. Zhao's angry expression made her look like she wanted to rush over and bite Lin Ziwi. Lin Ziwi responded with a look, "Haha, I've won." Zhao Manxue was furious. "Lin Ziwi, you're just a sneaky fox. I knew you liked to flirt with men and use them. Your face is more sinful than the infamous beauties like Bao Xini, Daji, or Yang Yuhuan." Zhao's insults gradually faded into the autumn wind. Lin Ziwi wasn't angry at all. She felt quite happy inside. Qin Nancheng was very angry and scolded in a deep voice. Her character is terrible. She swears and slanders good women. That's so low. Lin Ziwei smiled sweetly and comforted him. Don't be angry. I think she's praising me. Daji, Baosini, and Yang Yuhuan are all famous beauties. After all, carrot carrot. The air became very quiet. The silence was so deep you could hear a pin drop. The old man cleared his throat with a strategic cough, not blaming his granddaughter, but instead explaining from a cultural perspective regarding the fire that played with the princes. That was King Yu of Zhou acting alone. We shouldn't blame Bao Si, right? Qin Nancheng nodded first and the others followed, showing they agreed even if they didn't fully understand. But the old man continued confidently. Did Ji well? She was originally the favorite of the Su tribe. Emperor Xian asked her to enter the palace. According to the story of the investiture of the gods, she was later possessed by a fox spirit. Did Ji herself probably didn't want that. Her actions as a demon and as a ruler shouldn't all be blamed on her reputation. This story was beyond what Qin Nancheng and his friends knew. Many books and people of this time didn't have access to such stories. They were busy training or patrolling the skies, with no time for these tales. Everyone silently nodded in agreement with what the old man said. As for Yang Yuhuan, she was even more pitiful. She was originally the Princess Shou, but her father-in-law shamelessly took her husband's wife. He couldn't govern well and let the woman take the blame. Disgusting. When the old man finished, Qin Nancheng even summed up, as soldiers of the people, we must fulfill our responsibilities. We must protect the land under our feet, our wives, our mothers, and our children. Yes, the brothers cheered loudly, clapping enthusiastically. Lin Shiwei looked stunned. Sigma don't. No, even a straightforward guy like Qin Nancheng could come up with such abstract and awkward excuses, but somehow it was a little adorable. Qin Nancheng led his brothers, and Lin Shiwei took her family, marching together to the Requisition Committee, housing estate. All the furniture there, big or small, came from Lin's mansion. Lin Shiwei quickly looked around. Many pieces were so old they were barely recognizable, with peeling paint and worn-out shapes. Honestly, Lin Shiwei didn't want to move back. It was stinky, dirty, and disgusting. Mrs. Wang even covered her nose and whispered, "Miss, we don't need these things. Bringing them back would just be a burden." Lin Shiwei softly responded with an, thinking to herself, I came here for something else, not for these things. If she remembered correctly, Zhao Manchua's family had a wall that was emptied out, filled with lots of gold bars, silver ingots, and various banknotes. In her previous life, Zhao Yansan was caught, and the prosecutors found these items hidden inside his wall. Most of the gold bars came from the Lin family. Lin Shiwei slowly walked over to the wall in Zhao Yansan's bedroom. The wall was covered with yellowed newspapers and looked ordinary. No one would expect that behind it were all kinds of gold, silver, and banknotes. She silently activated her space, storing all the gold bars, ingots, food coupons, meat coupons, cloth coupons, coal coupons, cigarette coupons, oil coupons, gasoline coupons, diesel coupons, industrial coupons, snack coupons, haircut coupons, matchstick coupons, daily chemical coupons, bicycle coupons, sewing machine coupons, and more into her portable storage. You, Zhao Manchua and Zhao Yansan, have stolen so many good things from my home over the past 30 years. Today, I, Lin Shiwei, am only taking back a small part of what is rightfully mine. As for the suffering and hardships my family and I endured over the years, you, father and daughter, will pay with your lives. Whether Lin Shiwei is a troublemaker or a dangerous woman is uncertain, but she definitely caused trouble for Zhao Yansan, filling an entire wall with gold, silver, and banknotes, no doubt about it. Turning around, she left Zhao Yansan's bedroom and saw Qin Nancheng standing by the coffee table in the living room, arms crossed, frowning, looking displeased. On the marble coffee table, a diamond-patterned cloth covered a faded, hollowed-out tablecloth. A pile of gift boxes of various sizes was lined up, waiting to be inspected. It was obviously a gift from the Lin family that Qin Nancheng brought back. Lin Shiwei's beautiful eyes flickered as she noticed the man's sharp profile, his jaw muscles tense, lips pressed tightly. This guy was definitely angry again. The proud and reserved Captain Qin, seeing these things, was probably thinking about punishing Zhao Manxue severely, maybe a half-hour torture session. Lin Shiwei smiled slightly and walked over gracefully. I couldn't stop her. The items were taken. Qin Nancheng forcibly calmed himself, turned around, placed his hands on Lin Shiwei's shoulders, and patiently softened his tone to comfort the young girl. Don't be afraid. I will protect you myself in the future. Lin Shiwei's mind was full of questions. Wait, have you protected me before? Qin Nancheng's guilt was overflowing in his eyes, and he explained deliberately. I specifically entrusted you and your grandfather to my uncles, hoping they would take good care of you and prevent such things from happening. The underlying meaning was that the Lin family had a poor background and would definitely suffer. I never expected that you would grow up in such a terrible situation. Shiwei, I am sorry. Lin Shiwei felt a warm feeling inside and hadn't realized that he had been worried about her all along. Before she could say anything, Qin Nancheng added a few more words. I grew up and studied in Beijing. At 16, I passed a physical test and successfully joined the Air Force. I trained in the Northwest for 7 years, then was transferred to the Navy Air Force to train new soldiers. I told myself I was helpless and had no time to care for you. It's not that I wanted to make excuses, but after all these years, I know I was wrong and neglected you. He spoke a long paragraph, each word seeming to blame himself. The person who pilots military aircraft is divided into the Air Force, Navy Air Force, and Army Aviation. The Air Force pilots are what most people imagine: fighters, bombers, helicopters, transport planes, and so on. The Navy Air Force, besides these types, also includes pilots for carrier-based aircraft, anti-submarine helicopters, and cargo helicopters, especially after China developed attack ships and aircraft carriers, which require pilots for carrier-based fighters like the J-15 Shark, derived from the Russian Su-33. So, pilots are not only part of the Air Force. The Navy Air Force, abbreviated as Navy Aviation, often recruits pilots from the Air Force. Qin Nancheng is a typical example. Navy recruits top pilots from the Air Force. People in the military have their own responsibilities. They can't always take care of their families, let alone me. Lin Shiwei responded with a caring smile and sweetly comforted him. Besides, you're not neglecting me. You entrusted my care to your uncles and grandfather. Over the years, when accidents happened at home, it was always your grandfather calling your mother and uncle, and they handled everything very well. Lin Shiwei was not overly sentimental. She knew she shouldn't hold any resentment toward Qin Nancheng. He was just a kid back then. It was all just a verbal promise of marriage, not an official marriage certificate. This person is quite responsible. If it were another man, he probably wouldn't feel guilty. Moreover, Qin Nancheng isn't lying. Once he joins the military, he's like lost to this person. In this era, communication isn't advanced, and the flying squad Qin Nancheng belongs to must keep strict secrecy. It's normal not to be able to contact him. Qin Nancheng forced a small smile, raised his hand, and gently ruffled the young girl's hair. The touch was surprisingly smooth. Wow, women's hair is so soft. Having worked with steel for many years, this was Qin Nancheng's first time touching a girl's hair. Is this the legendary gentle touch around the fingers? There was also a faint scent, subtly entering his nose, strangely stirring his feelings. Lin Shiwei subtly turned around, casually picked up a gift box from the table, and said, the pastries that should have been eaten the day before yesterday were taken away by Zhao Manxue. The weather is a bit hot. I wonder if the rest has gone bad. Lin Shiwei opened the box, and suddenly a letter envelope fell to the ground. Huh? What's this? Qin Nancheng looked down and was shocked. How did this get here? Coincidentally, Bachelor helped Lin Weixin inside. The envelope with the blue sea, white clouds, flying aircraft logo was very eye-catching. Bachelor, with a loud voice, said straightforwardly, Oh, we've leaked secrets. The old man almost couldn't catch his breath and hurriedly explained, It must be Zhao Manxue who went into my study. Yes, it must be. Lin Weixin was so anxious he stomped his foot loudly, The sound of his cane hitting the ground was startling. Lin Shiwei frowned and thought, analyzing. It seems the contents inside this envelope are gone. It's empty. Qin Nanqing's expression grew even more serious, as if dark clouds were gathering. If the material inside the envelope is gone, isn't that a leak of secrets? Bachalu, take her entire family to the Navy office and arrange a special memory restoration technique for spies. The so-called memory restoration technique was their secret code during interrogations. In short, they had the strength and means to make you confess. Lin Shiwei lowered her gaze, her long, thick eyelashes hiding her emotions. She thought, haha, Xiaoman Shiwei, after a few punches, your whole family is doomed. Lin Shiwei felt victorious and prepared to head home. Looking at the messy, dirty furniture on the ground, she suddenly had an idea. Brother Nanqing, our family doesn't need these things. Bringing them home would just gather dust. The Lin estate is so big, and we only have 6 people. As she spoke, Lin Shiwei's pretty little face looked a bit embarrassed. Qin Nanqing followed her words and asked, how do you plan to handle them? Lin Shiwei looked at Director Lu nearby and smiled softly. Director Lu, does your organization need these pieces of furniture? Huh. Director Lu was surprised, his big, bright eyes flicking unconsciously toward Qin Nanqing. Director Lu, haven't you hired a lot of new colleagues recently? Qin Nanqing hinted. Director Lu understood immediately, patting his forehead. Oh, yes. We've taken in the clearance committee, so we definitely need these furniture pieces. That's right. Lin Shiwei still smiled gently. Then it's a bit of trouble for you, Director Lu. Please arrange these furniture pieces. Because she was a girl with a strong sense of cleanliness, she felt these pieces had been used for many years, looked old, dirty, and unpleasant. In fact, in this era of material scarcity, these semi-new solid wood furniture were quite rare and valuable. Director Lu was overjoyed to receive the furniture. Then, I'll gladly accept. Thank you, Comrade Lin, for your generous gift. Lin Shiwei still looked graceful and polite, then glanced at her grandfather and politely reminded Director Lu, I'm about to marry Brother Nanqing. In the future, the Lin family and my grandfather hope you can look after us. Of course. Director Lu smiled kindly, understanding her meaning. He was supposed to take good care of the elderly Lin Weixin and others. After all, the Lin family had been dealing with many worries and troubles lately. By exchanging some old furniture for Director Lu's protection, her cleverness was clear. Her grandfather was moved by his granddaughter's filial piety, eyes full of pride. The girl was growing up. Qin Nanqing liked her more and more. His wife was filial, kind, smart, cute, sensible, beautiful, though her most modest advantage. Lin Shiwei turned her head and met his intense gaze, unblinking, sticking close to her. She blushed and her heart raced. You. Do I have something on my face? Qin Nanqing suddenly regained his senses and quickly said, Get ready. I'll pick you up tomorrow, and we will head south. Lin Shiwei was lying on the bed, organizing her storage space. She thought to herself, should I upgrade this space? Is there a one-click organize feature? It looks so messy. On the originally lush countryside field, various items she placed inside were piled up chaotically. Here a big pile, there a large heap. Initially, she moved antique collectibles from the basement of the gallery and casually placed them on the grass to the left of the small house. It looked like a mountain of trash. Later, Lin Shiwei moved some furniture from the Lin mansion into the space, making it even messier. The furniture was stacked haphazardly on the grass to the right of the small house, even taller than the pile of trash on the left. Lin Shiwei felt overwhelmed. What should I do? Do I have to go inside and organize everything one by one? It'll take forever. Moreover, the large beds and sofas were too heavy for her as a weak girl to move alone. She asked, Is there anyone else in the space? System baby. There was only silence, with the sounds of chickens and pigs making noise in response. Lin Shiwei secretly put some chickens and piglets from the backyard into the space. They were running around happily inside. The worst part was, she had also moved a batch of guns, weapons, and ammunition from the Lin mansion. The piglets were now rooting around in the gunpowder boxes. Shut up, or I'll you up. Do you want to be roasted as a suckling pig? Lin Shui chased the piglets away, then moved the dangerous items into the small house and locked the door. She went around to the back of the house and saw an even bigger problem. She had moved more items from the commercial street: clothes, food, daily necessities, and all kinds of goods. In short, everything available in the supply and marketing cooperative in this era was in her space. If the supply and marketing cooperative didn't have it, her space did. What should I do? What am I supposed to do? Lin Shui looked at the long, towering, and wide line of goods, sighing deeply. She tried to find the control panel of the space, looking for an upgrade button or a one-click fix option. After searching for a long time, she found nothing. Lin Shui went to the spiritual spring, picked up a gourd ladle, scooped water, and drank it down. Coincidentally, she got her period, and after drinking, she felt her lower belly warm. Hey, the pain is gone. Wow, can the spiritual spring help relieve menstrual cramps?
Haha.
That's great, that's great. After drinking the spiritual spring, Lin Shui felt very energetic. She scooped a full ladle of the spring water and went to the side vegetable garden, carefully watering each transplanted vegetable and fruit. The cucumbers, originally only finger-sized, visibly grew larger after absorbing the spring water. Oh wow. These 5 or 6 cucumbers, oh my, they're ripening all at once. Lin Shui was a bit excited and quickly picked them, placing them on the bedroom floor. Tomatoes, yes. Tomatoes also need some spring water, along with pumpkins, melons, and hami melons. She carefully watered each fruit and vegetable with spring water. They grew quickly, ripening one after another. Lin Shui enjoyed helping them ripen, planning to leave some vegetables and fruits at home before she left. Unfortunately, she couldn't take the spring water with her. Otherwise, she would have liked to water the backyard garden of the Lin estate. Thinking of her grandfather's high blood pressure, she muttered, I wonder if the vegetables and fruits grown with spring water will help him live longer. She drank some of the spring water herself, which cured her nearsightedness and eased her menstrual cramps. Since the spring water couldn't be taken out of the space, Lin Shui could only grow these fruits and vegetables. She tiptoed downstairs to the storage room and took out some daily necessities from the space: soap, detergent, laundry powder, toothpaste, toothbrush, enamel basin, enamel pot, hot water kettle, cooking pot, rice steamer, brooms of different sizes, brushes, mats, and more. She left enough supplies for 3 years, hoping her grandfather and others wouldn't struggle to live. Over the years, many daily items at the Lin estate were used very frugally, with no waste at all. In summer, they washed clothes carefully, only using a little soap if clothes were very dirty. If it was just sweat, they rinsed with water and rubbed a few more times. The furniture at the Lin estate was very luxurious. They had many expensive fabrics left from their family business, and her mother and aunt also left a lot of old clothes, enough for Lin Shui to wear. But daily necessities had to be bought as needed, which was quite a bitter experience. The Lin family was in a tricky situation. Some expensive items they had, but many everyday essentials they lacked. Lin Shui looked at the bicycles and imported motorcycles in the space, hesitating again. These things are too noticeable to leave at home. Even these daily items, Lin Shui didn't plan to tell her family. She thought they would find out by chance after she moved south. Looking forward to the rapid rise of the market economy, Lin Shui muttered softly. She used various tickets until 1993, when she finally stopped. In fact, by the early 1980s, many wealthy people in different areas had started buying things with money. People inside the system or those with stable jobs used tickets for a longer time. Qin Nancheng came to Lin's residence with people in the same military vehicle 212, but now only with one bodyguard and the driver. Qin Nancheng was no longer wearing the white military uniform. Instead, he wore a pilot's leather jacket, looking especially tough. The pilot's leather jacket was very popular during that era. Men especially admired pilots and took pride in saving money to buy a real leather pilot jacket. If someone bought a fur-collared pilot jacket for the new year, the whole alley would be excited. Qin Nancheng looked at the thinly dressed Lin Shui and couldn't help but remind her, it's cold at high altitudes. Wear something warm, Even though Lin Shiwei was mentally prepared, she still asked in surprise, "Are you really going to take me on a bomber?" She had lived 2 lives. She was lucky enough to ride in a bomber, or rather, a wind-flying plane. Qin Nancheng found it amusing. "You little girl, do you think I would let you travel alone by train to the south?" Lin Shiwei shyly lowered her head and whispered back, "Your job position is supposed to be confidential." Qin Nancheng gently ruffled her hair, his tone unconsciously filled with affection. "As a family member, with my guarantee, taking you along is no problem. Besides, if you join the Foreign Affairs Department, you'll often need to fly on military planes abroad. You should get used to it." Lin Shiwei couldn't help but straighten her back and nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. "Yes. Yes, yes." The old man looked on with tears in his eyes, feeling comforted. "Let's go. Hurry up, before I change my mind." His last words were almost choked with tears. Unable to hold back, the old man turned around with his cane and went back inside. Tears already streaked across his face. Lin Shiwei quickly called out, "Grandpa, I will come to see you whenever I have free time. Please take good care of your health, eat well, sleep well, and don't get angry so easily." By the end, Lin Shiwei was almost crying herself. The old man, hunched over, hurried back and left a stern message, "Do your best and try to make the family proud." Lin Shiwei forced a smile through her tears, feeling like the only child in the family. "Don't worry, I will work hard and improve quickly, so our family can get rid of the shame sooner." The old man tilted his body and almost tripped on the stairs. Unable to hide his concern for his granddaughter, he turned around, glared, and shouted, "Focus on your work. The way to lift the shame is up to you." Under the shining morning light, the old man's face, dotted with age spots, showed tears glistening on his cheeks. Lin Shiwei's tears fell uncontrollably, and she was so choked up she couldn't speak a word. "Let's go. Hurry up and leave." The old man felt 1,000 feelings of reluctance, but had to let his young eagle fly free. Lin Shiwei suddenly knelt down and bowed to her grandfather. "Thank you for taking care of me all these years. I was unworthy before, making you worry and work so hard." Thinking of her past reckless and naive self, Lin Shiwei still felt some regret deep inside. Even after rebirth and revenge, she couldn't completely let go. The old man couldn't hold back his tears streaming down as he waved her away, urging her to leave quickly. Qin Nancheng, half supporting, half holding Lin Shiwei, softly urged, "Time's up." The special express flight from the military airport can't wait any longer. Their plane was departing from a military airport, and everything had to follow the arrangements. The express route was a special privilege. Ordinary people couldn't enter the military airport, so the old man and others couldn't see her off. They could only tearfully say goodbye here. Her dazzling, magnificent career as a diplomat was officially beginning. Lin Shiwei, with tears in her eyes, got into the back seat, almost leaning on Qin Nancheng for support. "Don't cry anymore. Even if you go south, you'll start from scratch as a small worker. When you're free, you can take leave to visit your family." A straightforward man who tries to comfort others not only avoids soft words but also focuses on results. Sometimes better not to offer comfort at all. Lin Shi, with misty peach blossom eyes, shed 2 tears that hung on her cheeks. "Little worker. Well, thank you for spoiling my work in advance." Qin Nancheng was amused by her, and his smile was hard to hide. "Ah, sorry, I know I shouldn't laugh, but you look so cute." Lin Shi frowned and gave him a sidelong look, unable to understand his sense of humor. What are you laughing at?" "Humph. Carrot." The little cat was angry, refusing to be soothed. Oh. Qin Nancheng quickly tried to comfort her. "Don't be angry anymore. Here, have some candy." He opened his broad palm and, as if performing magic, revealed 2 golden monkey milk candies, wrapped in yellowed paper, looking a bit old. Lin Shi looked suspiciously at the candies, her tearful eyes slowly turning to him. "How long have you been saving these candies?" Qin Nancheng pressed his lips and said, "The last time I visited the Lin residence, I wanted to give you candy. Grandpa often mentions in his letters that you like this." A warm feeling filled Lin Shi's heart. This man had been secretly watching me for many years, probably asking about me more than once through letters. Smart as Lin she asked logically, "When did you buy these candies?" Qin Nancheng awkwardly tugged at his mouth. "During the new year." Lin Shi tactically pulled back, giving him a firm rejection. "They're expired." After saying that, the room was silent for 3 seconds. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The two looked at each other and smiled without caring about others, and the atmosphere in the car finally lightened. Lin Shi pretended to take 2 golden monkey milk candies from her pocket, but in fact, she summoned them from her personal space. "Here, take these. The wrappers are clean, and the production date is quite recent." Qin Nancheng took one from her soft, delicate palm, unwrapped it, and put it into her mouth first. Lin Shi naturally gave him the other candy, signaling him to eat as well. The sweet aroma of golden monkeys slowly spread on the tongue. Lin Shiwei's peach blossom eyes curved into a gentle smile. "In the past, we didn't have tickets. Grandpa often went out visiting and brought back candies and preserved fruits. Most of the small snacks at your uncle's house were from him." The driver in the front seat, who was naturally the driver for Qin Nancheng's uncle, responded. "Comrade Lin doesn't know. Our leader's 2 sons have no daughters, and no one at home eats small snacks. Whenever they hear that old Master Lin is coming, they send me to prepare some specially." The implication was that the small snacks Lin Shiwei ate were all specially prepared by Uncle Qin. "Oh, really? Uncle Qin has come to our house several times, but he never mentioned it." Lin Shiwei was a bit surprised. "Next time we meet, I must thank him," she said softly. The driver chuckled quietly and glanced back. "Comrade Lin, you should thank Captain Qin. Whenever there's a phone call, he always reminds our leader to take good care of you and your grandfather. He specifically asks to prepare things that girls like. What others have, you shouldn't be missing out." Badu, sitting in the front passenger seat, was stunned. He thought, no wonder this driver has been working for so many years. See how well he understands people. A leader's driver is more than just a driver. Some people follow the leader and get fired in a few days because they gossip and spread rumors. Others follow the leader and gain benefits because they speak directly and earn the leader's trust. Qin Nancheng was very pleased with his uncle's driver. Lin Shiwei, feeling emotional, looked back at Qin Nancheng and softly whispered, "Thank you. All these years, you've been doing your best to take care of me." Qin Nancheng slightly tugged at the corner of his mouth, feeling uncomfortable inside. The troubles she had gone through had left a mark on his heart. Seeing his expression, Lin Shiwei knew what he was worried about. She voluntarily placed her tender, white hand into Qin Nancheng's broad, slightly calloused palm, waiting for him to wrap the dumplings. Qin Nancheng, who was originally leaning lazily against the seat, sat up straight when her small hand slipped into his. Lin Shiwei found it amusing and tilted her head, giving him a mischievous smile. His Adam's apple moved nervously, and his gaze shifted away awkwardly. Suddenly, he said, "Badu, here's some candy for you." The 2 expired milk candies, Qin Nancheng casually threw one, accurately landing on Bada Lu's lap in the front row, making Bada Lu dare not complain. Lin Shiwei found it amusing and softly teased, "Look at you, with expired candies. Are you trying to trick me?" Qin Nancheng tightened his large hand inch by inch and replied casually, "Usually, trainees eat snake meat, seafood, and rat meat without issue. 2 candies or nothing. Besides, Bada Lu has tough skin and thick flesh, so it's fine." It was the first time he held a woman's hand, small, soft, and white, with a slight coolness. In contrast, Qin Nancheng's dry, warm palm gave Lin Shiwei a strange sense of security. Bada Lu, sitting in the front, was holding the 2 expired candies and muttered, "I should thank your ancestors for this, right?" The car sped along, heading to a military airport in the suburbs. Before getting out, Qin Nancheng took Lin Shiwei's windbreaker belt. "I need to blindfold you. This isn't a civilian airport, but a secret military strategic airport. In other words, this place is highly confidential." Lin Shiwei didn't mind and nodded, letting him blindfold her. When they got out of the car, she thought Qin Nancheng would just support her. But suddenly, she was lifted into his arms. "There's a long way to the plane. I have long legs and can run faster." Lin Shiwei was speechless. What a lousy excuse. Since she couldn't see, she obediently allowed Qin Nancheng to carry her and quickly moved forward. The autumn wind blew softly, and playful gusts of wind tousled her scattered hair, bringing a tingling sensation. She wasn't sure if it was really ticklish or if her heart was fluttering. A few more mischievous strands of hair, like seaweed, curled around Qin Nanqing's jaw, teasing him. This made him feel equally restless. Lin Shiwei gently leaned on his shoulder, holding his neck, listening to his steady, powerful footsteps. They even mixed with the sound of his strong heartbeat, thump, thump, thump. This inexplicably made Lin Shiwei feel very safe, as if she had found something to rely on for the rest of her life. After a long walk, Qin Nanqing carried Lin Shiwei into the bomber's cabin and placed her in a small, cramped rest area. This is where we usually rest. There's only a plain bed. Please bear with it for now. When the bomber goes on a long mission, the 6 crew members take turns resting, but only lie down briefly during their breaks. The cabin space is limited, so they can't have the comfortable rest areas that transport planes or large passenger jets provide. Lin Shiwei feels like he's gently placed her down, as if she's sitting on a thin sponge mat, similar to the narrow bed of a green train. Qin Nanqing takes off her eye-covering belt and reminds her, "You can only stay here, you can't go outside." Lin Shiwei understands that the interior of the bomber is kept secret, especially the cockpit, which she is not allowed to enter. Okay, I understand. Even in this era, the H-6 bomber remains a top-secret military aircraft. In later years, domestic air shows will open up many military aircraft for the public. For example, at the 2024 air show, 45 years later, military planes will be open for enthusiasts to photograph, and children will be allowed to play and jump around inside. Many parents take their children to see these displays, and military personnel will bring children over to let them explore and have fun inside the aircraft. Even on ships, the public is sometimes allowed to go aboard and play. Military and aviation exhibitions, science and technology fairs are everywhere across the country. But for Qin Nanqing and Lin Shiwei, at this moment and place, strict confidentiality must be maintained. Qin Nanqing arranges everything for Lin Shiwei and then stands up. "I will come back later. If you need anything, just tell me." "Yes, yes. Thank you." Lin Shiwei responds with a bright smile. Out of the corner of her eye, she seems to catch sight of something. Turning her head, she sees the other 5 crew members peek in, their heads high and short, lined up at the door. They look like a string of buzz cuts, each flashing 2 rows of neat white teeth, happily gossiping and munching candy. Lin Shiwei blushes a little and greets them. "Hello, comrades." The few at the door grin widely, unable to hide their smiles, and greet her one by one. A tall, thin man with deep laugh lines introduces himself first. "I'm co-pilot Zhang Long." Lin Shiwei quickly stands up and politely responds, "Hello, hello." Following him, Bada Lu introduces himself. Gunner Bada Lu, one of the 3,000 orphans who came to the grasslands. "My hometown is Changzhou. My parents are unknown. I was raised by the AG on the grasslands." Lin Shiwei looked at Bada Lu with respect, surprised to learn that he was not born a Mongolian but was one of the children of the nation from 1959. From 1959 to 1961, many children in Shanghai and Changzhou's welfare homes could not be cared for. Later, the government contacted the Mongolian side and sent 3,000 orphans to the grasslands. Mothers on the Shilin Gol grassland used their love to raise these children. Because of this, the children called the grassland mothers national mothers. The grassland mothers believed strongly that no child of the nation should go hungry. Lin Shiwei smiled and looked at Bada Lu, saying, "Your mother must be proud of you." She also gave her love to the children of the country. "You are an excellent pilot." Bada Lu's eyes lit up. "Hey, look. People with education speak so differently. That's the best compliment I've ever heard. When I visit the grassland again, I'll tell my mother." Lin Shiwei smiled at his cheerful words. Bada Lu's introduction made everyone proud of themselves. They started sharing their achievements. "I am Xiao Lin, the communication soldier. I was a top soldier in the combat zone. After the fight, I started over. Now I am a pilot with Hainan Airlines. I am Zhao Feihu, the chief navigator of this plane, a senior instructor at Hainan Airlines. I am Ma Yuejin, the second navigator, a former ace test pilot in the Air Force. Each of them proudly listed their accomplishments, as if trying to impress Qin Nancheng. Their eyes seemed to say, "Look at us. We are so talented. Qin Nancheng, who leads us, is even better. You can rest assured and marry him." Lin Shiwei greeted each of them one by one. The most playful was Bada Lu, who grinned and teased, "When we take off, everyone needs to stay calm. The sudden acceleration is strong, so don't scare Comrade Lin." Everyone knew that pilots take off bravely, with a strong pushback feeling, like a roller coaster. Hearing Bada Lu's joke, the others looked at Lin Shiwei with smiles. Qin Nancheng, worried Lin Shiwei might feel shy, said loudly and roughly, "Go.
Go.
Don't you see a handsome girl? Get ready. We're about to take off." A few men joked happily, "The girl is really pretty. You're just looking for trouble. It's obvious." "Haven't you seen Comrade Lin before?" Lao Shao, you're so right. Last time we went to Lin's house, my sister-in-law wore that shiny cheongsam. So elegant and well-mannered. A true lady." Qin Nancheng teased his friends, picking at words. "What? Today you're dressed simpler, not as pretty as last time." "No.
No.
Everything looks good, but the most important thing is that she's beautiful." Bada Lu rubbed the back of his head and smiled honestly. Qin Nancheng kicked him lightly. "Everyone out. No matter how pretty she is, she's my wife." Shaolin teased and ran away. "Oh, my
Wife.
your wife, haha." The others also scattered like birds and animals, heading to the cockpit to prepare for takeoff. Qin Nancheng placed his hands on Lin Ziwei's shoulders and gently sat her down. "Rest well. I'll be careful and won't make you feel dizzy." Lin Ziwei chuckled softly, adjusting her coat. "I can take care of myself. You go to your work." She wanted to take the chance when no one was around to tidy up inside the space. Qin Nancheng turned and personally started the takeoff. About a minute later, Lin Ziwei felt the plane moving slowly and smoothly. Qin Nancheng focused intently on the controls, watching the data carefully. Shaolin grinned and said, "Hey, boss, even commercial planes aren't flown like this. It's been 2 minutes on the runway, and you still haven't taken off." Bada Lu smiled cheerfully. "Well, look at who's in the lounge." Zhang Long, a master of sarcasm, said, "Last time at the Paris Air Show, I saw that big IL-76 take off in just 27 seconds of taxiing." This was a subtle tease at Qin Nancheng. The larger the plane, the longer and wider the runway needed. For example, the IL-76, with a maximum takeoff weight of 210 tons, takes about 27 seconds to taxi before takeoff, which is normal. Qin Nancheng was flying a bomber, which is much smaller than the IL-76. For such aircraft, runway length and takeoff time aren't as strict. In the end, Qin Nancheng made the takeoff look like a leisurely walk, just steady and smooth. Lin Ziwei could feel the plane lifting off, very smoothly, making her smile softly. "This man, it's like he treats me as a treasure."
Ha, it's quite interesting.
The old man leaned on his cane, standing inside the ancestral hall. He carefully wiped each spirit tablet with a cloth, muttering to himself, "Ancestors above, our family's girl." Lin Ziwei, before she left, made a big promise to help lift the burden off the Lin family. "I, a poor descendant, have tried for many years, but I haven't succeeded. I couldn't remove the heavy load from the Lin family. Chengyu came back because I asked him to. He's gone now, and he brought back a bunch of troublemakers, causing chaos in the family. If the ancestors are to blame, blame me. The Lin family has always been struggling for heirs. Chengzu sacrificed himself bravely. Chenghua gave his life for the country, and Chengren has been missing in action for a long time. Ziwei is the only child I have, raised on my lap. Now I am old, and I will soon be buried in the earth. I sent Xingyu back to the city, hoping he would take care of Ziwei." Who would have thought, sigh. Butler Zhang saw the old man almost in tears and couldn't help but comfort him. "Don't worry too much. Take care of your health." Lin Weixin waved his hand and continued polishing the spirit tablets. "According to reason, with only Ziwei left, I shouldn't have agreed to let her join the Foreign Affairs Department to carry on my aunt's legacy. But, well, even young eagles need to spread their wings." Next to him, Wang Ma stood quietly, feeling uneasy too. Today, she saw Lin Ziwei off and hid inside, crying as she watched the girl leave home. I just hope Qin Nancheng won't let my girl down. Otherwise, I'll take a cleaver and cut him down. Wang Ma was a rough, straightforward woman. No matter who you are, if you hurt someone she cares about, she'll make you pay with your life. Zhang Bo softly tooted, don't go around threatening to cut people. Qin Nancheng is fine. You can rest assured. Wang Ma still worried. I want to go south and stay near her workplace. I can find some work in the black market to support myself. During the chaos of those years, Wang Ma survived. Now it's even easier. She turned and left confidently, her shadow stretching long on the blue stone pavement. All four of you lonely old bachelors, take care of yourselves. From now on, you'll handle the cooking and chores yourselves. I'm leaving. Don't miss me. Perhaps due to lack of oxygen at high altitude, or maybe because Lin Ziwei was too busy last night, she fell asleep in a small, cramped resting room. During that time, Qin Nancheng came in several times, gently touching her hand, worried she might catch a cold. She took off her leather jacket to keep her loved one warm. Qin Nancheng, a rough man, couldn't hide his smile as he looked at his sweet and delicate little sweetheart. 2 hours later, the plane smoothly landed on Phoenix Island. Lin Shiwei was still asleep. The crew members hurried to go to the bathroom. Today, with Lin Shiwei on board, no one dared to cause trouble. Soon, only Qin Nancheng stayed by the sleeping Lin Shiwei. He gently reached out, softly stroked her fluffy hair, and whispered almost like a lullaby. Shiwei, wake up. We've arrived at Phoenix Island. Lin Shiwei mumbled sleepily, still dreaming about biting pig trotters. Wow. In her fuzzy state, Lin Shiwei held Qin Nancheng's hand, cuddling, rubbing, and nibbling on it. Qin Nancheng's scalp tingled. He, a grown man, felt shy to the point of difficulty breathing. Lin Shiwei, wake up, wake up. This is my hand. But despite saying that, his body was honest and didn't plan to pull his hand back. Lin Shiwei slowly woke up, confused. Huh? I was eating roasted pig trotters.
Why?
Why is this your hand? Realizing how much trouble she had caused, her cheeks turned bright red like 2 clouds of blush. Oh, how annoying. Qin Nancheng's smile was hard to suppress, like a heavy rifle. He cleared his throat and reminded her. We're at Phoenix Island. Time to get off the plane. They, as pilots, prefer to say, drive, get off, and get on, rather than start the plane, land, or take off. Even for rocket launches, staff usually said launch. Lin Shiwei got out of her narrow, light-colored bed and suddenly felt a warm flow coming out below. Ah, my period has started. She spoke so quickly she couldn't stop herself. Qin Nancheng looked into her eyes, and it was impossible to say there was no awkwardness. Her clothes were light-colored, and a bright stain of blood spread across them. Fortunately, it didn't soak into the bed. Lin Shiwei, with a thick face, ignored her embarrassment and looked boldly at Qin Nancheng. Qin Nancheng could only pretend he wasn't embarrassed, trying to reassure himself. It's okay, I'll get used to having a wife. He used his belt to cover Lin Shiwei's eyes. Getting off the plane might be a little inconvenient for you. It's okay. Lin Shiwei closed her eyes without caring, letting him blindfold her. She boarded the plane the same way she disembarked. Qin Nancheng held her confidently as they got off the plane, walking down the stairs step by step with strength. Lin Shiwei thought no one was around this time, so she happily hugged Qin Nancheng's neck, pressed against his shoulder, and enjoyed the VIP treatment. Suddenly, she heard whispers around her. Look, that's Qin Captain's partner. They say she was specially picked up from Shanghai. Isn't her background not very good? How come she married Qin Captain? Now everyone is clearing their names. This young lady from a wealthy family might also be cleared soon. She didn't do anything wrong, so what's there to clear? Her family. Got it. Qin Captain is brave to marry someone with her background. He's not worried about policies changing and affecting his future. Isn't Qin Captain also a man? Since ancient times, heroes struggle with beauties. This wealthy young lady is indeed very pretty. Even if she's beautiful, she's just a pretty face humph. To Lin Shiwei, these were the voices of women talking, and they didn't sound friendly, especially the last one, full of disdain. She gently took off the blindfold, but the bright sunlight made her blink, and she had to relax her eyes. But then, she heard the women's whispers again. What's wrong with being a pretty face? Men like that. Not like you, Li Beiyan. You're a rough, tomboyish woman. Do you think Qin Captain would look at you? Get lost. Do I want Qin Nanching to look at me? I'm a top female pilot. I like him better. Oh, you're just stubborn. Qin Captain was lured away by a fox spirit. You'll be crying over that. I won't cry. I'm a soldier of iron and blood. No tears, just sweat and blood. You're just too masculine, too much of a tomboy. That's why Qin Captain doesn't like you. Get lost. And I'll give you a kick. Li Beiyan, you and Qin Captain's South City North Goose relationship is probably going to fall apart because of that fox spirit. A group of women chattered and argued back and forth about these things. Lin Shiwei heard everything, and Qin Nanching also heard it. He seemed to explain, Li Beiyan was my former wingman. The nickname South City North Goose was just a joke. I don't like her. Shiwei, I have always been thinking of you. Lin Shiwei's gaze gradually returned, and she listened to Qin Nanching's explanation. In front of her, a few women gathered nearby, pointing and whispering about them. Some of these women are pilots, some are ground staff, some are cleaners, and others are military family members. Only family members of soldiers who can come to Fenghuang Island with the troops have husbands or sons with relatively high ranks, at least officers. Among them, one woman with dark skin, high cheekbones, tall and straight, wearing a military green short-sleeved uniform, caught her eye. Lin Shiwei immediately recognized her as Li Beiyan, a famous top female pilot of this era. She, like Badalu, was one of the orphans who grew up on the grasslands, a child of the nation. Li Beiyan, who grew up riding horses on the grasslands, is fiery, quick-tempered, daring, and always eager to compete and excel. The reason Lin Shiwei knows about her is because she saw many special reports about her in her previous life. She was an outstanding female pilot. She was considered a key talent carefully cultivated by the country in her early years. Despite her current obsession with Qin Nanching, in Lin Shiwei's memory, Li Beiyan married her chosen life partner, Zhang Long. After Qin Nanching's sacrifice in her previous life, Li Beiyan often mentioned him in interviews. My best wingman and teacher was Qin Nanching. I didn't understand love when I was young. I thought that was love, but actually it was a deep friendship in life and death. Zhang Long is the one who truly accepted my feelings and became my life partner. At this moment, Li Beiyan was irritable and proud, like a powder keg. Her eyes, with a slight upward flick, looked like she wanted to punch someone. Hey, Qin Nanching, isn't your little wife walking? Why does she need you to carry her? Qin Nanching ignored her and retorted, Mind your own business. Li Beiyan, embarrassed in front of everyone, grabbed her flight helmet and pointed at him. You coward. I thought you would at least marry a soldier, but what did you end up with? Qin Nanching stopped, turned his head, and shot her a sharp look. Are you bored? Everyone in your team is too. The rules of the unit are like that. If one person makes a mistake, the whole class is punished. Li Beiyan was not just silent. She was practically exploding with anger. Qin Nanching, don't go too far. I handle my own problems. Please don't involve others. Qin Nanching sneered coldly. Then you watch from the side while they all get punished. That was even more cruel. This is a common punishment method in the army. Whoever makes a mistake feels guilty, watching others suffer. Li Beiyan seemed like a volcano about to erupt, ready to. Just as she was about to rush forward, Zhang Long quickly pulled her back. You're so stubborn. Use your brains a little. Come on, accept the punishment. It's because you keep talking back and causing trouble. Qin Nanching has been thinking about this little wife for years, and you all know that. You should be ashamed. Lin Shiwei's tiny heart trembled. Qin Nanching has been thinking about me for many years? Why does it seem like everyone here knows about me? Lin Shiwei looked at the small groups of people gathered on the tarmac, talking about her. Suddenly, she didn't care anymore. Who cares? After all, he's her man. What's wrong with a hug? In this era, Couples don't dare to do anything too bold in public. They walk with the man in front and the woman behind, both shy. But now, Qin Nanqing, who is proud and confident, boldly hugged Lin Shiwei out in the open. Qin Nanqing is the top commander of Phoenix Island. He doesn't feel shy at all. Lin Shiwei, feeling bold herself, said, "Hey, everyone says that. Am I the most beautiful woman on the island?" Qin Nanqing almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He looked down at his beloved around his neck and nodded seriously. "Yes. You're the most beautiful. As my wife, Qin Nanqing, you are definitely the best." Men are always full of confidence, especially someone like Qin Nanqing, who is already a big shot. Lin Shiwei imitated him. "My husband, Qin Nanqing, is definitely the best." Qin Nanqing's heart and face lit up with happiness, as if a 1,000-year-old tree suddenly blossomed. Lin Shiwei smiled and teased, "Honestly, have you been secretly thinking about me for many years?" Yes, I have." Qin Nanqing responded without hesitation, nodding firmly with expressive body language. "Thinking about you day and night. Back in the far northwest, I always wanted to take you away to join the army. But then I thought, with your delicate appearance, the harsh winds and dry deserts, there would be too much for a little rose like you to handle." The softest part of Lin Shimei's heart sank a little. She hugged Qin Nanqing's neck, her gentle body pressed softly against his shoulder, and gave a light smile. "I'm not a delicate rose in a greenhouse. You know the tabby cat, right? Looks obedient, but actually, it's full of fighting spirit. Ha ha ha." Qin Nanqing was amused by her and chuckled, weighing the person in his arms. "A tabby cat, born to be a wanderer." "Yeah," Lin Shimei said proudly. "At home, you can call me Meow, but outside, call me Little Wildcat." This time, Qin Nanqing didn't laugh. His voice was deep and firm. "Since you've boarded my ship of adventure, don't even think about wandering away again." Qin Nanqing carried Lin Shimei for half an hour before reaching the dormitory area. It was all single rooms, no kitchens or bathrooms. Washing up was done in water stations along the corridor, and going to the toilet meant going downstairs to the public restroom. A group of children ran over from the dormitory building. "Oh, Qin Captain's new wife is back. Wow. She's so pretty. Like that movie star." The flower fairy, no, like the big star Li Shaoqing. "Miss, I want to eat candy." The children, dressed in miniature blue and white striped sailor suits, held cardboard box guns, and carried wooden sticks carved into large knives or swords on their backs, all showing their love for the army and their patriotic hearts. Before Qin Nanqing and Lin Shimei returned, they played games like Underground War and Minefield. In those resource-scarce times, it was common for children to wear hand-me-down clothes from older siblings or adults. Their toys were handmade little crafts. Lin Shimei reached into her pocket and pulled out a handful of candies, handing them to the children. "Miss is giving you some happy candies." She generously handed out candies, making Qin Nanqing feel even sweeter inside than the treats. "Oh, while Miss is giving us candies," a group of children eagerly scrambled for the candies, their small heads bobbing up and down in excitement. "Let me give you some more." Lin Shiwei was in a good mood, full of joy, and had lots of candies in her pocket, which she kept handing out several times. "That's enough. Keep some for yourself." Qin Nanqing quickly took her back to their room. With a loud bang, he closed the door. Several women who were secretly playing cards stretched their necks to look down. They were all family members accompanying the troops, each sporting trendy little curls typical of that era. There was a barbershop at Phoenix Island base, and a haircut ticket was enough to get a style. The barber was very skilled and loved his work. He often styled the women's hair in fashionable ways inspired by movies, and it wasn't expensive. A woman with relatively short curly hair held a card in her hand and pouted. "Captain Qin is crazy, going all the way to Shanghai to bring back a woman with a questionable background. Isn't he seeing Li Beiyan?" Another woman, with 2 braids, glanced suspiciously at the short, curly-haired woman's cards. The short-haired woman was suddenly pinched secretly, as if to remind her of something. She suddenly remembered that there was also a young lady from a wealthy family nearby, Jing Yajiao. The short-haired woman smiled awkwardly. "Yajiao, don't take it to heart."
I didn't mean it that way.
We've been hanging out for quite a while. You know how it is. Jing Yajiao, surrounded by them, had a high, rounded hairstyle with waist-length curls, a polka-dot headband on her head, and her outfit was quite eye-catching. Jing Yajiao smiled gently. I'm not some wealthy young lady. I changed my surname to Jing, my mother's surname, which shows our firm stance. We have nothing to do with the Lin family. Jing Yajiao was 3 years older than Lin Shiwei. She was the daughter of Lin Qingyao's beloved, who had run off with someone else. Her mother, angry at the divorce, remarried, but later was abandoned by her new husband after having a daughter. Raising her daughter was not easy for her mother, and the mother and daughter hated the Lin family deeply. A few years ago, Jing Yajiao's suitor finally married her as a second wife. Through her stepfather's connections, she was successfully recommended to Phoenix Island as a warehouse keeper. She was educated, with a technical diploma, knew how to keep accounts, and was the daughter of the deputy battalion commander on the island, so she naturally got a good position. Because of this, the women living in the Phoenix Island family quarters all courted Jing Yajiao. Who would dare offend the warehouse keeper? Everyone was eager to curry favor with her. Honestly, I think Captain Qin was also fooled by a fox spirit.
What's so good about Lin Shiwei?
Her background isn't even that impressive. Quickly trying to improve her mood, the young woman with short curly hair hoped to boost her favor with Jing Yajiao. Yajiao, when it comes to good qualities, no one in our base can compare to you. You have the education, looks, and status. Another woman agreed. Exactly. Captain Qin doesn't see it, but he's interested in that woman who could affect his future. Jing Yajiao spoke very cleverly. Even her sarcastic remarks were very refined. Oh, Lin Ziwei, that young lady from a noble family, definitely has a higher education than me. Her looks are obvious. She's like a beauty queen, even more stunning than Daji. But it's her background that counts. Haha. She deliberately didn't say more, and the women around understood immediately. This was the main point to spread about damaging Lin Ziwei's reputation. Jing Yajiao then subtly added, let's just talk about it privately. If it gets out, it won't be good. I heard that Li Beiyan and Lin Ziwei had a fight on the tarmac. The two women with braided pigtails quickly nodded. Yes, yes. Li Beiyan is so simple-minded. She's all brawn and no brains, haha. The women exchanged glances, understanding each other's intentions. They would spread these rumors, and as for that fool who took the blame, it would naturally be Li Beiyan. Jing Yajiao was very pleased with her loyal followers, secretly thinking, Lin Ziwei, without your mother, my mother and I would be the true head ladies of the Lin family, the young lady of the house. I should have been the one to marry Qin Nanqing. Unaware that she was about to become the scapegoat for gossip and blame, Li Beiyan stood on the training ground watching. This was Qin Nanqing's way of punishing her. In front of her, 4 female pilots were doing anti-vertigo training. This era's anti-vertigo training was very simple, just a welded iron big windmill. The pilots climbed up, gripped the steel pipe, and spun around. Each of the 4 women had a big windmill, spinning like the blades inside a fan, round and round. Li Beiyan held a stopwatch, timing, her face full of frustration. Qin Nanqing is such a... What's this? Personal revenge. I looked down on him. Coach Zhang Long walked over, arms crossed, elbow nudging Li Beiyan. Girl, stop calling me old man all the time. Everyone calls you tomboy, and you really think you're the boss. I like it that way. You can't tell me what to do. Li Beiyan looked at him with a sideways glance.
Look at you.
Since you want Qin Nanqing to be with you, you should act like a girl. Does Qin Nanqing need a brother or what? You're talking too much. Li Beiyan disliked this kind of comment. I'm like this. Why should I change just to fit Qin Nanqing? Faced with her stubbornness, Zhang Long spread his hands. See? If you don't change, Qin Nanqing won't like this version of you. But if you do change, maybe he'll see you differently. I won't change. Li Beiyan was very stubborn, like titanium alloy. But you can't force him to like you, right? Zhang Long tried to reason with her. Love is about mutual feelings. If you're not in Qin Nanqing's line of sight, whose fault is that? I don't care what his line of sight is. I only care about mine, Li Beiyan said honestly. Qin Nanqing is in the place she likes. Zhang Long's expression changed slightly. He crossed his arms and said sarcastically, "Haha, you can't reach him. So whose fault is that?" His line of sight is filled with Lin Shuwei. Li Beiyan got even angrier. Even though she was upset, she didn't speak badly about Lin Shuwei. Instead, she asked, "Coach Zhang, compared to Lin Shuwei, what are my strengths and weaknesses? I want to see what I can improve so I can understand myself better and do better." Ha! Zhang Long really burst out laughing. This honest girl. Li Beiyan, I think you don't understand love, and you don't know what true love is. When two people like each other, it's not about who tries harder that makes it work. Li Beiyan raised her chin. Is there really something you can't fight for? I like whoever is stronger. Qin Nancheng is so brave and competitive. I think he likes a woman who excels in many areas. Zhang Long tried to discourage her. Look at Lin Shuwei, beautiful, smart, good figure, from a scholarly family, speaks 8 languages, and can translate famous world books. She might not be as physically strong as you, but she's a scholar inside. Li Beiyan agreed deeply and nodded. Lin Shuwei is indeed beautiful. I won't deny that. But I'm not bad either. My beauty is different. I'm spirited and confident. Don't you think? Li Beiyan clearly understands her strengths. Begonia flowers are flowers, kapok flowers are flowers, phoenix flowers are flowers. Each one is beautiful in its own way. Zhang Long likes her kind of confidence that shines from within and says, I agree with you, but Qin Nancheng doesn't like the kind of flowers you prefer. Li Beiyan isn't self-conscious. Come on, I refuse to believe it. I'm so excellent. Why wouldn't he like me? Lin Shuwei was placed in the living room by Qin Nancheng. Everything looked neat and orderly. Near the entrance, on the left side, there is a handmade wooden shoe rack, 5 levels high, with a row for 3 pairs of shoes. It holds Qin Nancheng's various shoes, arranged neatly. However, it's not full. Only 1/3 of the space is used. On top, there's a pair of tall military boots, clearly the kind Qin Nancheng wore when representing the Navy at a big parade. On the right side by the window, there's a writing desk painted with turquoise, a color typical of that era. The wall paneling is also painted turquoise. On the desk, 3 stacks of books and materials are neatly arranged by category, easy to see at a glance. Next to it, there's a small table lamp, a handmade wire pen holder, and a gray iron clock. A matching chair is tucked into the desk's groove, with the backrest's corners worn smooth. Against the wall, there's a solid wood 3-seater sofa. In the humid southern region, such wooden sofas are very popular, especially those with intricate carvings favored by wealthy families. A matching wooden coffee table holds only a white enamel cup for drinking water. Since this is a single room, the 2 single beds are pushed together at the bottom of the room. In front of the beds, there's a floral fabric curtain. At night, she pulls the curtain closed. During the day, she opens it. The bedding is folded into a neat tofu block. Everything in the room is tidy and clean, showing that Qin Nancheng is very particular about cleanliness. Usually, even if a man pretends to tidy up, the shoes at the door would reveal the truth after years of smell. But Qin Nancheng is different. He truly loves cleanliness, and the air inside is very fresh. Change that thing first. I'll wait outside, Qin Nancheng said before Lin Shuwei could reply, and then turned to leave. Lin Shuwei wanted to say that she hadn't retrieved her suitcase yet. But forget it. Most of her belongings are in her personal space, and her suitcase is just for show. Lin Shuwei turned to the bed, casually drew the curtain, and summoned a sanitary pad from that era called by Tear Eyes. This was an imported product from Hong Kong Island, originally made in the United States, and was a sub-brand of Kotex. Later, they stopped producing this brand. Lin Shuwei cleared out the shops on Renmin Road, which is why she could afford such high-quality goods. At that time, women mostly used sanitary belts with menstrual paper or just menstrual paper alone. Many female workers also received monthly tickets or sanitary tickets, which they used to buy these products. Sanitary belts were the most common. Many women sewed their own, and they needed a nylon string tied around the waist, which was uncomfortable and inconvenient. Menstrual paper was made from wide toilet paper, folded into 4 or 5 layers into a square, then torn or cut. This stack of paper was folded diagonally into a diamond shape, then folded again along the middle line on both sides, creating a thick, trapezoid-shaped pad. It was placed inside underwear for use. This method required skill, as it was easy to shift and prone to leaks. Lin Shiwei changed her sanitary pad, just as she was about to pull up her pants when the door opened. It startled her. Qin Nancheng was very polite and first said, "I've brought your suitcase back." Then he turned and left. Lin Shiwei felt amused and muttered, "What's there to be afraid of? It's Qin Nancheng. Someone must have helped carry the suitcase back." Qin Nancheng waited outside, checking the time before coming in. Lin Shiwei quickly chose a wine-red cheongsam to change into. Even if some blood leaked out, it was okay. She balled up her old clothes and placed them in a basin in the corner, then picked it up and opened the door. "Where's the water room? I need to deal with my clothes." Qin Nancheng was surprised when he saw Lin Shiwei for the first time. The wine-red cheongsam, with embroidered branches of crabapple blossoms, looked very festive. He seemed to think of something, his eyes darkening. Then he pointed at the end of the corridor. "That way is the water room, and behind it is the toilet." Lin Shiwei carried the basin, wanting to go to the bathroom because she needed to. To her surprise, Qin Nancheng followed.
Huh?
"What are you doing?" Lin Shiwei asked, confused. Qin Nancheng awkwardly rubbed his nose. The public toilet is quite big, and mischievous little boys like to tease women going to the bathroom. Lin Shi understood clearly. He wanted to go along as a flower protector. Lin Shi carried a beige basin in front of him, walking ahead, with Qin Nancheng a few steps behind. Sure enough, behind the large public restroom, a few young boys were gathered, whispering. Qin Nancheng went to chase them away, kicking each one. "You guys are not learning anything, bunch of little rascals. Get lost." Lin Shi went to the restroom first. It was a long row of dry toilets, hot weather, flies buzzing everywhere, and her children had crawled in, scaring her badly. Lin Shi dislikes all crawling bugs. She chose a stall quickly, like jumping over a hopscotch, and finished her business fast. Even breathing was hard, so she covered her mouth and nose with her clothes to filter out the smell. After using the toilet twice, Lin Shi hurried out. "Oh my gosh. It's so stuffy. I feel like vomiting." She looked around but didn't see Qin Nancheng. She wandered to the water station to wash her hands, only to find Qin Nancheng washing clothes. It was like a thunderbolt hit her. Qin Nancheng was quick. The clothes were already soaking in a basin, with soap bubbles foaming. Lin Shi wanted to say they were blood-stained. But never mind, she thought, let him wash. The tall, handsome Qin Nancheng rolled up his sleeves and was scrubbing Lin Shi's small underwear on the cement platform. He seemed to notice something, turned around, and saw Lin Shi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and he explained on purpose. "The water is a bit cold, I'll wash it." Lin Shi's face turned even redder. Men who argue and compete, how could they not have wives? Look at Qin Nancheng, making Lin Shi so happy. A few children ran over, jumping and shouting. "I have some news for Lin Yongyang. Someone is talking bad about you. I found out first. The reason you found out first is because the person talking bad is your mom. Your aunt also said bad things about Lin Yongyang, right? Everyone stop arguing," said a 5- or 6-year-old boy, wiping his nose, acting as the leader. "Lin Yongyang will exchange information for candy. Do you want to trade?" Lin Shiwei thought this boy was very talented and gently patted his head.
Trade.
"What's your name?" The little king of children sniffed his nose, with big, sharp eyes looking up at her brightly. "My name is He Juanhui. I'm the grandson of Deputy Commander He." The little boy introduced himself confidently. Lin Shiwei understood. He was the grandson of the vice commander of Phoenix Island, so he was full of confidence and not afraid of trouble. He carried a box made of cardboard around his waist and a wooden sword on his back, looking mature beyond his years. "Miss Lin, if I tell you some useful information, you have to give me a piece of candy. No, I mean a piece of candy to start. See? That's what you call professionalism." Even at such a young age, he knew how to bargain and set the rules of the game. "Tell me, and I'll see if it's worth it," Lin Shiwei teased him playfully. "Let me go first." Someone couldn't hold back and spoke up. They sit together and gossip about you, saying you're a rich girl with a bad background, and that you definitely won't marry Uncle Chin. Lin Shiwei gave her a piece of candy and asked, "And what else?" The little boy frowned, trying hard to remember, but couldn't. The girl next to him answered better. They said Captain Lee is more suitable for Uncle Chin, and Miss Lin is just a pretty vase. Qin Nanqing almost dropped the porcelain basin while washing clothes. Lin Shiwei wasn't angry. She rewarded the children with 2 candies. Anyone else want to trade? I. They also said that Uncle Chin only likes Miss Lin's body, that he likes her pretty face, and when he's tired of playing, he'll abandon her. The children didn't realize what they were saying. Qin Nanqing was already furious, almost steaming like a train, and was tearing at his clothes. Lin Shiwei didn't mind this either. A pretty vase is good, beautiful. Okay, I'll give you 3 candies. If you get any more information in the future, come trade with me. Anyone else? He Juanhui finally spoke up. My information is the most valuable. It's worth at least 3, no, 5 candies to exchange. Lin Shiwei became interested and teased him. Say the first half, and I'll see if it's worth it. Of course it's worth it, He Juanhui said proudly. Someone is stirring up a group of girls against you, gossiping everywhere. Want to know who? Lin Shiwei couldn't smile anymore. This information was indeed valuable. He Jinhui looked at me with a confident smile and said, Captain Li Beiyan, I don't like you taking Uncle Chin away. After saying that, he grabbed the candy from Lin Shiwei's hand. Wait, Lin Shiwei stopped him with a hand. The caramel was just a step away from He Jinhui, and he was drooling eagerly. He Jinhui, you have to tell me who told you this news. He Jinhui, clever and mischievous, bargained. 3 more candies. No problem. Lin Shiwei trusted his judgment. Those who speak about right and wrong are often the ones involved. Li Beiyan isn't the kind to spread rumors. There must be someone else behind it. Hearing about the candies, He Jinhui immediately betrayed Jing Yajiao. My aunt, Jing Yajiao. She sent me here to tell you. Lin Shiwei's smile dimmed a little. He opened his hand, and all the candies were at his disposal. He Jinhui was a tough kid. He grabbed a bunch of candies and ran away with the children, making loud noises. Qin Nanqing finished washing his clothes and came over with a porcelain basin, looking very serious. I'll handle this matter. Lin Shiwei smiled optimistically. I expected some gossip. After all, the situation isn't good. Qin Nanqing frowned. Don't belittle yourself. It's nothing. I'll work harder and try to make a good impression at work so I can earn some recognition for my family. Lin Shiwei looked carefree, with a bright smile. Don't argue with those women. It could hurt your image and authority. Qin Nanqing scoffed. Fine, I won't bother with them. I won't bother with their men either. Lin Shiwei didn't take this seriously because her mind was elsewhere. Who is Jing Yajiao? Based on her judgment, she thought he vice captain's daughter, surprisingly, had the surname Jing. There might be some inside story. Qin Nanqing didn't hide anything. Jing Yajiao is the warehouse keeper at the base. She's the daughter of He vice captain's new wife. Lin Shiwei's instincts were sharp. She asked, Is she unmarried? Is she your target? Qin Nanqing quickly clarified. I'm not interested in her. Lin Shiwei teased him. Then who are you interested in? Li Beiyan? Your soulmate. No. Qin Nanqing's face tightened. As an outstanding graduate of the Male Virtue Academy, I'm only interested in you. From start to finish, it's only you. Lin Shiwei was pleased, her eyes curved like a crescent moon. Qin Nanqing acted quickly and gave an order. There should be a speech contest at the Phoenix Island base about building good family traditions, unity and friendship, harmony, and mutual respect and love. The husbands of the women gossiping were all called by Qin Nanqing to go on stage and speak. The few rough men were overwhelmed, who would give a refined speech. Especially the husband of the woman with small curly hair, who was the head chef at the base. He knew how to chop vegetables and flip pans, but giving a speech? That was confusing. The chef, Xia Tianxi, couldn't understand and asked, Captain Qin, what do you mean? I only cook, how can I give a speech? The woman with small curly hair was named Liang Hohat. Feeling guilty, she turned away and said, You ask me, or ask who? Xia Tianxi scratched his head, almost bald from thinking, and said, I'm asking you. Are you falling back into your old habits? Are you gossiping about Comrade Lin?
I didn't.
Liang Hohat refused to admit it and turned to leave. Xia Tianxi shouted after her, "Listen, I may be a simple guy, but if you mess with my work, I won't hesitate to beat you up and turn you into a spicy chicken dish." Xia Tianxi was blunt and quick-tempered. Liang Hohat often caused trouble for him, and sometimes he really would hit her. Not all simple guys were unable to fight back or speak up. Got it, got it. Liang Hohat felt guilty and muttered, "I don't want to do this either. Jing Yajiao is my boss. What can I do?" Xia Tianxi's hands trembled with excitement. "You wicked woman. You can't tell the difference between big and small matters. Tell me, is Captain Qin's rank higher or Vice Captain He's?" Liang Hohat lowered her head, feeling guilty, and muttered, "I can't tell the difference, but it's definitely Captain Qin who's higher." But for her, Qin Nancheng was strict and fair, and she couldn't gain any benefit from him. Jing Yajiao was clever and tricky, but Liang Hohat could get small favors from her by taking advantage of her position in the base's supply warehouse. Liang Hohat hadn't gone to school, and her work at the base was very limited. Jing Yajiao helped her, arranging her to do chores in the warehouse with the help of Vice Captain He's influence. In Liang Hohat's mind, those who benefit are the most important. Xia Tianxi spread his dark, rough hands and said, "That's right. I'm still the chef Qin, specially transferred from the Northwest. He's our benefactor, and we definitely stand with him. Why are you always trying to push me aside?" Liang Hohat was annoyed when she heard this. "I was doing well back home in the West, but you insisted on taking the position in the South and brought us all here. It's a disaster." She didn't thank Qin Nancheng. Instead, she held a lot of resentment. "You bad woman." Xia Tianxi raised his hand to slap her. "It was you who wanted to marry me, hoping I'd have a stable job in the army. I told you I was just a cook in the troop. Now you regret it." No, Liang Hohat quickly denied, though she was secretly full of anger. "I've been married to you for so many years. How could I regret it?" But in fact, Liang Hohat was full of regret. In the past, she struggled hard in the mountains, fighting to survive. To leave that place, she clung to Xia Tianxi, her lifeline. After Xia Tianxi successfully got out, Liang Hohat saw even better men, especially some outstanding pilots. She had long been tempted, looking down on rough Xia Tianxi. But the pilots were proud and aloof, and they wouldn't look at a married woman like Liang Hohat. After teaching his wife, Xia Tianxi had to prepare a speech, sweating nervously. "Bad woman. Always causing trouble. Why do you have to provoke Captain Qin? I didn't even finish elementary school, and I have to write speeches like a fairy tablet." Similarly, Deputy Commander He Dagwang, 44 years old and a rough man, also had to write a speech on building civilized family traditions.
Ugh.
"I've flown in the sky for most of my life and never been treated like this." Normally, at his age, if he didn't mention the commander, he would have to step down. Qin Nancheng, the young commander who was parachuted in, was very impressive. For He Dagwang, he was very uncooperative at first. But Qin Nancheng was outstanding, skilled, knowledgeable, and a PhD from the Air Force Aviation University. In this era, when someone talks about going abroad to represent the country at an air show, the flying guest of honor must be Qin Nancheng, who can bring glory to the nation. Sometimes, air shows feature advanced foreign fighter jets. Our pilots have rarely seen them, let alone operate such sophisticated aircraft. But Qin Nancheng can handle it. At the Paris Air Show, the other side underestimated our pilots, which was like underestimating China itself. Unfortunately, our pilots couldn't control their heavy fighter jet, the Su-27, which was quite a disappointment. It was Qin Nancheng who volunteered. With his high skill and courage, he took off in the Su-27. His incredible maneuvers left everyone in awe. It's important to know that their pilots train daily in the Su-27, and not everyone can perform dangerous stunts like the falling leaf or cobra maneuvers. But Qin Nancheng managed to control the Su-27 on his first try. Some people are just naturally talented in certain fields. Even He Dagwang, who was initially stubborn, had to admit defeat after seeing Qin Nancheng's skills. The new generation always surpasses the old. He cares about his reputation. On the surface, he seems to have some disagreements with Qin Nancheng. Jing Yajiao exchanged a glance with her mother, Jing Huaiyue, both of whom were obedient and sensible. Dad, I will write this report. Over the years, Jing Yajiao has been diligent and caring, always acting like a little warm quilt. Jing Huaiyue, who had a wild past, aged and finally found He Daguang to take care of her. He's her nth partner. Daguang, you don't need to worry about the details. Let Jiao handle it. She's a vocational school graduate and good at writing. He Daguang looked at the quiet and obedient Jing Yajiao, feeling very pleased. Oh, I never thought He Daguang, a rough man, would end up with such a lovely daughter. Haha. He has 4 sons, all in the military, and none of them have been easy to manage. Even his grandsons are all boys, with no girls around.
So,
Jiao will write it. The main point should be about unity and friendship, avoiding gossip, especially regarding Nancheng's partner. That shouldn't be the focus of gossip. He Daguang was actually giving advice to his wife and daughter, knowing well about their issues with the Lin family. Few people at Fenghuang Island Base know about Jing Yajiao's background, not even Qin Nancheng or Lin Shimei. Jing Yajiao is still very young. When she heard this, her face changed slightly. Jing Huaiyue is a clever old fox. She showed no signs of surprise. Daguang is right. Jiao, just follow this plan. Jing Yajiao quickly adjusted her mood and returned to her obedient and gentle appearance. Okay, Mom and Dad. Qin Nancheng was scolding them, and it was more than that. In the middle of the night, he refused to sleep, and his brothers definitely wouldn't sleep either. When the alarm sounded, they launched a surprise night attack. All the soldiers on the island were called into action, gathered quickly, and prepared for a mock attack to respond to the enemy. Although Qin Nancheng often did this kind of thing, this time, the plan was a bit obvious. Qin Nancheng held a loudspeaker on the tarmac to hold a meeting. This time, the whole army will fail. Are you all lazy? A bunch of useless people, not a single one capable. Qin Nancheng was the enemy, responsible for fighting against them. He Daguang, leading all the soldiers on Phoenix Island, faced Qin Nancheng and his aircraft. He Daguang was unhappy. What kind of tactic is that? Who starts a fight by dropping a nuclear bomb? If you drop a nuclear bomb, do we still have any fighters left? Everyone agreed. Qin Nancheng was a sneaky and ruthless guy. Qin Nancheng sneered at this. Who says surprise attacks can't use nuclear bombs? I sneak in with my skills, I drop the nuclear bomb with my skills, and I retreat safely with my skills. Tell me, where did I go wrong? At that moment, 3,000 soldiers fell silent. War is never fair. The soldiers knew this very well. You try to reason with the enemy? Are you crazy? As long as they can win, how they fight doesn't matter. Qin Nancheng held the loudspeaker and lectured them. Our ancestors have suffered countless losses. Don't you remember the Farnsworth ammunition volume? The so-called Farnsworth ammunition volume refers to during the Korean War, when American Commander Farnsworth used massive amounts of ammunition to bomb our positions. It was a brutal battle, and the entire mountain was flattened by a meter of shells. Even with such hellish bombing, our soldiers survived under the fire and we won. The memory is forever painful. Therefore, whenever Qin Nancheng mentioned Farnsworth ammunition volume, everyone present felt deep anger and sorrow in their hearts. At the end of this speech, Qin Nancheng concluded with a warning. Go back and educate your family members. Their thinking must be high-minded. They can't hold you back. Always be ready for the battlefield. Your backyard must never catch fire. Since you're military family members, you must have the awareness of being one. Understand? Yes. Qin Nancheng caused a restless night on the whole island. A group of men almost got into trouble because of him. When he returned home, the men took turns waking up their wives, telling them to keep quiet and not criticize Captain Qin's favorite. Their words were roughly, Pilot A, I saw a photo of Comrade Lin on Captain Qin's special helmet. Think about how much he cares about his loved one. Pilot B, before he became a captain, Qin always carried a photo of Comrade Lin. He really loves him. Pilot C, Since the Northwest, I've been with Nanching.
I was his assistant back then.
His helmet always had a photo of Lin, and he changed it every year for the latest one. Pilot D, when I went on missions before, I left a farewell letter for you. Guess who Captain Chin left his last letter for? A family member whispered. Could it be Lin Shiwei? Pilot D, yes. He always left a farewell letter for Comrade Lin, but never sent it. That guy has a big box almost full of them. All the men on the island stayed awake that night, educating their families not to offend Lin Shiwei. Unaware of all this, Lin Shiwei was still sleeping soundly. Qin Nanching stood at the door smoking. The red tip of his cigarette flickered on and off as he thought about the night's events. If anyone dares to underestimate me. Carrot. After finishing a cigarette, Qin quietly went back to his room, changed clothes, carried a basin, slipped on slippers, and tiptoed toward the bathroom at the other end of the corridor. Because of limited conditions, each room didn't have a washroom or bathroom. The family compound only had public baths, water stations, and toilets. Lin Shiwei was not in a good sleeping position. Even with two 1.5-meter single beds side by side, the 3-meter wide space was still not enough for her to roll around comfortably. Oh no! Lin Shiwei rolled off the bed and fell to the ground. Ouch, it hurts. Boo-hoo-oh. Oh, when she opened her eyes, in the dim moonlight, she saw a pair of large man's feet, wet as if just washed, with a fresh soap scent.
How old are you?
Still falling on the ground while sleeping, haha. Qin Nanching's deep, slightly affectionate voice floated down from above her head. Startled, Lin Shiwei hurriedly looked up. Wow, such long legs. Although she was still a kid, she couldn't help but admire his incredible long legs. Her neck almost strained trying to see his face, but she still couldn't. Then Qin Nanching squatted down, reached out with his long arm, and picked her up. Only then did Lin Shiwei see Qin Nanching's handsome face, still with some moisture and damp hair. "Want to take a shower so late at night?" she asked in surprise, reaching out to touch his hair. "An emergency mission just finished," Qin Nanching replied softly, placing her gently on the bed. "An emergency? I didn't know," Lin Shiwei said shyly, feeling like she had been sleeping like a pig. Qin Nanching lay down beside her. "I kept you from falling again." Lin Shiwei's face turned even redder. "Oh, okay." She obediently sat in front of him. She looked down and suddenly felt like she might faint from the sight, her nose almost bleeding. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, double-door physique, six-pack abs, 2 large chest muscles, and strong biceps. "I want to see your back muscles." For some reason, she blurted it out. She hurriedly covered her mouth. Oh no. How did she just say what was on her mind? She wished she could dig a hole and hide, then hibernate forever. Qin Nanching smiled softly, his deep, pleasant voice slowly speaking. I'll satisfy you." He suddenly sat up, turned around, and showed her his back. Using the moonlight coming through the back window, Lin Shiwei saw Qin Nanching's broad back, with muscles rippling like mountain ranges. Truly beautiful. Not the kind of muscles built with protein powder, but the result of years of strict military training, paired with a honey-colored skin, full of masculinity. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, good-looking people are dedicated to the country." Qin Nanching felt happy inside. His reserved personality made him especially pleased that Lin Shiwei liked him. Even with his good appearance, as long as Lin Shiwei is willing to look, he is very eager to show himself. "Go ahead and touch it, see if it's hard." Lin Shiwei, like a puppet on strings, truly reached out and touched. Wow. It's so hard.
Wow.
So many big pieces.
Wow.
It feels so good. In Lin Shiwei's continuous exclamations, Qin Nanching completely lost himself. Under the bright moonlight, the handsome man, proud and aloof, raised his chin, and his originally sharp phoenix eyes looked especially gentle. He leaned back slightly, turned his head, looked at Lin Shiwei, and whispered softly, "How many days until your period?" Lin Shiwei was immersed in touching the handsome man when suddenly asked this question, and she instinctively replied, "What's wrong? Are you in a hurry to sleep with me?" Unintentional words from her, but meaningful to him. Qin Nanqing's eyes darkened, and he held back what he wanted to say next. He was actually planning to take Lin Shiwei for a pre-marriage checkup. Since Lin Shiwei suddenly brought up this topic, Qin Nanqing was happy to go along and wait for her answer. Lin Shiwei cleared her throat and looked away. Still 3 days. Actually, 2 days would be enough. She wanted to give herself a little buffer time. Facing beauty, she blushed and her heart pounded. Qin Nanqing seemed to enjoy her shy look, but he still held back from telling the truth and kept watching her. Even under the moonlight, Qin Nanqing's eyes still shone brightly, like stars in the sky. This man's eyes, seemed like they could kiss you. Lin Shiwei instinctively stepped back, leaning against the wall. You still not sleep? It's going to dawn. Qin Nanqing finally lay down. What I want to say is, after your period is over, I want to take you for a pre-marriage checkup. Lin Shiwei suddenly looked up, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise, almost choking on his words. Qin Nanqing suppressed the urge to smile mischievously, lay down casually, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. Left alone, Lin Shiwei curled up in the corner, biting her lower lip, raised her fist at him, and muttered angrily, "Dog man, dare to play with me? I'll bite you to death. Watch me catch the chance and bite you." Lin Shiwei sleepily woke up at 10 in the morning, but Qin Nanqing was already nowhere to be seen. She got up, carried the porcelain basin with water from the material warehouse that Qin Nanqing had brought back, and took her toiletries to the water room to wash. The sun in the south is especially fierce, shining so brightly that it's hard to open your eyes. Lin Shiwei is wearing a silk short-sleeved shirt and shorts, standing in the water room slowly brushing her teeth and washing her face. A group of children run over, chattering excitedly, led by He Jinhui. "Miss Lin, we have more news to trade with you." He Jinhui, small but lively, has a distinctive single eyelid and big eyes, looking very clever. It's very valuable, even more than before. Lin Shiwei rinses her mouth and smiles, asking, "Tell me, I want to see if it's true. Let me go first." The same anxious little girl from yesterday, a chubby 4-year-old, dark-skinned. "My dad says Uncle Qin has liked you since he started working in the Northwest, and my mom must not offend you." Lin Shiwei thinks hard. Could this be useful information? Since it's just a kid, it doesn't matter much. She gives the little girl a candy and asks, "What's your name?" "Xie Zhaodi." "My dad is Xie Tianqi, the chef in the cafeteria. My mom is Liang Hohot, who works in the supply warehouse." The girl quickly takes the candy and smiles happily. Other children come one after another, sharing their news about how long Uncle Qin has liked Lin Shiwei. Lin Shiwei plays along, pretending to be a sweet girl, and concludes that the information is about Qin Nanqing's long-standing affection for her. Back in her room, she notices the wardrobe across from her bed. When she hangs her clothes inside, she seems to see a tin box. Inside. Could it be those love letters Qin Nanqing wrote to me? His obsession with her far exceeds her imagination. They are just childhood sweethearts arranged by marriage, but how could he be so deeply infatuated? A soft part of Lin Shiwei's heart suddenly collapses. Just then, Qin Nanqing returns, carrying a metal lunchbox. "Dinner is ready. I brought you a special stir-fry from the kitchen." The cafeteria food is cooked in large pots, so the taste is just okay. Only the top leaders can get their own special dishes. At around 10:30, Qin Nanqing brings back some delicious food for Lin Shiwei. Lin Shiwei hurried over directly, snatched his white pilot helmet, and turned it over to look. "Teach this." They were right. There really is my photo inside your helmet. It was taken by my grandfather on my birthday during the beginning of summer this year. We take a set of photos every year. I developed them in the darkroom myself, and my grandfather always takes a few. So, Qin Nanqing, my grandfather sends you my photos every year, right? Lin Shiwei's misty peach blossom eyes became more moist, and she lifted her small face, waiting for a reply. Qin Nanqing felt especially moved. His throat moved up and down, lips pressed tightly, and his eyes grew hotter. "I can't be with you, but I hope you can be with me. Maybe a compromise, photos replace you. Every year, a new you, always with me." Lin Shiwei tiptoed and threw herself into his arms, choking on her tears, unable to speak a word. Before coming here, she thought marrying Qin Nancheng was just marrying a man, a simple, respectful life. But now, as she learned more truths, she felt a bit nervous. Qin Nancheng, what you're doing makes me feel very guilty. I don't like you that much. Lin Shiwei knew the truth was painful, but she didn't want to lie to him. Yes, I understand, Qin Nancheng said calmly but deeply. I love you, and that's enough. Lin Shiwei hugged him tightly, not wanting to let go for now, unsure how to face him with her feelings. The first time she saw Qin Nancheng, his eyes seemed to want to hold her. Qin Nancheng, have you wanted to hold me for a long time? Her voice was soft and sweet, and she hugged him very tightly. She remembered the long journey before and after getting on and off the plane. Qin Nancheng held her tightly and refused to let go. He even joked seriously, making up a silly reason just to be close to her. Qin Nancheng wanted to say, not only do I want to hold you, I also want to see you cry. Those tears, then a satisfied smile, people losing control, calling my name over and over. He was like a ninja turtle, holding back his words and only responding with one simple word. After holding her for a long time, Qin Nancheng gently patted her back and spoke softly, as if comforting a young girl. All right, I know you're touched. Don't let these feelings last too long. Let them fade away. I want your love, not just your tears. Lin Shiwei was surprised by Qin Nancheng's straightforward confession, clear and to the point. He truly was a clear-minded man who knew what he wanted, even guiding Lin Shiwei on how to handle her feelings. Lin Shiwei let go of him, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said shyly, Okay, I understand. I will try my best from now on. Qin Nancheng found it amusing and sat her down, saying, I made dumplings for you. The stir-fried dishes are cooked by the chef himself, a Sichuan cuisine. The taste is amazing. Lin Shiwei was very happy and asked, You can make dumplings too? Qin Nancheng hesitated for a moment, then replied, When I was young and naive, I made some serious mistakes and was punished to join the kitchen squad. I learned how to cook from Xie Tianxi. We were responsible for the entire company's meals. Lin Shiwei laughed freely, imagining a unit of 90 to 120 people. That must have been tough, handling both chopping vegetables and flipping the wok. Seeing her happy and smiling so brightly, Qin Nancheng felt it was worth it. A beautiful smile from her was not embarrassing at all. Qin Nancheng brought back 2 aluminum lunchboxes. One had pork and green onion dumplings, and the other had a mixed stir-fry. Wow, kung pao chicken and hot and sour shredded potatoes. I love them. Lin Shiwei was quite fond of Sichuan flavors, but only mildly spicy. Since resources on the island were limited, having meat was already a luxury. There was plenty of seafood, as the troops were mostly self-sufficient, relying on the mountains and the sea. At Phoenix Island Base, there was also a breeding team that kept various edible seafood caught from the sea. Even today, many units still kept their original names, like the Army Production Team, the Ex-Border Defense Production Team, and the Ex-Soldiers Production Corps. Back then, life was tough. It was common for the troops to raise pigs, cattle, horses, and sheep. Lin Shiwei fed Qin Nancheng a dumpling and smiled brightly. I can't finish a big box. I can only eat up to 5. Qin Nancheng frowned and said, with such a small appetite, you're like a little bird. Lin Shiwei happily ate chicken pieces and shredded potatoes, saying, I like eating vegetables. Qin Nancheng stared at her for a moment, then said, You southern girls are so delicate even when eating. Lin Shiwei looked at her lunchbox and asked, Based on your appetite, is this 1 gene of dumplings enough? Qin Nancheng almost couldn't hold back a laugh. 1 gene of dumplings refers to the dough, not the filled dumplings. Lin Shiwei was stunned. She had lived 2 lives and was hearing for the first time that people in the north eat dumplings by weight, meaning the dough, not the finished product. With a small stomach, Lin Shiwei was fed by Qin Nancheng and ate 10 dumplings, her belly starting to swell. Burp, Qin Nancheng, I think I've had too many carbs. My brain feels like it's not working. Qin Nancheng looked at her with a smile. Lin Shiwei, who had just finished a mildly spicy Sichuan dish, had lips that looked very tempting. Lin Shiwei pouted and said, Today I heard a lot of rumors. They say you protect me and have even scolded the women gossiping about me and their husbands. Qin Nanqing roughly understood what she was saying. Actually, his mind wasn't on her words, but on her little mouth. Then don't bother them. Today, when I was walking outside, everyone avoided me, afraid of offending me and affecting their husbands. I need to keep some face at home, after all. I can't be a lone island, not talking to anyone. Lin Shiwei kept talking, and Qin Nanqing just watched her little mouth. Look. Qin Nanqing. Noticing he was zoning out, Lin Shiwei raised her fist playfully and said, "Are you listening to me or not?" Boo-hoo. Qin Nanqing lost control and leaned in, kissing her. It was just a light touch of lips, but Lin Shiwei's heart skipped a beat and felt all mixed up. She felt dizzy. Oh no, her dizziness from the carbs was worse. Feeling Qin Nanqing deepen the kiss, Lin Shiwei had no choice but to tilt her head back, breathe unevenly, slightly part her lips, and let him take over. Suddenly, a loud, impatient voice came from the door. Hey, you two are kissing in broad daylight. Isn't that embarrassing? Lin Shiwei was startled and hurriedly pushed Qin Nanqing away. In her panic, her gaze flicked toward the door, even a little unfocused. Her whole body felt hot and soft from Qin Nanqing's kisses. As for Qin Nanqing, he looked completely satisfied. Li Beiyan, this is my house. Do I need your approval to do anything? At the entrance, Li Beiyan, dressed in an olive green flight suit and holding a flight helmet, was sharply choked. She stood straight and proper, heels clicking firmly, with perfect military posture. Report. I have something to say. Qin Nanqing looked clearly impatient. Speak. Li Beiyan, a straightforward and determined woman, boldly expressed her thoughts. Report. I want to compete fairly with Lin Shiwei. Lin Shiwei was surprised, and her embarrassment faded somewhat. Huh? Compete with me? For the foreign affairs position? She was planning to go to her workplace in the afternoon to register and complete her employment procedures. Qin Nanqing rubbed his forehead in frustration. Li Beiyan, go back and stop causing trouble. He could guess what Li Beiyan was about to say and was worried she might speak carelessly in front of Lin Shiwei. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Why can she kiss you, but I can't? In the end, who is your partner? I also want a fair chance to compete for the position." Sorry, Lin Shiwei couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Haha, haha. Qin Nanqing was overwhelmed. You, stop causing trouble. If you want a relationship, go find Zhonglong. I already have someone I love. Li Beiyan looked at Lin Shiwei and responded firmly. Report. As long as you haven't registered your marriage with her, I still have a chance. During training, you always tell us to seize every second, and even in the last moment, we can't give up the chance to launch missiles. Get lost. Noda. Qin Nanqing was successfully angered. I'll teach you how to respond to enemy attacks. Did you turn around and use me as a shield? In Qin Nanqing's eyes, Li Beiyan was a comrade, a wingman, and also a disciple he personally trained. To Qin Nanqing, this girl was no different from other male soldiers. There was no way she could develop romantic feelings. Li Beiyan, I'll say this once. I don't like you. Stop having these silly thoughts. Focus on improving your skills. Don't daydream all the time. In my eyes, you're not even a woman. Get lost. Nada. Lin Shiwei leaned happily on a wooden sofa, watching the scene unfold, almost ready to grab some sunflower seeds. She wasn't the jealous type, and Qin Nanqing had clearly stated he didn't like Li Beiyan, so Lin Shiwei saw no need to cause herself trouble. Moreover, Li Beiyan's obsession might not even be love. Seeing her relaxed attitude made Li Beiyan feel very angry. Hey Lin Ziwei, what's with your attitude? Aren't you worried that Qin Nanqing might be taken away by me? Qin Nanqing suddenly stood up, angry and trembling, unable to say a word. The scene between the two looked like siblings fighting over a piece of grilled sausage, thinking they still shared some family bond. Lin Ziwei tilted her head and smiled lightly. Not worried. He doesn't like you, and you might not truly love him either. Li Beiyan, love isn't a military contest where the strongest wins the prize. Li Beiyan was stunned. She had heard this many times before from Zhonglong, Qin Nanqing, and other colleagues with families. All the women around her were single by choice, inexperienced in love, and never gave her good advice. Today, Lin Ziwei's words made Li Beiyan hesitate. Do you even know what dating means? Of course. Lin Ziwei stood up and walked over. Isn't it mutual? Come in, sit down and talk. I won't. Li Beiyan felt nervous, afraid Qin Nanqing might kick her if she got too close. Anyone under Qin Nanqing's command, whether male or female, was treated equally. If male soldiers get scolded or kicked, female soldiers just spoil you, right? War is harsh. Since you choose to be a soldier, you accept equality. Getting beaten is a required lesson for every soldier after enlistment. No matter how Lin Ziwei invited her, Li Beiyan refused to go inside, standing stiffly at the door like a pole. Lin Ziwei, I came today to challenge you. Let's see who Qin Nanqing will choose in the end. Qin Nanqing's face darkened completely. He was about to rush over and kick her. Hey, don't. Lin Ziwei stopped him, because there was no need. Li Beiyan was a simple-minded person who didn't understand love. Li Beiyan almost got scared to death. Seeing Qin Nanqing didn't come over, she quickly pulled back her left foot, standing straight like a soldier. One last thing I need to clarify, I didn't spread the rumors on the island. I, Li Beiyan, am honest and upright. I do everything openly and never hurt others behind their backs. I despise petty tricks. Like the wind, Li Beiyan finished, and then left quickly. Lin Ziwei smiled so much her face almost split. Haha. This girl is so interesting, such a straightforward woman. Qin Nanqing couldn't smile at all. He thought to himself, stop kissing me, Li Beiyan. Just wait for me. Lin Ziwei was going to report to the Foreign Affairs Office and didn't want Qin Nanqing to follow. The island is safe. You don't need to me. Hearing this, Qin Nanqing's eyes darkened slightly, and his words were a bit roundabout. Although the Foreign Affairs Office is also on the island, it's still a bit far from here, at least 10 kilometers. Lin Ziwei's beautiful eyes flickered lightly, politely refusing. 10 kilometers isn't far. Can I borrow your bike to ride? Qin Nanqing couldn't smile anymore. His beloved wife, who had traveled a long way to be with him, seemed especially independent. It made Qin Nanqing feel like he had no role to play in caring for her. But for now, he could hold back. Whether we agree or not, you can ride this bike first. One day, I'll take you to the city to buy a new one. No need to buy a new bike, Lin Ziwei said with a look of someone easy to take care of. Why spend that unnecessary money? It can be fixed and used. Let's just make do. As she spoke, Lin Ziwei left the house, slung a canvas shoulder bag over her shoulder, then turned around and mounted Qin Nanqing's bicycle, a classic 28-inch model. Qin Nanqing still wasn't willing to give up. He brought the topic back around. Besides the troops stationed on Phoenix Island, there are about 100 native residents. For safety, I should take you. Lin Ziwei sat on the pedal without a footrest, silently thinking. What's with the natives? Are they wild? Will they kidnap me? No past grudges, no recent conflicts, right? In her memory, in a few years, once the government had money, they would relocate all the natives from Phoenix Island to the suburban Phoenix Garden community. Those old, elevatorless apartment buildings would become a part of history and a tourist spot after half a century. By then, only the naval fleet would be stationed on the island. Qin Nanqing, it's just work. I can go by myself. Having you with me is too conspicuous. I want to keep a low profile for now. Lin Ziwei was telling the truth. Her background already attracted trouble, and bringing Qin Nanqing along to show off would definitely attract troublemakers. Okay, I understand, Qin Nanqing said. As he turned around, he got into the open-top jeep, sitting steadily in the passenger seat, and softly ordered, "Follow her." The driver's barely suppressed smile was harder to hide than that AK rifle. Carrot. Lin Shiwei was riding Qin Nanqing's bicycle, which made noise everywhere except for the bell. She was heading to her new workplace. Qin Nanqing had the driver follow at a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Watching her struggle to pedal in small leather shoes, he found her quite adorable. Lin Shiwei could feel someone behind her. When she saw pedestrians along the way, their subtle glances told her everything. She found it amusing. Well, if they wanted to follow, let them. She rode toward the southern part of the island. When she reached the beach, she couldn't help but stop and look out over the sea. The vast, blue ocean stretched endlessly, dotted with white seabirds flying around. Fishing boats floated nearby, and in the distance, a white statue of Mazu stood tall, like a guardian protecting the fishermen and sailors. Suddenly, a loud whistle sounded.
Shh.
Shush. Lin Shiwei raised her hand to her forehead, squinting to see what was happening. Stop. Stop right there. A man's loud shout came from afar. On the beach, a group of tiny black dots, like ants, were jumping off a cargo ship. They carried bags and boxes, rushing wildly. Coast Guard officers surrounded them from all sides. 3 officers chased 30 people. It was clear who would win.
Hey.
What are they doing? Lin Shiwei was very curious and a bit confused. Beep Qin Nanching pressed the horn of his jeep softly, his voice calm and gentle. The Coast Guard is catching people. Catching people?
Why?
Lin Shiwei asked eagerly, wanting to know more. Those carrying big bags are smugglers who trade rare goods from Southeast Asia. They have everything from food to clothing and daily necessities. Qin Nanching pointed to another large fishing boat about to set sail and explained, that boat has many illegal immigrants trying to go to Southeast Asia to find work. Lin Shiwei was shocked and exclaimed, illegal crossing? Smugglers? Isn't that strictly forbidden? How are they doing this openly? This was far beyond her understanding. In movies and TV shows, illegal crossings and smugglers usually operate secretly at night, doing things in broad daylight. How is that normal? Seeing her innocent expression, Qin Nanching couldn't help but ask, are you reading too many novels? I thought these were all done carefully, but I saw with my own eyes that the crowd's way was especially wild. Lin Shiwei was amused and laughed uncontrollably. Not just wild, it's beyond my understanding. On the beach, Coast Guard officers whistled and waved batons, chasing people around. The small traders carried their goods and ran wildly. Whoever could run faster would make a profit. Lin Shiwei observed for a while and concluded, it seems the Coast Guard officers aren't really trying to catch anyone. Look, not a single one has been caught. Qin Nanching grinned and said, this kind of scene happens every day on the beaches of Daonan. Everyone is just trying to make a living. There's no need to make things difficult for each other. Lin Shiwei was a bit surprised that Qin Nanching was so understanding about this situation. Thinking about it, in this era, small traders and resellers seem to be doing something wrong, but in fact, once policies open up, it won't be a big deal. It's just a free trade zone. While they were talking, a man carrying a bicycle rushed over at high speed. Captain Qin, I heard you've brought back a new wife. Look what I brought for you, something special. Lin Shiwei turned to see a slim, dark-skinned local man, wearing torn straw sandals and shirtless, running with a brand-new women's bicycle. This is a hot item from Xian Japa, made just for women. The paint job is like car paint, and the metalwork is the latest. Feel the weight of this metal. It's lighter than the usual old bikes. More suitable for women. He handed the bicycle to Qin Nanching, eager for him to feel it. Then he saw Lin Shiwei and, acting like a businessman, started praising her. Wow. Is this Qin's wife? Beautiful. So beautiful. Even more handsome than movie stars. Who does she look like?
Li Jun.
Oh, right, Li Jun. Next, this brother enthusiastically introduced his hot item, claiming it was a new imported women's bicycle made just for Lin Shiwei. Honestly, Lin Shiwei was a bit tempted because the paint was very pretty. The sunlight made it sparkle with a shiny, electric glow. Go ahead, Qin Nanching said, setting down the bicycle. Let Lin Shiwei try riding it. Just a couple of laps. Yes. Lin Shiwei looked at the small purple donkey wrapped in plastic on the slanted beam and couldn't wait to get on it. She kicked her foot and started riding. Hey, it's pretty easy to ride. Nanching, it's really light and the feel is good. Qin Nanching saw she liked it and asked casually. It's so light. Is the material water-resistant? The grumpy black-faced seller boasted, patting his chest. Even though I sell waterway goods, the quality isn't water. Don't worry, I wouldn't dare to cheat you, Captain Qin. Lin Shiwei had already ridden around and came back, clearly happy. The feel is light and the bike isn't heavy. Boss, what metal is this made of? Is it durable? The black-faced seller started bragging. It's aerospace-grade material, like titanium alloy. It doesn't rust in wind or rain, and it's very wear-resistant, durable, and corrosion-proof. Lin Shiwei couldn't help but laugh. Nancheng, this bike is made of the same metal as your fighter jets, aerospace-grade material, titanium alloy. Qin Nancheng, who was very familiar, said, "Oh? When I get back to the unit, I'll have it tested with professional equipment. One brags, the other brags, even more." The black-faced seller scratched his head and awkwardly smiled. "Haha, anyway, it's good material." Ride with confidence, ride with confidence. Seeing how much Lin Shiwei liked it, Qin Nancheng asked, "All right, you want to buy it?" "How much?" 500 yuan. Imported titanium alloy. Definitely a good deal. The seller demanded a high price. Lin Shiwei immediately hesitated. "Forget it, I don't want it." "Hey, wait, we can still negotiate." The seller was eager to close the deal. "I traveled all the way from New Japo, so I should get a tip, right?" 488. Big money, okay? Lin Shiwei chuckled. 488? That's unlucky, isn't it? Although she thought that number was fitting, she couldn't say it aloud. The boss awkwardly smiled. "Then, how about 47? 468? To bring good luck." Lin Shiwei quickly countered, 168, prosper all the way. "If you prosper, I prosper too. Isn't that even luckier?" Qin Nancheng burst out laughing. "Haha, good. Living a good life." The grumpy seller shouted in surprise. "No way. Even the basic domestic models cost more than 168. No, I'd lose money." Lin Shiwei stayed silent, waiting for him to increase the price. "Give me 400 yuan and we'll settle it as a round number." Wishing both of you happiness and a long-lasting union, Lin Shiwei still smiled softly and said nothing. Qin Nancheng remained calm and even sent the other person a cigarette. "I've saved up enough tickets for a bicycle. If I don't spend this money, I can go to the city and pick out a nice lady's bicycle for my wife." The other person knew Qin Nancheng wasn't lying and kept making concessions. All right. 388, no less. That cigarette of yours, Qin team leader, is really expensive." He took 2 quick puffs, lit his cigarette, and looked very distressed about the cost. Lin Shiwei really liked this bicycle. Its paint was very unique. "I'll add a bit more. How about 178? Cough. Cough. The dark-faced boss was choked and waved his hands frantically, indicating no. "Then 188. No more than that. If you go higher, I don't want it." Lin Shiwei had her limits. Qin Nancheng's money didn't grow on trees. The other person was clever and suddenly caused trouble. "No, that's too little.
Just give it to me."
Jing Yajiao is still waiting over there. "I'll sell it to her," Lin Shiwei thought to herself in surprise, teasing her rival. "Fine, you can sell it to her," she said calmly. 388 for one. That's more than half a year's salary for Jing Yajiao. The shady dealer snorted and said mysteriously, "People don't rely on their salary these days." "Who doesn't have a side job?" Lin Shiwei's face slightly changed, and Qin Nancheng paused to smoking.
"Sell me the bike."
288, no more.
"Come with me."
"I want to know something." Lin Shiwei wanted to say more, but after hearing Qin Nancheng's last words, she wisely said nothing and rode away on her expensive bicycle. Qin Nancheng was definitely trying to get some information from the shady dealer, hidden secrets kept in the dark. The office of the Foreign Affairs Department was located in a spacious residence. It used to be a landlord's seaside villa, but now it was taken over by the government. Lin Shiwei parked her brand-new imported lady's bicycle in the small courtyard. She looked around and saw a lush vegetable garden. The 3 surrounding walls were covered with climbing plants like honeysuckle, grapevines, and roses. This was clearly a unit's private land. Nowadays, rural units emphasized self-sufficiency. Employees cooked and heated their homes at work, and growing vegetables was a must. Lin Shiwei arrived outside the main hall door and knocked on the peeling, painted wooden door, asking, "Hello, is anyone there?" "Come in," a middle-aged woman's voice responded from inside. Carrying a paper bag, Lin Shiwei entered and saw a large room with 5 desks, 3 of which had people sitting at them. Near the door, a middle-aged woman with short, straight hair smiled and stood up. "Are you Lin Shiwei?" "I am the HR manager of our department, Ms. Han." "Hello, Ms. Han. I am Lin Shiwei." Here are my relevant documents. She quickly handed over the folder to facilitate her onboarding. Near the window in the middle, a woman about the same age as Lin Shiwei was hunched over a notebook, writing quickly with two braided pigtails crossed at the back of her head, surrounded by reference materials. With just one glance, Lin Shiwei saw the content was in Russian, related to some materials about the Su-27 fighter jet. She has a special talent. She remembers everything after just one look. Ms. Han led Lin Shiwei to the last desk, bowing slightly and speaking softly. Director Fong, Lin Shiwei is here to report. Director Fong, who was hiding his face behind a newspaper, slowly lowered it, shook himself, and casually tossed the paper onto the desk. Oh, you're here. Hurry up and complete the procedures. Director Fong was about 40 years old, with big, round eyes that had very narrow eyelids, porcelain white, oily skin, very thin lips, sparse hair with small curls. Lin Shiwei immediately recognized that he was not someone to be messed with. The next second, Director Fong indeed caused trouble. Ugh, the tea is gone. Lil Han, could you please get me some water? Ms. Han, who appeared slightly older than Director Fong, was called Little Han, so Lin Shiwei naturally judged who was higher or lower in the office hierarchy. Ms. Han gave Lin Shiwei a look, signaling her to go. The boss's intimidating attitude in the office, though delayed, was unavoidable, regardless of age, profession, or gender. Lin Shiwei pretended not to understand her hint and remained still, indifferent. Ms. Han exchanged a glance with Director Fong secretly and decided to step back for now. She turned to her desk, picked up the thermos, and deliberately shook it. Oh dear, no water left. Shaolin, please go get some water and also get familiar with our workplace. Does Lin Shiwei possibly want to go? Based on the living conditions of this residence, there is definitely no small stove for boiling water. If Lin Shiwei wants to fetch water, she probably has to light a fire at the stove to boil it. Oh, maybe there's no firewood either, so she would have to gather her own. Lin Shiwei shook her military water bottle and said, I brought my own water. The implication was clear. You two old folks can't boss me around to do rough chores, humph. Carrot, Section Chief Han's face suddenly changed and she spoke sharply. Oh, so you're really the young lady of a wealthy family, never touching spring water with your fingers. Sorry you had to come to our unit. Honestly, you should consider quitting and find a comfortable place to relax. Whether I stay or leave depends on the organization, not on you, Lin Shiwei thought. I'm not afraid of her. This is a stable job. Why should I give it up just for others? Section Chief Han was choked by her words and sneered again. Do you have the skills to get in here? Or did someone just put you in? Do you even have a primary school diploma? Spouting nonsense here, haha. Lin Shiwei didn't want to be suppressed by them and kept firing back. A diploma doesn't mean everything. Being able to understand foreign languages and handle international affairs is what really qualifies someone for this job. When new employees start, they should make a strong first impression to prevent trouble later. Section Chief Han was speechless after being countered, and Director Fong began to show her strength. Haha, I thought you had good manners and qualities. Compared to your aunt, you're far behind. Lin Shiwei refused to fall into her trap, showing her rebellious side. I judge people based on their character. The kind of person I am depends on the kind of qualities they have. Director Fong also hit a soft spot, but she was more composed, sneering and rolling her eyes. Bossy, sharp-tongued, uneducated, and temperamental. Lin Shiwei shot back at them. Thanks for the compliment. I may not be eloquent or quick-witted, but isn't that the basic quality a diplomat should have to succeed on the international stage? Seeing the two women whispering angrily, Lin Shiwei delivered her final. Could it be that I, too, am like some people, sitting in the office drinking tea and wasting time? People, never waste your days. Be careful, or you might get lost in them. You. Section Chief Han was so angry he couldn't say a word, pointing at Lin Ziwei for a long time. Director Fong, who was more experienced, sneered and retorted. What use is there in arguing with us? Do you have real skills? Translate a document and show us. Lin Ziwei's face changed slightly. This person was truly difficult to deal with. If she refused to translate the document, it would prove her words right. She was useless. only good at talking. If she agreed to Director Fong's request, she would fall into her trap, and she would immediately throw the work material in her face. People who have worked in the system or big companies know a simple truth. As long as you're willing to work hard, all the menial tasks in this department will be assigned to you. For a few seconds, Lin Ziwei was lost in thought. Director Fong raised her chin in a contemptuous challenge. How? Not brave enough? Or are you just good at talking but not capable? Section Chief Han, with a mocking look, opened Lin Ziwei's bag, looked at the materials inside, and sneered similarly. The education section. Blank. Oh, Miss Lin, did you graduate elementary school? The implication was that Lin Ziwei didn't understand anything. She only relied on her aunt's reputation, who sacrificed herself for the country, to get her job. Lin Ziwei clenched her fists involuntarily. She indeed didn't have a proper education. She couldn't attend school during those years. Her grandfather, Lin Weixin, personally taught her, starting from recognizing characters, writing, and reading classical poetry, teaching her step by step. I plan to attend night school and take the college entrance exam. It's easy, Lin Ziwei said confidently. With her level, even if Phoenix Island's night school asked her to teach, she could do it easily. She had already planned to take the exam next year. In this special era, students face all kinds of situations. Section Chief Han and Director Fong burst into laughter, as if they heard the funniest joke. Oh my, you're crying from laughing so hard, hurrah. Section Chief Han even sarcastically said, your family runs a university? You think you can just take the exam and pass? In all these years, how come you haven't gotten into a university in such a good place as Shanghai? Ha ha ha, Lin Ziwei couldn't be fooled because, as everyone knew, the reasons were clear. If she argued with Section Chief Han, they would find a way to catch her off guard and twist her words to make a big deal out of it. They could even give reports citing reasons like stance issues, unhealthy thoughts, or not supporting the country to deny her job opportunity. This is how things are nowadays. Everyone is on edge, and it's best to be cautious. Section Chief Han and Director Fong played their tricks for a while, but Lin Shiwei kept quiet and didn't fall for it. They both found the situation boring and exchanged a meaningful look. Section Chief Han, acting as the front-runner, cleared his throat and ordered confidently. Since you're quite capable, try translating a document to see your skills. Lin Shiwei didn't argue, but silently took a deep breath. She quickly adjusted her mood and smiled confidently. Sure. What document? Section Chief Han and Director Fong exchanged a glance, their eyes full of mischief. Han turned to the girl working in the corner and called out, Xiaoying, temporarily hand over your translation work to Comrade Lin. The boss is waiting for it, and it's best to finish before work ends today. Xiaoying, who was busy working by the window, looked up as if nothing had happened. Lin Shiwei glanced over and saw the girl called Xiaoying, clean, pretty, with fair skin and a hint of pink. Her eyes seemed shy, almost afraid to meet others, maybe socially anxious. She looked uncertain, glanced at Han and Fong, then at her own materials on the desk, hesitating. Fong, who was more irritable, spoke sharply and harshly. Nothing will come of this if you keep pretending. Just pretending to be deaf and mute is fine sometimes, but now, why act like a good person? Clearly, Fong had the deepest background in the office. Xiaoying nodded timidly, pointing at the pile of materials on her desk. Then I'll hand everything over. Lin Shiwei understood. This girl had her own worries. Based on Xiaoying's slow translation speed, she wouldn't finish these materials by the end of the day, let alone in 3 days. Han and Fong wanted Lin Shiwei to finish before work ended today. If she couldn't, Xiaoying would have to help translate and share the responsibility. For Xiaoying, this was an unfair disaster. Lin Shiwei didn't want to involve innocent people and agreed immediately. Okay, you can hand over the entire set of materials to me. Xiaoying's face paled slightly, looking caught between hesitation and reluctance. Director Han looked very pleased and said, Did you hear? She's taking on everything herself. Xiaoying quickly nodded, pushed all the materials on the table toward Lin Shiwei, and then grabbed her own things to change to a new desk. Lin Shiwei thought, I really appreciate her. First, Lin Shiwei took care of the necessary procedures, then sat down at her new desk and started translating. The material was easy, and Lin Shiwei didn't even need to look up words in the dictionary. She worked so quickly and smoothly, it was as if she was copying Chinese characters directly, not translating Russian fighter jet documents. Xie Xiaoying moved to sit behind Lin Shiwei, shocked by her fast writing, and stood up to stretch her neck and sneak a peek. But when she looked, she was amazed. "Hey? Your handwriting." Xie Xiaoying couldn't help but speak out, glancing around to make sure no one was listening. Luckily Han Fong and the others weren't in the office. She quietly tiptoed to Lin Shiwei's desk, bent down, and looked carefully. Such beautiful, small calligraphy. Lin Shiwei glanced at her briefly, smiling meaningfully. "Your handwriting isn't bad either. Did you practice copying mine?" Her words sounded random and confusing at first. Xie Xiaoying understood immediately. She leaned in happily and asked softly, "The translation materials before, was it actually you who translated them, not old Master Lin?" Lin Shiwei gave her a knowing look. For many years, Qin Naching kept in touch with old Master Lin through letters. Difficult foreign language materials were sent through a special encrypted channel directly to the Lin family. Old Master Lin was quite old now and didn't get involved much anymore. Most of those materials were translated by Lin Shiwei herself. It was also a way to train Lin Shiwei intentionally. Xie Xiaoying was so excited she almost couldn't contain herself. "Sister Lin, all of us in the office rely on you for these years." They only translated simple materials. Difficult ones were sent to the Lin family, so everything depended on Lin Shiwei's translations. A special connection had already formed between them. "Little Sister Lin, you don't know how much we all admire you. We learned many professional skills from your translations." Lin Shiwei knew this very well, or she wouldn't have recognized the handwriting of Xie Xiaoying at a glance. "Xiaoying, you're the Russian translator. What about the others?" Xie Xiaoying's small heart was still pounding, and her admiration for Lin Shiwei turned into shining stars in her eyes. Section Chief Han doesn't understand foreign languages and only handles internal affairs. Director Fong knows Russian but hasn't been involved in translation for many years. He leaves the work to me. Xie Xiaoying pointed to the other two desks. "That is my colleague who translates French and English, Tian Hua, and that is my colleague who translates German and Italian, Ding Hui." After introducing her colleagues, Xie Xiaoying still looked starry-eyed. "We all see Grandpa Lin as our spiritual teacher." Unexpectedly, Sister Lin is actually our spiritual teacher. She repeatedly emphasized that the translation materials Lin Shiwei has done over the years have been incredibly helpful to them. "Sure." Lin Shiwei told her to be modest, then gestured to the side. "Bring over a stool. Sister Lin will guide you on the spot. Okay?" Xie Xiaoying blushed excitedly, eager to rush over and hug Lin Shiwei, feeling she had found a treasure. Outside the door, the unknowing Han Fong and his companion were secretly plotting how to deal with Lin Shiwei. Section Chief Fong was sharp and harsh when facing Lin Shiwei, and outside in the yard, his criticism became even more pointed. Why pretend? A capitalistic young lady who can't even handle her own work really thinks she's capable? Just like her fake aunt, they're both no good. Uft. Han Fong and his companion had conflicts with Lin Shiwei's aunt, Lin Chenghua, and naturally, they were not kind to Lin Shiwei. Section Chief Fong was actually a student mentored by Lin Chenghua, who personally taught her Russian at night school. However, Lin Chenghua had more than one student at the time, and when recommending for promotion, she naturally picked the best few. Section Chief Fong was typical of the favor for rice, but hatred for rice attitude. Lin Chenghua had been good to her 100 or 1,000 times, and she felt entitled. If Lin Chenghua didn't favor her once, she would hold a grudge. Section Chief Han forced a smile and echoed, "If it weren't for Lin Chenghua, we would have been promoted long ago."
Haha.
The villain's niece, isn't she a villain too? Back then, Lin Chenghua didn't recommend them for higher positions because their abilities didn't match their ambitions. But in the workplace, who isn't full of pride? Whether it was Director Fong or Section Chief Han, they both saw Lin Chenghua from that year as a stumbling block on their path to promotion. In their eyes, Lin Chenghua must have deliberately made things difficult for them. She was a petty person. So, Today, when Lin Ziwei fell into their hands, they definitely saw it as a chance to give her a hard time. Director Fong smiled proudly. Such difficult translation materials. Even I find them hard to understand. How will she manage alone? Section Chief Han also looked on with interest. In the past, those materials were translated by her grandfather, Lin Weixin. Now, the young girl comes to our territory all alone, haha. Thinking about Lin Ziwei making a fool of herself or making serious mistakes made them very happy. Usually, the two women lived in the dormitory on the unit's compound, which was just a small room in the yard. During holidays, they would take a boat off the island and go back to their homes in the city. Because Lin Chenghua refused to promote them, they had to keep traveling back and forth. Every time they took the boat between Wudong City and Phoenix Island, they secretly hated Lin Chenghua. Also, since they usually lived in the dormitory, they didn't really know how Qin Nancheng was dealing with those gossiping wives and their husbands who bullied Lin Ziwei. Director Fong even smugly analyzed. Captain Qin has such a bright future, he wouldn't look at Lin Ziwei. I think she's just here to secure a stable job and maybe marry Captain Qin. But I guess she's got it wrong. Section Chief Han agreed. Yes. I think so too. Captain Qin hopes Lin Ziwei will make a mistake soon and then just go back to Shanghai. They sat in the dorm, eating sunflower seeds, thinking they understood the relationship between Qin Nancheng and Lin Ziwei based on their experience in the workplace. From my analysis, Captain Qin seems to prefer Deputy Captain He's daughter, Jing Yajiao. But when Director Fong confidently made this claim, Section Chief Han surprisingly disagreed. Jing Yajiao isn't even Deputy Captain He's real daughter. I don't think Captain Qin cares that much. Director Fong pinched a 5-spice melon seed with her elegant fingers, closed her eyes, shook her head, and looked confident. It doesn't matter if Jing Yajiao is his biological daughter. In ancient times, princesses sent to foreign lands to marry. Weren't they all noble daughters from royal families, just to raise their status and fool foreign countries? The foreigners want to marry women with princess status, but whether they are the emperor's own children doesn't really matter. Vice Captain He and Qin Nancheng don't get along, so if Jing Yajiao can be used to win him over, that would be great. If Jing Yajiao makes mistakes with Captain Qin in the future, Vice Captain He would abandon her easily. Anyway, she's not his real daughter, so he can let his son-in-law bully her. People who are good at scheming always think from a calculating point of view, and their conclusions are always based on calculations. The two of them were chatting and snacking in the dormitory, even joking about embarrassing Lin Shiwei. After finishing her task, Lin Shiwei was eating snacks with Xie Xiaoying. Here, try this. It's sweet but not greasy pork rib rice cake. She took out this small snack from her space. To Xie Xiaoying, it looked like Lin Shiwei pulled out a small aluminum lunchbox from her bag, filled with various snacks. Thanks. Xie Xiaoying picked up a piece of the rice cake and put it in her mouth. First time trying it. Wow, it's a bit sour and sweet, and maybe a little salty? Such a unique taste. Lin Shiwei also liked the snack. She smiled and took a piece. Yes, the flavor is quite mixed. It's not just sweet or sour. Oh, and here's snowflake pastry. Try it. Lin Shiwei loved sweets of all kinds and couldn't get enough of them. Xie Xiaoying took a bite and quickly got up to get some water to wash down the sweetness. I'm from Sichuan, I love spicy food, and I don't usually care much for sweets. While she turned her back, Lin Shiwei quickly stored the important translation materials into her space, thinking that she couldn't leave these materials at the office. She didn't stay at the office because Director Han and Director Fong lived there, and they might come to tamper with things at night. It's not that Lin Shiwei is suspicious without reason, but those two are office troublemakers, and they hold higher positions than her. She knew she had to be cautious. Pretending to put some documents into a drawer under her desk, she agreed with Xie Xiaoying. I can only handle mild spice, that's my limit. They were about the same age, worked well together, and got along very easily. After chatting for a while, Lin Shiwei learned that Xie Xiaoying was the sister of Chef Xie Tianqi. She remembered that Chef Xie Tianqi's daughter was named Xie Zadi, about 4 years old. From her name, she guessed their family situation, and Lin Shiwei silently sighed. Because of this, she didn't ask any more questions about their household registration, knowing it was better not to say anything. After work, Lin Shiwei deliberately told Xie Xiaoying to keep quiet and not to make a fuss. Based on her judgment, there would definitely be trouble at the office tonight, and tomorrow, Han Feng and the other person would surely try to make things difficult for her. She looked forward to how she would fight back then. Lin Shiwei rode her bike home. Xie Xiaoying stayed at the company dormitory because she was new and the company didn't have a place for her to stay. Section Chief Han and Director Feng were in the yard picking vegetables for dinner. When they saw Lin Shiwei leave, Director Feng deliberately asked sharply, "Xie Xiaoying, you've grown some courage, huh? Dare to hang out with those kinds of people? Do you not want a job anymore?" Xie Xiaoying ignored them and went to the vegetable patch to pick some greens for dinner, planning to cook noodles. Section Chief Han, who was always sneaky, suddenly came over and kicked the greens Xie Xiaoying was pulling. "Hey, what are you doing?" Xie Xiaoying was kicked hard and felt pain, tears welling up. Section Chief Han smiled casually. "Didn't see your hand? Look here, there's a green worm. I had to step on it to protect our hard-grown vegetables. In reality, these two didn't know anything about farming." The vegetables in the yard were carefully tended by Xie Xiaoying herself. But Han Feng and the other person didn't work in the fields. They relied on Xie Xiaoying for everything. During holidays, they would sneak out with plastic bags to pick vegetables from the yard and take them home for their families. The old, cramped apartment buildings in the city were small and crowded, with no space for planting vegetables. Not only did Han Feng's family rely on Xie Xiaoying for vegetables, but they also gave some to relatives and friends. They were generous, but Xie Xiaoying suffered. Over the years, Xie Xiaoying could only endure her anger and try to grow more vegetables. Unfortunately, 99% of the vegetables were taken by Han Feng and the other person, leaving only a tiny amount for her and two other colleagues, about 1%. Xie Xiaoying felt very wronged. She was just a small person and didn't dare to fight back against them. But now, with Lin Shiwei here, she was hoping someone could finally stand up to these two mean women. Li Xinwei, who was trusted by Xie Xiaoying, rode her bicycle home happily, enjoying the evening breeze. Suddenly, a voice sounded in her mind. "Congratulations, Master! You have successfully joined the Foreign Affairs Department and unlocked the space upgrade feature. Please check it promptly." Li Xinwei chuckled and quickly looked at the new space features. A control panel appeared before her. Her space was at level 1, with basic storage and planting functions, and it also had a portable concealment feature using a special bead. She quickly chose the concealment option, making her portable space more discreet and easier to follow her. The phoenix bead given by Qin Nancheng was very special. Usually, she kept it hidden inside her clothes and rarely showed it off. As she pedaled her bike, she checked the space upgrade features mentally and felt happy. Haha, finally, there's a one-click operation function. Awesome, carrot carrot. She operated the functions one by one. The many goods brought from the shopping street were now neatly organized on shelves and cabinets, no longer just piled randomly on the grass. Fortunately, her space was different from the real world. Otherwise, the goods might spoil. After organizing all the shops, Li Xinwei discovered a new feature called one-click construction. "Hey, this is interesting. I can build things. Let me try. How about a tailor shop for the fabrics?" Click. The fabric shelves and cabinets suddenly transformed into a small shop that appeared from the sky, with a sound of landing. Duang. She found it fun, and then built a small store for the snack shop. When she wanted to build a large shop, the system issued a warning sound. "Oops, your level isn't high enough." "No problem, I'll just try some basic construction for a level 1 space." So, Li Xinwei could only operate some simple constructions. For example, she quickly enclosed the roosters and hens to prevent them from damaging the vegetable garden. She also fenced in the piglets that fell from the sky, so they wouldn't dig up the ground everywhere. And she built a rough, makeshift shed for the mountain of antiques and cultural relics in her gallery. Li Xinwei was very optimistic. "I only have this much skill, so you all will have to make do, hee hee." As for the vegetable garden, it was very small. The various vegetables planted last time are still there, but Lin Shiwei hasn't had time to water them with spiritual spring water, so their growth is just SOSO. She is eyeing the vegetable garden in the unit's yard. When she has free time, She plans to transplant some of the vegetables into her space. They are really thriving and growing very well, which makes her happy. Feeling in a good mood, Lin Shiwei returns to the family area of the base and greets everyone she meets. Are you off work? Have you eaten? Yes, I just finished work. Your hairstyle is very fashionable. This polka dot dress is quite special. It makes your skin look fair. Everyone, regardless of age or gender, responds to her enthusiastic greetings with either awkward smiles, hurried nods, or blank expressions, unable to react properly. A few pedestrians, after she rides past like the wind, gather together and whisper. Captain Chin's partner has a pretty good personality. I also think the young lady is nice and looks very pretty when she smiles. I heard rumors that Captain Chin wouldn't marry Comrade Lin, but look at her, she's not worried at all. Since Captain Chin brought her here, I think the marriage shouldn't change. With Captain Chin's careful nature, if he openly shows his feelings, there won't be any problem. Exactly. A real man keeps his word, and Captain Chin is so honest and upright. Honest and upright? Yeah, right. They recall how their own men were collectively scolded by Qin Nancheng. Then, when they got home, the men stayed up all night pulling them out of bed to enforce proper family values. They've never been so disorganized in their lives. One by one, they yawn, look messy, with dirt on their faces and sleep in their eyes, yet they still have to seriously learn about family discipline. As for Lin Shiwei, they can only avoid provoking her. Children, however, have fewer worries and only care about candy. Lin Yang. You've gained weight. We want to eat candy. A group of little kids chase after Lin Shiwei's bike. Slow down, slow down. Lin Shiwei gently brakes, afraid one of the children might crash into her. Oh, He Jinhui, your revolutionary team has grown again. Today, the children hanging out with He Jinhui seem to have doubled in number. He Jinhui puffs up proudly. Yep. I traded them some caramel candies to call me big brother, hee. Look, talented people tend to be different even as children. In Lin Shiwei's memory, He Jinhui was a famous pilot with a golden helmet, a top ace in history. Later, our country's aircraft carrier was successfully launched, and it was equipped with domestically made carrier-based aircraft called Flying Shark. Many pilots find it hard to land the Flying Shark on the carrier because they think they need to slow down during landing, which is a big mistake. Normally, airplanes slow down by reducing speed when landing. But the carrier's flight deck is very short, and there is almost no runway for landing. So, pilots cannot slow down like on land. If they do, they might crash into the sea. Remember, the first aircraft carrier is only about 304 meters long. That's why carrier pilots are called dancers on the tip of a sword. In fact, when landing on a carrier, pilots need to speed up. They rely on a thick, strong steel cable called an arrestor wire to catch the fast-approaching plane. To land successfully, a pilot must be prepared for a failed landing and be ready to take off again quickly. In this small world, He Jinhui solved this problem and successfully landed the aircraft. A group of children gathered around Lin Shiwei, asking for candy and sharing news. My dad reads scripts at home every day, and my mom told me not to bother Lin Yang anymore. My dad is also reading a script. What's the title again?
Oh.
Building a Civilized Family Culture by Shedding Old Superstitions. My grandpa's script was written by my aunt. The title is Background Doesn't Matter. Let's solve the harmony problem together. Lin Shiwei was happily giving out candy when he heard He Jinhui say that. He felt a strange feeling inside. His aunt wrote that script? Isn't that Jing Yajiao's work? Why mention background issues? Thinking it's a problem blocking harmony? Haha. Other girls raised their hands high and said, I want to exchange information. Uncle Chin is in the kitchen cooking. He said he's waiting for his wife to come home from work so they can eat together.
I want to say the same.
I saw Uncle Chin go to the supply store himself to buy vegetables and meat because his wife likes eating meat. Let me tell you, the meat stall at the supply cooperative is guarded by my mom. She bought 2 gin of pork belly and 2 gin of braised beef, which are rare treats on the island. They are precious. The children are chattering loudly, and Qin Nancheng has returned carrying 4 aluminum lunch boxes, with 2 face-to-face steamed buns in his other hand. The kids the candies and scatter. Qin enforcer is here. Whoever is slow will be fined 5 kilometers. Charjo, Lin Shui can't help but laugh loudly. Haha, why do you have such a nickname? Is it because you often punish others by making them run 5 kilometers? Qin Nancheng nonchalantly shrugs. Go wash your hands. It's time to get ready for dinner. A warm feeling rises in Lin Shui's heart. She is doing her best to fit into this life and to take care of her appetite. When Lin Shui comes back after washing her hands, Qin Nancheng specially sets up a small folding table at the door, made of plywood and small steel pipes. It's still new. When did you buy this new table? Lin Shui casually asks as she sits on a small stool opposite him. Just bought it, Qin Nancheng explains deliberately. It's hot, so eating outside at dinner is cooler. Lin Shui understands his intention. He's deliberately claiming territory and also subtly showing affection. As she guessed, during dinner, Qin Nancheng keeps serving her dishes, offering her meat, and even uses his finger to wipe her mouth across the table, so attentive it's almost embarrassing. The neighbors are all stunned. Someone offers a sharp summary. Captain Qin has been single for many years. He finally tricked a naive, beautiful young girl from the big city, and now he wants to show off for a while. The young couple, with no real status, lie on their respective beds, each covered with a blanket, just chatting. Qin Nancheng clears his throat, his Adam's apple moving twice, and softly asks, Did your work go smoothly today? Lin Shui, lying on her side, was staring at his profile in a daze. She responds with a soft, Oh, Qin Nancheng asks, Did anyone give you a hard time? Fearing he might interfere again and ruin her plan, Lin Shui quickly replies, Work conflicts are normal. You don't need to worry and don't make a big fuss, or my colleagues will get tense. Qin Nancheng remains silent for a few seconds, probably understanding what's going on inside. Lin Shui took the opportunity to ask, Are you really going to hold that speech contest at the base? Yes, Qin Nancheng replied very firmly. Lin Shui wanted to say it wasn't necessary to make such a big fuss, but she swallowed her words before speaking. The decision was already made, so there was no point in saying more. She tentatively reached out and pressed her small fist into Qin Nancheng's palm. Without needing to say a word, Qin Nancheng naturally wrapped his large hand around her little one. Qin Nancheng, who had trained for many years, had a broad chest and muscular arms. He couldn't sleep on his side, only on his back. But he could turn his face to look at her. Lin Shui's cheeks grew hot, and she dared not meet his gaze. She quickly closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. This man's eyes seemed to be full of affection. In her sleepy state, Lin Shui was awakened by a gentle kiss on her forehead and cheeks, gradually growing more tender. Shui, wake up. If you don't get up now, you'll be late. Oh no, I have class today. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Qin Nancheng's handsome face. So charming. When she opened her eyes, she saw Qin Nancheng gently patting her fluffy hair, making Lin Shui feel completely energized. Good morning, little girl. Qin Nancheng, who is several years older than her, spoke softly, as he usually did. Lin Shui blushed instantly, pulling the blanket over half her face, her voice muffled. Good morning, brother Nancheng. Seeing her smiling with sparkling eyes and a look of affection, Qin Nancheng felt happy from the inside out. Breakfast is ready. Get up, wash up, and come to eat. Lin Shui silently crawled out of bed, slipping on her fashionable, colorful, transparent slippers, and quickly grabbed her basin to leave. Even when going to the water room to wash up, she received many warm questions, and some people secretly wanted to know how her and Qin Nancheng's night went. Lin Shui just pretended not to understand and smiled. In fact, she was feeling very nervous inside. Meanwhile, Jing Yajiao and her mother, who were also carrying basins and toiletries, looked much less happy. Mom, didn't you say Captain Qin would send her away soon? Why is she still here after sleeping in the same room for several days? The middle-aged Jing Huaiyue, always wearing a subtle smile, replied softly. What's wrong with sleeping for a few days? Men are all the same. Women sleep for days, years, or half a lifetime, and then suddenly abandon you. Nothing new under the sun. Men don't have real feelings. Jing Yao's small face grew even gloomier. She bit her lip and thought, the men you've met have disappointed you. But that doesn't mean all men are like that. At least Qin Nanqing isn't one of those men. I'm sure he's not. Jing Huayue, the matchmaker, calmly gave her some advice. Women should spend all they can from a man's pocket, but not reveal their hearts. If you give your true feelings to anyone, you'll end up with nothing. Women must guard their hearts and not give their love easily. Only then can they pass through the crowd of flowers without getting hurt. Jing Yao nodded numbly. She had heard this kind of talk all her life. Her ears were already numb. The more Jing Huayue told her not to fall in love, the more Jing Yao pretended to obey, while secretly rebelling. She was determined to win Qin Nanqing's heart. Even without Lin Shiwei, Jing Yao was sure she would win over Qin Nanqing, who was like a tall mountain. Now that Lin Shiwei was involved, Jing Yao was even more eager to compete. Girls who haven't experienced love and heartbreak usually ignore warnings not to love or get involved. They won't listen. Even if she later looked back and wanted to slap her past self for being so naive about love, once she fell in, she couldn't control herself. Love is almost a disaster for every girl. Lin Shiwei rode Qin Nanqing's bicycle, humming a tune, and arrived at her workplace. Good morning, Xiaoying. A good day starts with seeing a good colleague. Lin Jia, you're here so early. Xiaoying was eating. Want some boiled bean cake? Green bean flour? Lin Shiwei was curious and leaned in to look. Yes, green bean flour. I borrowed the stone mill from Aunt Chin next door to grind the beans, sift the flour, make the cakes, cut them into slices, and dry them, all by myself. In this era, people mostly produce their own food. Not just green bean flour, but wheat, corn, buckwheat, and oats are all ground with stone mills. Large stone mills are usually pulled by oxen, horses, or mules to grind the grains. Smaller stone mills or grinders are manual, people push them to grind. Mini stone mills are operated by handshaking, similar to tofu grinders. Handmade bean cakes. Lin Shiwei felt a little excited. Give me half a bowl to try, no chili oil, I'll do it myself. She doesn't handle spicy food well, and doesn't want Xiaoying to add chili oil according to Sichuan standards. Wow. The bok choy in this bowl looks so fresh. Lin Shiwei couldn't help but sigh. Xiaoying's cooking skills are truly excellent. It's just a little bit of what I learned from my brother. I'm not very good at cooking. They chatted and laughed while having breakfast. Lin Shiwei only ate half a bowl because she had a small appetite and was already full. Today, she wore a relatively simple silk qipao in dark green, with a few green peony flowers embroidered on the chest using Su embroidery techniques. The green peony embroidery has rich color variations, mostly in yellow-green tones, so it doesn't look too flashy or eye-catching. The overall style of the qipao is modest and refined, elegant and delicate, giving off a scholarly family vibe. This is already the most understated dress among Lin Shiwei's clothes. Her mother was a prominent businesswoman in Shanghai, known as Madame Luo, and her qipaos were usually bold in style and color. Hey, the daughter of a capitalist family, used to eating the pig food cooked by Xiaoying? Director Fong came out holding a spatula with her hair styled. Look at this outfit. TSK, probably something we ordinary folks can't afford in our lifetime, right? Haha. Lin Shiwei shot her a sharp look, pretending not to hear. There were also some clothes from the shopping street in the space, simple clothes typical of working women of this era. But Lin Shiwei didn't dare to wear them casually, worried about explaining herself in Qin Nanqing. Once her first month's salary was paid, she planned to buy a set of clothes from the department store in the city and also bring some clothes, new bedding, watches, and small jewelry from the space. That way, if Qin Nanqing asked, she could give a reasonable explanation. Director Fong went to the stove and saw that the black pot already had dishwashing water added, and she got angry immediately. Which shameless scoundrel only knows how to eat alone and doesn't leave some for colleagues? Her narrow, watery eyes suddenly opened wide, glaring fiercely at Lin Shiwei and Xiaoying with a fierce look. Section Chief Han quickly ran out after hearing the commotion. What's going on? What happened? Fong grabbed the dishcloth from the stove and threw it at Xiaoying. Come over and wash the pot. Xiaoying sidestepped, causing the loofah to fall at Lin Shiwei's feet. Han Fong and the other person saw Lin Shui eating boiled bean cakes and became even angrier. Hey, have you paid your meal fee? And you're just holding your bowl and eating loudly. Yeah, we all pay for meals. Are you planning to eat for free? Lin Shui grinned boldly. I'm eating pig food. What about the pig share? Xia Xiaoying almost burst out laughing. Cough. Cough cough. Lin Shui openly insulted Han Fong and the other as pigs, provoking them. Despite their dislike for the meals Xia Xiaoying cooked, knocking pots and smashing bowls, they were the ones who ate the most and enjoyed it the most. Relying on their seniority and higher positions, the 3 young colleagues in the unit were assigned to cook, wash dishes, and peel vegetables one after another. Now that Lin Shui was here, the troublemaker, every day brought new surprises, and she kept causing them stress. With Lin Shui as her ally, Xia Xiaoying straightened her back. Complaining that I cook pig food? If you dislike it, Director Fong and Section Chief Han should cook themselves. Why should you expect to eat for free? There's no such thing as easy meals in this world. You wicked woman. Director Fong rushed forward, grabbing Xia Xiaoying's arm and cursing. Everyone has paid their meal fee. Why can you eat for free while we can't? That little brat Lin Shui doesn't pay a cent, and you still dare to invite her to eat. Uft. Xia Xiaoying was twisted and shouted, tears welling up, but she still argued logically. If you paid your meal fee, then you can cook your own food. Why do you insist on eating my cooking? Lin Jiejie only ate half a bowl of bean cakes. What's wrong with that? It's not illegal. I grow my own vegetables and make my own bean cakes. If I invite her to eat, it's because I want to. Xia Xiaoying was slapped hard. Fong Guifen's bullying had become so casual that she didn't respect her colleagues or see her as a person. Some people look down on their peers and subordinates alike. In a moment of desperation, Lin Shui decisively took action, slamming her bowl onto Director Fong's face. Fong Guifen. Don't go too far. Director Fong hadn't been called out by name in years, and in her eyes, Lin Shui was just a new recruit. Moreover, Lin Shui not only scolded her, but also physically attacked her. Fong Guifen's freshly washed face was suddenly covered with a big lump of leftover bean paste. The warm, sticky bean paste, along with chopped green onions and garlic, slowly slid down her cheeks. At that moment, everything around seemed to go quiet. Fong Guifen was stunned herself, while Han Section Chief quickly and quietly moved away to avoid trouble. For Han Section Chief, Fong Guifen was just a colleague she had to show respect to, not her daughter. Why should she have to comfort her when something happens? Han Section Chief was always good at avoiding trouble. Xia Xiaoying was so frightened by the scene that she froze like a statue. She was timid and afraid of conflict, never expecting a simple argument to turn into a fight. Lin Ziwi dared to hit Fong Guifen, but she had thought about the consequences. She looked directly at her opponent without fear and said, "We are all public workers here to do our jobs. Why should we, with less experience, have to suffer your bossy attitude, insults, or violence? Who do you think you are?" Fong Guifen was still angry from the last time she was treated so unfairly, back when Lin Qinghua, her aunt, was in charge of the unit. This only made her more furious. Rebel. Rebellious. Do you think you're above the law? Who do you think you are? Just like your useless aunt. So hypocritical. Fong Guifen's curses grew sharper and more fierce, each one more piercing than the last. How old are you?
Huh?
Just a little kid, daring to hit me, a leader with 20 years of experience, on your first day? If I let you stay a few more days, I might just kill you. Her anger grew stronger, her blood pressure rising rapidly. She had lost her reason. If it weren't for your useless aunt causing trouble, I would have been promoted and transferred away from this godforsaken island long ago. While cursing, Fong Guifen looked around and saw a kitchen knife on the chopping board. She grabbed it and pointed it at Lin Ziwi, threatening her with harsh words. Now you've come again, huh? So young and disrespectful to elders, just like your no-good aunt. Both of you are bad luck in my life. I'll cut you down. I swear I will. Lin Ziwi's face turned cold. She casually took out a small pistol from her bag, a delicate and tiny weapon. Fong Guifen rushed forward aggressively, but Lin Ziwi pointed the gun at her. making her heart race with fear. Instinctively, she stepped back. You. Lin Zihui. Don't go too far. Xie Xiaoying was also frightened and started trembling in her legs. Sister Lin, this gun. You should put it away. Lin Shiwei looked coldly at Fang Guifan, showing no intention of stopping. If she dares to threaten with a knife, don't blame me for drawing my gun in return. Fang Guifan's face turned red with anger, repeatedly being stepped on and crushed by Lin Shiwei, her skin rubbed raw, and her bones almost shattered. That's too much. Lin Shiwei, that's too much. Lin Shiwei immediately showed her what too much meant. Click, she chambered around, flipped the safety off. Say it one last time. Put down the knife. Fang Guifan's chest was about to explode with anger. But she knew very well that within 3 steps, the gun was the fastest. Beyond 3 steps, the gun was still the fastest. In this situation, she couldn't get any advantage from Lin Shiwei no matter what. She couldn't win in a fight, and her knife was slow. What else could she do? Feeling humiliated but unwilling to step down voluntarily, she stayed silent. Long observing from the shadows, Section Chief Han finally pretended to carry a half bag of rice and came out. Oh, what are you doing? I just went back to look for something, and look, there's still half a bag of rice. We can cook porridge with it, just a simple breakfast. Why make such a fuss? Section Chief Han downplayed the conflict, trying to give Fang Guifan a way out. Everyone knew Han's intentions. They weren't new to this. Fang Guifan, feeling guilty, still wanted to win the argument. Fine, today I'll give Section Chief Han some face. She's the head of the personnel department. If something happens to her, she'll be in trouble. If there's a next time, I won't go easy on you. Xie Xiaoying visibly relaxed and quickly advised. Big Sister Lin, forget it. Less trouble is better. Lin Shiwei held her truth in her hand, knowing that power comes from the barrel of a gun. No way. Lin Shiwei had her own plans. Who was giving whom a warning today wasn't certain. Some people, relying on their seniority and high position, don't see us little workers as people. They shout, stomp, and bully us. Why, you are a person, I am a person, you come to work, I come to work. What? Are you the yellow emperor of the workplace? Me and Xie Xiaoying are just ordinary workers. Stop trying to create a class division at work. That's a very mean trick. Bah. Today, I want to make my point clear. I, Lin Shiwei, have never been a soft person. On the contrary, over the years of being repeatedly educated by the clearance committee, I have learned a key lesson. Fight back when attacked so you won't be hit again. This is the original words of our instructor. What do you think? Does it make sense? Lin Shiwei's words are more than just satisfying. They are a strong warning. She finished with the instructor's words and then asked Han Fang and the others if they agreed. Besides saying it makes sense, would they dare to say no? In this era, if your thoughts are not correct, you might lose your job. This is what we call positive strategy. You may not agree, but you have to agree. You may not want to bow, but you have to. Fang Guifan felt very upset, her heart aching with anger, but she dared not speak a word, afraid of saying something wrong and being caught by Lin Shiwei. After 2 rounds of confrontation, Fang Guifan deeply realized how formidable Lin Shiwei was. She and Section Chief Han exchanged a glance, both feeling unwilling but unable to argue back, forcing a fake smile. Well, if the instructor said it, it must be right. Yes, Lin Shiwei is not a soft person. We understand. Only then did Lin Shiwei unlock the safety of her small pistol and put it into her crossbody bag. She pointed to the large red traditional Chinese characters hanging on the wall. Fight back when attacked so you won't be hit again. We are in the Foreign Affairs Department. We must have backbone both internally and externally. Stand tall, be honest and kind, do no evil. Moreover, in international exchanges, we have always upheld a hard truth. Dignity is only on the edge of a sword. Truth is only within the range of a cannon. Fang Guifan and Section Chief Han were reprimanded repeatedly by Lin Shiwei, their heads lowered and unable to lift them. They wanted to argue but didn't know how. Worried about his wife sneaking around secretly, Qin Nanqing sat in the military green convertible jeep, smiling brightly. No wonder the young lady calls herself a tabby cat. Her claws are really sharp. She dares to draw her sword in any situation. My wife Qin Nanching, that's for sure. Lin Shiwei put away her truth and turned back to her office. Xie Xiaoying quickly picked up the bowl on the ground, humble as she was, and hurriedly washed the dishes and pots. In the past, Han's 2 assistants made her do rough work she couldn't finish, and Xie Xiaoying felt full of frustration she couldn't express. She was weaker than her colleagues, unable to argue or fight with them. Her position was lower, and she often felt like a punching bag. Now things are different. Xie Xiaoying has Lin Shiwei, and she feels like she has turned her life around. Today, she washed the dishes happily, even if she had to do it every day for Lin Shiwei. She was happy to do so. She had 5 meals a day and never complained. Because of the weak economy at that time, they were stationed on an island with the main group, and they had to find ways to feed themselves. Their unit only had 1 pot, which they relied on for cooking and boiling porridge. Xie Xiaoying cleaned the pots and bowls carefully before going back. Fang Guifin and Section Chief Han then went to the stove, looking upset as they cooked porridge for themselves. Fang Guifin glanced at the pot and muttered angrily, "Why are we still making porridge?" "I'm already full of anger." Section Chief Han was rinsing rice nearby. "People need food, and there's still a whole morning ahead. We have to eat something." Fang Guifin thought about lunch and got even angrier. "We can't just have porridge at noon, right?" They were used to bullying Xie Xiaoying. They always waited for her to finish cooking and then shamelessly rushed to eat. Compared to colleagues who often stole others' takeout, they were 100 times more annoying. But they didn't think they were doing anything wrong. Senior leaders eating the food made by lower-level staff was a sign of respect. Today, after Lin Shiwei caused trouble, they decided to eat their words. Section Chief Han's eyes lit up as he remembered something and whispered, "Let's endure today. When Secretary and I comes to pick up the translation materials, the real show will begin." Fang Guifin's eyes suddenly widened, and her pupils showed her excitement. "Haha, that's right. I have plenty of ways to deal with them." "Huh. They think a few empty words can scare us?" "I'm Fang Guifin, and I wasn't raised to be afraid." Section Chief Han liked Fang Guifin's bold attitude. Yes. Though she seemed clever and strong in reality, Section Chief Han was a cautious person, good at staying quiet and adapting to the situation. Lin Shiwei returned to her office first, naturally taking the chance to handle some matters when no one was around. She casually opened the desk drawer, and the discarded translation drafts were indeed gone. Lin Shiwei sneered coldly. Someone must have come to the office last night. As for who it was obvious. She had prepared early. The discarded translation drafts in the drawer were deliberately placed there by her. Lin Shiwei took the translated materials from the space and neatly put them into the drawer, waiting for the foolish fish to take the bait later. A few minutes later, Xie Xiaoying came in, glancing outside repeatedly to make sure no one was following her, then approached. "Big Sister Lin, I think I smelled gasoline just now. It can't be Secretary and I, right?" "Who is Secretary and I?" Lin Shiwei's beautiful eyes widened, looking innocent and sweet, with a charmingly naive look. "Don't you know Secretary and I?" Xie Xiaoying was stunned. "He's your man's top secretary, and I Dajuan." "Oh, I see," Lin Shiwei casually responded. "Do we usually coordinate with Secretary and I?" "Yes." Xie Xiaoying just finished speaking when she heard voices outside the room. "Oh, Secretary and I is here. Come in, come in." Fang Guifin was especially enthusiastic today, 10 times more than usual. "Have you had breakfast?" "If not, I asked Xiaoying to cook you some bean cakes." "Oh, you've already eaten?" Haha. Inside, Xie Xiaoying rolled her eyes in frustration. That old woman really knew how to take advantage of others.
Uffed.
Despite her thoughts, Xie Xiaoying obediently stood up to greet the superior leader arriving to give guidance. Lin Shiwei was confused but also stood up to welcome the leader. Suddenly, at the doorway, shadows flickered. First, 2 guards with guns stood on either side, then someone with long legs stepped into the room. Lin Shiwei frowned. Was that Qin Nanching? Even just a silhouette against the light, she could recognize him at a glance. When the tall, handsome figure fully entered, Xie Xiaoying's pupils shrank. Turns out it was Captain Qin. "Hello," Commander. Xia Xiaoying stood at attention, straightening her posture and saluting. Lin Shiwei was not a soldier, but since she was involved in foreign affairs managed by Qin Nancheng on Phoenix Island, she had to salute properly. Hello, Commander, Lin Shiwei said as loudly as she could, trying to stand straight like Xia Xiaoying and salute. Maybe it wasn't perfect, but she did her best. Qin Nancheng's smile was wider than the heavy anti-material rifle of that big monster from Angola. He grinned and relaxed his hand. Relax, everyone. I'm just here to check things out. Lin Shiwei rolled her eyes silently.
Come on.
Nonsense. Carrot, oh no. This guy came to cause trouble. How can I deal with Fong Guifin and Section Chief Han now? While Lin Shiwei was worried, Fong Guifin stepped forward and provoked her. Lin Shiwei, look at you. You don't even stand properly, and you don't know how to salute. You're just asking to be disciplined. At that moment, the office fell silent. Even Section Chief Han took the chance to slip out. Bad teammate, Fong Guifin. You really are a genius at being a bad teammate. And I Dajuan usually got along well with Fong Guifin. He coughed deliberately and gave her a warning look. But some people just can't help themselves. Even gods can't stop them. Fong Guifin had her own judgment about the relationship between Lin Shiwei and Qin Nancheng. She had connections in the military medical department and knew people in the civil affairs bureau. She had never heard that Qin Nancheng and Lin Shiwei had registered their marriage, nor had they done a pre-marriage check. Everyone knows that military marriages require a pre-marriage health check. Neither Qin Nancheng nor Lin Shiwei had reached that step. What does that mean? Qin Nancheng never intended to marry Lin Shiwei. Fong Guifin wasn't good at work, especially at manipulating relationships. She loved to look down on others. Lin Shiwei, in my opinion you should go to military training and get rid of that spoiled princess attitude. Lin Shiwei didn't reply to her. Instead, she looked at Qin Nancheng's expression. To her surprise, Qin Nancheng's face was calm, as if he didn't know her at all. If it were someone else, seeing their partner so cold might make them cry. Lin Shiwei guessed a little about Qin Nancheng's personality. She understood. This guy was up to something mischievous. Thinking of this, Lin Shiwei suddenly behaved differently. She retracted her claws, didn't argue back, and didn't lose her temper. She let Fong Guifin flatter and flatter in front of the leaders. The more she acted like this, the more Qin Nancheng acted the same. Fong Guifin was more convinced that Lin Shiwei was just a pretty vase, a new toy for Qin Nancheng. Fong Guifin had her own worldly views, even some quite ugly ones. She believed that in the eyes of top leaders, pretty vases were only fit to be mistresses or playthings. Lin Shiwei's character was not very good, and Fong Guifin was even more certain of her judgment. As women, we should help men save face, especially those pretty women who are just there to make men look good. We must always protect men's dignity. Fong Guifin had said this many times before. In many situations, she had spoken up for her boss's mistresses. Many greasy old men liked Fong Guifin's attitude. After scolding their lovers, they would also praise Fong Guifin for being kind and caring. This time, Fong Guifin thought she was considering Qin Nancheng's perspective and felt very proud. Lin Shiwei, do you have any sense? Hurry up and pour water for the leader. Okay, Lin Shiwei unexpectedly obeyed this time. She smiled sweetly at Qin Nancheng, deliberately acting coquettishly to make Fong Guifin think she was being obedient. Captain Qin, please sit down. Just a moment, Lin Shiwei spoke in a soft, honeyed voice like syrup. To Qin Nancheng, it was as if he had been fed a spoonful of cold honey, sweet and cool. And I Dajuan broke out in cold sweat on his forehead and quickly stepped forward. No trouble, Comrade Lin. I'll go pour it. You can't be sure about the leader's habits. He tried his best to remind Fong Guifin, even risking himself. However, Fong Guifin was overly confident and insisted on her judgment, thinking Lin Shiwei was just a little toy of Qin Nancheng. Oh, Secretary and I, please sit down too. Little Lin should go pour the water. Haha. Fong Guifin glared fiercely at Lin Shiwei, switching smoothly from flattering the leader to her own interests. Sit down. Secretary and I, you should sit too. The translation of the Su, 27 related materials we discussed last time. Lin Shiwei and Xie Xiaoying have already finished it. You came today probably for this matter, right? Yes. Secretary and I casually agreed, looking a bit uneasy and glancing cautiously at the leader. As for Qin Nancheng, although he sat steadily in his chair, he was actually more nervous than Secretary and I. His gaze involuntarily followed Lin Shiwei as she went to pour water. The graceful woman's back was elegant, especially wearing a dark green qipao, moving with a charming sway. Qin Nancheng even forgot to blink, silently swallowing his bitter feelings. That girl. Is she deliberately teasing me? Lin Shiwei was deliberately acting this way. She moved in a twisting, snake-like manner, finally reaching the corner where the hot water bottle was placed. She then pretended to be shy, bent over gracefully, and pinched open the bottle cap with her delicate fingers. She exaggeratedly lifted the kettle to pour water, her body almost forming an S shape. Qin Nancheng clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands, his heart burning with anger. Fang Guifan watched Qin Nancheng's restrained expression and became more certain of her judgment. Lin Shiwei was just a tool for Qin Nancheng to vent his frustrations. How could he marry her? Lin Shiwei's fate would only be that Qin Nancheng got tired of her and abandoned her without mercy. Fang Guifan had seen many women like Lin Shiwei, often beautiful and from humble backgrounds. If they had a bad reputation, they would be publicly shamed and labeled forever. These young ladies couldn't stand hardships, refused to accept reform through work, and still hoped to enjoy their luxurious lives. They could only serve powerful men as playthings, using their charm to please others. Fang Guifan looked down on Lin Shiwei. Coincidentally, Lin Shiwei was happy to be underestimated at this moment. Otherwise, how could she lure him out? She poured a glass of water, then twisted and turned her body until she was in front of Qin Nancheng. Captain Qin, would you like some water? She not only spoke in a flirtatious tone but also bent over seductively, leaning close to Qin Nancheng to make sure his gaze could see just enough of her neckline. Qin Nancheng felt a strange sense of panic. He looked away, his Adam's apple bobbing uncontrollably. Secretary and I had already slipped out the door in a panic. Oh my goodness, she was so scared, she almost fainted. Lin Shiwei's beautiful eyes flickered as she pouted and said, "Oh, Captain Qin, do you think the water I poured is too hot? Well, let me on it for you." But she wasn't just blowing on the water, she was blowing directly at Qin Nancheng's Adam's apple. It was almost deadly. Fang Guifan looked at her with disdain. Huh, besides some sneaky tricks, Lin Shiwei, tell me, what else can you do? You're really not living up to expectations. She then stood on Qin Nancheng's side to scold Lin Shiwei, implying that Qin Nancheng had assigned her to work at the company, but she was just a pretty face who couldn't do anything except flirt with men. Beautiful women in the workplace often face all kinds of strange prejudices. Fang Guifan was a supporter and leader of these prejudices. Lin Shiwei gets serious and do some real work. Fang Guifan worked hard to create a good image in front of Qin Nancheng. Although I am your leader, I keep things clear between work and personal life. Since the boss trusts me and assigned you to my team, I must set strict standards for you. Quickly, show me the translated materials. Fang Guifan thought to herself, who can't speak empty, grand official language? I'm better at pleasing the leaders. Lin Shiwei? Oh, Lin Shiwei. Fang Guifan looked disappointed. Less posing, more real work. Don't waste Captain Qin's efforts. She almost said something ridiculous about arranging Lin Shiwei to work under Qin Nancheng. Qin Nancheng was furious. He had expected Fang Guifan to make things difficult for Lin Shiwei, but he didn't think it would be this bad. He should have come yesterday to give these office veterans a good lesson. When Lin Shiwei sensed it was the right moment, she sweetly asked, Captain Qin, do you want some water? I'm holding a hot glass for you. Her sweet tone, coming from Shanghai, was natural. Qin Nancheng almost instinctively reached out to take the glass, but surprisingly, it wasn't hot and was just the right temperature. Lin Shiwei didn't let go, leaned her head close to the glass, and gently sipped. I've tasted it for you. It's not hot. Qin Nancheng didn't know what expression to make. The charming Lin Shiwei straightened up and twisted her body, walking over to her desk. Fang Guifan looked at her with disdain. Hey, I'm not saying this to you, Lin Shiwei. Can't you live up to Captain Qin's kindness? She kept saying she was thinking of Qin Nancheng, but every word was meant to belittle Lin Shiwei, full of flattery. Anyone who has worked in a big organization or system probably encounters bosses like Fang Guifan, unworthy of their position. Usually, these kinds of people get promoted very quickly. Lin Shiwei twisted herself into an S shape, reached into her drawer, and took out a stack of documents, then lightly tossed them onto the desk. Here they are. The translation was finished yesterday. Captain Qin, please check. She winked at Qin Nancheng, looking like a charming little snake. Qin Nancheng tried his best to hold back. Fang Guifan looked like she saw a ghost and asked instinctively, "Where did you get these?" Last night, she and Section Chief Han personally took a stack of materials from Lin Ziwei's desk drawer. Fang Guifan even confirmed that the materials were related to the Su 27, and there were many translation errors inside. In Fang Guifan's view, someone like Lin Ziwei, who lacks knowledge, could hardly translate complex Russian technical documents, so she believed that was her limit. She naturally assumed that these flawed translations reflected Lin Ziwei's skill level. Fang Guifan never doubted whether they were real or fake. Lin Ziwei anticipated her judgment. Seeing her shocked expression, she sneered contemptuously. "Where do you think I got them?" "Of course, I translated them myself." Fang Guifan was suddenly speechless, looking like she had been splashed with a palette of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, every shade imaginable. She didn't want to admit that Lin Ziwei was prepared on both sides, nor dared she confess that she had stolen a stack of translation materials last night. Caught in a dilemma, Fang Guifan's current situation was quite awkward. However, she fell into a psychological trap called the snake chase effect. Repeated failures by Lin Ziwei made her feel increasingly frustrated. She simply couldn't swallow her pride. She had been powerful in her small courtyard for many years, but Lin Ziwei, in less than 2 days, had made her suffer 3 setbacks, severely undermining her status. Fang Guifan refused to accept this. She was even more unwilling. She didn't want to admit her silent costs, so she kept raising the stakes, demanding victory from Lin Ziwei. "You're just a vase. Do you have a high school diploma? Haha, can you really translate highly technical Russian materials? Bring it here. I want to check myself." Fang Guifan snatched the materials from the table and examined them carefully, word by word and paragraph by paragraph, afraid of missing any of Lin Ziwei's tricks. "Who says a vase is uneducated?" Lin Ziwei retorted sharply, matching her tone. "Don't you know what my grandfather did? And my aunt, don't you know who she is?" When mentioning Aunt Lin Qinghua, Fang Guifan became even more agitated. "Good bamboo produces bad shoots. This has been true since ancient times. Haha, I won't say much else, but I have one question for you. If you're so capable, why is the education column blank?" Lin Qinghua sacrificed herself for the country. This was a deep, lasting pain in Qin Nancheng's heart. Just now, outside the yard, Qin Nancheng was already very unhappy with Fang Guifan for holding a grudge against Lin Qinghua over small favors. Qin Nancheng's expression was no longer gloomy but tense, like a storm about to break. Heroes don't ask where someone comes from. What does education matter? If I remember correctly, Director Fang was also promoted unusually back then. Right? 20 years ago, Fang Guifan only had a primary school education. Lin Shiwei, Lin Qinghua's aunt, gave her a special opportunity and promoted her. At that time, Fang Guifan was attending a night school for women run by Lin Qinghua. Because she was good with languages, she learned faster than most students. Lin Qinghua saw her potential and believed that background didn't matter. She allowed her to study for free at night school and helped her get a diploma in Russian. It was a time when many people learned to read and write, often through unconventional ways, jumping straight to graduation. Even textbooks for various specialized courses were full of practical skills, like caring for pigs after giving birth, making hand grenades by hand, and how to process explosives. Fang Guifan's promotion was a clear example of how knowledge can change a person's fate. Qin Nancheng clearly supported Lin Shuwei, and the signals were obvious. Even Xie Xiaoying understood that Qin leader treated Lin Shuwei differently. Fang Guifin didn't think Qin Nancheng genuinely cared for Lin Shuwei. She believed he was more concerned about saving face. Oh, you see, I'm just speaking without thinking.
No blam, no blam.
I definitely respect Commander Qin. She was obsessed with flattering Qin Nancheng, who held a high position, and didn't see Lin Shuwei as an equal. The more Fang Guifin acted this way, the more determined Qin Nancheng was to deal with her. He remained calm and rational, squinting and smiling. Speaking without thinking, huh? That's good. Fang Guifin felt a subtle change in Qin Nancheng's aura, but couldn't figure out why. And I Dajuan tentatively entered, smiling broadly to ease the tension. Director Fang, you're being a bit too detailed. Comrade Lin was personally recruited from Shanghai by our leader, so how could there be a translation mistake? Qin Nancheng shot a quick glance that nearly scared an I Dajuan to death, making him shiver inside. Oh no. I underestimated Qin Tuan's intention to deal with Fang Guifin. It's over. I shouldn't have spoken up, I shouldn't have. And I Dajuan hurriedly looked away and dared not say another word. Despite this, Fang Guifin still insisted she was right, believing Lin Ziwei was just a small toy that Qin Nancheng was interested in because it was new. Lin Ziwei, I ask you, these are clearly materials about the Su-27. Why did you put English in here? Faced with Fang Guifin's nitpicking, Lin Ziwei remained calm. She responded slowly and confidently. Triangular is the full word for T-10 in the context of design. The 10 indicates the 10th aircraft with a triangular wing designed by the Sukhoi Bureau. The initial code for the Su-27 was T-10. My translation is correct. Fang Guifin listened, seeming to understand, but looking confused. Qin Nancheng spoke at the right moment, supporting his beloved. Ziwei is right. The initial design and development used that code. Fang Guifin was sharply silenced but was not willing to give up. Then, what about T-10-1? Did you make a mistake? Since Lin Ziwei dared to translate the materials, she was confident she fully understood the content. Plus, she had a remarkable memory. The T-10 design used a unique belly intake layout. T-10-1 is the backup plan's designation, different from the first, that's all. This time, Fang Guifin understood. The materials related to T-10 were translated by Lin Ziwei, and the additional T-10-1 materials were also translated by her. In short, Lin Ziwei quickly completed 2 sets of translation materials yesterday. Fang Guifin's scalp tingled. She and Xie Xiaoying together couldn't handle that workload, but Lin Ziwei did it alone? You're lying. Fang Guifin didn't believe it. Her understanding of Lin Ziwei as just a pretty face was shattered. How could you have such fast writing speed? Where do you get such superior knowledge? These are top-secret materials about the Su-27. You couldn't have finished them ahead of time. For this era, the T-10-1 prototype, which only flew for the first time 2 years ago, was indeed top secret. Without mass production, there was only one prototype aircraft, just a sample. To mass produce it, test pilots need to repeatedly fly the aircraft to gather accurate data before large-scale production can begin. The Su-27 was finalized in 1979 and officially delivered to the military in 1985. That's enough. Qin Nancheng slammed the table, stopping Fang Guifin's fuss. I can judge whether the materials are accurate or not. Secretary and I. With the leader's signal, and I Dajuan quickly stepped forward, took a thick stack of documents from Fang Guifin. Give it to me. Fang Guifin still didn't want to let go, but an I Dajuan, disappointed, shot her a stern look and forcibly took the documents. They were classmates from Lin Qinghua's night school training class, and they had worked together for many years, so they shared some feelings. Now, an I Dajuan also felt helpless. Under the influence of the snake chase effect, Fang Guifin was chasing Lin Shuwei, but she still couldn't win him over. It was driving her crazy. At this moment, Fang Guifin's mind was a mess. She was determined to win against Lin Shuwei. Hey, wait a moment. Secretary and I, hold on. I think this material needs to be checked face-to-face. Please give it to me first so I can verify it. No need, and I Dajuan said with disappointment. thinking, Fang Guifin usually works hard to build relationships, but why is she so obsessed with Lin Shiwei? It's really strange. Qin Nanqing also acted unusually. He smiled warmly and praised Fang Guifin. Director Fang has worked diligently for so many years. Even if she hasn't achieved great success, she has contributed. Secretary and I, on my behalf, send a telegram to the city to recall Comrade Fang Guifin as soon as possible. Fang Guifin was overjoyed. Her face lit up with huge happiness, as if a big gift had fallen from the sky. Oh, this is wonderful. Thank you, Leader Qin. You have such keen insight and finally recognized my hard work. Ha ha ha, she almost laughed herself silly, feeling so elated she couldn't control herself. She had long been eager to leave Phoenix Island and return to the city. Now, it seemed like her wish was coming true. Fang Guifin proudly glanced at Lin Shiwei, her joy overwhelming her, leaving no time to think about whether there were any problems. Xiaolin, I'm telling you, you must take good care of Captain Qin. As a high-ranking leader, he's busy with many important matters every day, right? Since you're his little secret admirer, you should be a caring and attentive little helper, serving Captain Qin in every way. Isn't that right? Fang Guifin was so proud she started talking nonsense, revealing her true thoughts. Lin Shiwei immediately changed her expression, her eyes turning cold as she looked at Qin Nanqing. Little helper? Haha, a caring little helper. Qin Nanqing felt a storm of chaos inside. He turned to Ni Dajuan and ordered, "Go handle it immediately. Hurry up. Run and take care of it now." "Yes, Commander." Ni Dajuan ran out quickly, immediately sending a telegram to the relevant city departments. Fang Guifin smiled so broadly her face was almost unrecognizable, feeling very proud. Qin Nanqing's expression was half smiling and sharp, like a knife. Lin Shiwei turned her face away and left directly. She didn't care at all. Bah! What could Qin Nanqing do? He looked visibly anxious and chased after her, trying to comfort the young lady. Seeing this, Fang Guifin's smile grew even happier. She thought to herself, I, an experienced old hand, have the ability to deal with Lin Shiwei, this little sprout. After this, I not only got back into the city, but also thoroughly disciplined Lin Shiwei. From now on, her image in Qin Nanqing's mind will be firmly fixed as a pretty vase throwing tantrums, Qin Nanqing chased after Lin Shiwei, and the two argued and pulled at each other along the way. She ran, he chased, more difficult to soothe than a sulky young girl. All of this was seen by Fang Guifin, who interpreted it in her own strange way. Relying on a bit of looks, throwing tantrums in front of men, using her charm, this isn't a long-term plan. Fang Guifin crossed her arms and looked out the window, her face full of contempt. He might be interested in you for a while, but not forever. When he's tired of playing and bored, dropping you will be as easy as losing a worn-out shoe. Suddenly, Xia Xiaoying appeared and argued. Maybe what you said about those kind of women who are not very decent isn't wrong, but I think it's not suitable to say that about Sister Lin. Xia Xiaoying, brave for once, took the opportunity to defend Lin Shiwei's dignity. Fang Guifin looked at her sideways with disdain and sneered. Oh, so the little chick has grown some courage? Daring to stand up for others? You never used to call out for yourself before. Xia Xiaoying was so angry she stomped her feet. You. Fang Guifin chuckled softly, looking calm and relaxed with her playful eyes. You have no sense at all. Thinking that clinging to Lin Ziwei's leg will make your future worry-free and bright. You've chosen the wrong side. She was implying that she herself was the real successful person, rising step by step, while Lin Ziwei was just someone relying on men. Look at you, your judgment is really poor. In the past, I valued and cared for you, gave you chances to learn at work, even corrected you personally. But I didn't expect you to repay kindness with betrayal. You're ungrateful. Xia Xiaoying was so angry she almost exploded. You call exploiting me a chance to learn? Why don't you keep such good chances for yourself? What kindness do you think you've shown me? I don't buy it. After saying this, Xia Xiaoying turned and walked away, feeling better once she was out of sight. She hoped Fang Guifin would leave quickly. She didn't have much work experience, but She could tell that Qin Nanqing's attitude toward Lin Ziwei was serious, not just playing around. Xie Xiaoying's view was completely different from Fang Guifen's. She still believed in true love, thinking Qin Nanqing and Lin Ziwei genuinely cared for each other. Moreover, her admiration for Lin Ziwei had nothing to do with these messy thoughts. Fang Guifen was in a very good mood about being transferred back to the city. She didn't care about Xie Xiaoying's temper at all. Just as she hummed a little tune and was about to make tea, she noticed the hot water bottle was missing. At that moment, Director Han, who had been gone for a while, appeared carrying the office's bright red plum blossom water bottle, carefully pouring water into her teacup. Captain Qin personally came here. Such an important matter. I just went to the kitchen to boil water, and I've just filled it. Director Han was very sly, having overheard everything. Naturally, she knew Fang Guifin was being transferred back to the city. Congratulations. Congratulations. Remember, we've shared many years of revolutionary friendship. Haha, haha. She felt something was off, but her cautious nature made her not show it. Even if she sensed something, she wouldn't remind Fang Guifin. Fang Guifin, immersed in the joy of being transferred back to the city, looked very happy. Of course. This time, with Captain Qin personally sending a telegram to support me, I might even get promoted. Even if I don't get a promotion, it's just a transfer. Director Han's smile flickered for a moment. Seeing others succeed made her feel more upset than her own failures. Over the years, both of them had been eager to return to the city. In the end, Fang Guifin went back first, leaving Director Han still stationed on Phoenix Island. She secretly felt a mix of envy and jealousy. Fang Guifin didn't notice her strange mood. She held her teacup, blew on it, and watched Qin Nanqing and Lin Shimei arguing in the yard. She sneered, "Hey, little Han, look at them. One is shy and crying, the other is patiently coaxing just for a little attention. Haha, someday, men's patience will run out." Director Han slightly twisted her mouth and looked toward the yard, thinking, "You old fool, they are clearly acting for you." Lin Shimei had deliberately acted shy and ran outside, softly asking, "Don't mind cover. Play along with me, okay?" Qin Nanqing's smile was genuine, not acting. "Let's act, it's better that way." Qin Nanqing reached out to hold Lin Shimei, who was showing a lively expression and pouting. "Humph." Carrot. Qin Nanqing almost lost control. "Little ancestor, it's just a little fuss. We can talk about it at home. We're at work now." He cooperated fully, raising his voice 2 octaves.
No.
"I don't want it anymore." Lin Shimei pouted, closed her eyes, threw her hands up, and stomped her feet in one go. "유이치주의 요후아리 야노잉그. 해, 우오메가웨 해." "Go away." Qin Nanqing took the chance to act boldly, grabbing her and holding her tightly. "Stop fussing, stop fussing. Just be quiet and let me hold you for a while." Lin Shimei giggled secretly in his arms, shoulders bouncing as if she was acting cute and crying. Qin Nanqing had been craving this for a long time. Now, finally, he held her softly and warmly. "Little girl, from now on, you're not allowed to wear this chi pao outside. Got it?" The scene Lin Shimei performed in the office today almost cost Qin Nanqing his life. "Why can't I wear it out?" Lin Shimei asked in confusion. "My chi pao is very proper." This dark green chi pao, decorated with traditional Sioux embroidery and a green peony, was actually a high-slit, sleeveless, Western-style chi pao from that era. Even though Lin Shimei was wearing stockings, Qin Nanqing still couldn't help but imagine more. "I decide what's appropriate. You can't wear that outside, only at home for me to see, Lin Shimei." Finally, the day of the pre-marriage health check arrived. Qin Nanqing woke Lin Shimei early, pulled her up, and took her to wash up. He carefully prepared their documents and got ready to leave. Because the check included blood tests, they didn't eat breakfast. Nowadays, many people don't even bother to get a marriage certificate, let alone do pre-marriage health checks. Only someone like Qin Nanqing, a special military officer, has strict requirements, including blood tests. Hungry, Lin Shimei sat behind Qin Nanqing on his bike, hugging his slim waist, leaning against his broad back, and dozed off with her eyes half closed. Meanwhile, Qin Nanqing sped along on his motorcycle, quickly reaching the helipad. Get off. We're following the helicopter that's refueling on the island. What? A helicopter? Lin Shiwei, startled from her nap, was surprised. Could she really ride in a helicopter? On the helipad, a rather ugly but cute military green helicopter was quietly parked. If I remember correctly, this is the imported Mi-8 transport helicopter called Big Hippo, right? Lin Shiwei had studied information about the Mi-8 in detail and was quite familiar with it. Because of its large space and strong power, many countries bought it as a multi-purpose military helicopter. For example, transporting soldiers, delivering supplies, and parachuting training. It was also converted into a medical helicopter to transport injured people. And it could be turned into a cargo transport helicopter. Since Phoenix Island currently has no refueling station, the military planes here have to fly to the command base to refuel. The plane uses aviation kerosene. With Qin Nancheng half-supporting and holding Lin Shiwei, she entered the cabin. The walls had welded, foldable metal seats. Qin Nancheng pulled out a seat, patted it with clothes, and let Lin Shiwei sit comfortably. Two pilots in the cockpit peeked inside, their eyes full of envy. Ground crew members lingered, stretching their necks to look inside the cabin, even standing on tiptoe. "Commander, when will you give us some pretty wives too?" Nonsense. That's not the military giving wives. That's a matchmaking event. Do you understand? What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful girl before? Qin Nancheng felt proud inside, a bit smug, and his tone of giving orders sounded different. "Both of you up front, hurry, drive." They flew directly from Phoenix Island to the city's military hospital, which was very fast, only 20 minutes. If they took the ferry back and forth, it would take an hour, and then they'd need to transfer by bus and tram, which would take another hour. The Mi-8 Big Hippo helicopter landed on the top floor of the hospital. The loud engine noise and strong airflow from the rotor made Lin Shiwei unable to open her eyes or hear anything clearly. She could only be protected by Qin Nancheng as she jumped down and quickly moved forward while crouching in his arms. Lin Shiwei hid in Qin Nancheng's broad, strong embrace, feeling very happy inside. Soon, Qin Nancheng took her from the top floor into the hospital. With their military IDs, they didn't have to pay for the health checkup at the military hospital. The checkup was very thorough: blood tests, including hepatitis A, B, and C, blood pressure, blood sugar, blood type, and more. Gynecological exams such as menstrual cycle, pregnancy and childbirth history, activity, past illnesses, and family history. Because of limited equipment at the time, many tests were done manually and ultrasound was not available. Qin Nancheng went to the prostate department, while Lin Shiwei went to gynecology. Following the doctor's instructions, Lin Shiwei went to the bathroom to provide a sample. Suddenly, a very familiar voice sounded abruptly. "Why do I have to clean the bathroom?" "I don't want to." Lin Shiwei's heart moved slightly. Huh, isn't that Fang Guifen's voice? But then, another commanding voice scolded sharply. "Do you think this is Phoenix Island? That you can do whatever you want? Dream on." Fang Guifen was furious and retorted, "I was transferred here officially. I'm a division-level officer. A division level." The other person didn't back down and replied, "So what? A deputy division officer from a town? What are you pretending for? Since you've been transferred to the logistics department of the military hospital, you need to put aside your pride, roll up your sleeves, and work hard. This is a big military hospital. Don't they need deputy division officers?" You're going too far." Fang Guifen threw down the mop, crossed her arms, and shouted angrily, spitting as she spoke, "I'm going to find the leaders. I'm going to report this. I was officially transferred to the logistics department, so why am I being made to clean toilets?" The other person was a woman about her age, with a sharp voice and a more commanding presence. "Isn't every job just a spot for one person? Getting you transferred back to the city was already a favor. So what? Can you handle the technical work of treating patients and performing surgeries in the hospital?" Fang Guifen choked. Realizing she couldn't do that kind of work, she only knew how to look after people. "Well, they can't just assign me to clean toilets, right? How many times do I have to say it? Every position is for one person." The relatives of various leaders, direct, indirect, and extended, are all placed in the logistics department, which doesn't require much skill. Do you think your connections are strong enough, or are you just capable? You still want to sit in the office? Dream on. Haha. Fong Guifin was once again silenced by her sharp words. In this era, talented people from the countryside were rushing to the city to find good jobs. There were only a few high-paying, low-effort positions, so those with strong connections naturally got the best spots. Lin Shui walked in smiling and greeted her on purpose. Director Fong, just after midnight, and we're meeting again. Oh. Fong Guifin looked up and saw Lin Shui. In that moment, her face showed a colorful, almost chaotic expression, more vibrant than a spilled paint palette. She truly didn't know what kind of face to put on. Lin Shui pretended to be surprised and added insult to injury. Oh, Director Fong, weren't you planning to get a promotion in the city? Before leaving, you even boasted that your return meant a promotion. So, how come? As she spoke, Lin Shui's beautiful eyes flickered, deliberately lingering on Fong Guifin's face to enjoy her embarrassment. Lin Shui didn't look down on any profession. She just wanted to get back at Fong Guifin. Because this person kept showing her hostility, speaking harshly and unpleasantly, over and over again. Someone like Fong Guifin, a petty office worker, Lin Shui would never indulge her. Director Fong, are you getting used to your new job? Fong Guifin was furious inside, wishing she could tear Lin Shui's smile apart. But she was sharp enough to notice that Lin Shui, holding a small cup for a test, must have a reason for being there. She thought to herself, Qin Nancheng might also be here. Now, Fong Guifin has no choice but to lower her head under the current circumstances. To hold on to Qin Nancheng, her lifeline, she must swallow her pride. Well, it's not bad. Haha, a new environment. She speaks vaguely, trying to brush it off, while secretly planning to gather information. Shaolin, are you here alone? What about Captain Qin? Did he come with you for the checkup? Oh, is this a test? Are you pregnant? Lin Shui frowns slightly and steps back. That's none of your business. She refuses to share any information with Fong Guifin and cautiously steps back, then turns and enters a small room. Nowadays, hospital restrooms rarely have private cubicles. Even in better conditions, they are just rows of cement basins separated by about a meter-high cement walls, roughly forming individual stalls. Fong Guifin doesn't leave, and Lin Shui feels embarrassed to urinate. These small cement stalls are hardly private, offering little privacy at all. Fong Guifin has her own plan. She carries a bucket and cloth, walks around, and looks for Qin Nancheng. She believes she must find Qin Nancheng herself to see if there's still a chance to turn things around at her work. Finally, she finds Qin Nancheng in the urology department. Fong Guifin doesn't dare go inside. She stays at the door pretending to wipe a chair. Inside the doctor's office, she faintly hears an older expert's voice. Captain Qin, your condition isn't very active. It's an old problem, hard to fix. It might be difficult for your wife to get pregnant. Qin Nancheng joined the military at 16, thanks to his excellent health and high intelligence. He served 7 years in the Air Force and 5 years in the Navy Aviation Division. During this time, he flew many aircraft, including fighters, helicopters, transport planes, and bombers, all under intense training, patrols, and combat readiness. Almost 10 years, Qin Nancheng was either flying or preparing to fly. His total flying hours have reached 3,000 so far. Most pilots have careers lasting about 30 to 40 years, and even longer. Reaching 5,000 hours is considered a peak achievement. Qin Nancheng has only been flying for 10 years, but has already accumulated 3,000 hours, which shows how intense his training has been. Due to the limited resources of this era, many pilots, especially single-seat fighter pilots, face various reproductive issues. Not only male pilots, but female pilots face even more serious issues because of their menstrual cycles. Fong Guifin paused while wiping the chair, suddenly thinking of something. Does Qin Nancheng lack that ability? Oh my goodness! The mighty Commander Qin, the feared Qin Yanluo, is actually impotent. Fong Guifin misunderstood the concept of infertility, thinking that the old expert meant that a lack of activity meant inability to reproduce. She was very happy finally catching a handle on Qin Nancheng. However, Fang Guifan didn't dare to confront Qin Nancheng directly. She quickly thought of Lin Shiwei, thinking, just now I saw Lin Shiwei go to the bathroom to urinate, probably for a test. Could she be pregnant? Haha, this will be interesting. Qin Nancheng is impotent, but Lin Shiwei might be pregnant. Whose child could it be? The tall, strong, powerful Qin Nancheng suddenly appeared in Fang Guifan's mind as a figure of suspicion, like a lush green grassland under a clear sky. Fang Guifan felt she had gained valuable information. She was usually clever, but sometimes her cleverness backfired. Fang Guifan stubbornly believed Lin Shiwei was pregnant, and if the child wasn't Qin Nancheng's, she thought she could use this news to pressure Lin Shiwei into cooperation. She didn't dare threaten Qin Nancheng directly, so she planned to use Lin Shiwei to whisper into Qin Nancheng's ear, hoping to get transferred to a hospital or an office job with less work and more pay. Fang Guifan was feeling pleased with herself when she heard footsteps behind her. She turned around and saw Lin Shiwei, who had just finished her checkup. Lin Shiwei, after completing her examination, went to the men's department to see Qin Nancheng and unexpectedly saw Fang Guifan fussing and wiping the peeling paint off a wooden, hollowed-out chair. The chair's worn out. Why not just move somewhere else to wipe? Fang Guifan shivered in fright, her shoulders jerking sharply. She stood up quickly, turned around, looked very nervous, grabbed a water bucket and ran away. Lin Shiwei snorted softly and stepped into the expert's office. Nancheng, I finished my checkup. No issues with my gynecology. The blood test results will come out this afternoon. Since the reports were handwritten by the gynecologist and no machines were used, the results came quickly. She honestly handed a bunch of reports to Qin Nancheng. The office was unusually quiet. If the woman was so honest, wouldn't it be unreasonable for the man to hide something and refuse to exchange test results? The old expert also looked somewhat troubled, wearing reading glasses and glancing sideways at Qin Nancheng. Sitting upright, Qin Nancheng, with slightly pursed lips, thought for a moment before speaking. It's okay. Just tell me about your loved one. Lin Shiwei looked a bit surprised and glanced at the senior expert.
Cough.
Captain Qin's loved one, right? Well, you should be mentally prepared. Captain Qin isn't very active. So, it might be harder for you to get pregnant. The senior expert was quite fair. He didn't hide anything, nor did he take Qin Nancheng's side to ask Lin Shiwei to understand, nor did he suggest any special remedies to increase the chances of conception. Captain Qin, this isn't a new problem. You're not the first pilot to face this. We can pause flying for a while, focus on health, and prepare for pregnancy. Having a child isn't a problem. The senior expert, experienced and knowledgeable, likely had successful cases. I've treated many similar cases before. To cure the root cause, you need to take care of yourself. Pilots are generally in good shape and recover quickly. Qin Nancheng nodded silently and said, Yes, I'll follow your advice. Lin Shiwei held his hand and smiled softly. There's no rush to have children. I'm still young, just started my career, and it's the prime time to work hard. She wasn't joking. She genuinely wanted to build her career. Her grandfather had carefully trained her for many years. Lin Shiwei, fluent in 8 languages, would be wasting her talents if she didn't pursue her career. Qin Nancheng thought she was comforting him and held her delicate hand in return. Don't worry. I have no problem with being open with you about not having children. I didn't plan to hide it. Lin Shiwei was shocked. What? You're being honest with me about not wanting children? Are you prepared for me to change my mind? Let me tell you, Qin Nancheng, forget about this issue. Even if the heavens cut me open, I would still go get the marriage license with you tomorrow. Lin Shiwei raised her chin to look at him, her expression proud and bold. Even though she was much shorter than Qin Nancheng, looking up at her man, she refused to show any weakness in her presence. I've already gone south with you to join the army. Try changing your mind about getting married. Qin Nancheng was initially stunned. Usually, he looked at everyone with drooping eyelids and a cold expression, but suddenly, his lively eyes lit up. I'm not changing my mind. How could I? You are my constant thought, Little girl Lin Shiwei chuckled softly and let go of his hand. What are you worried about? I won't be childless forever. I don't care that much. At the moment her small hand left his, Qin Nancheng suddenly grabbed it and held it tightly in his palm. With your words, I will definitely work treatment. Lin Shiwei responded with a sweet smile, but her mind was thinking. Anyway, she had the spiritual spring in her space. If all else failed, she would try it as a last resort. The spiritual spring water in her portable space healed her menstrual pain. She decided to try the spring water on Qin Nancheng's problem of not having children. Although she couldn't bring out the spring water for now, Lin Shiwei looked forward to the next space upgrade. Maybe then she could. Her first space upgrade was when she successfully joined the Foreign Affairs Department. The next upgrade might be when she gets her marriage certificate with Qin Nancheng, or when she makes a big achievement at work, or maybe when she gets promoted. Lin Shiwei had a vague feeling that the space upgrade was closely related to her growth and changes. They were waiting for the results in the afternoon and wouldn't return to the island for now. Qin Nancheng took Lin Shiwei to a state-run restaurant for a meal. The staff at the state-run restaurant, holding their iron rice bowls, had a terrible attitude. What do you want to eat? They barely looked at the customers, holding a small notebook and a ballpoint pen. These days, state employees with secure jobs lacked service awareness. They would even hit customers if annoyed, knowing they wouldn't get fired. Lin Shiwei looked at the big words on the wall and swallowed nervously. No hitting customers. She tried to speak softly, pretending to be a waiter. Excuse me, do you have a menu? Or can you tell me the dishes? Hurry up, can't you see there are so many people waiting? The staff snapped impatiently, almost ready to hit. Do you not know what you want to eat? Hurry up, I'm busy. Qin Nancheng had excellent eyesight. He looked at the menu written on the whiteboard with red characters on the wall and read it aloud to his wife. Shunned roast duck, saliva chicken, salt-baked chicken, beggar's chicken, coconut chicken, lean meat rice rolls, egg rice rolls. The staff glared at him with a bad attitude, as if she would slap him if he said one more word. Qin Nancheng was stubborn and persistent, continuing to read the menu. Lin Shiwei quickly ordered food. We want coconut chicken, plain dongshan goat, steamed hele crab, marinated small seafood, plus 2 bowls of rice. Qin Nancheng added. For bowls of rice. Suddenly, Lin Shiwei remembered that this guy has a huge appetite, eating more in one meal than she does in a whole day. The restaurant staff snorted and turned away. After waiting a long time, several dishes finally arrived one after another. Shunned roast duck, Buddha jumps over the wall, scallops with green onions, and 2 bowls of rice. And then, nothing more. Qin Nancheng frowned. Wait, this is the wrong order. The staff rolled his eyes and retorted, no, this is it. If you like it or not, that's your choice. Seeing him about to get angry, Lin Shiwei quickly held him back. Forget it, just fill our stomachs. No need to get upset. She took a bite of the crispy yet tender shunned roast duck and placed a piece on Qin Nancheng's plate. Try it. It should be different from Kyoto-style roast duck. Because of regional tastes, shunned roast duck is slightly sweet, and its biggest advantage is that it has no fishy smell. Lin Shiwei then took a duck leg for herself and took a bite. Wow, I like this flavor even more. Seeing her enjoy the food, Qin Nancheng thought, never mind. At this moment, he suddenly remembered an old saying, a good wife keeps her husband safe from trouble. Yes, having a wife feels really good. Oh, carrot carrot. Oh, the two passed by a state-run department store. Qin Nancheng suggested they go inside. He first bought a lot of candies and explained casually, we forgot to bring wedding candies. I heard that during marriage checkups, you need to give candies to the doctors. When we get the marriage certificate tomorrow, we also need to give candies to the staff. Lin Shiwei looked up at him, her ears seemingly turning red. Yeah, I'll listen to you, she said shyly, lowering her gaze and softly adding, I want to look at the silk and satin bedding at the fabric counter. In traditional wedding customs, the bride prepares new bedding for the wedding. Nowadays, silk and satin bedding are popular. The bride usually prepares 2 sets of quilts, and some wealthy families prepare 6 or 8 sets to show their love for the bride. It also symbolizes a lifetime of happiness. Lin Shiwei's space is full of everything, but it's hard to explain what she's taken out. Qin Nancheng handed his wallet to Lin Ziwei and said, buy whatever you like, No need to save money for me. Qin Nanqing's salary was indeed high, including a standard government salary and various allowances. Especially the flying allowance, which is calculated by hours flown. Different aircraft types earn different allowances. Generally, helicopter and transport plane allowances are lower, while fighter jets and bombers earn more. Also, flying allowances during training are different from those during combat. If there's combat, the allowance is at least 3 times higher. In this era, China's fighter jets are not very advanced, and if a fight occurs, pilots often don't return. Qin Nanqing led a team to test a new bomber in the northwest, leaving a will and earning merit. Because of that, his flying allowance was especially high that time. Besides, he received some essential monthly supplies. The unique air crew kitchen for pilots is also an extra benefit, providing the best food on the island. Lin Ziwi opened Qin Nanqing's wallet and exclaimed, "Wow, so much money." She had thought Qin Nanqing was not short of money, but didn't realize he was extremely wealthy. "This is my recent salary. I haven't had time to deposit it yet." Looking at the many large bundles of money, Lin Ziwi silently swallowed her saliva. "Is your monthly salary 10 times mine?" She calculated that her monthly pay was only 45 yuan, plus a 5 yuan allowance and a hygiene ticket for female workers. Qin Nanqing pursed his lips and nodded reluctantly. In reality, his monthly income was 20 to 30 times hers. But all of it was earned risking his life. At Qin Nanqing's level, value isn't measured just by money. Holding Qin Nanqing's wallet, Lin Ziwi first went to the women's clothing section and chose 2 plain short-sleeve shirts and 2 linen-colored work pants. "These will be my uniform from now on." The Cheongsam is too flashy. Her high-quality clothes could finally be put away gradually. Qin Nanqing felt a strange pang of sadness. You could buy plain silk and have a tailor make a few sets. He could still tell which fabrics were comfortable to wear. Lin Ziwi shook her head firmly.
No, no.
"I want to blend in with the crowd, starting with my clothes." Qin Nanqing forced a smile, feeling uncomfortable inside. Because of family background issues, Lin Ziwi had to be very careful everywhere. Her husband was rich, but Lin Ziwi was cautious with her spending. She bought only 2 sets of clothes and used cloth vouchers to make 2 bed covers. That's enough. We'll buy more things later. In fact, Lin Ziwi planned to secretly take items from her portable space and say she bought them with her salary. Qin Nanqing silently agreed, thinking about helping Lin's family clear their name as soon as possible. In the afternoon, the young couple went to the hospital again and received normal blood test results. While Lin Ziwi was in the bathroom, she unexpectedly met Fang Guifan. "Hee, I heard that Captain Qin is not humane." "Lin Ziwi, whose child are you carrying?" Lin Ziwi looked at her with a blank expression and muttered, "Are you crazy? People need to go urgently," and Lin Ziwi was a bit anxious. "Move aside." Fang Guifan held a cloth and refused to move. "Everyone is a woman. You have it, I have it too. What's there to be afraid of?" Lin Ziwi was completely speechless. But she needed to use the bathroom urgently, so she didn't care and just went ahead. Fang Guifan stared at her with bad intentions and even commented, "Haha, being young is good. You look tender everywhere." Lin Ziwi didn't want to attack her with her physical flaws, so she endured. Everyone ages someday, and Lin Ziwi would too. Fang Guifan was old, with many points to attack, but Lin Ziwi didn't use those. However, some people are just endlessly mean. Fang Guifan brought up her disgusting remarks again. "No wonder Qin Nanqing is so obsessed with you. TSK, you're gaining weight, and everywhere you should be is tender and young. Your grandpa. Do you think you're entitled to insult me?" Lin Ziwi couldn't bear it anymore and decided not to hold back. "Everyone is a woman. Why do you have so much malice towards girls? I have the ability, but you twist it into relying on men. I look good, and you think it's a weapon to attract men. I just did a normal pregnancy check, and you twist it into me being pregnant? Haha, your brain is full of." Lin Ziwi cursed her fiercely, leaving Fang Guifan stunned repeatedly. "Not only do you have in your head, but you also carry the stench of feudal society's leftover foot-binding cloth. But listen," Lin Shiwei corrected herself. "Can Qin Nanqing be humane?" Do you have to gossip and pry? Eavesdropping on others' privacy makes you really and disgusting. Fong Guifin was successfully angered and threatened. So what? You can't change the fact that Qin Nancheng isn't humane. You cheated on your man and got pregnant with someone else's child. Haha, let him find out how you really are when you die. Lin Shiwei was speechless again, feeling choked up. I can't argue with you. Move aside. She mentioned the city gate tower, but Fong Guifin believed and trusted her own biased opinions. Like the saying goes, some people choose to believe only what they want to believe. Stop right there. Fong Guifin kicked a water bucket in front of Lin Shiwei, blocking her way. You cheated and got pregnant with another man's child. Aren't you afraid I'll tell Qin Nancheng about it? Lin Shiwei was stunned by her words. Seeing that Lin Shiwei didn't respond, Fong Guifin thought her threat worked. If I don't tell Qin Nancheng, that's fine. But you help me out. Lin Shiwei didn't want to bother with her and started to walk away. Why are you in such a hurry? Fong Guifin stopped her and smiled proudly. From the looks of it, Qin Nancheng must be very fond of you. Maybe he'll even think the child is his. Do you think one day if he finds out the baby isn't his, he might hurt you? Get lost. Lin Shiwei pushed her away, but Fong Guifin, being heavier, didn't fully fall back. Lin Shiwei, don't be shameless. Fong Guifin thought her overreaction proved she was right, feeling even more proud. She crossed her arms and threatened, as long as you flatter Qin Nancheng and get him to move me to the office, I promise I won't tell him your secret. Lin Shiwei didn't want to waste words with her. She lowered her head, bent down, and picked up the half bucket of water on the ground. She poured it fiercely over Fong Guifin's head, then kicked her again. Get lost. Han Dekatang Omega Han Dekatang equals the main hall of the base held a speech contest on building good family traditions. Qin Nancheng held Lin Shiwei's hand and specifically sat her beside him, side by side. Everyone knew that in such events, the woman sitting next to the leader could only be his wife. Qin Nancheng repeatedly, over and over, confirmed Lin Shiwei's status. Whether they had official papers or not, his decision was unchangeable. Qin Nancheng is definitely going to marry Lin Ziwei. This is certain. Lin Ziwei was asked to wear a wine-red cheongsam, sitting with a man in military uniform, which made them look like a loving couple. Everyone entering the hall looked over and whispered, Hey, look. Today, Commander Qin isn't with Deputy Commander He anymore. Before, Deputy Commander He was with his wife, and their daughter Jing Yajiao sat in the back. We all guessed that the spot next to Commander Qin would eventually belong to Jing Yajiao. Shh. Don't say anything. At this moment, Jing Huiwe brought her daughter in. Jing Yajiao's eyes were red, as if she had just cried. Jing Huiwe softly comforted her. Stop crying. Look at you, so useless. As long as they don't get married officially, you still have a chance. Jing Huiwe spent most of her life dealing with different men and felt very confident. Crying won't solve anything. Stay calm and learn how to control men. Secretly, you can get others around you to help you win over him. Jing Yajiao's mind was a bit distracted. She looked tearfully at Qin Nancheng nearby. He was like a bright moon, making her heart flutter. Jing Huiwe secretly pinched her and whispered, Stop looking. What I teach you is how to empty a man's wallet, not how to love him with all your heart. Most young girls didn't fully understand what Jing Huiwe meant. Mom, if I don't marry him, how can I empty his wallet? Jing Yajiao still believed that marrying Qin Nancheng properly and becoming the admired wife of the leader was her true goal. Jing Huiwe secretly pinched her again and scolded softly. Who told you to marry him? In this situation, you need to be prepared. If someone else takes the title of the leader's wife, then you can become the leader's favorite. Suddenly, Jing Yajiao couldn't cry anymore. She slowly turned her head with a look of shock and horror at her mother. Mom, do you mean? Jing Huiwe calmly nodded. Look at my success over the years. Have you learned anything? Jing Yajiao's vision went black. The host approached the standing microphone with a long cord, standing in a classic T-pose, with formal hand gestures and clear, proper pronunciation. Respected leaders, dear comrades, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we gather together to participate in the Building Civilized Family Traditions speech contest at Hainan Airlines Phoenix Island base. Qin Nanqing tightly held the hand of his beloved, gently rubbing her delicate hand with his rough thumb. Meanwhile, Lin Shimei looked down at the small bag of wedding candies at her feet. The candies, brought specially from the city by Qin Nanqing, were waiting for this moment. When the host announced the start of the leaders' speeches, Qin Nanqing stood up, pulling Lin Shimei to her feet as well. Everyone clapped and whispered, "Hey, why did Captain Qin bring Comrade Lin on stage? Look at that bulging bag, what's inside?" Captain Qin is carrying the bag himself. What's he planning? In the eyes of some surprised, confused, or amused spectators, Qin Nanqing carried the bag in one hand and held Lin Shimei's hand tightly in the other, walking confidently onto the stage. "Everyone, please don't be nervous," Qin Nanqing said unexpectedly with a bright smile. "Tonight, we gather to witness the long-lasting love story of Comrade Lin Shimei and me finally blossoming." Suddenly, the large hall fell silent. Lin Shimei felt a bit embarrassed, but Qin Nanqing was very confident. He raised her hand to the audience. "This speech contest is just a fun event for relaxation across the base. Winning or losing doesn't matter. Being happy is what counts." He then opened the bag, holding it in front of Lin Shimei, with a deeper smile. An elegant opening speech can't compare to the sweetness of wedding candies. "Let's all enjoy the sweetness of our love." After saying that, he scooped up some candies and threw them into the crowd, causing a group of children to cheer loudly and cheer for him. Lin Shimei, following his lead, also scooped up some red-wrapped candies and threw them out. "Let's all enjoy some wedding candies. Happy together." The large hall, capable of holding over 1,000 people, was packed. Even the surrounding areas were filled with onlookers, mostly military family members. In this era with little entertainment, whenever there was a lively event on the small island, it would attract thousands of spectators eager to watch. Qin Nanqing bought a lot of candies, and his year's worth of candy tickets was used up. He had to pay extra money. But because there were so many people at the scene, throwing candies was hardly enough to satisfy everyone. Later, Lin Shimei took the lead and used her space to summon 10 jin of candies. She carried them to the stage and started throwing large handfuls into the crowd. Qin Nanqing's expression darkened as he watched the golden monkey milk candies being thrown out. He wondered to himself, "I didn't buy such expensive candies. Where did these come from?" And so many. Golden monkey milk candies and white rabbit milk candies are considered quite fancy. They cost about 1 dime per small pack, but the size varies by region. Some places have only 1 candy per pack, others have 3. Usually for children, people buy hard candies because they are sweet and affordable. Luxury candies like milk candies are rarely bought. Slightly better fruit hard candies cost about 10 to 12 pieces per dime. Hard candies made with sweeteners are even cheaper. The crowd below scrambled to pick up the milk candies. He Jinhui crouched on the ground, grabbing about 4 or 5 candies and saying, "Don't fight me for these." He quickly gathered the candies and ran to his grandfather, saying, "Grandpa, try this golden monkey candy. It's so sweet." Grandpa Hidagwang beamed happily, showing his teeth. "Ha! My tiger is so filial. Grandpa won't eat it, it's too sweet. You keep it for yourself." He Jinhui, born in the year of the tiger, in the tiger month and tiger hour, was a rare child born in the tiger year, tiger month, and tiger hour. His grandfather gave him the nickname, Tiger. He Jinhui was very obedient. He didn't take the candy from his grandfather, but hurriedly went to grab more candies. Grandpa he happily handed a candy to his new wife, saying, "Huayu, try this." Jing Huiwei rolled her eyes at him and scolded, "Look at you. So careless. I have diabetes. I can't eat this." Grandpa he awkwardly smiled and touched his head. Jing Huiwei still took the candy and casually handed it to her daughter in the back row, saying, "Jiao Jiao, you can have this." Jing Yajiao almost cried, feeling angry at her mother. She knew what kind of candy it was but was still handed it. Wasn't this like stabbing her in the lungs? Jing Huiwei smiled, but her eyes held a threat. Her voice was calm as she said, "Jiao Jiao, take it." Jing Yajiao understood that her mother was angry and saw the hidden threat in her eyes. Jing Yajiao had to reach out and take it herself. Her mother rarely lost her temper, but liked to control her with subtle, sneaky methods. After the candy giving, the speech contest officially began. The first to go on stage was Chef Xia Tianqi from the Air Crew Kitchen. Hey?
Hey.
Wow, this microphone is so loud it gave me a big jump, haha. As soon as Xia Tianqi spoke, the audience burst into laughter. Stop laughing, everyone. Cough. Xia Tianqi, a rough man, had prepared a speech carefully for tonight's performance. This is my own words, but my younger sister, Xia Xiaoying, helped me polish it. Please give her some applause. Someone in the audience teased, Chef, you actually know the word polish? Wow, you've been thinking more lately. Everyone laughed loudly. The chef on stage also smiled, not caring at all. Lin Shiwei sat with Qin Nancheng in the front center. She turned her head to look and saw Xia Xiaoying standing in the corner, covering her mouth to laugh. She was watching her older brother on stage, looking more nervous than Xia Tianqi. Xia Xiaoying seemed to notice and looked back, spotting Lin Shiwei. She shyly smiled and awkwardly tugged at her collar. Lin Shiwei gave her a thumbs up, and Xia Xiaoying became even more shy, lifting her hand to brush her bangs aside. But then, the serious voice of Xia Tianqi on stage rang out. Dear leaders and comrades, I am Xia Tianqi, the master chef of our Air Crew Kitchen. Today, I will give a speech titled, Everyone Loves Peace, Living in Harmony as One Family. Xia Xiaoying stomped her foot in frustration. Harmony. Harmony. Her older brother was a bit of a clumsy guy, not good at reading, only recognizing half the words, sigh. Unsurprisingly, the audience burst into loud laughter again. Xia Tianqi's entire speech was full of funny moments. Lin Shiwei kept laughing so hard, she almost cried. Qin Nancheng handed her a tissue. Wipe your tears. They're coming from your mouth. Lin Shiwei thought, WW, did you forget to control your saliva? How annoying. The final speaker, the big shot, was Vice Captain He. Lin Shiwei couldn't smile anymore. This uncle's speech was written by her stepsister, Jing Yajiao. She remembered the sarcastic title. Ingredients don't matter. Let's solve the harmony problem together. Jing Yajiao clearly mocked Lin Shiwei. Qin Nancheng came over and softly comforted her. Don't worry, old he isn't that kind of person who doesn't know boundaries. Lin Shiwei was surprised and looked back at him, asking, You knew? Qin Nancheng nodded and gently squeezed her hand to comfort her. Her tense heart finally relaxed. She instinctively looked back, toward the 4 seats behind her, at an angle, where Jing Yajiao was secretly causing trouble. Coincidentally, she was also looking at Lin Shiwei, with a proud smile on her face. Tonight, Jing Yajiao wore a polka-dot dress in a Hong Kong style. Her long black hair was loose over her shoulders, decorated with a matching polka-dot headband. She looked delicate and petite, with a small, charming figure. She wore high-heeled leather shoes, even with a platform. Jing Yajiao sat cross-legged on a red velvet seat, glancing sideways at Lin Shiwei with a cold, proud smile. Lin Shiwei. If I don't show you some color, you really think I'm easy to bully? The proper eldest daughter of the Lin family is me, and Qin Nancheng knew me before he knew you. You keep taking what belongs to me again and again.
Why?
Just wait and see. Lin Shiwei couldn't help but smile slightly, then looked away and teased her own man softly. Qin Nancheng, how many women are crazy about you? Qin Nancheng felt nervous inside. He pretended to be calm, side-eyed her, and smiled lightly. What? Are you jealous? Lin Shiwei pouted and backed off playfully. Oh, Qin Nancheng suddenly pulled her close, acting as if she had to sit right next to him, and with a teasing tone demanded, Get closer, watch me carefully so I won't be bothered by other women. Lin Shiwei covered her mouth and laughed softly, her eyes curved like a crescent moon. Jealousy is fine. Anyway, your wallet and bankbook are in my hands. It doesn't matter what others think. Qin Nancheng almost exploded with anger. Ah, you ungrateful little girl. He finished preparing and took out his speech script, shook it, squinted his reading glasses, and stepped back to look. Comrades, hello. Thank you all for your hard work. Lin Shiwei stopped smiling and focused her attention on the stage. Jing Huaiwa looked at him with a half-smile, a faint smile on her face. She curled her lips and secretly cursed in her mind. Your mother, who loves to steal men, is just as bad. The crooked beam on top and the crooked beams below, Ruo Fengyi deserve to be burned alive in the countryside barn. As for you, haha, after provoking us, you won't have a good ending. In the back row, Jing Yajiao's proud expression couldn't be hidden. She even mentally opened a bottle of champagne to celebrate, making Lin Shiwei feel embarrassed. I don't believe it. In such a big event, after Lin Shiwei loses face, she can still recover. I was the first to know Qin Nanqing. Why should you, a latecomer, take over? Qin Nanqing can only be my man, Jing Yajiao's.